start from son-in-law to establish an immortal family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576, If you want to be rich, accept more gifts. 5 Elements Mirror. On this day, Qingyun Sect was glorious and lively. The huge square made of white jade was like a fairy platform in Yaoqi, decorated with lights, flowers and clouds. On the crystal-clear jade table, there were many delicacies arranged in a staggered manner, with fragrant aroma, accompanied by nectar, spiritual fruit and pastries, showing luxury and exquisiteness. Those who could sit down at the table had at least foundation-building skills, and wore brocade and jade robes. The scene was extremely grand. Ling. Ding ding. At this time, a bell sounded. The masters of the major peaks of Qingyun Sect, elders, high-level officials, and other giants Henrin of other forces took their seats one after another. The Taoist couple ceremony is officially opened. Above the Taoist platform, the head of Qingyun, who was wearing a Qingyun robe and had a majestic face, spoke in a loud voice. As the words fell, the spiritual light of heaven and earth surged, the clouds were steaming, and cranes and auspicious beasts surrounded them, and melodious fairy music came in the air. Then, colorful rainbow lights intertwined to form 2 rainbow bridges, stretching to Qingyun Peak and Lu Changsheng's cave, sacred and gorgeous. Lu Changsheng, who was handsome and looked like a banished immortal, and Xiao Xiao, who was dressed in a blue cloud and phoenix robe and looked like a fairy under the moon, came on the rainbow bridge. However, next to Xiao Xiao, there was another girl who looked 7 points similar to her, with picturesque eyebrows and eyes, bright and beautiful, and wearing a colorful dress. This Taoist couple ceremony is so grand and solemn. Both of them have reached the stage of Dan at the age of 100. They have unlimited prospects. Now that they have become Taoist couples, it is a rare occasion in a century, so it must be solemn and grand. Hey, who is the woman next to Uncle Xiao? They look somewhat similar. Could she be Fairy Xiao's sister? I've never heard that she has sisters. This woman seems to be Lu Wangshu, the daughter of Changsheng's Henrin and his wife Lu Miaoj. She is also the descendant of Changsheng's Henrin's talisman art. It was rumored before that this Lu Wangshu is actually the daughter of Henrin Xiao. Now it seems likely. What? Fairy Xiao's daughter is so big? This Henrin Lu is really good at hiding things. He is so big as Fairy Xiao's daughter. Both my parents are giants Henrin. If I could marry Fairy Wangshu, wouldn't I be able to work less for 30 years? The guests or disciples of Qingyun Sect were very surprised to see Lu Wangshu next to Xiao Xiao. Not to mention them, when the ceremony was finalized the day before yesterday, Chu Chengyi and the head of Qingyun were both stunned when they saw Lu Wangshu. They didn't expect that the two would not only be in love for life, but their daughter was so big. At that moment, the head of Qingyun understood why Qingyun agreed to their marriage. After all, they already have a daughter, so how could they break up the couple? Under the attention of the crowd, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Xiao met at Hongqiao. Then, under the respectful, envious and admiring looks of countless people, the two held hands and walked to the hall at the end of the square. The process of this Taoist couple ceremony is not complicated and is very similar to the secular worship. The first bow is to thank the Great Way for favoring and having the spiritual root immortal fate. The second bow is to thank the sect for the grace of entering the Tao. Although Lu Changsheng is not a disciple of Qingyun Sect, but as a guest elder of Qingyun Sect, he will naturally worship the portrait of the founder of Qingyun Sect with Xiao Xiao when the ceremony is held in Qingyun Sect. The third bow is the Taoist couple's worship. It means that from now on, the Great Way will walk together, support each other, and share weal and woe. I bow to the Great Dao, thank the Great Dao for its favor, which has enabled us to escape from the mortal world and enter the immortal path. As the etiquette elder sang loudly, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Xiao looked solemn and bowed to the sky. Great Dao, today I, Lu Changsheng, and Xiao Xiao have become Taoist companions. From now on, we will be in the same boat on the immortal path, hand in hand, and will never be separated from each other in our lives. Great Dao, I, Xiao Xiao, and Lu Changsheng have become Taoist companions. From now on, we will be in the same boat on the immortal path, hand in hand, and will never be separated from each other in our lives. At this moment, the two looked at each other. Xiao Xiao, who was cold and peerless, like a lonely moon in the sky, seemed to have melted ice and snow, with curved eyebrows and eyes, full of tenderness and joy, and a glance at her was 1,000 years. 79 years ago, the two came to Qingyun Sect together to participate in the assessment. At that time, Lu Changsheng was a farmer boy, and she was a lady from a scholarly family. No one expected that 79 years later, the two of them would hold a Taoist companion ceremony in Qingyun Sect as Jiandan's Henren. The head of Qingyun Sect, Chu Chengyi, and others on the Taoist platform sighed when they saw Xiao Ziyu, who was usually very cold and aloof, in such a look. They realized that the relationship between Xiao Ziyu and Lu Changsheng was much deeper than they had imagined. Especially Chu Chengyi, seeing the two people who looked like a couple of gods, her heart was inexplicably throbbing and bitter. As the etiquette elders sang loudly, the two bowed solemnly to the portrait of the ancestors in the hall, and finally the couple bowed to each other. It is an auspicious day, and the heaven and the earth celebrate together. Today, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu have a mutual understanding of the Tao, and the Great Way has witnessed that they have become Taoist couples in Qingyun Sect. May your immortal path be broad, your love be deep and lasting, and may you practice together for countless calamities, achieve immortality, glorify the immortal sect, and bless the world for all eternity. At this time, the head of Qingyun Sect also stepped forward and shouted loudly, and the magic power was mobilized, which spread throughout the Qingyun Sect, announcing that the two had finished their wedding ceremony and the grand ceremony was completed. Congratulations to the immortal Changsheng and the immortal Ziyu for becoming a Taoist couple. May they be together forever and may their immortal path be prosperous. Congratulations to the immortal Changsheng and the immortal Ziyu for becoming a Taoist couple. May they be together forever and may their immortal path be prosperous. All the guests and disciples of the Qingyun Sect raised their glasses and sang together, or bowed in greeting, and their voices reached the sky. At the same time, above the entire square, there were thousands of auspicious colors, clouds and brocade, and flowers were flying, celebrating for the two. Thank you, Sect Master. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu returned the gift to the head of the Qingyun Sect, the elders of the Qingyun Sect, and other guests, the Jiandan's Henren. Since we are Taoist couples, we must be one body in the future, share weal and woe, support each other, and seek immortality. At this time, the supreme elder of the Qingyun Sect stepped forward, smiled, encouraged, and then presented a personal gift. Although Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu became a Taoist couple, it was equivalent to Xiao Ziyu protecting the Lu family. But at the same time, they also tied up Lu Changsheng, a Jiandan's Henren with great potential, to their Qingyun Sect. Thank you, Grand Elder. Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu bowed respectfully, and then took the storage bag. This Taoist couple ceremony was held by Qingyun Sect, and the interpersonal relations and the preparation of drinks were all contracted by Qingyun Sect, so they could only get 50% of the gifts. But this kind of private gift went directly into the pockets of the two. However, only this Grand Elder was generous. Other Jiandan cultivators had sent gifts, but no one prepared another one privately. After the ceremony, it was not the bridal chamber, but the wedding banquet. Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu, the newlyweds, began to toast. Wangshu, you also toast to the master. Wangshu, this is Bayun's Henren, also your master. During the toast, Xiao Ziyu introduced the elders of the sect, Jiandan's Henren, to her daughter. Originally, Xiao Ziyu broke through the Jiandan and should be of the same generation as them. But many of them are of the same generation as her master, Qingyun's Henren, so her generation is lower. Wangshu greets the Grandmaster. Lu Wangshu followed his parents, smiling sweetly and bowing with a well-behaved face. As expected of the daughter of Changsheng's Henren and Xiao Ziyu's nephew, she is truly a gift from the Grandmaster. Although these people would not give Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu a personal gift, they would still give small gifts to juniors like Lu Wangshu. Your daughter has fairy-like skin and jade-like bones, and is very smart and beautiful. She will surely become a great man in the future. Wangshu can come to Qingyun Sect often in the future. If you need any elixir, you can come directly to the Grandmaster. Whether it was the Jiandan's Henren of Qingyun Sect, or the guests from various forces, they were all very friendly to Lu Wangshu, praising him and giving him gifts. After all, bringing this daughter to such a grand occasion, you can imagine how favored she is. Some people even secretly sent messages to their younger generations, indicating that they should have more contact with Lu Wangshu. If they could form a bond with Lu Wangshu, they would at least increase their chances of forming an elixir by 30% in the future. Master Changsheng, Master Xiao, this is a little gift from this old man. The ancestor of the Wang family came in person to congratulate. He seemed to be in much better physical condition than before, and said with full energy, handing a storage bag to Lu Changsheng. But Lu Changsheng knew that this ancestor Wang must have used some secret method to deliberately show his condition. After returning, he would most likely sit and die. Thank you, fellow Taoist Wang. Lu Changsheng drank a cup with him, saying that the two families could have more exchanges in the future. After the important guests finished toasting, the high-level cultivators above the false elixir level gradually dispersed. Only the disciples, deacons, elders of the Qingyun Sect, or the representatives of the family forces under the rule of Qingyun were left, talking about Taoism and treasures, and chatting and laughing. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart when he saw Chu Chengyi leaving. Then he toasted the guests who were familiar with Xiao and Qingzhu Mountain, said a few polite words and left. As for his daughter Lu Wangshu, she was here to entertain him and Xiao, and get to know more people by the way. After all, those who can sit here are either the core of Qingyun Sect, true disciples, or representatives of major forces under the rule of Qingyun Sect. It is good for my daughter to get to know these people, and she will have an extra layer of protection when she goes out in the future. However, seeing Lu Changsheng and Xiao leave, many Qingyun Sect disciples came forward to offer their courtesy. Junior sister Lu has just come to Qingyun Sect. If you are not familiar with it, senior brother can take you around. I heard that junior sister Lu is proficient in the way of talismans and is a talisman master. I also know a little about the way of talismans. I heard of Miss Wangshu's name in my early years. It is true that seeing is believing. The purpose of these disciples, both men and women, is self-evident. After all, like Lu Wangshu, both his parents are Qingzhu Mountain, a second-generation immortal. In addition to the relationship between his parents, he himself is also gifted and a second-level top-level talisman master. Compared with female cultivators, the purpose of most male cultivators is very direct. There are even people who have secretly loved Xiao for many years in their early years. Now their emotions have shifted and they project their love on Lu Wangshu. However, as Lu Changsheng's beloved daughter, Lu Wangshu has had a different vision over the years and looks down on these people. If she wants to find a husband, he should be better than her brother, the top finder Lu Lingxiao, not to mention his father. If there is a person who can surpass Lu Lingxiao, Lu Qingshan, and his elder brother Lu Pinggan, she thinks it is not impossible to consider him. Lu Changsheng and Xiao returned to Qingyun Peak. Mingyu stayed at the back, and opened the personal gift given by the Supreme Elder. There was a secret method of dual cultivation and 2 low-grade magic weapons in it. Although they were only low-grade magic weapons. But it can be seen that they are not ordinary good products, but fine magic weapons. The 8 Directions Mysterious Spirit Umbrella, after being refined, can form 8 different attributes of mysterious spiritual treasure light, which is not easily restrained by magical weapons. The 100 Refining Fire Cloud Shuttle, made of earth fire essence crystal and wind spirit silk, and red flame fire, can use wind and fire to escape, and can also stimulate hot fire clouds to attack. These 2 magic weapons are also introduced. For cultivators who have just broken through the Qingzhu stage, they are already precious gifts. Xiao, you can keep these 2 magic weapons. Lu Changsheng is not short of magic weapons now, or rather, he is not short of low-grade magic weapons. I broke through the Qingzhu stage before and entered the sect's treasury. I have already selected a magic weapon, and this 8 Directions Mysterious Spirit Umbrella is not useful. Xiao raised her white hand lightly, and a ball of misty shawl appeared in her palm, indicating that she had a defensive magic weapon. It's okay, you can keep it, I can't use it either. There is no such thing as too many magic weapons. However, from this we can see the benefits of having the power of the sect. Like ordinary casual cultivators, how can they afford to buy a second magic weapon in the early stage? Most of the resources will be used to upgrade his own life magic weapon. Then, Lu Changsheng opened the storage bag given to him by the ancestor of the Wang family. There was a jade slip, many elixirs and spirit stones, and 2 magic weapons in it. Lu Changsheng looked at the 2 magic weapons. They were a 5-color jade pendant and a 5-color treasure mirror. Tisk tisk tisk, a lonely family actually has a medium-grade magic weapon and a high-grade magic weapon. And these 2 magic weapons are obviously a set, But whoever refines the magic weapon should give priority to refining the jade pendant and the mirror. Changsheng saw that this was the inherited magic weapon of the Wang family. In addition to these two, the Wang family should have other magic weapons, but they were not willing to give them to him. But this is normal. Although the Wang family is in decline, they still want to try their best to create a Jiandan Henren. If all the family's foundation is given to others, and a Jiandan cultivator appears at that time, wouldn't it be regretful to death? It seems that these aristocratic families that have been passed down for thousands of years should not be underestimated. The resources accumulated by their ancestors are far beyond the imagination of others. As long as there is a Jiandan Henren who controls these magic weapons, he will be invincible at the same level. Changsheng thought to himself. The two magic weapons should not have been used for a long time. The lack of mana has caused a slight decrease in spiritual power. Changsheng, what is this? Xiao Ziyu saw that this was the storage bag that the ancestor of the Wang family gave to Changsheng, and was very surprised. Why would the other party send such a heavy gift? I made a deal with the ancestor of the Wang family before. Changsheng briefly told about his relationship with the ancestor of the Wang family. 5 elements body. Xiao Ziyu opened her red lips slightly, a little surprised. You know, the 5 elements body is a top-level spiritual body, and the increase in cultivation is even helpful for breaking through the nascent soul. Lu Zuanqian is a 5 elements body, not to mention breaking through the nascent soul. But as long as there is no accident, it will die halfway, and the Jiandan is almost certain, and there is a high probability of a top-grade golden elixir. Well, only you and I know about this. Changsheng said in a low voice while playing with a magic weapon in his hand. He has the 5 elements Yuan Sutra. If these two magic weapons are refined, they can be used directly and exert most of their power. However, the two magic weapons sent by the Wang family ancestor were obviously prepared for Lu Zuanqian. Like this 5-element jade pendant, it not only has the effect of passively protecting the master, but also has the effect of calming the mind and increasing the 5-element mana. He looked at the jade slip in the storage bag again. It records some tricks of the 5-element body, as well as some cultivation experience and insights of the first ancestor of the Wang family. This information is very precious. Everyone has heard a little about the effect of the 5-element body. But few people know the specific situation. In particular, the cultivation insights of a 5-element body can be of great help to future generations and avoid many detours. In addition to these, the ancestor of the Wang family said that his family also has some cultivation insights about the 5-element body and the Hunan 5-element sutra, and he can call Lu Zuanqian to visit the Wang family in the future. As for the elixir spirit stones, their value added up to only 200,000 or 300,000 spirit stones, which Changsheng did not take seriously. But it was probably prepared by the ancestor of the Wang family for Lu Zuanqian, hoping that the latter would remember this favor. Compared to these, it is not a loss to protect the Wang family 1 or 2 in the future. Changsheng exhaled lightly and put the things back into the storage bag. He could see that the ancestor of the Wang family had spent a lot of money. If he was not about to sit in meditation, the Wang family would have no way out now, and a 5-element body had appeared. With the other party's personality, it would be impossible for him to spend such a lot of money. Xiao, this secret method given by the Supreme Elder looks quite exquisite. At this time, Changsheng looked at the dual cultivation secret method given by the Supreme Elder and smiled at Xiao Ziyu. After a while, the cave was full of spring. A few days later, the Taoist couple ceremony ended. Changsheng was ready to go back and find the headmaster with Xiao Ziyu to settle the gift. The other party did not haggle with him and directly gave them the book recording the gift. It must be said that Qingyun Sect has a big face. The gifts received at this Taoist couple ceremony, converted into spiritual stones, are estimated to be 6 or 7 million, directly surpassing his previous Jiandan ceremony. Moreover, the gifts sent by Luoxia Sect, Yuling Sect, Qingyun Sect, and Qingzhu Mountain are all priceless treasures. Although Qingyun Sect wants to share 50%, the other party has not made much money due to personal connections, busy preparations, and gifts in return. Of course, if the reputation and influence brought by this Taoist couple ceremony are counted, Qingyun Sect will not lose anything. Tisk 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 tisk, it turns out that the real money still depends on receiving gifts, and the big money is earned. If I marry a wife and concubine every now and then, wouldn't I be overwhelmed by the gifts? Changsheng sighed in his heart. However, This behavior is equivalent to ruining and overdrawing one's reputation. Occasionally, everyone is willing to give face and prepare a generous gift. If it happens too many times, other forces will not treat it as leaks. Lu Changsheng picked a few things he needed from the gift book, and said that he would give the rest to Xiao Ziyu after the sect had settled the accounts. This attitude also made the head of Qingyun Sect nod secretly, and he saw that Lu Changsheng was not a person who liked to take advantage of others. Lu Changsheng's third-level cave in Qingyun Sect was named Changsheng Pavilion by him. He came to Changsheng Pavilion and found his daughter Lu Wangshu, asking her whether she wanted to go home or continue to stay in Qingyun Sect. "Go back," Lu Wangshu said immediately. These days, she felt that she was being annoyed to death. "How did you play these days?" Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter like this and rubbed her black hair. "Very boring." Lu Wangshu curled her lips and said. Before this, she thought that the disciples of Qingyun Sect were so powerful. But after these days of contact and understanding, she felt that they were just so-so. Ordinary inner and outer disciples were not much more powerful than her own children. As for the core true teachings, in her opinion, they were just so-so. Few people in the same realm could beat herself and Lu Lingxiao. Lu Changsheng smiled and roughly guessed what his daughter had been going through in the past few days. After the father and daughter returned to Qingzhu Mountain, he called his son Lu Xingchen and daughter-in-law Wang Yanjing. Then he gave the jade slips, spiritual stones and elixirs, and the 5-element jade pendant sent by the ancestor of the Wang family to the two. As for the 5 elements mirror, this top-grade magic weapon is not bad, and he can also use it. He plans to use it himself first. Lu Xingchen and Wang Yanjing were surprised to see the spiritual stones and elixirs and magic weapons in the storage bag. As foundation building cultivators, they had never seen such a huge amount of money. Moreover, Lu Changsheng also told them that this jade pendant was a magic weapon with the effect of increasing the 5 elements of magic power. Wang Yanjing was delighted and excited to see such spiritual stones and magic weapons. Knowing that she had made the right choice, the ancestor did give resources to her son Lu Zuanqian. However, she was also surprised that Lu Changsheng handed the magic weapon to them so early. After all, the other party, as a Jinden's Henren, can also use such magic weapons. Ginger, if you have time, you can study this secret method and see if you can comprehend it. At this time, a crystal-clear jade slip appeared in Lu Changsheng's hand and fell in front of Wang Yanjing. Although his son Lu Xingchen has a 3rd-grade spiritual root, his character is average, and he is only expected to form a den. The probability of forming a den is not as high as that of his daughter-in-law Wang Yanjing. At this time, the ancestor of the Wang family sent 2 5-element magic weapons. If the other party can comprehend the Santanki, then the 5 elements mirror, a magic weapon that is compatible with the practice and bloodline, will be refined into Tonkin, and there will be a high probability of breaking through the Jinden. If she can break through the Jinden, she can also help her son and protect her grandson Lu Zuanqian. Yes, Dad. Wang Yanjing is now very respectful to her mysterious father-in-law. She took the jade slip with both hands and said respectfully. Chapter 577 Nangguan Yao makes rapid progress, and Lu Qingshan fights against a fake pill. After the Taoist couple ceremony, Lu Changsheng did not return to the Great Dream Fairy City immediately. Instead, he stayed in the Qingzhu Mountain to accompany his wife, concubines, and children, making babies, and refining the sun and moon cards. In 3 months, the land reclamation war will officially begin. At that time, the Lu family members will follow the Qingyun Sect's large army to the Wanshao mountain range to open up wasteland. So he took this time to give each of them a sun and moon card, so that it would be convenient to contact them and understand their safety. On this day, a relatively strong mana suddenly surged into his body out of thin air. Is this someone who has broken through the 9th level of foundation building, Qingshan? Lu Changsheng immediately knew through this mana that one of his children had broken through the 9th level of foundation building. It seems that Qingshan has gained a lot of opportunities in the war between Liang and Yu countries, otherwise it will take a few years to break through. He subconsciously opened the system panel and glanced at his son's interface. Name, Lu Qingshan, lifespan, 68/217, talent, 6th grade spiritual root, Zhengjin body, middle grade spiritual body, cultivation, 8th level of foundation building, talent, sword compatibility, 101%, well, it's not Qingshan. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. Among his children, apart from Lu Qingshan, It seems that only Nangguang Yao has reached the 8th level of foundation building. But Nangguang Yao has just broken through. How could she break through the 9th level of foundation building? Lu Changsheng paused and opened the attribute panel of his daughter Nangguang Yao. Name, Nangguang Yao. Lifespan, 55/283. Talent, 2nd grade spiritual root. Immaculate heavenly fragrance body, top level spiritual body. Cultivation, 9th level of foundation building. Talent, charm compatibility, 99%. Is it really Yao? Lu Changsheng looked surprised. When his daughter Nangguang Yao broke through the 8th level of foundation building, he felt that she was progressing too fast. Unexpectedly, she broke through the 9th level of foundation building. At the age of 55, he has reached the 9th level of foundation building. This cultivation speed is simply outrageous. Although relying on a vast amount of resources, elixirs, and natural treasures, Lu Changsheng can also quickly push one of his children to the 9th level of foundation building. But under normal circumstances, no one would do this. His daughter Nangguang Yao joined the Qingyun Sect and was under the name of Yuanying's. The other party would never do such a thing to force the issue. Is Yao in trouble? Or is the foundation of the 7 demon sects far beyond my imagination? Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. With a previous experience of his son Lu Quanzhong, his daughter's cultivation speed really made him think more and worry. After all, the Qingyun Sect is not a righteous sect. It is one of the 7 demon sects that once swept across most of the southern wilderness. During this time, he collected some information about the 7 demon sects and knew that these sects were not good people. The Qingyun Sect, known as the Immortal Lotus, descended to the world to save all living beings, but the skills are extremely evil and can convert people's hearts. Once converted by the Immortal Lotus Sect, they will become slaves for eternity and are willing to sacrifice everything. During the demonic war, even a righteous Yuanying's was converted by the great Zhenjin of the Immortal Lotus Sect, turned against his own sect, persuaded his own sect disciples to surrender, entered the Immortal Lotus Pure Land, and enjoyed eternal blessings. So Lu Changsheng really had to worry about his daughter joining such a demonic sect. It's time to find a time to go to Jin State. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of his child's mother, Nangguang Mili, who was far away in Jin State. The two have been separated for more than 10 years. Now his daughter Lu Mengjin is 6 years old, and it's time to consider cultivation. So he plans to take his daughter, Meng Xianjin, to Jin State to see if the 5 poison sect has any information about the evil poison body, or related inheritance. As his thoughts flew, Lu Changsheng thought of his eldest son Lu Pingyan, who was away on a long journey, and his son Lu Qingshan, who was far away in Yu State. Before, through the sun and moon to Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian, Lu Pingyan was no longer in the Jiang State's cultivation world, and it was likely that he would go to Yu State or Wu State. Because activating the sun and moon Yin Yang Zhuan Guangjian consumed too much mana, Lu Changsheng did not go to check on his son. As for Lu Qingshan, he thought that the war between Yu and Liang had been going on for 4 or 5 years. Although according to intelligence information, the Yuanying's has not yet directly taken action in this war, it is already very intense. As a true disciple of the Qingyun Sect, Lu Qingshan, a sword cultivator who has formed a Dan seed and fights to support war, will definitely go to the battlefield. Alice, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. After a moment, Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly and continued to refine the sun and moon card. The young eagle will always fly into the sky and face the abyss and waves alone. Just like this land reclamation war. Even if he can go to the front line to take charge, or ask Qingyun Sect to take care of his children and try to arrange the rear. But this kind of thing can only be taken care of for a while, not for a lifetime. Moreover, the Lu family has just been promoted to Jinden family. The children and children of the Lu family who are going to the land reclamation war are all ambitious and want to fight for a future and win glory for the family. If I do this, it will also dampen their enthusiasm and wear down their hearts. Qingyun Sect. Baiyun Peak, a palace with carved beams and painted buildings, exquisite and elegant. Boom. The door of the palace opened with a bang. A crisp sound of high heels rang out. Then a woman dressed in white lotus clothes, pure and elegant, walked out slowly. So beautiful. The 2 women guarding the door saw their young lady and were also shocked by her appearance and temperament at this time, as if they saw a fairy from the sky descending to the mortal world. The temperament is ethereal, elegant like a fairy, and the enchanting and hot figure is like a blooming holy lotus. A rich fragrance blows in the face, making people feel ashamed and subconsciously worship her beauty. Congratulations, young lady, for refining the immortal bone and making another step forward in strength. The two women immediately bowed to the lotus-clothed woman. In their early years, they followed Nangguan Yao to join the Qingyun Sect and became the latter's maids. After so many years, they have long been convinced of this master and are determined to do so. After all, in just a few years, Nangguan Yao not only made rapid progress in cultivation, passed the test of the White Lotus Master, but also cultivated the supreme inheritance of the Immortal Lotus Sect and opened up the Immortal Lotus Pure Land. Now that he has refined the Dongfanghao Immortal Bone, his foundation has been further improved, and he will definitely be able to compete for the position of the saint in the future. What happened these days? Nangguan Yao has delicate features and is as beautiful as a fairy. Her 3,000 black hair is tied up with a ribbon, and the red doors on her cheeks are looming, which interprets the pure temptation to the extreme, like a flawless flower of the pure world. Master Qingyun said that the tomb of the three kings will be open soon. Miss, you can go there after you come out of retreat, or it may be beneficial. The maid Ho Wu said respectfully. The tomb of the three kings. Nangguan Yao knew that this was a secret realm that appeared 10 years ago. It is rumored that 3 4th-level transformed demon kings were buried here. Countless strong men and forces went to explore. Now it should be plundered by major forces, and the rest will be given to the younger generation of the sect to practice and compete. In that case, pack up and go with me. Nangguan Yao looked calm, knowing that this was also one of the tests from her master. Since she entered the sect, from meeting her senior sister to entering the Immortal Lotus Pond to cleanse her foundation, competing with fellow disciples, and even Dongfanghao's immortal bones, all were arranged by her master. In any case, she must seize every opportunity. Only in this way can she stand out on the Immortal Lotus Sect. After a long time, Nangguan Yao walked out of the palace with her maids Ho Wu and Liu Yin. As a disciple of the White Lotus Master, she was also concerned about her master's face when she went out. So the chariot had been prepared long ago. 3 dragon horses with crystal bodies, like dragon bodies, covered with white jade scales, pulled a noble and elegant white lotus agarwood chariot, symbolizing purity and nobility, and waited quietly. Nangguan Yao lifted the curtain and entered the chariot gracefully. 2 maids served on the side. Roar, 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 the 3-headed dragon horse roared, emitting a surging demonic power of a 3rd-level demon king, crushing the sky, and then went to the tomb of the 3 kings through the teleportation formation. My junior sister is really not simple. A beautiful woman with an ethereal temperament and no dust on her body murmured softly as she looked at the disappearing Bailian Changsheng chariot. Although her face was filled with a charming smile, there was only an indescribable coldness in her obsidian eyes. That's right, it was not as clear and holy as water, or charming and moving. It was endless cold, like 10,000 years of black ice, freezing the souls of others. As a disciple of Bailian's Qingyun, she knew very well that her master wanted to cultivate a saint. When this junior sister breaks through the Qingyun stage, she will compete with herself and others. After her master's training for these years, she has already felt a bit of dangerous aura from this junior sister, and the future competition will be a strong opponent. Yu country. Since the war between Liang and Yu, the border between the two countries has been gradually strengthened. There are patrols every day, guarding important checkpoints, and monitoring the flow of personnel from major forces. Although the border is too wide to be completely eliminated. But this is mainly aimed at a large number of monks from the enemy country sneaking in, or the country's forces being instigated, the whole family migrating, etc. At this moment, in the north of the battlefield, Lu Qingshan led a team to patrol a valley swamp. The air was lightly misty, and occasionally there was a roar of monsters. This kind of valley and mountain where monsters live is a natural defense line during war. After inspection, there was no breath of monk's mana for several miles around, and Lu Qingshan was ready to turn back. But for some reason, he seemed to have some inexplicable irritability in his heart. He frowned, looked around, and did not notice anything wrong, and immediately activated the gathering induction symbol. At this moment, a quarrel suddenly came from not far away. I saw this spiritual herb first. Humph, whoever sees it gets a share. It seemed that a man and a woman were arguing about a spiritual herb. Lu Qingshan frowned, thinking that there was nothing to fight for a spiritual herb. He immediately turned into a sword light, flew away, then looked at the two people and said coldly, "What's the matter? Brother Qingzhu, it's nothing." The man knew the character of his captain, suppressed his dissatisfaction, and said in a low voice, "I also saw the 7-star grass, it should be divided equally." The other woman said somewhat unconvinced. Seeing that the two people were fighting for a 7-star grass, Lu Qingzhu's lingering irritability seemed to be ignited, like a raging flame surging in his heart. It's okay to take these useless things on patrol, but these useless things also caused trouble for him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. But the next moment, he realized that something was wrong. As a sword cultivator with a clear sword heart, he knew his state of mind and mental state very well. Although he felt that several people were a burden, he would never be so angry and unhappy. Besides, these people have been with me for so long and know my temper. It is impossible for them to fight for a 7-star grass in front of me. There is a problem here. Lu Qingzhu's heart trembled, realizing that something was wrong. He immediately crushed a jade talisman and shouted at the two people in front of him, "Stop arguing, there is a problem here. There is no one here, what can be the problem? Give me the 7-star grass." Not only Lu Qingzhu, but also these two people were full of irritability, and even bloodshot eyes appeared in their pupils. Clang! A sword sounded, and Lu Qingzhu held the magic sword in his hand, and the whole person was filled with a sky-piercing sword intent that could tear the sky and move the sun and the moon. Under this sword intent, the faces of the two people in front of him suddenly turned pale, and they felt that the cold sword energy was filled in all directions, as if they fell into an ice cellar. Their hair stood up, and their skin was stinging. "Lu Qingzhu, you dare to attack me?" the woman said in shock, fear and anger. "If you say another word, I will kill you." Lu Qingzhu's eyes were like torches, and two sharp sword lights shot out, and he said in a cold voice. After hearing this, the woman felt two sharp swords piercing her soul. She staggered back in fear and sat on the ground with a plop, not daring to speak. "Get out." Then Lu Qingzhu looked coldly in one direction. The magic sword in his hand trembled, and burst out a sharp golden sword energy, which cut a long gully in all directions. Pa! 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 The crisp applause broke the silence. A fat man with a broad body and a smile appeared and clapped his hands. Two eyes like slits looked at Lu Qingzhu with a smile, praising, "It's worthy of being the 7 swordsman Lu Qingzhu, it's really extraordinary. Under my magical power of confusing the hard and laboring emotions, you can still keep your mind and notice that something is wrong." The fat man's face was full of smiles, full of kindness, giving people a sense of humor and majesty. However, when Lu Qingzhu and others saw this man, their faces suddenly changed. Fake Danzhenren. The fat man in front of them was a fake Danzhenren of the magic way. Although it has a fake character, it is not something that a foundation-building cultivator can contend with. Go! Lu Qingzhu made a prompt decision, crushed the jade talisman for help, and shouted loudly. Even if he was unhappy with these people, they were his subordinates after all, so it was not easy to abandon them and run away alone. Moreover, he suspected that this person's target was most likely himself. Want to leave? It's too late. Since the fat man dared to show up, he was naturally not fearless and enjoying the joy of winning. Instead, he knew that he was discovered and deliberately showed up to delay time so as to display his magical powers. Hoo-hoo-hoo, in an instant, his eyes, like slits, opened, like two whirlpools, and his overly wide robes fluttered, raising a gust of wind. A mist that was difficult to capture with the naked eye rolled and surged, converging towards Lu Qingzhu and others. Lu Qingzhu's mood was ups and downs. In addition to irritability and anger, he also had an inexplicable sadness, mourning, depression, anxiety and other emotions. The whole person was upset and manic. The two people next to him were in even worse situations. Their eyes were filled with bloodshot, and they looked at each other with anger, as if they wanted to take action. The fake Dan monk of the Red Body Sect. Lu Qingzhu knew that this person came from the Red Body Sect, one of the 4 major demon sects in Liang country. The magical power of the skills is to manipulate and influence the 7 emotions and 6 desires of others: joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, love, hate, and fear. He suppressed his mind through the sword intent, and then communicated with a lost in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. Although communicating with the sword Shangyu Dao usually has no effect. But when he encounters danger and his soul attacks, he can use this lost seed to suppress his sea of consciousness. Sure enough, with the interference of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, The law seed rises with a fearless and sharp breath that swallows the stars. Kill. Lu Qingshan's soul was clear, and he went straight to the fat man in front of him. When the magic sword in his hand slashed out, 3 more sharp flying swords appeared, forming a long rainbow of sword energy like a stormy wave. Boom boom boom. At the same time, a rumbling thunder sounded throughout the world, trying to dispel the obese man's confusing magic. But he was only at the foundation building stage after all. Even if he comprehended the sword energy like a rainbow, sword energy, thunder sound and other means, and his combat power was far superior to that of ordinary people, it was difficult to break the effect of the magic. Huh? How is this possible? Why aren't you affected? The obese man frowned when he saw that Lu Qingshan was not affected by his magic. Immediately, the fake Dan level magic power surged, and the wide robe on his body fluttered. A golden bowl appeared on his head, dissolving all the sword energy, and then continued to activate the magic. Brother Qingshan. The man and woman with Lu Qingshan had ferocious faces and red eyes at this time. They wanted to attack Lu Qingshan, but under the effect of the sword energy thunder sound, they still had a last bit of clarity. Lu Qingshan saw that the two could not hold on for long, and immediately slashed with a magic sword in his hand, directly splitting the two several feet away, feinting, and then continued to kill the obese man. During this process, 3 more flying swords appeared in his storage bag. He controlled 7 flying swords and fought with the fat man, trying to form a sword formation. What a great 7 absolute swordsmen! No wonder the sect offers a huge reward for your head. The fat man narrowed his eyes when he saw the 7 flying swords coming at him. The golden bowl on his head suddenly grew to a size of 10 feet, condensing a majestic dark golden aura, and it was like a small mountain that was slamming down on Lu Qingshan. In that case, let me see the strength of the fake Dan cultivator. The Qingyun sword formation. Lu Qingshan knew that it was very passive to escape, so a fierce look appeared in his eyes. He activated a 3rd level amulet, then pinched the sword formula with his hands, and wanted to confront the fat man head-on. Over the years, he has killed more than a dozen late-stage foundation building cultivators, and has also killed many people at the peak of foundation building. But he has never really fought with a fake Dan real person. Clang clang clang, the 7 flying swords trembled in the wind, humming, and differentiated into similar flying swords, emitting rainbow-like sword light, ignoring the killing golden bowl, and interweaving towards the fat man. Huh? The fat man was shocked. He didn't expect Lu Qingshan to be so bold as to confront him head-on. Although he was a fake pill cultivator, he didn't dare to challenge Lu Qingshan's sword formation easily. The fake pill level mana surged like a vast sea bursting its banks. The overly wide robe on his body suddenly glowed with a red-yellow luster, swelling in the wind like a cloak. This robe is surprisingly also a magic weapon. Boom! In front of Lu Qingshan, a dark golden puppet holding a shield appeared and struck the golden bowl horizontally, causing a deafening sound. However, this was only a 2nd level top-level puppet. Under the attack of the magic weapon, the shield was directly damaged, and the puppet's legs sank into the muddy ground, and the spiritual light dimmed. Da Qingyun Zize sword key, sword formation, kill. Lu Qingshan's robe fluttered, his expression was dignified, and the 7 flying swords and the 36 flying swords formed by the sword formation crisscrossed, like a tide of sword energy that drowned the fat man. Then this Haoshan Xingdao sword embryo appeared in his hand. So what if he's a fake Dan Xianrun? If you have the guts, take my sword. He used this magic weapon embryo as a melee weapon, and as his magic power surged, it turned into sword light and shut out. Boom! Under the endless sword light, the sky was full of brilliant stars, and the aura of the fat man's robe suddenly dimmed, and a slight crack appeared. The fat man's blood was surging, and his soft fat was like rolling waves. He looked at Lu Qingshan with horror. The latter's attack was no weaker than that of the fake Dan monk. You know, this kid is only at the 8th level of foundation building. If he breaks through the 9th level of foundation building and reaches the peak of foundation building, wouldn't he be more powerful than me? Question mark. This kid must not be left. He saw that Lu Qingshan was not affected by his magical powers, and took out a 3rd level talisman from his arms and activated it. Then all his magic power urged the golden bowl magic weapon, condensed the majestic divine power, and suppressed Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan relied on the 3rd level talisman to protect himself, ignoring the golden bowl, and wanted to kill the fat man in the sword formation first. After all, no matter how good the two of them were, it was the difference between building a foundation and a fake pill. If the stalemate continued, He would definitely not be able to outlast the other party, so he could only fight quickly. Boom! Zhou Yunxingdao sword embryo slashed out, and several cracks appeared on the fat man's robe, and his face turned pale. But Lu Qingshan was not feeling well either. Under the attack of the golden bowl, the third-level spiritual light that enveloped his body was shattered, his blood and ki rolled, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. He activated another body protection talisman, used the second-level puppet to help himself resist the golden bowl, and manipulated the flying sword to form a torrent of sword-light to strangle the fat man. The latter vomited blood in the face of Lu Qingshan's attack and wanted to retreat. However, he was trapped in the sword formation at this time and could not break it for a while. Boom! The fat man's magic power surged immediately, gave up the offensive, and drove his magic weapon, the golden bowl, to bombard the sword formation, preparing to fight a war of attrition with Lu Qingshan. Ha! Seeing this, Lu Qingshan sneered, knowing that this person's skills were limited. But the fake Dan Zhenren had great magical powers, and maybe there was a backhand. He immediately touched the storage bag and pinched a Xian Lizi and a third-level attack talisman in his palm to prevent the other party from jumping off the wall. Then, just when the opponent broke through the sword formation, he threw out the Thunder Child in his hand and activated the third-level attack talisman. Boom! A series of earth-shaking and violent sounds rang out. Under this wave of terrifying attacks, the fat man's robe was damaged, his whole body was burnt black, and blood was dripping. Lu Qingshan. His face was ferocious. He didn't expect that the opponent, a dignified sword cultivator, would actually use such a despicable method. The golden bowl on his head burst out with a brilliant luster, and it was as powerful as thunder and heavy. It hit Lu Qingshan. The life of the fake Dan cultivator is so vigorous. Lu Qingshan's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that the opponent's vitality was so tenacious. He quickly blocked the second-level top puppet in front. Boom! This second-level top puppet was completely scrapped under the attack of the golden bowl magic weapon. Even Lu Qingshan staggered back a few steps in the aftermath. He gritted his teeth and urged this Haoshan Xingdao sword embryo in his hand. The sword energy that swallowed the stars rolled like rainbow light, cutting a foot-long sword mark on the fat man's body, and blood gushed out. Boom! The golden bowl swirled and surged, condensing an amazing offensive, and continued to roll and kill. But Lu Qingshan had already seen that the latter was at the end of his strength. With a cold face, he activated a third-level amulet, forming a brilliant golden light, and this Haoshan Xingdao sword embryo continued to cut. How do you have so many third-level talismans? The fat man looked unwilling. Even if Lu Qingshan was a sextant-forming seed, he should have limited third-level talismans in his hand, right? Why are they one after another? What's wrong with this kid? Question mark. However, at this moment, there was no time to think about it. The sword light of the sky full of stars completely shattered his protective aura. Then, 7 flying swords suddenly appeared, and his fat head fell to the ground with a puff. Chapter 578, True Lord's Reward, the beginning of the War of Pioneering Land. Puff, puff, puff. Even though the head fell to the ground, Lu Qingshan still did not relax his vigilance and let his guard down. Through the great Qingyun free sword energy, the 7 flying swords pierced the fat man's body with thousands of holes, and the fake pill broke out of the body. The vitality was completely annihilated, and then he stopped. After all, he had seen all kinds of methods in the fights with the demon monks over the years. Not to mention the head beheaded, some of the internal organs were strangled, and they could still fight back before dying. Cough, cough, cough. This kind of fake pale monk is really hard to kill. Lu Qingshan covered his chest, circulated his magic power, and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Facing ordinary late foundation building, or even the peak of foundation building, he could easily kill. But facing a fake pale monk like the fat man, even if the lethality is not weaker than the opponent, he can't face the power of the magic weapon head-on. If he didn't have the third-level talisman with him today, he wouldn't dare to fight like this. Of course, it was also because this person's magical power was just restrained by him. Otherwise, it would be difficult for another foundation-building cultivator to control himself in the face of his mind-deceiving magical power. Alice, Xiao Zuer will be worried again when she sees me like this and this puppet is scrapped. Lu Qingshan said with gritted teeth when he saw the completely scrapped puppet that looked like broken copper and iron not far away. Although he has many means, this second-level top-level puppet was given to him by his sister Lu Qingzhu. In the early years, His father kept it a secret from him and gave his sister a lot of talismans and puppets to keep by. But when he went out on a mission, his sister immediately stuffed these treasures into his brother. Thinking that he would go back later, his sister would probably worry again when she knew that he was going head-to-head with a fake Danzunren, and he had a headache. Shaking his head, he put away the scrapped puppet and took another look at the fat man's golden bowl magic weapon and the broken robe. Although it is only a low-grade magic weapon, it can also be used to practice the 100 refining treasure body art. He obtained the 100 refining treasure body art from his elder brother Lu Pingyan in his early years. But it takes a lot of time and energy to practice physical exercises at the same time. So apart from the initial interest, he didn't practice much afterwards. However, in this book of skills, there is a secret method of automatically refining the body by condensing magic weapons into the body, which he thinks is very good. Although it is a bit extravagant and wasteful. But for someone like him who does not have the time and energy to cultivate the body, it is simply perfect. After Lu Qingshan put all the magic weapons, storage bags, and corpses of this person into his pocket, he took the two unconscious people not far away to a cave, threw out a small formation to cover up the breath, and waited for support to come. Not long after, a divine rainbow filled with the pressure of the Qingyun spirit broke through the air. Huh? The visitor saw the breath of magic power fighting in the air, his face condensed slightly, and then he saw Lu Qingshan who was covering up his breath through the formation. Lu Qingshan greets Uncle Qiao. Lu Qingshan held the magic sword and walked out of the formation. His figure was as straight as a sword, and he bowed and said, "Lu Qingshan, what's going on here? But it's the help talisman you crushed." The giant in real person looked at Lu Qingshan, sized up his situation, and asked in a deep voice. Lu Qingshan said nothing more. He held the fat man's head in his hand and said, "Master Qiao, this man is a monk from the Naked Sect, who ambushed here and has been killed by me." Although his mana was disordered and his face was a little pale, his expression was calm and indifferent, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Cunning from the Naked Sect. What, you killed him? Master Qiao felt a breath of Dan-level mana and a sharp sword energy in the air. He thought that Lu Qingshan and others were attacked and fought back together. Unexpectedly, the other party actually killed a fake Dan monk. A master who built his foundation against a fake Dan master. This is a true contemporary genius. Even though he had heard of Lu Qingshan's name and knew that this boy was a top sword genius, he was still shocked by such a record. In other words, once such a record was spread, it would be enough to shock the Yu Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. After all, Lu Qingshan was only at the 8th level of the foundation. And this Cunning was not a waste who had just condensed a fake Dan. The latter has been a fake elixir for many years, and has the ability to confuse the mind. I don't know how many cultivators have died in his hands. But such a person was killed by Lu Qingshan. And looking at Lu Qingshan's current appearance, although he is injured, he is not at the end of his rope. Okay, Lu Qingshan, you killed Cunning and made great contributions. You will be rewarded when you go back. Now I will send you back to recuperate first. Master Qiao was excited. Without asking more questions, his magic power swept Lu Qingshan and others, and he drove the divine rainbow and broke through the air. After Lu Qingshan and Master Qiao returned to Qingyun City, the news came out, which directly caused a sensation. Although killing a fake elixir master seems to be nothing. But up to now, the war has not ended, and the battle between the Yuanying master and the Qingyun master has only been disabled, and there have been no major casualties. Now Lu Qingshan, a disciple of the foundation building period, has killed a fake elixir master of the naked body, which is enough to greatly boost the morale of the army. Not only the Qingyun Sect, but also the 5 major immortal gates of Yu State have talked about this matter. The geniuses who had fought against Lu Qingshan in the early years were all surprised and suspicious when they heard about this record. They didn't expect that Lu Qingshan would grow so much in just a few years. But some people suspected that Lu Qingshan had some kind of secret treasure or other cultivators from Qingyun Sect helped him, otherwise he would never be able to fight against a fake Danzunren with his foundation building body. On this day, at the Qingyun Sect stronghold, this Lu Qingshan is a contemporary genius. Your master praised him highly. I heard that he only has the 6th grade spiritual root, so he gave him this Butyeondan. You give this Butyeondan to Lu Qingshan on behalf of your father, and have more contact with him. A Jin Danzunren with an elegant face said to a petite woman. Butyeondan. Shen Yu heard this and took the white jade porcelain bottle handed over by her father with both hands. She was surprised, and then a feeling of bitterness and envy surged in her heart. Like Lu Qingshan, she only has the 6th grade spiritual root. In the early years, her father asked the master for the Butyeondan. But the master did not give it. She guessed that her master thought that even if he obtained the Butyeondan and his spiritual roots went further, it would be difficult to break through the Jindan. The elegant man seemed to know his daughter's thoughts. He stroked her hair and said in a gentle voice, in a few years, the sect will have a new furnace of Ningjingdan. Dad has already fought for a quota for you. This Lu Qingshan is indeed a contemporary genius. His appearance and character are both top-notch. You can take this opportunity to get in touch with him. If you are interested, your father will ask the master to grant you a marriage, so that your mother will be relieved in the afterlife. Even though he is a Jindan Zhenren and a disciple of Yuanying Zhenjin, he couldn't help but marvel at Lu Qingshan's achievements. Especially in the current war period, talents like Lu Qingshan will surely rise strongly. Although his master is not sticking to one pattern to recruit talents, Lu Qingshan is the seed of Qingyun Sect after all. If he can become a Taoist partner with his daughter, I think the master will be very happy to see it. Who likes him? Shen Yu habitually bit her lower lip, and her pretty cheeks had a bit of stubbornness and arrogance. After a while, she walked out of the cave under the consolation of her father and headed for the Qingyun Sect's stronghold. When she was about to reach the Qingyun Sect's stronghold, she couldn't help but take out the white jade porcelain bottle in her arms and looked at it, her eyes full of envy and jealousy. Dad has made countless contributions to the sect. My master obviously has the Butyeondan, but he is unwilling to give it to me. He would rather give this Butyeondan to an outsider than to me. If I had obtained the Butyeondan, my spiritual roots would have been further improved, and I might have already broken through to the Dan stage. Why would I have to wait until now? Shen Yu opened the porcelain bottle and saw a crystal pill the size of a longan, which exuded a refreshing fragrance. She wanted to take this Butyeondan. However, she was afraid of her master and was afraid that it would affect her father, so she suppressed her unwillingness and covered the porcelain bottle. Then he came to the Qingyun Sect stronghold and said expressionlessly, I am Shen Yu, the daughter of Wuji's Henren of Qingyun Sect. I am here to see Lu Qingshan on the order of Zhenjin. Where is he? Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, the curtain of Jiang Kingdom's land reclamation war was lifted. In the past 10 years, the 4 major immortal gates in Qingyun Immortal City have prepared resources in all aspects for the land reclamation war. For example, in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, countless temporary strongholds have been built. In recent days, the family forces under the rule of the 4 major immortal gates have also sent their children who participated in this war to the immortal gates, preparing to take the spirit ship to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Bihu Mountain. Lu Changsheng looked at the 26 Lu family children and 4 foundation building guests in front of him, and said in a deep voice, You must be more careful when you go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Don't be brave for a moment, take care of your own safety first, and if you are treated unfairly, send me a message as soon as possible. Although the Lu family's land reclamation order targets 4 foundation building monks and 20 key refining monks. But even the Lu family members were affected by this national event of land reclamation. They were all excited and signed up actively. So in the end, there were 10 foundation building monks and 20 key refining monks. In addition to the 4 worshippers who relied on Bihu Mountain to break through the foundation building, the other 6 were Lu Qingshan, Lu Chensha, Lu Yanfei, Lu Kings, Lu Ziyan, and Lu Xingshuo. As for the key refining monks, there were 5 second-generation Lu family members and 15 third-generation Lu family members. Although the Lu family has good welfare benefits, but the third-generation children can't compare with the second generation after all. They need to rely on hard work and excellent performance to have the opportunity to obtain the foundation building pill. So in this land reclamation war, the third generation of the Lu family was very active. Please rest assured, father, grandfather, and the real person, we will definitely not let you down and will not let down the reputation of our Fu Lu family. These Lu family members and 4 guest officials said seriously. Knowing the performance is not only related to the future, but also to the family reputation. If they don't perform well, the world will not only sneer at them, but also at the Fu Lu family. The fame is only temporary, the one who laughs last is the real winner. Lu Changsheng shook his head and whispered, and the Taoist order in his hand appeared. Roar, 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 The vast and misty green water lake immediately heard a series of dragon roars. 9 black water dragons came flying in the clouds. Lu Changsheng took out a palm-sized jade spiritual bolt from the storage ring. After the magic power was injected, the blue light rolled and surged, and instantly turned into a large boat of more than 10 feet, swaying gently in the air, emitting a brilliant spiritual light. Then huge chains were hung on the ferocious heads of the black water dragon Taoist soldiers. "Let's go." Lu Changsheng stepped on the spiritual boat and appeared on the spiritual boat. Then the magic hand lifted 30 people onto the spiritual boat and glanced at the concubines in the distance. If there is anything to worry about this trip, it is still these wives and concubines who are most worried about their children. I wish all brothers and sisters a triumphant return and spread the name of our Changsheng Lu family. I wish all brothers and sisters a triumphant return and spread the name of our Changsheng Lu family. Many other Lu family members who did not sign up came to see them off and shouted with their hands clasped. Please rest assured. Lu Qingzhu and others stood on the spirit boat, clasped their fists and saluted, then looked up at the Banyan Peak, looked at their mother and others, and bowed. After so many years, I don't know when I will return. If you are lucky, you will fight for a future and return home in glory. If you are unlucky, you will die and become a pile of dry bones. Even if they have great ambitions, they will feel a little inexplicable sadness at this moment. Roar, roar, roar. The 9-headed black water dragon pulled a huge spirit boat and flew towards the direction of Qingyun Sect. These days, Qingyun Sect is very lively. Outside the mountain gate, several majestic black armored warships surrounded by spiritual light stretched across the sky, like giant beasts crawling in the sky. Many family forces sent their family members who participated in the land reclamation war. At this time, some casual cultivators also made decisions and signed up to participate in the land reclamation war. Hiss, what a big battle, which family force is this? At this time, someone saw 9 dark streams of light in the sky flying towards Qingyun Sect, and looked surprised. This is the Taoist spirit beast of the Changsheng Lu family. Could it be that the eldest son of the Lu family is coming? No, it's Changsheng's Henrun. We are here to see Changsheng's Henrun. As the 9 streams of light got closer and closer, everyone saw clearly that it was a 9-headed black dragon pulling a huge spirit boat. At the front of the spirit boat stood a handsome and slender young man. Seeing this man, someone in the field immediately bowed and greeted him. Master Changsheng. The master of Qingyun Sect, who was in charge of this matter and was resting with his eyes closed, saw Lu Changsheng coming and also stepped forward to clasp his fists. Master Baiyun, these are the children of my Lu family who participated in the War of Land Reclamation. Lu Changsheng clasped his fists in return. I didn't expect Master Changsheng to come here in person. Master Baiyun said with a smile, and then looked at the children of the Lu family on the spirit boat. At first glance, he saw Lu Qingzhu and Lu Chensha. He had some impression of Lu Chensha and knew that he was one of the top talents of the Lu family. Although he didn't know the others, he could tell from their mana that they were of good quality. He thought that the Lu family didn't send a bunch of idiots to prevaricate. They saw that some family forces deliberately invited casual cultivators to serve as quotas and prevaricate. At that time, as long as these people performed poorly, they would naturally come to recruit them again and settle accounts. Why can't I see your son Lu Pingyan? If your son makes contributions in this battle, the sect can open up additional exchange of crystal condensing pills. Master Baiyun asked. In a war of land reclamation like this, physical cultivators have a considerable advantage. In their opinion, Lu Pingyan is in urgent need of resources, so how could he not participate in this land reclamation war? My son is in seclusion and it is difficult for him to come out in a short time. If he comes out, he will consider this matter. Lu Changsheng said calmly. I see, it is more important to practice. Baiyun's Henren did not ask more questions to avoid causing displeasure. After all, Lu Pingyan is also the real heir of the Lu family and the pillar of the family. If an accident occurs in the land reclamation war, it can be said that the bones of the Lu family are broken. In this way, the two chatted under the awe of others, and Baiyun's Henren also called a Qingyun Sect disciple to register the children of the Lu family. Please rest assured, Taoist Changsheng, I will take care of you little friends at that time. Seeing that the chat was almost over, Baiyun's Henren also whispered to Lu Changsheng. Unlike other families, many of the children sent by the Lu family are Lu Changsheng's biological children. Although Lu Changsheng has hundreds of children, it is impossible for him to take care of all of them. But their Qingyun Sect is now trying to win over Changsheng, and they are willing to take care of one or two. I'll trouble you, Taoist Baiyun. Changsheng was not averse to this privilege. He chose this point to break through the Jinden stage, not only because of Zhao Ziyu's matter, but also because he hoped to have some privileges and say in the war of land reclamation. These are a few talismans that Lu has drawn these days. Taoist Baiyun can appreciate them. In exchange, Changsheng also presented a small gift, 2 third-level top-grade talismans. Even when Henrin Baiyun saw this level of talismans, he looked pleased. He secretly thought that this Henrin Changsheng was really generous. However, it can also be seen from this aspect that the latter's talisman-making skills are extraordinary. If there is no certain success rate, how can he be willing to give talismans like this? After chatting with Henrin Baiyun, Changsheng gave a few instructions to Lu Qingxun and others, and then entered Qingyun Sect. Zhao Qingqing had already gone to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Not only her, but also her daughter Lu Xinggai went there. But they are logistics personnel and do not have to go to the front line. The spiritual fields and spiritual rice obtained from the development were planted and cared for, as well as some rare spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines. After arriving at Qingyun Peak and Mingyuju, Changsheng and Zhao Ziyu practiced. Afterwards, Changsheng learned more about the War of Land Reclamation. In addition to the sect master, the Supreme Elder, and the Jinden's Henrin of Qingyun Sect, they all had to take turns to go to the front line. It was just that Zhao Ziyu had just broken through the Jinden and her magical powers and magic weapons were not yet completed, so there was a 10-year grace period for the mission. After 8 years, it will be her turn. Like Chu Qingyi, she directly applied to be the first to go to the front line. On the one hand, this kind of land reclamation war is also an opportunity for Jinden's Henrin to obtain resources, military exploits, and natural treasures. On the other hand, Qingyun Sect has mandatory requirements for Qingyun Sect, Luoxia Sect, and Yuling Sect. Has senior sister gone to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Changsheng asked, thinking that Chu Qingyi was rushing to the front line. Wouldn't it be to avoid him? Not yet. Senior sister will go with the spirit ship. Zhao Ziyu whispered while nestling in Changsheng's arms. After that, she raised her head slightly, and looked at Changsheng with her beautiful eyes as bright as the moon, as if she wanted to see something from his face. A long time ago, she felt that something was wrong with Changsheng and senior sister. After breaking through the Jinden stage, her heart was free from worries and she was more sensitive to this aspect. After several contacts with senior sister and Changsheng, she found that whenever they talked about each other, their expressions and moods were a little bit wrong. Changsheng felt as if his mind was seen through by Zhao Ziyu's look. But after years of tempering, she remained calm inside. It's not a good idea to avoid seeing Fairy Qingyi all the time, so I still want to meet her and have a chat? Yes. Zhao Ziyu's beautiful eyes drooped slightly, her long eyelashes covering her eyes, and she whispered, Changsheng, you can go to the fairy hall to find senior sister. If it doesn't work, I'll tell senior sister later if you have anything to say. Although she knew that there was some kind of secret between Changsheng and senior sister. But after so many years with Changsheng, she also knew his amorous nature. How could she let go easily after experiencing such a life and death with senior sister? Ziyu, I'm sorry. Changsheng hugged Zhao Ziyu in front of him, feeling really guilty about her. He thought Zhao Ziyu could accept Chu Qingyi. But Yun Wansheng, even Zhao Ziyu couldn't accept it for a while. HMPH. Zhao Ziyu's heart was clear, and she instantly felt the fluctuations in Changsheng's mood. She thought he was thinking about senior sister, and immediately snorted like a little girl. No matter how tolerant she was of Changsheng, in this situation, he was still thinking about another woman, her senior sister, so she would have some small emotions. Good Ziyu Changsheng immediately kissed the beauty's soft, delicate, plump and lustrous breasts. Chapter 579, The Nascent Soul Agreement, a change that has not happened in 1,000 years. A few days later, Changsheng left Mingyuju and came to Xian'ai Hall. Originally, Zhao Ziyu wanted to accompany him. But for such a matter, he didn't dare to let Zhao Ziyu accompany him. When the three of them were together, the more they talked, the more awkward it would be. Meet Immortal Changsheng. The attendant disciples of Xian'ai Hall saw Changsheng and immediately bowed. Please report that Changsheng came to see Immortal Qingyi. Changsheng, dressed in a green robe, said with a transcendent demeanor. In the early years, others would think that his temperament was too outstanding, but as he showed his giant in cultivation, everyone took it for granted. Please wait for a moment, Immortal Changsheng. Upon hearing this, the attendant disciples hurried to report. In the hall, Chu Chengyi opened her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect Lu Changsheng to be so bold and come directly to Xian'ai Hall to see her. For a moment, her heart trembled, her heart was in a mess, and she didn't know what to do. If she didn't see him, she felt a little unreasonable, as if she was guilty of a thief. Especially since Lu Changsheng and his junior sister were Taoist partners, but he never saw them. If he saw them, he would probably push his luck and make trouble. At that time, he would find it hard to resist him. Looking at Lu Changsheng outside the hall, who seemed to not leave unless he responded, Chu Chengyi sighed in his heart, what an enemy. Changsheng, please come in. The door of the hall opened with a bang, and Chu Chengyi's cold and indifferent voice came out. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng thought that Chu Chengyi was still too embarrassed to show off her face and was easily soft-hearted. He immediately stepped into the hall and saw Chu Chengyi, who was wearing a blue and white sword skirt, standing straight in front of danger, and full of noble majesty. I don't know, Taoist friend Changsheng. Before Chu Chengyi finished speaking, Lu Changsheng strode forward, looking at her with deep and affectionate eyes, and said in a low voice, Chengyi, I miss you so much. Chu Chengyi met Lu Changsheng's burning and affectionate eyes, and her heart trembled immediately, beating bang bang bang, but her crystal jade face was still as cold as frost, and she said with dignity, Taoist friend Lulu, please respect yourself. However, as soon as the words came out, Lu Changsheng hugged her tightly, and in her cry, he stood up and moved closer, kissing those two clear lips. You. Chu Chengyi's beautiful eyes widened, her eyelashes trembled, and she flashed a panic. She wanted to break free, but she didn't dare to use all her strength to make too much noise. In the end, under Lu Changsheng's tough, domineering and gentle, she snorted and gradually softened. After a long time, the cold and aloof sword fairy's cheeks flushed, her blue and white dress was a little messy, and she looked at Lu Changsheng with anger, annoyance and grievance. One day without seeing you feels like 3 years, and I miss you so much that I can't help it. Lu Changsheng looked at her fair and beautiful face and said softly. Chu Chengyi had seen Lu Changsheng's face before, so how could she believe his words? She snorted and turned her head away. Chengyi, are you jealous of me and Xiao? Lu Changsheng asked shamelessly. Without waiting for the other party to answer, he continued, as long as Chengyi nods, I will propose to the sect master now. No. Even though she knew that Lu Changsheng's words were a bit bluffing, Chu Chengyi's heart was still throbbing violently. What is that? Chengyi thinks I am not worthy of you. Lu Changsheng said with a gloomy look, I know I am no, fellow Taoist Lu. Chu Chengyi bit her lip and whispered, we can't go on like this. You have already become a Taoist couple with Xiao. If we continue like this, we are really sorry for Xiao. Besides, my master has raised me since I was a child and has high hopes for me. If my master knew, I and Xiao. She knew that she couldn't hide like this forever, so she simply confessed to Lu Changsheng. Seeing that Chu Chengyi finally spoke out her inner thoughts, Lu Changsheng chuckled and held her slender jade hand, so Chengyi is worried about these. I will take care of Xiao. As for Master Qingyun, I will definitely be recognized by Master by then. If Chengyi is still worried about the elders of the sect and the opinions of the world, then wait a few more years, wait for me to break through the nascent soul and become a true lord, and then propose to Chengyi, how about that? Lu Changsheng spoke, thinking of stabilizing the first step first. Chu Chengyi pursed her lips and said nothing. She could ignore the opinions of the world, but she couldn't ignore the face of her master and Qingyun peak. But if Lu Changsheng breaks through to the nascent soul stage, this kind of thing might become a good story in the eyes of the world. In this case, why don't we make an agreement and limit it to 50 years? If Lu breaks through to the nascent soul stage within 50 years, then Chengyi should stop refusing and persuade Master Qingyun with me. If he doesn't become a nascent soul within 50 years, Lu will stop pestering and follow your wishes. Chengyi, how about that? Lu Changsheng continued to speak. Although he had just broken through the 6th level of the Qingyun stage, he still had a long way to go before he could become a nascent soul. But such a time agreement should not be too long. 50 years is just right, not too long or too short. It's really a little short, and Chu Chengyi is considerate and can understand it. Nascent soul in 50 years. Chu Qingyi looked at Lu Changsheng with surprise in her beautiful eyes, and then suspected that he was deceiving her again. After all, this person is obviously gifted, like a reincarnation of heaven, but he is very scoundrel. But for some reason, she is looking forward to such a day, thinking that Lu Changsheng may really create a miracle and become the youngest Yuanyingzhenjin in Jianguo's cultivation world. If he becomes a Yuanyingzhenjin, I'm afraid that the master will not say anything. 50 years, even if Lu is not sure, but for Qingyi, I am willing to try. Lu Changsheng held Chu Qingyi's jade hand and said affectionately, "You. Don't force yourself. Don't be greedy for quick success in cultivation. Let's talk about everything after the Yuanying." Chu Qingyi said with hot cheeks and lowered her eyes in the face of his eyes. Although she felt that Lu Changsheng was probably deceiving her, she was afraid that he would really take some quick success method. If the latter really did what the rumor said, giving up the opportunity of Jiandin for Xiao Ziyu and giving up the top Yuanying opportunity for herself, then she herself would find it difficult to forgive herself. Of course. Lu Changsheng felt that the more he got along with these girls, the more he liked them. He wanted to take them home to be the mother of his children. "Qingyi, I heard that you are going to the front line soon. I am very worried. Your golden elixir should be almost promoted to the first rank. You can't delay it like this." He sniffed the fragrance of Chu Qingyi's beautiful neck and told her the purpose of this trip. "Dao Ialu, don't." Chu Qingyi heard the words and immediately showed a trace of panic between her eyebrows. She wanted to push Lu Changsheng away. But the latter's third-level physique is not to be underestimated. Even if it was sealed and silent by the 9 treasures Jade Ruai at this time, Chu Qingyi could not break free. Moreover, facing Lu Changsheng's intimacy, she did not have a strong intention to resist. The road is long and the road to immortality is lonely. I also want to support each other with 3 or 5 close friends and work together to seek the road. Therefore, your cultivation, Qingyi, is also a top priority in my heart and cannot be delayed. As the electric shock came from her body, Chu Qingyi wanted to say something, and then she felt a hot breath kissing her red lips. Feeling the strangeness coming from her chest, her snow-white neck slightly raised, with a touch of pink, and then she felt her skirt being untied, and she hurriedly struggled and said, "Don't do it here at this point." Chu Qingyi knew that it would be difficult for her to refuse firmly. But this is the main hall after all, and there are people guarding outside, which is really shameful. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng respected women very much, and carried Chu Qingyi, whose clothes were messy, horizontally and walked towards the side hall inside. Because she was in the Xianyi hall, Chu Qingyi was concerned about Xiao Ziyu after all, and she had something important to do, so the two of them just had a simple warm moment. Afterwards, Chu Qingyi put on her dress, tidied up her messy hair, and restored her usual elegant and noble appearance. She said with a somewhat flustered look, "Dao Lulu, I have something else to do, so I'll go first." Seeing her so helpless and anxious, Lu Changsheng was speechless. It was clearly in his own cave, how could it be like an affair? However, today's tryst had a different flavor, much more exciting than the two people's tryst in the underground palace. When you are at the front line, don't be stubborn, and take care of your own safety first, understand? Lu Changsheng stepped forward to help her straighten her collar, put a few strands of black hair behind her ears, and said in a gentle voice, although the young man in front of her was not as old as herself and had much more experience. But feeling his considerate care for nature, Chu Qingyi still felt a warm current in her heart and gently said Immediately, Lu Changsheng took out 10 third-level high-quality talismans from the storage ring and gave them to Chu Qingyi. In his early years, most of the talismans in his hands were of the 3rd grade low grade, and there were not many high-grade talismans. It was only by relying on the system to upgrade the talisman making to the top of the 3rd grade and collecting a lot of materials through the Great Dream Fairy City that he accumulated some. However, Lu Changsheng has always been very generous to his wife. "I still have some myself, don't refuse." Seeing that Chu Qingyi wanted to say something, Lu Changsheng said directly with a tough attitude. After a moment, watching Chu Qingyi, who was wearing a blue and white dress, driving the divine rainbow away, Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly and cast a cleaning spell on himself. He sniffed and made sure that there was no smell of Chu Qingyi on his body before returning to Mingai residence. Although Xiao Ziyu did not ask more, Lu Changsheng felt that Xiao Ziyu had seen some frowns. So, He directly told the general situation between himself and Chu Qingyi. He said that it was impossible for him and his senior sister to have such a thing, but Chu Qingyi was concerned about the sect and the master, so she separated from him clearly. The two made an agreement to talk about this after the nascent soul. Our immortal Changsheng is really extraordinary. He has just completed the agreement of forming the elixir, and now he has made an agreement of forming the nascent soul. Is there also an agreement of transforming the spirit? Although Xiao Ziyu is usually cold and aloof, like a fairy in the moon palace, not disturbed by emotions and external things. But when she is with Lu Changshen, she is like a fairy who has fallen into the mortal world, with 7 emotions and 6 desires. Ahem. Lu Changsheng couldn't help coughing twice when he was teased by his lover. He thought that he shouldn't have to make any agreement of transforming the spirit with immortal Qingyun in the future, right? A few days later, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu walked out of Qingyun Sect and came to the gate of the mountain like a pair of immortal lovers. At this time, the children of major forces were preparing to board the spirit ship of Qingyun Sect. At the foot of the mountain, many monks who came to see him off could be seen not far away. Lu Changsheng also saw Lu Yuanzhong, Bai Yunayang and others in the crowd. In this kind of land reclamation war, as long as the foundation building level forces have indicators, they must contribute to the land reclamation war. Uncle. He stepped forward and greeted Lu Yuanzhong. Ever since he revealed his giant in cultivation to the outside world, people who knew him well, like Lu Yuanzhong, became more respectful and polite to him. Greetings to immortal Changsheng and immortal Ziyu. Many family forces nearby immediately bowed respectfully to Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu, looking at Lu Yuanzhong with envy. In the early days, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain was just a small family of foundation building, inferior to many of their families. But relying on the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, they now have 4 foundation building cultivators. Most importantly, with the relationship with the Xianfu Lu family, everyone will give some face to the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. After all, in addition to Lu Changshen, the son-in-law, 3 of the mistresses of the Xianfu Lu family came from Qingzhu Mountain. Like the eldest son Lu Pinggan and the current head of the family Lu Qingxuan, they all have the blood of the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, chatted briefly with the old man Lu Yuanzhong, and looked at the cultivators sent by the major family forces. These monks are old and young, and there are quite a few old monks among them. Most of them come from small families. They have no hope of practicing and their lifespan is not much. They burn their last value for the family. After all, it is different from the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. Many families have only 1 foundation building monk and dozens of key refining monks. There are not many cultivators in the middle and late stages of key refining in the family. The cultivation methods of these people are simple, with at most 1 or 2 ordinary magic tools, and no puppets, talismans, or elixirs. Going to open up wasteland is simply dangerous. At this time, they are about to leave, and even their eyes are red and they say goodbye with tears. Naturally, Zhenren Baiyun saw this situation. After signaling to board the ship, he said aloud, "The path to immortality has never been a smooth journey. It is a difficult road of overcoming obstacles, going against the will of heaven, looking inward to one's heart, and resisting the wind and rain outside. For you, the war of pioneering is a coexistence of danger and opportunity. I think you have also heard about the war between Liang and you. Let me tell you, not only Liang and you, but also the more distant Qingyun Kingdom and Xianlu Sect have also broken out in war, and Jin and Wu have also experienced turmoil. Our southern wilderness immortal cultivation world is facing a major change that has not been seen in 1,000 years. This change will also usher in an extremely glorious and brilliant era. Many of the legendary biographies you have seen in ancient books rose in such a great era. Xianjin Zuanjian also said that this battle will recruit talents regardless of their background or talent. If you work hard and perform well, perhaps after a few years, you will be able to build a foundation and form a pill, and you may become a legend in history books." Although the words of Baiyun Zhenren were a bit empty and pretentious, many people were still moved by what Zhenren Zhenren said. After all, things change over time. Don't bully the poor young, the poor middle-aged, or the poor old. Those who embark on the immortal path all have a little hope, hoping to get the supreme opportunity, change their fate against the will of heaven, and become the protagonist in the ancient books. Just like Lu Changsheng's growth experience, in the eyes of many cultivators, it is a legend of an era, enough to be recorded in the history of Jiangguo's immortal cultivation. So many Lu family children in Qingzhu Mountain have great ambitions, and they have been influenced by Lu Changsheng, their father and ancestor. A great change that has not happened in 1,000 years. Lu Changsheng thought of the scattered information he had obtained, and the 7 sects of the demonic path might start a war again. If such a war that swept across most of the southern wilderness occurred, it could indeed be called a great change that had not happened in 1,000 years. But how could such a change be called a brilliant world? Could it be that, with a chaos of killing and fighting, dragons and snakes rising from the land, countless grassroots prodigies rose up and became bright new stars, known as the Great World? As all the cultivators boarded the spirit ships, these spirit ships slowly moved, quickly sailed towards the direction of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and gradually disappeared into the sky. After seeing the spirit ships leave, Lu Changsheng did not stay in Qingyun Sect. He signaled Xiao Ziyu to practice her magical powers with peace of mind, and if there was anything, she could come to Qingzhu Mountain to contact him, and then take the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers back. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580, Go to Jin State and Get the Devil-Breaking Pill. Lu Changsheng had just returned to Qingzhu Mountain when he suddenly felt a faint throbbing of his spiritual roots. Although for him, this throbbing of spiritual roots was very weak. But it was at least a 4th-grade spiritual root. But now there was only one maid in the family who was pregnant, and it was far from the time for the child to be born. Children of the 3rd and 4th generations? In this case, this child is gifted. Now there are many descendants of the 3rd and 4th generations of the Lu family. If it is not a spiritual body or a spiritual root of heaven or earth, Lu Changsheng would not pay much attention to it. It will naturally be discovered during the annual spiritual testing ceremony in the future. He did not care too much. He accompanied his wife, concubines and children at home for a few days, and then took Lu Miaoj and Lu Wangshu back to Diamond Fairy City. Half a month later. Diamond Fairy City. Lu Changsheng came to the city lord's mansion. Ling Zixiao told Lu Changsheng that his son Lu Lingxiao and Lu Mingfang had been recommended by Diamond Fairy City and took a spirit ship to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Hearing that Lu Lingxiao went to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Lu Wangshu suddenly became a little unhappy. Although she often quarreled with Lu Lingxiao, the relationship between the two siblings was very deep. Now that he had seen the latter leave, he suddenly felt that there was a lot less fun. In fact, Lu Changsheng had also considered whether his daughter Lu Wangshu should go to the war of opening up wasteland with Lu Lingxiao to take care of him. But Xiao Ziyu probably wouldn't be willing to do this, and Lu Wangshu's situation was different from Lu Lingxiao's. She was a blood talisman spirit body, and she practiced the 9-9 mysterious talisman sutra. She didn't need to be involved in the world too much, and she could just practice and study the talisman patterns. Don't worry, Xiao has the substitute talisman with him. If something happens, I will go there as soon as possible. Lu Changsheng saw the worry between Ling Zixiao's eyebrows and said comfortingly. He spent a lot of effort on this son, so he naturally wouldn't leave him alone. In fact, with the life-saving talismans he gave, his children would basically not be in danger of life as long as they didn't seek death like a fool or encounter an attack by a demon king. Even if they were seriously injured, they would get some care thanks to his relationship as a father. Sons like Lu Lingxiao and Lu Mingfang were specially recommended by the Great Dream Fairy City, so the Heavenly Sword Sect would not arrange for them to die as cannon fodder. Yet, Ling Zixiao nodded, naturally knowing how much her husband loved her son. But things are unpredictable, and she would be a little worried about her son going to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to open up wasteland. Lingxiao is different from you. His way of cultivation requires fighting and baptism of blood to cultivate an invincible momentum and invincible heart. This war of opening up wasteland is a good opportunity for him. Don't neglect your cultivation again, or you will be left far behind by Lingxiao. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter Lu Wangshu, who looked unhappy, and stroked her hair, saying in a gentle voice. Lu Lingxiao's cultivation speed on weekdays had a certain urging effect on Lu Wangshu. Otherwise, according to his daughter's temperament, she might have upgraded her puppetry skills to the 2nd level. I know. Lu Wangshu rested her chin on the table, pouting her pink lips, and said weakly. In fact, Since Lu Lingxiao obtained the Emperor's key-seeking method, her cultivation speed has been far behind Lu Lingxiao. At present, her cultivation has not been left behind, relying entirely on the foundation she accumulated during the key refining period. After breaking through the foundation building period, she has accumulated a lot of experience. But as time goes by, even if her blood talisman spirit body and the 99 mysterious talisman sutra are perfectly matched, and she has accumulated a lot of experience, it is difficult to surpass Lu Lingxiao. The only consolation may be that as a talisman cultivator, with Zuanil and Pearl, third-level talismans, talisman formations, talisman soldiers, second-level puppets, and puppet battle formations, Lu Lingxiao is still a younger brother in front of her. After chatting with Ling Zixiao for a long time, Lu Changsheng found Meng Xiaojun and told her about going to Jin State. Now the world of immortal cultivation is getting more and more chaotic, and this matter can't be delayed. While it is still relatively stable now, with a golden-winged sky peng and the Mi Dust banner, you can go early and come back early. Okay, Meng Xiaojun heard this and was delighted. After all, as a disciple, she now has a breakthrough to the Jinden stage, so she naturally wants to go back to visit her master and report the good news to him. Moreover, as a mother, she has always been worried about her daughter's poisonous body, and wants to go to the 5 Poison Sect to see if there is any relevant solution. In that case, how about 3 months later? Lu Changsheng thought about it and tentatively set a time with Meng Xiaojun. Well, Lu Lang, it's convenient for you. Meng Xiaojun knew that Lu Changsheng was very busy on weekdays, so she said considerately. Then Lu Changsheng came to a spacious and quiet hall and saw Lu Quanxian sitting cross-legged in front of the spirit whale to practice. It must be said that this son has a characteristic that many cultivators do not have, which is to endure loneliness. Whether it is him or his children, they can't really calm down and practice. But after Lu Quanxian came back, he couldn't practice because of the problem of the netherworld blood evil, so he sat in front of the Zuanshan Lingtang all day, comprehending the Dao pattern and recuperating his body. He has not left the house for almost 10 years, and he has been secluded all the time. Even many Lu family members don't know that he is at home. After his body recovered, he came to the Great Dream Lake and made up for his foundation by hunting monsters and monks. Now he has captured a spirit whale for him. With the help of the life source of this third-level demon king, he has never left the hall. Further, Lu Quanxian was filled with black mist, and behind him was a kunpeng that looked like a fish but not a fish, and a bird but not a bird. It was intertwined and floating, filled with a terrifying aura, as if it could refine everything. How are you now? Lu Changsheng asked. The problem of the weak foundation will probably be solved in 2 years, but there is still no way to solve the problem of the balance of the practice. Lu Quanxian whispered. Lu Changsheng stepped forward, held his wrist, and checked his situation through his mana consciousness. Although Lu Quanxian has only been refining his mana foundation during this time, but the life source of a third-level demon king is so magnificent and majestic. Not only has the mana foundation been condensed a lot, but the cultivation has almost been raised to the peak of foundation building. It can only be said that his practice is really domineering. If he hadn't met the ghost demon master and hadn't forced himself to refine the netherworld blood evil, and if he hadn't used the burning life secret method, which had caused his body to be half-wasted, he would have reached the peak of the foundation building with his technique, and wouldn't have fallen to this point. Well, your technique must have a trigger to facilitate fusion. Lu Changsheng continued to consume a wisp of yin and yang origin, trying to balance and coordinate the mana of his 2 techniques, but still failed. If there is no kunpeng essence blood, a kun fish and a peng bird, I wonder if it can be used. According to Honglian, kunpeng is a top-level true spirit. When it enters the sea, it becomes a kun, which can overturn rivers and seas and stir up endless waves. When it goes to the sky, it becomes a peng, which can soar into the sky and spread its wings to split the sky. Like the spirit whale he captured, it has the thin blood of kunpeng. And there are some divine birds in the world that also have the thin blood of kunpeng. In this case, can the essence of this spirit whale and the essence of these divine birds be used to smelt a substitute for kunpeng's essence blood? If the quality is not good enough, what about using the blood of the golden-winged sky peng, which has the blood of the true spirit level? Question mark. Lu Changsheng thought for a long time and felt that he could try it. After all, there is no trace of kunpeng's blood, and this is the only way at present. If the problem of the repulsion between Lu Quanxian's yin-yang 5 elements kunpengju and kunpeng's heaven-swallowing demon art is not solved, it is likely to become a hidden danger and affect his dam formation. Even if he intends to give the Ninjing Pale in his hand to his son Lu Quanzhen first, he is still a little worried. After all, if Lu Quanzhen's lifespan is unexpected and fails, then he will only wait for death. You continue to practice, and your father will make arrangements for this. Lu Changsheng said in a deep voice. He will use the golden-winged sky peng later and go to Jin State, so he plans to try to smelt the substitute blood essence later when he comes back. I'm sorry for worrying my father, Lu Quanzhen said with a bow, knowing that his father spent a lot of energy to solve his situation. In a blink of an eye, 3 months passed. If it weren't for his daughter Lu Beixi, Lu Changsheng would have spent these days very comfortably and in a good mood. But being pestered by his daughter to study every day was really a headache for Lu Changsheng. However, Lu Beixi's eagerness to learn infected Lu Ling and Lu Mengzhen. The two studied with Lu Beixi every day. Like Lu Ling, she even tried to practice Lu Beixi's skills, which scared Lu Changsheng so much that he strictly prohibited her and gave her many warnings. However, Lu Beixi did not disappoint Lu Changsheng's expectations. After teaching, her cultivation level was almost at the peak of the first level. It is estimated that in another 2 or 3 years, she will be able to break through the second level. This cultivation speed is amazing. After all, this daughter is only 13 years old. If she breaks through the second level at this speed, it is equivalent to building a foundation at the age of 15 or 16. On this day, Lu Changsheng handed a sensing talisman that was nurtured by Mana to Lu Miaoj. Sister Miaoj, Zixeo, if there is anything, you should crush this J talisman as soon as possible, and I will come back directly through the Michin banner. Although I have the Sun and Moon card. But the current information transmission range of the Sun and Moon Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian cannot cover such a long distance, so it is still through this traditional induction talisman. My dear, be careful on the road. Changsheng, you have to be more careful, the two women said to Lu Changsheng. Lu Mengzhen was very reluctant to hear that she was going to go on a long journey. After so many years of getting along, she got along very well with her two sisters. Especially her elder sister Lu Ling. She would give her delicious food every day and eat desserts with her slowly. The two sisters have a very deep relationship. However, under the comfort of her mother Meng Xiaochen, she still nodded reluctantly. 9 Heavens Gangfeng Lair. The golden-winged Xiangpeng appeared, spread its wings in the air, cut through the fierce Gangfeng, and flew towards the border between Zheng and Jin like a golden long rainbow. Daddy, Mother, where's this? I'm scared. Lu Mengzhen saw the vast Gangfeng airflow in all directions, and her little face was suddenly scared, and she hugged Meng Xiaochen tightly. Xiaochen, take Menger to the cave. Lu Changsheng wanted to expand his daughter's horizons, but seeing his daughter's timid appearance, he raised his hand lightly, and the Xianetun Bao Huang Lotus appeared. Yes. Meng Xiaochen also knew that her daughter was a little timid, so she carried her into the Xianetun Bao Huang Lotus. Golden Pen. At this time, Lu Changsheng also signaled the golden-winged sky peng to fly at full speed, causing the gusts of fierce wind to hit his late third-order physique directly. If it were an ordinary giant and cultivator, it would probably be difficult to withstand such a fierce wind. A month later, Lu Changsheng came to the border of Zheng State, and in front of him was a desert with no spiritual inspiration. He found a place to stay, released the Spirit Eye Spring, and gave the golden-winged sky peng several demon cores and precious medicines. He rested for a few days before continuing on his way. After all, crossing such a border, there is still a possibility of accidents in the land of absolute spirits, and it is best for him and the golden-winged sky peng to stay in peak condition. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Congratulations to the host for having 30 offspring break through the foundation building stage and obtain bloodline effects. The offspring's spiritual inheritance rate increases by 3%, and they get one chance to draw a high-level lottery. Finally 30. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and the corners of his mouth rose, with a sense of accomplishment in his heart. In recent years, although the Lu family still has more than a dozen foundation-building cultivators, they have always had children breaking through the foundation-building stage in secret. Except for a few children who have already started families and are unwilling to leave home and need to stay in the family, the other children have come to Damings after breaking through the foundation-building stage. After Lu Changsheng became the deputy city lord of Daming Fairy City, Ling Zixio also gave Lu Changsheng 2 second-level spiritual islands, several houses, and shops in the name of the city lord's mansion. The two spiritual islands, one named Chili Island, and the other named Billy Island. If you count, the Lu family already owns 7 spiritual places: Bihu Mountain, Huaguo Mountain, Heming Mountain, Jinxia Valley, Chili Island, and Billy Island. After a moment of sighing in his heart, Lu Changsheng silently said, "System, draw a prize. Ling. Congratulations to the host for winning, demon-breaking undelivering pill. The reward has been distributed in the system space, and the host can check it at any time." A pill pattern emerged from the big turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Demon-breaking undelivering pill. When Lu Changsheng saw this pill, surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. Demon-breaking undelivering pill, grade, 4th grade, description: this elixir has incredible magical effects. If you swallow one pill when you are passing the nascent soul heart demon tribulation, it will have the effect of breaking demons and overcoming disasters. If you take it at ordinary times, it can also solve the nightmares and demons in the hearts of cultivators. Good, it really is this demon-breaking undelivering pill. Lu Changsheng looked delighted. There are 2 major tribulations for giant and cultivators to break through the nascent soul: the heavenly thunder tribulation and the heart demon tribulation. For Lu Changsheng, breaking through the nascent soul is just a matter of time, as long as the quality of the nascent soul is considered. He also has full confidence and grasp of the 2 major tribulations of the heavenly thunder tribulation. But the other calamity, the inner demon calamity, is a bit more difficult. After all, the inner demon calamity is hard to guard against. Even if one is determined to pursue the Tao, and once won the first place in the Tao heart of Qingyun Sect, and has often honed his original heart and challenged his weaknesses over the years, it is impossible for him to have a flawless Tao heart. Now that he has obtained a demon-breaking undelivering pill, the chances of surviving the inner demon calamity have been greatly improved. This demon-breaking undelivering pill came in time, otherwise I would have difficulty obtaining this 4th level elixir with a great dream fairy city. At most, I can rely on the collected materials to refine a spring thunder delivering pill to alleviate the effect of the inner demon calamity. Sitting in the great dream fairy city, Lu Changsheng not only collected the materials for the crystal condensation pill, but also collected the infant transformation pill, the demon-breaking undelivering pill, the infant spiritual items, and the treasures of the catastrophe. However, this level of elixir and spiritual items cannot be collected at all. They can only be obtained through private transactions at the 4 major immortal sects or high-end gatherings. Over the years, although Lu Changsheng and Honglian have received some party invitations, they have never had a time. I don't know when I can get a nascent soul pill. Although I have a strong foundation, as long as I cultivate to the peak of Danji, it is almost certain that I will break through the nascent soul. But if you want to condense the heavenly Dao nascent soul, you still need to prepare thoroughly. Nascent souls are divided into human, earth, and heaven. For a Taoist like Lu Changsheng, who has the foundation of Yin-Yang Dao Jiandan, it is almost certain that he can break through the nascent soul of the human Dao, without the help of external objects. But his goal is the heavenly Dao nascent soul. The top heavenly Dao nascent soul. In this case, a lot of preparations still need to be made. It is impossible to rely solely on the accumulation during foundation building on Danji. And according to Honglian, the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra describes that the heavenly Dao nascent soul needs to break the Danji and then leave the body, experience the baptism of the sky thunder, and obtain a trace of the heavenly Dao key. In this state, it is extremely dangerous. Therefore, the nascent soul pill is not only very effective in breaking the Danji and becoming a nascent soul, but also of great help in breaking through the heavenly Dao nascent soul. Chapter 581, Master Yangming, I helped you, how do you plan to repay me? Lu Changsheng did not extract the demon-breaking undelivering pill from the system space. After the golden-winged sky pang rested for 10 days, it continued on its way. When crossing the border, Lu Changsheng keenly discovered that there were many more sensor arrays and patrolling monks on the way. However, the border is vast and it is impossible to completely block it. The patrolling monks can only patrol low-level monks. It is difficult for a large group of people to find some well-prepared foundation-building monks and Jindan's Henrun. These arrays and patrolling monks should come from the Qingyun Sect and the 4 major immortal sects. It seems that not only Liang and Yu are at war, but the situation between Zhang and Jin has also become tense. Lu Changsheng thought to himself and felt an undercurrent surging. But this is normal. If it weren't for the battle in the Qingyun secret realm 18 years ago, And if Zhuangjian's Henjin repelled the Qianxi sect master and the 5 poison sect master 59 years ago, Zhang and Jin would have gone to war long ago. And this is the confrontation between the two countries that he knows about. Over the years, Jin and Zhang have probably been competing with each other in secret. Now that Zhang state is reclaiming the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, it would be strange if Jin state didn't make any movement. And according to previous information, Liang state may make friends with distant countries and attack nearby countries, and use Jin state to contain Zhang state. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart, thinking of the supreme elder of Yinming Ghost Sect. 15 years ago, it was rumored that this person was in seclusion to attack Yuanying, and there was a high probability of breakthrough. After so many years, there has been no relevant news, and it is not known whether there is a breakthrough. If this person succeeds in breaking through, Jin state will have another Yuanying's Henjin, and I am afraid there will be a storm. If this old ghost doesn't break through, then I will take Quanzhen to Yinming Ghost Sect again. Lu Changsheng asked for compensation from Yinming Ghost Sect before, and then left directly. But the hatred between his son and Ghost Demon's Henrin has not been completely settled. Prepare to wait for Lu Quanzhen to break through the Jiandan, and take him to settle the grudge as the first battle of Jiandan. Of course, if the Supreme Elder of Yinming Ghost Sect breaks through the Yuanying, it will naturally be discussed later. As he continued to travel, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt a sharp aura at Dan forming spiritual pressure flying in his direction. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, and immediately summoned his magic power to perform his magical power, the inverted yin-yang colored glass wall. A layer of yin-yang colored glass light shone, covering him and the golden-winged sky peng, and then the yin-yang colored glass was reversed, and the aura of one person and one peng disappeared, as if they disappeared between heaven and earth. Not long after, Lu Changsheng saw a mature and beautiful woman in her 30s, with a plain face and a messy dress, flying through the air in the direction of Zhang state with a sword light. Behind her, a hideous and terrifying yaksha flying zombie chased after her. The woman's strength was not afraid of this flying yaksha. But there was still a rolling gray-black corpse gas behind her, filled with the smell of corruption and stench. On the gray-black corpse gas, stood a sturdy man with a pale face and an old woman with a hunched body and a cane in her hand. Heavenly Sword Sect, Fixa Sword, Lanru Waksu, Ziokin's master. These two people should be cultivators of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. As a Jiandan's Henrin of Zhang State and the master of Daman Fairy City, Lu Changsheng now has a general idea of the Jiandan cultivators of Zhang State. Recognizing this mature and beautiful woman as a Jiandan cultivator of the Heavenly Sword Sect, his daughter-in-law Qin Yi is the latter's registered disciple. However, after Qin Yi passed the Jianman Pass test and became a true disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, it seems that she has been formally promoted. As for the two people on the rolling corpse gas, Lu Changsheng did not recognize them. But through the third-level corpse charm and the breath of mana, he guessed that they were Jiandan's Henrin of the Heavenly Corpse Sect of Jin State. This land's Henrin should be able to escape. Should we take action? Lu Changsheng saw that Lan Ruoxu still had some strength left, and as long as she escaped to the border of Zhang State, someone would pick her up. If he took action, the news would reach the Zhang Kingdom and the Jin Kingdom's high-level officials, which might cause unnecessary trouble for his trip to Jin Kingdom. No, Yang Ming's Henrin, am a casual cultivator of the righteous way. I have a grudge against the Yinming Ghost Sect. What's wrong with being unhappy with the demon cultivators? Besides, if we strike a few more Jin Kingdom Jiandan cultivators, the possibility of a conflict or war between Zhang Kingdom and Jin Kingdom will be smaller, and it can be delayed for a few years. Lu Changsheng thought for a moment and decided to take action. After all, he is also a cultivator of Zhang Kingdom. In the current tense situation, if he suppresses two Jiandan's Henrin from the Qianxi sect, it will be a big blow to Jin Kingdom. As for the consequences, if it really doesn't work, he can go home directly via the Michin banner later. With a wealth of two Jiandan's Henrin, it is enough for the return ticket. He did it right away. In order to make a quick decision and show the power of his Yang Ming's Henrin vest, the 9 treasures Ruai bone on Lu Changsheng's chest exploded, and runes intertwined. Boom. 7th level of Jiandan. 8th level of Jiandan. 9th level of Jiandan. Lu Changsheng's cultivation aura rose steadily, and the inverted yin and yang glass wall was broken. In the Qi Hai Dan Dawn, the yin and yang Dao Jiandan trembled, and 1,000-foot-high rosy clouds rose. Hoo. In an instant, Lan Ruoxu and the 2 magic Dan cultivators all trembled in their hearts and looked up suddenly. Above the clouds, a golden bird was perched, exuding a terrifying and awe-inspiring aura of supremacy. On the golden bird, a middle-aged man with a face that was both elegant and heroic stood with his hands behind his back. He was dressed in a black brocade robe, with a tall and slender figure. Just one look gave them a grandmaster temperament that was as solid as a mountain and as vast as the abyss. But the next moment, they felt a powerful and vast magic power from the clouds. Boom! It was like thunder rolling between heaven and earth. 100-foot-long hand with yin and yang intertwined and flowing, and clear textures appeared at some point, rolling down towards the two magic cultivators, covering the sky and the earth. Not good. Both demon cultivators realized that something was wrong, and shouted loudly, either quickly or slowly, with the giant-level mana surging. In the rolling black fog under the feet of the strong man, a bronze coffin soared into the sky, and a third-level corpse ghost walked out, roaring and howling like a ghost. The old woman shook her cane and muttered something, and the black fog swept around her, forming a series of black evil blades that cut through the air and formed a hurricane torrent. The flying night demon who was fighting with Lan Ruoxu also roared to the sky, with waves of sound waves and a fierce gale. This terrifying and amazing power bombarded the Yin-Yang Yiki Great Capture. However, the two people were shocked and horrified. I saw that the Yin-Yang Yiki Great Capture ignored their magical powers and corpses, and the power was not reduced at all. A sense of confusion flowed through the hearts of the two. What the hell is this? Question mark. Then, escape. The two had only one thought in their minds. Run away quickly, you can't be defeated. But at this moment, the 5 fingers of the yin-yang handprint slightly bent, as if disturbing the void, causing the air in all directions to be distorted, forming a chaotic aura that enveloped the two. The main effect of the yin-yang Yiki Great Capture is to capture and detain. In an instant, the two felt an infinite force coming. One of them was a giant and cultivator at the 5th level, and the other was a giant and cultivator at the 6th level, but they were actually captured and detained by this force. No matter how much magic power they used, they could not break free. Who is this person? When did Jiang State produce such a giant and cultivator with such a terrifying magical power? The two had dry throats, and they saw fear, despair, and panic in each other's eyes. They haven't felt this way for a long time since they broke through the Jianden. But now facing Lu Changsheng's Yin-Yang Yiki Great Capture, they felt an indescribable despair and powerlessness in their hearts. Who is this person? Not only them, Lan Ruoxu, who was not far away, was also horrified and frightened when she saw the boundless power of Yin-Yang Yiki Dakin. It was amazing. She had only seen this kind of majestic magic power and magical power in the Absolute Sword Master who was about to break through the nascent soul. Ah! Break it for me. The strong man and the old woman looked up to the sky and roared, and the giant-level magic power roared and surged, trying to struggle. But the next moment, buzz! Yin-Yang Yiki Dakin suddenly closed, and with a light squeeze, it seemed that the crisp sound of bones and flesh bursting could be heard. Ah! Senior, spare my life, Senior, spare my life. The two wailed in pain and immediately begged Lu Changsheng for mercy. Although a scholar can be killed but not humiliated, as a giant and master, he must have dignity and pride. But dignity cannot be eaten. They have finally cultivated to this level, so how can they be willing to die easily? Yin-Yang magical power, 3rd order golden rock, you are Yangming's Henrun. Senior Yangming, spare me, my Qianxi sect has never offended you. At this time, the old woman saw the golden-winged Xiangping under Lu Changsheng's feet, and seemed to remember something, and exclaimed, Yangming's Henrun. Lan Ruoxu looked at Lu Changsheng with a look of surprise. Although the story of Yangming's Henrun blocking the Yinming ghost sect in the early years was only spread among the high-level officials of Jin State. But as a giant's Henrun of Qingyun Sect, he went to Jin State with a mission to investigate information, and he still heard of this Yangming's Henrun. According to the intelligence information of Qingyun Sect, this Yangming's Henrun also appeared in Jiang State and Wanxiao Mountain Range in his early years. In the early years, the demon king of Wanxiao Mountain Range was shocked and almost set off a beast tide, which was probably caused by this Yangming's Henrun. She didn't expect that she would meet this elusive Yangming's Henrun here, and the other party also helped her. Lu Changsheng ignored the two people's pleas for mercy. He raised his palm lightly, and the yin and yang flowed. The large handprint with clear textures instantly turned into rolling mist, enveloping the two people. Then the Wuxian Baolin appeared in the palm of his hand, opened the Wuxiang realm, and suppressed the two people and their corpses. Thank you for your help, Senior. Lan Ruoxia saw that the battle was resolved, suppressed the shock in her heart, and saluted respectfully. Although she is also a giant and cultivator. But from Lu Changsheng's magical power, it can be seen that she is not at the same level as the latter, so she directly calls him Senior. Although I am not happy with these demon cubs in Jin state, since I have helped you and solved your problems, how are you going to repay me? Lu Changsheng, wearing a black robe, looked at Lan Ruoxia and said lightly. His current vest should be both good and evil, and it is impossible for him to have good intentions towards the Qingyun Sect for no reason. So in this case, it is normal to ask for some rewards for solving problems for others, right? Besides, the saints all say that kindness should be rewarded. Otherwise, who in the world would be willing to help others if things go on like this? Repay. Lan Ruoxia's heart suddenly paused when she heard this. Although the Yangming's Henren in front of her had attacked the cultivators of the Yinming Ghost Sect and the Qianxi Sect, it did not mean that the other party was a righteous cultivator. If he had any ill intentions towards her, she would have no power to resist him. Just as she gritted her teeth and was about to take off the storage bag, Lu Changsheng's voice rang again. Do you have the Jade Marrow Ganoderma? Lan Ruoxia was stunned and said aloud, Senior, the Jade Marrow Ganoderma is the main medicine for refining the crystal condensation pill. It is very rare. I don't have such a magical medicine. After saying that, she thought for a while and bowed her hands and said, if the Senior needs the Jade Marrow Ganoderma, I can apply to the sect to see if I can trade one for the Senior. Giving Lu Changsheng the Jade Marrow Ganoderma was not just for repaying his life. She also wanted to take this opportunity to get to know this Yangming's Henren and understand the situation. If you can make friends with and win over such a top giant and cultivator, it is totally worth paying a Jade Marrow Gold Mushroom. Apply to the sect. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and naturally guessed the other party's intention. It would be fine if he just met with a giant and cultivator of Qingyun Sect, but if he entered Qingyun Sect or faced the Yuanying's engine of Qingyun Sect directly, he would definitely not do it. But now he is in urgent need of Ningjingdan. If he can get a Jade Marrow Gold Mushroom, he will almost have gathered a set of materials for refining Ningjingdan. He can call Honglian to open the furnace, or wait for himself to draw another wave of skills to upgrade the alchemy to the 3rd level. In this case, you give me a token, and when I have time, I will come to Qingyun Sect to find you. Lu Changsheng thought for a while, and felt that he could use this woman as a bridge to Qingyun Sect. In the future, if he encounters any situation or needs anything, he can also contact the other party through the vest of Yangming's Henren. This is my token, and I am waiting for you at any time. Lan Ruoxia took out a token from the storage bag and flew to Lu Changsheng through magic power. Okay. Lu Changsheng put away the token and stopped looking at him. The golden-winged sky rock under his feet suddenly raised a violent gust of wind and disappeared. Seeing Lu Changsheng leave, Lan Ruoxia took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, feeling like a dream. Peak of Jinden, 3rd Order Late Demon King. Thinking back to the moment when Lu Changsheng suppressed 2 Jinden real people with 1 magical power, she was still shocked by the power of the 2 3rd Order Corpse Kings. If this person and his spirit pet work together, I'm afraid no one can suppress him except Yuanying's engine. The Yinming Ghost Sect actually got into trouble with such a terrifying existence. Lan Ruoxia's thoughts surged for a moment, and she continued to control the sword light to go back, thinking about reporting this trip. After Lu Changsheng flew hundreds of miles on the golden-winged skyrock, he signaled it to find a place to stop, prepare to rest for a while, and deal with the 2 captives by the way. Sure enough, there is a price to pay for being pretentious. I should have used the yin-yang diagram and punched him at close range. Why waste mana like this? Feeling the slight soreness in his meridians and anshin, Lu Changsheng sighed. The best choice for the battle just now should be to use the yin-yang Yiki Great Grasp and the yin-yang diagram to double suppress and seal the heaven and earth. Then he would fight the golden-winged Sky Peng in close range and make a quick decision. But unfortunately, he chose to pretend to be pretentious. Fortunately, he is now in the late 3rd stage of physical strength, and using this kind of burst will not have much impact on the sequelae. As long as he does not use his full strength within 10 days or half a month, he will almost recover. After releasing the 2 demon monks from the Wuxiang realm, Lu Changsheng immediately used the sealing divine light of the 9 treasures Ruai Bone to imprison the mana of the 2 people's Danshin, and then used the 6 desires heart demon art to learn some intelligence information from the 2 people. However, both of them are mid-stage giant monks. Even if Lu Changsheng wants to get information from them, it is a bit difficult and very strenuous. After a moment, Lu Changsheng confirmed that the two were giant and real people of the Qingyun Sect. The reason why they hunted down Lan Ruoxu is that the Qingyun Sect discovered the hidden man of Jing State. Then they set up an ambush through the hidden man, waiting for the Qingyun Sect to come, and finally waited for Lan Ruoxu. It seems that not only other countries have hidden men in Jing State, but the four major immortal sects headed by the Qingyun Sect have also planted hidden men in Jin State, Yu State, and even Liang State to cultivate forces. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, and then asked the two people, has the supreme elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect broken through the nascent soul? Do you know the news of the 7 demon sects? The two did not know the situation of the supreme elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect. As for the 7 demon sects, they only told the simple situation of the 7 sects, and there was no war of the demon sect. Huh? Lu Changsheng rubbed his swollen and painful eyebrows, and cast 2 talismans to suppress the consciousness of the two people's souls and put them in the Wuxiang realm. If the two were killed, the Qingyun Sect would know immediately, which might affect his journey to Jin State, so it was better not to move. Although there are risks in doing so, the Qingyun Sect can use the 2 soul lamps or the sect's tokens to calculate the general situation and location. But Lu Changsheng has the Xianyun Baohurong Lotus and the family tree to suppress the secrets of heaven, so he is not afraid of divination and calculation. It's a pity that the Qingyun Sect has Yuan Yingzhenjin sitting in charge, otherwise, if I sell these 2 people to the Qingyun Sect, I can at least sell 2 or 3 crystal condensing pills. Lu Changsheng cleaned the 2 people's storage bags and storage rings. I don't know if the 2 people have spent all their resources on refining corpses or what, they are very poor. In addition to 5 magic weapons, 2 third-level yin corpses, and 7 second-level yin corpses, other elixirs, talismans, and natural treasures are estimated to be worth about 1 million spirit stones. Well, what is this? At this time, Lu Changsheng opened a jade box in the old woman's storage ring and saw a withered and yellowed vine rhizome. This rhizome is somewhat similar to the Zhuanshan Lingten. But the whole body is withered and yellow, with little vitality, which is a far cry from the Zhuanshan Lingtang with vitality and flowing Dao rhyme. But if you look closely, not only the appearance, but also the fine veins on this rhizome seem to be some kind of Dao pattern, revealing that it is extraordinary, at least some kind of vine wood that is close to the 4th level. Is it a weakened version of the Zhuanshan Lingten? Lu Changsheng looked at it for a moment, put away this rhizome vine, and planned to go back and ask Honglian if she knew it. After resting for a few days, he came to Xianyun Baohurong Lotus to see his wife Meng Xiaojun and daughter Lu Mengjin, and relaxed his mind. Lu Changsheng continued to ride the golden-winged skypeng on his way. As he gradually approached the border of Jin State, he could see that there were many more induction arrays and prohibitions on the Jin State side. It seems that not only Jiang State is worried about Jin State cultivators sneaking into Jiang State, but Jin State is also worried about Jiang State cultivators sneaking in. However, Lu Changsheng signaled the golden-winged skypeng to slow down. As long as he did not face the top giant and cultivators or Yuan Yingzhenjin head-on, it would basically be fine. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng arrived hundreds of miles away from the 5 poison sect and activated the communication talisman between himself and Nangong Mili. Chapter 582, The Pioneering Battle. The Qingyun Sect master was shocked. Not here. Lu Changsheng waited for a long time, and frowned slightly when he saw that the communication talisman did not respond. However, as a Jiandan's Henren, it was normal for Nangong Mili to be in the Death Pass or on a mission at this time. Immediately, Lu Changsheng sent a voice transmission to Meng Xiaojun in the Xianyuan Bao Royal Lotus and called out, Xiaojun. Lu Lang? What's wrong? Meng Xiaojun had just coaxed her daughter to sleep and asked what was going on. It seems that your master is not in the sect. Should we wait or go and see? Although Meng Xiaojun left the sect for more than 10 years, with Nangong Mili's nod of permission, she is still a true disciple of the 5 poison sect. Now that she has returned from the Jiandan, it is even a great joy and important news for the 5 poison sect. I'll go and see. Meng Xiaojun immediately said that she would go to the 5 poison sect and signaled Lu Changsheng to keep an eye on his daughter, who would definitely be hungry when she wakes up. Be careful, and notify me as soon as there is any situation. Lu Changsheng asked with concern. Meng Xiaojun responded with a happy look. and then drove the magic weapon and flew towards the Five Poison Sect. "Daddy, when will Mom come back? When will we go home? I miss Sister Xiao." Lu Mengjin, who has a delicate face and fair and tender skin, held a black and white panda-shaped doll in her arms and asked Lu Changsheng. She has been taken care of by her mother, Bai Ling, since she was a child, and has lost some of her closeness to her father, Lu Changsheng. Now that she has been away for so long, she especially misses her sister Lu Ling. "Mom will be back in a few days. Come on, Daddy will take you shopping." Lu Changsheng tried his best to cultivate the relationship between father and daughter, and took his daughter to find a market to go shopping, buy her some fun things, and even small pets. But the spiritual pets sold in the market of the Five Poison Sect are mostly snakes, scorpions, poisonous insects, etc., and his daughter Lu Mengjin was scared to tears when she saw them. "Your mother is a disciple of the Five Poison Sect. You are a poisonous body, but you are afraid of snakes, scorpions and insects." Lu Changsheng was speechless, but looking at his daughter's pink and tender cute appearance, he felt that it was very normal. After all, his daughter is so cute, isn't it normal for her not to like snakes, scorpions and poisonous insects? "Zaya obey, go. Zaya akshengu. Zaya afuni." In the end, the daughter picked out several very ornamental pets, with a happy smile on her face. "Daddy, I want another rolling." She liked Lu Ling's giant panda very much. For this reason, Meng Xiaojun also made a doll of an iron-eating beast for her daughter. "There's no rolling here, Daddy will find it for you later. There are still many spirit beasts that look similar to the iron-eating beast. But it is much more difficult to find such spirit beasts in the magic territory of Jin State." In this way, after Lu Changsheng and his daughter had a good meal and fun for a few days, Meng Xiaojun came back. Tell Lu Changsheng that because of the War of Reclamation in Jiang State, Jin State was worried that the 10,000 Beasts mountain range on its side would be affected. Therefore, the three major magic sects in Jin State all arranged disciples to garrison in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to prevent the occurrence of beast tides. After Nanguang Mili came out of retreat a few years ago, he went to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to take charge. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range in Jiang State is so far away from Jin State, will it be affected? Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. He had crossed the 10,000 Beasts mountain range before, and knew how far the two countries were apart. It was impossible to influence the Jin Kingdom from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in the Yuling sect of Jiang Kingdom. But on second thought, Jiang Kingdom was worried that Jin Kingdom would make trouble, and might deliberately drive some demon kings to Jin Kingdom, or even cause trouble by hunting and causing a beast tide. So Jin Kingdom had to make some precautions in the face of such a situation. "Xiaojun, does the Five Poison Sect have any records about the evil poison body?" Lu Changsheng continued to ask. "There are some relevant information records, but advanced information requires higher authority to view." Meng Xiaojun said, "If I reveal the Jinden, it will take up a lot of time, and there may be other matters later, so I haven't reported the breakthrough of the Jinden. If she only had the foundation building true transmission, she could refuse all the sect affairs as long as her master Nangong Mi said so. But once she breaks through the Jinden and becomes an elder in the sect, she will be directly under the command of the leader and need to obey the arrangements of the sect. She can't be as free as she is now. In that case, let's go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range first," Lu Changsheng said with a smile. However, this time when he went to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he did not put Meng Xiaojun and his daughter Lu Mengjin in the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus. After all, the mother and daughter had lived there for so long, and his daughter had complained that she was bored. Soon, the family of three went to play in the direction of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. During this process, Lu Changsheng also cast a small spell on his daughter. Even though the three of them were disguised, in his daughter's eyes, the three of them were still the same as before. Jiang Country. 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Boom boom boom, countless talismans, spells, and magic weapons flew in the air, and the roars of monsters rose and fell. The key refining monks formed a battle formation and activated their spells together. The foundation building monks performed their duties, some commanded the battle formation, some flew in the air to observe the situation and take care of the battle formation, some formed an assault team to deal with the difficult second-level monsters. The fake Dan Zhenren stayed in the back to prevent the Monster King from appearing, or if he saw an accident, he would quickly take action and solve it with thunder. The cruel war was like a ruthless meat grinder. Every moment, a large number of monsters fell down and turned into meat paste or charred and dilapidated corpses. Is this war? In the Qingyun Sect's land reclamation team, Lu Xingxiu was shocked as he looked at the mess of corpses and blood splattering all over the ground. Even before he came, he had made mental preparations, and even the Qingyun Sect had given them a simple training. But when he really faced such a scene, he was still shocked and felt the insignificance of his personal power. Low-level key refining cultivators, no matter how well you practiced your magic, or whether you were fearless or not, just obeyed orders, drew the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and continuously injected spiritual power into the battle formation to promote the effect of the battle formation. Foundation building cultivators, even if you have superb fighting skills and extraordinary means, it is difficult to exert your true strength in the face of the swarming beast-tide army. You can only cooperate with a large army and other foundation building cultivators to advance step by step. Boom boom boom. In this land reclamation war, the 4 major immortal sects were well prepared, so they took the initiative and the battle line advanced steadily. The corpses of the monsters on the way were cleaned up by the monks themselves, and they were counted as military merits afterwards. If a monk was seriously injured, he would be treated by a monk who was proficient in treatment. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a terrifying roar came from the sky full of oppressive atmosphere. Roar, roar, roar. This sound was extremely terrifying, as if thousands of giant beasts roared together, setting off a powerful sound wave, rolling rocks, breaking trees, and scaring away countless birds and beasts. At this moment, many monsters seemed to be encouraged, roaring together and charging forward. However, under this roar, the human monks' blood boiled and their heads were splitting. Some battle formations were directly torn apart by the beast roar sound waves. The monks who were in charge of the formation flags turned pale, flew backwards, vomited blood, and some even died directly. This is the Demon King. No, a 3rd-level Demon King is attacking. The Demon King has begun to fight back. Many monks realized what was going on and looked terrified. Although they have Jindan's Henren and Yuan Ying's Henjin on their side. But most of them have never seen the Demon King, and when they really face the 3rd-level Demon King, they still can't suppress their fear. Be careful. Lu Qingxun was arranged to observe the situation in the air and take care of the battle formation. Seeing that there are still huge flying stones rolling in his direction, he immediately held his life spirit weapon, the Thunder and Fire Scepter, and launched a thunder and fire attack full of destructive breath, blasting the flying stones into powder. Fortunately, this kind of huge stone is just a large-scale group attack formed by the power of the Demon King. As a foundation-building cultivator, he can resolve it. If facing a single attack from the Demon King, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The next moment, he saw a mad lion like a hell slowly appearing in front of him. Is this the 3rd-level Demon King? The most powerful demon beast he has ever seen is his own Jiu-Iao Mastiff. It has almost reached the quasi 3rd level. But the Jiu-Iao Mastiff has been sleeping for many years and will not show them the power of the quasi-demon king. At this time, facing the 3rd-level Demon King, feeling the heavy breath coming from the world, he deeply realized the horror of the 3rd-level Demon King. However, at this moment, swish, 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 3 rainbow lights shot out. The 3 Jindan real people seemed to have been prepared, and directly sacrificed their magic weapons to surround and kill the Lion King. It can only be said that although the 3rd-level Demon King has a certain intelligence, he still likes to fight alone, and it is difficult to achieve true unity. Even if he fights back, it is impossible to make plans in advance like the Zhang Kingdom cultivators. However, the appearance of the Demon King also set off a wave of small beasts. Countless demon beasts rushed and swept over, bombarding and fighting with the Zhang Kingdom cultivators. Some battle formations were directly broken by the demon beasts, and the flag bearers and team members were pale and vomited blood. Although the 4 major immortal gates distributed battle formation magic tools to all cultivators, these magic tools also have good and bad points. After all, no matter how rich the 4 major immortal gates are, it is impossible for everyone to have a fine battle formation magic tool. Therefore, except for their own disciples and the elite children of some family forces, most cultivators are only equipped with ordinary battle array magic tools. This kind of battle array is not only 1 level lower in power and effect, but the members of the general team are also relatively weak, which is the most dangerous. At this time, a casual cultivator saw that his team's battle array was broken, and his face was horrified. He wanted to escape from the battle, but was immediately stopped by other team members. The 4 major immortal gates have an order that those who escape from the battle will be killed and abandon the flag and escape for life, and the family forces to which they belong will be liquidated and held accountable afterwards. Although many casual cultivators are alone and have no ties, but the 4 major immortal gates will put casual cultivators and small family cultivators into a team. If someone in the team abandons the flag and escapes, then the other cultivators in the team must stop it, otherwise they will all be punished. So in the face of such a situation, someone immediately stopped it, saying that they could not escape or retreat even if they died in battle. Kill. Lu Chenxia, Lu Yanfei and others formed an assault team. When they encountered a powerful second-level monster, they must step forward to solve it as soon as possible. At this time, they heard a cry of grief not far away. Seeing a small team being broken, the flag-bearing monk was bitten in the throat by a second-level cheetah and kept belching blood. Be careful. Lu Chenxia immediately signaled, and then released a centipede with a green ribbon wrapped around it, killing the cheetah. Due to the chaos of war, it is difficult to distinguish between monsters and spirit beasts. Therefore, the spirit pets raised by the monks will all wear a token issued by the Immortal Gate to avoid being accidentally injured. Compared with Qingyun Sect, the battlefield on the side of Qingzhu Sect is much more aggressive. In addition to the battle formation and command, many foundation-building monks and elite disciples of Qingzhu Sect formed assault teams, and even one person formed a team. They rushed to the front, with momentum like a rainbow, and flying swords in their hands. In addition to the disciples of Qingzhu Sect, there are also many elite assault teams composed of forces under the rule of Qingzhu Sect. However, compared with the elite disciples of Qingzhu Sect, these assault teams are one level weaker in both strength and momentum. Which force is this person from, and he has such combat power? After Qinyu killed a second-level monster, he noticed a young man not far away. He had a heroic and resolute face, with sharp edges and corners. He wore a second-level top-level robe with dark gold and red embroidery, and held a small golden tree in his hand. It can be seen that he was either rich or noble, and was definitely not an ordinary casual cultivator. His fighting style was very unsophisticated and unique. When he saw the monster coming forward, he swung the small golden tree in his hand directly, burning a blazing and domineering dark golden flame in the process. But this attack was extremely powerful. The second-level monster was directly blown up by him, and blood splattered, or the body was charred and flew with a sad roar. Bang bang bang, Lu Mingfang and several family elites under the rule of the Qingzhu Sect formed a team. When they saw Lu Lingxiao, who was wearing a dark golden robe and had a terrifying divine appearance in the distance, they were also amazed. He knew that this younger brother was gifted, but he didn't know the details and true strength. It was not until this land reclamation war that he knew that in addition to his eldest brother Lu Pinggan, the eldest sister Lu Wongshu, and Lu Qingshan who was far away in Yu State, there was such a top-level genius in his family. Not only is he young, but he has also broken through the middle stage of foundation building, and his combat power is no worse than that of the elite disciples of Qingzhu Sect. Especially this kind of fighting style, the momentum between his hands and feet is just like a torch in the dark night, dazzling and dazzling. If it weren't for the fact that it was the period of the War of Reclamation and private fighting was prohibited, based on the power shown by Lu Lingxiao, there would definitely be many disciples of Qingzhu Sect looking for him to learn from each other. Lu Lingxiao's face was cold, and he didn't care about the eyes of others. At first, he also wanted to kill monsters normally. But facing the endless monsters, he felt that it was difficult to use all his means. Thinking of the purpose of his trip, he finally chose to follow his instinct. And this instinct came from his fusion of the Xianzi Wonki method, and his innate experience in fighting. It must be said that this fighting style based on instinct is indeed very suitable for this kind of battlefield. The offensive was open and closed, without gorgeous magic, and each attack seemed simple and crude, but it had the power to turn decay into magic. He felt that if he could completely turn this innate fighting experience into instinct, his strength could reach another level. Although the War of Reclamation was fierce and the 4 major sects had invested most of their combat power, the sect was still operating normally and had enough combat power. After Lan Ruoxa returned to the sect, she immediately came to the sect master's hall and said that she had an urgent matter to see the sect master. After a moment, she walked into the hall, bowed and said, "Hello, senior brother. Junior sister Lan, what's the matter with you? What happened?" The Qingyun Sect master instantly saw that Lan Ruoxu's magic power was disordered and she should have suffered some injuries. Report to the senior brother of the sect master. Lan Ruoxu told him about her mission. Then she said solemnly that she met Yang Ming's Henren when she came back. Yang Ming's Henren. When the Qingyun Sect master heard this name, his eyes condensed slightly, and the air around him seemed to be cut and pierced by two invisible blades. He was not unfamiliar with this name. After all, the inexplicable appearance of such a giant and cultivator in the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world naturally requires his Qingyun Sect to pay attention. Unfortunately, this person is elusive and has the means to conceal the secrets of heaven, so even their Qingyun Sect has no relevant information. Before the change of the owner of the dam in Immortal City, he even suspected that the new city lord was Yang Ming's Henren. It was just that one whose Henren challenged them based on their magical powers and mana, so they rejected this guess. Junior sister Lan, are you sure this person is Yang Ming's Henren? Qingyun Sect master asked. Although they have heard of this great name, except for the news and descriptions from the Yinming Ghost Sect, they have never seen this person. It should not be wrong. According to the information, Yang Ming's Henren cultivates yin-yang magical powers and has a third-level late golden pengbird. There are not many people in the entire cultivation world who meet these conditions, let alone appearing in our Jiang Kingdom. Lan Ruoxu said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Qingyun Sect master asked Lan Ruoxu to describe the situation in detail. But when he heard Lan Ruoxu describe Lu Changsheng's methods at that time, his expression was immediately moved, and he said in disbelief, "What? With one magical power, Murong Zhufang and Shi Po of Qingyun Sect were suppressed." Others don't know, but as the leader of Qingyun Sect, he is very clear about the situation of these forces in the surrounding countries. He knows that the two have the strength of the 5th and 6th levels of Jiangdan. Moreover, all the cultivators of Qingyun Sect will cultivate a life corpse, and their combat power belongs to the best of the same level. But these two people and two corpses are equivalent to the combat power of 4 Jiangdan, but they were suppressed by one person with one magical power. This strength is enough to rival the former Zhuangjian's Henjin and Zhujian's Henjin. The 100-foot yin-yang great handprint. It seems that the mysterious golden elixir that Hu Zhao's Henren encountered in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was this Yang Ming's Henren. The leader of Qingyun Sect murmured in a low voice, and confirmed another piece of information from the early years. Then he continued, this man suppressed Murong Zhufang and Shipa with only one magical power. It seems that the news from Yinming Ghost Sect before was not false, and the actual battle situation was even more exaggerated. However, after receiving compensation from Yinming Ghost Sect, this man chose to retreat, which means that he has not yet broken through the nascent soul and should be a great cultivator at the peak of the golden core. But why does this man need Jade Marrow Gold Ganoderma with such a strong cultivation strength? Hearing that the latter needed Jade Marrow Gold Ganoderma, the leader of Qingyun Sect was very puzzled. Jade Marrow Gold Ganoderma is most famous as the main medicine for refining crystal condensation pills. But in his opinion, this Yang Ming's Henren should not lack crystal condensation pills. Not to mention that he obtained 2 crystal condensation pills from Yinming Ghost Sect in his early years. With this level of strength, he would not lack crystal condensation pills. After thinking for a long time, he let out a long breath and said, since this person has shown some goodwill to us, I will arrange the matter of Jade Marrow Gold Ganoderma. Although he didn't know why this Yang Ming's Henren needed Jade Marrow Gold Ganoderma. But given the attitude shown by the other party, he also wanted to make a deal with the other party. After all, if they could win over a top-level Jiangdan warrior in this land reclamation war, it would be a great thing for Jiang State. Especially since this person also has a third-level late-stage Demon King spirit pet. Chapter 583. With me as her father, her future will be bright. Jin State, 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. Menger, that one is called the Flame Ape. Lu Changsheng brought his wife and daughter to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range Zoo and introduced each animal to his daughter. This one doesn't look good, not as cute as Gungan. Although Lu Mengchen was young, she had a strong tendency to like beauty. When she saw the ape with flaming red hair in the distance, she wrinkled her nose and said with some disdain, Lu Lang, I don't know where the 5 poison sex base is. Meng Xiaochen looked at the endless 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range in front of her and whispered. Although she was a disciple of the 5 poison sect, she rarely came to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range, and she had not been in the sect for many years. It's okay. Lu Changsheng smiled and opened his spiritual sense. Although the war of reclamation in Jiang State was unlikely to affect Jin State, it can be seen that this side was like the border, with many more sensing arrays and preventive measures. After a while, he saw a few miles away, a foundation-building cultivator led several key refining cultivators to patrol. Judging from their clothes, they seemed to be disciples of the Five Poison Sect. Immediately, he raised his palm lightly, and the yin and yang magic power flowed, forming a vortex in the palm. Buzz! The foundation-building monk who was patrolling suddenly felt an irresistible force enveloping his whole body, and then the whole person seemed to enter a deep-sea vortex, unable to struggle. After a moment, the sky and the earth spun, and he opened his eyes and saw a tall figure standing in front of him with a blurred face, like the sun, and difficult to look directly at. "I greet you, senior." Although he didn't know what was going on, he knelt down without hesitation and saluted with a divine method. "Are you a disciple of the Five Poison Sect?" Lu Changsheng asked calmly. To answer the senior, "My name is Wu Tihu, and I am the deacon of the Five Poison Sect." The foundation-building monk hurriedly said, "How many strongholds does your Five Poison Sect have in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Which stronghold is the Xianshu Zhenren of Xianshu Peak?" Lu Changsheng asked. This. Wu Tihu heard this and paused. Is this a hostile force coming to inquire about their own information? However, just as he was thinking and hesitating, his mind suddenly froze, and then he told the information he knew in a daze. Meng Xiaochen couldn't help but be surprised when she saw her husband's means. Not only was he so far away, but he also detained people. When he used the method of bewitching, there was no sign of movement, which was simply hard to guard against. Okay. After Lu Changsheng got the news, he erased his memory through the Six Desires Heart Demon Ju, and then took his daughter and Meng Xiaochen to shoot in one direction. A certain station base in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range of the Five Poison Sect. In a giant tree that looked like a mountain and water attic, Nanguang Mili sat cross-legged. The black and beautiful black hair was tied up high, and the beautiful face was indescribably charming. The curves were graceful, the front and back were convex, and the chest was full and proud, as if it was about to explode in the purple gauze collar. The willow waist was slender, as if it was weak and boneless, and the two slender jade-like peerless legs were crossed, flawless, quiet and holy. At this moment, her narrow and long Danfeng beautiful eyes opened, and a communication talisman appeared on her fair jade hand. Seeing this communication talisman, Nanguang Mili's beautiful eyes, which seemed to be overflowing with smoke and waves, immediately overflowed with joy. This dogman finally came to see her. But the next moment, another resentment arose. In recent years, it has been inconvenient for her to go to Jiang State, but this dogman has a third-level demon king to travel with him, and he has only been traveling for half a year, but he has only come now. Although she knows that as a giant and cultivator, the other party must have a lot of things to do and be busy. But she always feels that this dogman is out there flirting with other women. Thinking of this, Nanguang Mili felt resentful and annoyed. Especially since Lu Changsheng finally came, all the resentment, longing, anger, grievances, etc. that she had accumulated in her heart over the years came to her heart. But after a while, Nanguang Mili tidied her skirt and walked out of the gu house expressionlessly. After all, she, Nanguang Mili, is different from other mediocre women. How could she be affected by a man? Arriving 100 miles from the base, Nanguang Mili saw a man, a woman and a young child. The man was wearing a black robe, and his appearance was elegant with a bit of heroic spirit. The woman was wearing a purple dress, with exquisite curves, and her appearance could only be considered above average. As for the young child, he looked delicate and cute, like a porcelain doll. When Meng Xiaochen saw the people coming, she immediately shouted with joy, "Master!" There are not many people close to her in this world. Apart from Lu Changsheng, her deceased grandmother, and her daughter Lu Mengchen who is pregnant for a year and a half, Master Nanguang Mili is the closest to her. Xiaochen. Although Nanguang Mili guessed that the two people in front of him were Lu Changsheng and Meng Xiaochen, they were very skilled in disguise, and he didn't dare to confirm it for a while. "Master, it's me." Meng Xiaochen's disguise was removed, and she said with joy on her face. Then she squatted down and said to her daughter who was holding a black and white panda doll beside her with a confused look on her face, "Menger, this is Master." She wanted to say that this was the Master, but immediately thought of the relationship between her husband and Master. If my daughter calls her Master Grandmaster, then what is the relationship between them? "Menger, this is your aunt Nanguang, call her aunt." Lu Changsheng smiled, and a chaotic aura spread across his face. His elegant and heroic face instantly became handsome and unparalleled, like a banished immortal, transcendent and out of this world. Daddy, shouldn't my mother's master be called Grandmaster? Although the little girl is young, she has been taught in her daily life. She knows that her father's father is called grandfather, her mother's mother is called grandmother, and her father and mother's master is called Grandmaster. Lu Changsheng was choked up for a moment when he faced his daughter, who was looking up with a cute look and a puzzled look on her face. Then he smiled softly and said, because Aunt Nangguang is the same as your Aunt Ling and Aunt Miaoj. Oh. Lu Mengjin responded with a half-understanding, then looked at Nangguang Millie and shouted crisply, Aunt Xiaochen's daughter is so big now. Nangguang Millie looked at Lu Mengjin in front of him, as if he saw his former daughter Nangguang Yao, and his heart instantly became more loving. Millie, you have been busy for so long, so you come here now. Lu Changsheng stepped forward and naturally wanted to hold Nangguang Millie's white wrist and jade hand. Humph. However, Nangguang Millie was upset with Lu Changsheng at this time, and directly shook off his palm, ignoring him, and spoke to Meng Xiaochen, asking, Xiaochen, how have you been these years? Is this your daughter? What's her name? He looked at Lu Mengjin, who was holding a rag doll in front of him, with a timid look. Meng Xiaochen knew a little bit of her master's temper, and saw that she was upset with her husband. She glanced at Lu Changsheng, then pursed her lips and smiled softly, saying, Master, I have been very good these years. My husband has been very good to me. I have broken through the Jinden and condensed to high-grade Jinden. When she broke through the Jinden, she was not well prepared and lacked precipitation, so she was only half a step away from the Jinden. But the Daorim of the Jinden was vigorous, and she was only a little short of being promoted to the high-grade Jinden. So after practicing with Lu Changsheng for these years, she has made up for her foundation and promoted to the high-grade Jinden. Of course, she said this to show that she was very good with Lu Changsheng these years. High-grade Jinden. Nangguang Millie's jade face was startled, and her phoenix eyes were suspicious, and she noticed Meng Xiaochen's cultivation. Unexpectedly, the apprentice not only had a daughter, but also did not delay in cultivation. He successfully broke through the Jinden and condensed to high-grade Jinden. You know, the speed of practicing the magic method is much faster than the righteous method. But the corresponding price is that it is more difficult to break through the bottleneck of the realm. Therefore, it is very difficult for the magic method to condense a high-grade Jinden. Even though she was only a 4th-grade true elixir, she relied on Lu Changsheng's yin and yang origin to cultivate some of the Daorim of the golden elixir, which was a half-step golden elixir. But now, her disciple Meng Xiaochen directly condensed to top-grade golden elixir. For a moment, Nangguang Millie was happy and relieved for her disciple, but also a little sour and envious. Well, thanks to my husband, Xiaochen can condense a top-grade golden elixir. Meng Xiaochen looked at her lover with tenderness, then looked at her delicate daughter and said softly, her name is Menger, her full name is Lu Mengjin. Come, Menger, don't be afraid, let the master aunt take a good look. Meng Xiaochen still felt a little awkward to let her daughter call the master aunt. Nangguang Millie saw Meng Xiaochen calling him husband all the time, with her eyes full of tenderness and happiness, and she felt bitter and resentful in her heart. Then she looked at Lu Mengjin and said, she is so cute, just like Yao when she was a child. The child's parents are good-looking, and she has been nurtured by all kinds of natural treasures since her mother's womb, so it is natural that her appearance is difficult to grow crooked. Just like in the world of immortal cultivation, after mortals practice, their appearance and temperament will improve as their cultivation realm breaks through. And Lu Mengjin, a second-generation immortal, has taken more natural treasures than many foundation-building cultivators. Melee. Lu Changsheng saw that the beautiful woman's charming and coquettish face was covered with a layer of longing and resentment. He knew that she missed her daughter and was angry that he had come to visit her for so long, so he wanted to speak out to comfort her. However, Nangguang Millie still turned a deaf ear to Lu Changsheng's words, ignored him, and even deliberately snorted. If Meng Xiaochen and her daughter were not beside her, facing such an attitude, Lu Changsheng would have executed her on the spot and taught her what the husband's authority is. This woman deserves to be punished. Master, my husband and I came here to trouble you with something. Meng Xiaochen immediately pinched her husband's palm and continued. When Nangguang Millie heard that the two came here to trouble her, she felt unhappy again. This dog man came to find her, not because he missed her, but because he had something to do. As expected, no man is a good thing. But she still suppressed her emotions and asked, "What's the matter?" "Menger seems to have an evil poison body, so we came here to see if there is any information about the evil poison body in the sect." Meng Xiaochen glanced at her daughter and said in a low voice, "What? Menger has an evil poison body?" Nangguang Mili was startled, looking at Lu Mengchen, who was like a porcelain doll in front of her, and her narrow and long Danfeng beautiful eyes were full of doubt, surprise, and shock. As a Jinden's Henren of the Five Poison Sect, she naturally knew what an evil poison body was. Top-level spiritual body. A top-level spiritual body that is no worse than her daughter Nangguang Yao's Wuxiangxian body. Even in the Five Poison Sect, the status of the evil poison body is much higher than that of his daughter's immaculate heavenly fragrance body. After all, the effect of the immaculate heavenly fragrance body in the early stage can only be considered good. After breaking through the Jinden stage, it is favored by the heaven and earth, increasing the luck of the dark, and even weakening the nascent soul heavenly tribulation. The effect is gradually amazing. But the evil poison body, as long as you take the poison, the endless poison, you can cultivate to the nascent soul stage without any bottleneck. Although there are great disadvantages. After the nascent soul, the toxins in the body will burst out, and the poison will bite the body, and you can only die slowly in endless pain and torture. But for a small family, a small force, it can spend the least resources and cost to cultivate a top-notch strong man. Moreover, if a rare spirit body like the evil poison body is obtained by the Xianxi sect and the Yinming ghost sect, it can also be cultivated to the Jinden stage, and then refined into the supreme poison corpse and the peerless ghost slave. So for most forces, the evil poison body has a very high cultivation value. Of course, Nangguang Mili was so shocked, not only because he was surprised that his disciple Lu Mengchen was a poisonous body, but also because he was surprised about the situation of this dog man. How come the spirit body is like cabbage in his place? Nangguang Yao, the daughter he gave birth to with him, is a top-level spirit body. Now his disciple Meng Xiaochen and his daughter are also top-level spirit bodies. You know, spirit bodies are 1 in a million. Even if both parents are spirit bodies, the probability is only relatively increased. Why is this dog man a spirit body, a supreme Tao body? Nangguang Mili guessed in her early years that Lu Changsheng was some kind of supreme Tao body. But she checked all the information records about spirit bodies in the sect, and did not find any kind of spirit body that matched Lu Changsheng. Well, although my husband and I have learned some information about the evil poison body, we still want to see if the sect has any detailed records on this aspect. Meng Xiaochen looked at her daughter with her beautiful eyes, and then continued, "It just so happens that my husband has been missing the master, and now he finally has time, so he brought me and Menger to see you, the master." Humph. Nangguang Mili saw that her good disciple spoke for this dog man, and her heart was even more unhappy, but she still opened her red lips and said, "The sect doesn't seem to have many records about the evil poison body. I'll go back and take a look later. You have now broken through the Jinden, and..." However, as soon as the words came out, she realized that her disciple would go back with this dog man later, so she was most likely unwilling to report the matter of Jinden in the sect. "Okay, I'll go and see it later." Nangguang Mili sighed lightly, and she still felt happy for her disciple's current life. It was the spirit of this disciple's grandson that made her feel very sorry. Although the evil poison body is good, it is only suitable for training as a tool. Putting herself in his shoes, if her daughter Nangguang Yao had the body of the evil poison, she might not have opened her daughter's spirit body. "Mili, we haven't seen each other for so long, let's find a place to get together first." Lu Changsheng continued. He came to Nangguang Mili this time. In addition to meeting him and asking about the evil poison body, there are some other things. Ling Zixiao has already comprehended the Santong key. After discussing with him for a long time, he had a general idea of the latter's Tongkan magic weapon. It is to refine a magic weapon with a formation diagram. In addition to complementing her natal spiritual weapon, the Dushan demon flag, the formation diagram mainly helps her practice the 12 Dushan demon art and sacrifice the demon god. During this conception and design process, Lu Changsheng referred to his own natal magic weapon yin-yang diagram, the treasure Tianjiao 8 women diagram in the Shenji Bailianju, and so on. Therefore, to refine such a magic weapon, not only it takes time and energy, but also consumes a lot of natural materials and treasures. Even if Lu Changsheng owns the Great Dream Fairy City, There is no way to gather them in a short time. Moreover, this magic weapon needs to be compatible with the 12 capitals of heavenly demons, and it requires a lot of magic materials. So this time when he came to Jin State, Lu Changsheng also wanted to see if Nangguang Mili had any channels. In addition to this matter, he also wanted to help Lu Quanxian see if there were any divine birds with Kunpeng bloodline here. After all, the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in Jiang State was being reclaimed by the 4 major immortal gates, and it was not convenient for him to go there. Meng, how old are you? However, Nangguang Mili still ignored Lu Changsheng and talked to Lu Mengchen in front of him. Damn, this woman. Lu Changsheng looked at Nangguang Mili, who was wearing a purple palace dress, with enchanting curves, convex front and back, and straight and slender legs, and felt a little itchy. Auntie, I'm 6 years old. Lu Mengchen said obediently, holding the black and white panda doll in her arms. Then he looked at his father and said crisply, "And, why don't you pay attention to Dad? Dad is talking to you." Sure enough, little cotton padded jacket is the best. Seeing his daughter speak for him, Lu Changsheng was immediately happy. Because Aunt is talking to Meng. Nangguang Mili directly treated the little girl in front of him as half a daughter, and his usually cold and charming voice was a little softer. "Master, why don't we find a place to rest first?" At this time, Meng Xiaojun also spoke to make peace. Hearing this, Nangguang Mili also felt that this was not a place to reminisce about the past, so he took the 3 of them to the base of the 5 poison sect. During this process, Lu Changsheng and Meng Xiaojun's bodies were flowing with a layer of magic power, making it difficult for people to see their appearance. In fact, Lu Changsheng's current soul means can directly achieve key refining through the 6 desires heart demon art, and the foundation building cultivators cannot see themselves. Even if they see it, they will forget it instantly and can't remember what it looks like. And, I'm scared. Lu Mengchen was held by Nangguang Mili's hand. Seeing the centipedes and spiders entrenched in the stronghold, she was immediately frightened. She was usually afraid of these snakes, scorpions and poisonous insects. What's more, these spiders and centipedes were several times bigger than her. Huh? Nangguang Mili was stunned. She never expected that this disciple, the daughter of her disciple, would be afraid of such spiders and centipedes. Although she did not grow up in the 5 poison sect, she was at least the daughter of Meng Xiaojun, the true disciple of the 5 poison sect. Lu Changsheng, did you teach her on purpose? She immediately looked at Lu Changsheng on the side and said coldly, not believing that her disciple, Nangguang Mili, would be afraid of the sacred beasts in the sect. Lu Changsheng felt that he was innocently caught in the crossfire. Although he did not like the evil ways of the 5 poison sect, he was not too prejudiced. Master, Meng has always been timid. Meng Xiaojun immediately sent a voice message to her master to explain. This daughter has been timid and crybaby since she was young. After so many years of teaching, she has improved a lot. Like when she was a child, she would cry at the slightest disagreement. For example, when eating, if she can't eat more than Lu Beixi and Lu Ling, she will cry out of grievance. Nangguang Mili was speechless when he heard this. This child is at least a descendant of the 5 poison sect. But she is timid and cries, afraid of snakes, scorpions, spiders, poisonous insects and other monsters. However, the practice of the poisonous body is inevitable to contact with poisons, which are highly toxic. Generally, the weirder, uglier, and more terrifying the monsters, insects, snakes, and plants are, the more toxic they are. Meng, there is nothing to be afraid of, come. Nangguang Mili immediately felt that this kind of personality was not good and would affect future practice. He immediately wanted to take Lu Mengchen forward and take her to face the fear and overcome it. Daddy, Mother. Lu Mengchen was immediately scared and cried, crying aggrieved. Nangguang Mili. Lu Changsheng immediately stepped forward and hugged his daughter, comforting her. Daddy is here, don't be afraid. Of course, he knew that his daughter's personality was not good and was not conducive to future practice. But after all, his daughter was young, and he couldn't bear to train her like this. Lu Changsheng, your doting will only ruin her future. Nangguang Mili said coldly. Although she doted on her daughter Nangguang Yao had been very sensible since she was a child, which satisfied her. With me as a father, her future is bright. Lu Changsheng said lightly. When Nangguang Mili and Meng Xiaojun heard this, their hearts trembled, as if they were touched by something. The 2 of them were somewhat similar. When they were young, they both had an elder to protect them from the wind and rain. But this elder was far from being as powerful as Lu Changsheng, and he died early when they grew up. Now, hearing Lu Changsheng's simple and powerful words, she couldn't help but think of her deceased elders and the hardships she had gone through. If Lu Mengchen had a father like Lu Changsheng to protect her from the wind and rain and open up the sky for her, her future would indeed be bright. Chapter 584 Nangguang Mili, are you training pets? Nangguang Mili suppressed his thoughts and snorted with disdain. You have so many children, can you take care of them? Lu Changsheng was speechless, thinking that this woman would never stop, right? He looked at Nangguang Mili calmly and said lightly, Mili, you are so angry with me, are you looking forward to something in your heart? Nangguang Mili instantly understood what this meant, and thought of the shame in his early years. His face was like frost, and his phoenix eyes were full of evil. He cursed, Lu Changsheng, you shameless bastard. But after he finished speaking, he was a little flustered. What should I do if this dog man forces me to humiliate myself again? Although my cultivation has improved and I have broken through the 6th level of Jinden. But after so many years, this dog man's cultivation is probably improving faster. If it is in front of Xiaojun, how can this dog man see people in the future? Where's his face? However, as the Sky Spider envoy of the 5 Poison Sect, Nangguang Mili still loses the battle. His face is like frost, and he looks at Lu Changsheng without any fear. Haha. Lu Changsheng smiled casually, not caring at all. This woman is just a slacker and loves to play, she deserves to be punished. Now that his daughter is still here, he is too lazy to bother with her. He comforted his daughter in his arms. Okay, Menger, don't cry, Daddy is here, Daddy will take you to find a rolling beast later. In order to prevent his daughter from thinking that he was arguing, his conversation with Nangguang Mili could not be heard by his daughter. Lu Mengchen liked Lu Ling's rolling beast very much. When she heard the words, she immediately looked up and said with tears in her eyes, really? Of course it's true. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range is so big that Lu Changsheng thinks it should not be difficult to find a monster beast similar to the iron-eating beast. Besides, at his age, his daughter likes everything she sees, and maybe there are other spirit beasts she likes. Huh? Nangguang Mili saw the warm scene between father and daughter, and did not quarrel with Lu Changsheng anymore. He snorted coldly and took the 3 to the goo house where he lived. This goo house is quite interesting. Lu Changsheng saw the house that looked like a towering tree in front of him and thought it was very good. This is a 3rd level tree house goo. Once it is planted and watered with magic power, it will take shape. It is equivalent to a 2nd level attic, with magic arrays for protection, gathering spirits, and sound insulation. But this kind of goo house needs to be fed with thousands of spirit stones every day, and after 3 or 4 times of use, the goo worm will die. Meng Xiaojun introduced it to Lu Changsheng. This kind of goo house is suitable for mobile caves for cultivators to use in the wilderness. The only drawback is that the cost is too high. Ordinary foundation building cultivators cannot afford it, and Jinden cultivators generally cannot use it. It is only suitable for stationing in the base now, in order to live more comfortably. Oh. Lu Mengchen was full of novelty when she saw this tree house, and asked her little Xiangsu if he had lived in the tree before. Lu Changsheng took out a half-dead squirrel from the storage bag and said that it should be. In this way, the father and daughter played around, while Meng Xiaojun chatted with her master. The main reason is that her master and her husband are like enemies. If they sit together, they will probably quarrel again after a few words. This bastard is a bit like a father. Nangguang Mili saw that Lu Changsheng was willing to be patient and play with Lu Mengchen, and her impression of him improved a bit. However, when she thought about the fact that she raised Nangguang Yao by herself in her early years, this bastard had never appeared, and she felt a little resentful and unhappy. Xiaojun, if you don't return to the sect, how will you solve the subsequent exercises? At this time, she asked Meng Xiaojun. The major sects attach great importance to the inheritance of exercises and will not teach all the exercises. On the one hand, to prevent the exercises from being leaked. On the other hand, it is also a means of controlling disciples. Even though Meng Xiaojun is the true disciple of the 5 Poison Sect, the exercises can only be practiced to the Jinden stage. After breaking through the Jinden stage, it is necessary to report to the sect and obtain the permission of the leader before obtaining the subsequent exercises and the magical secrets of the Jinden level. I plan to switch to other exercises later, Meng Xiaojun said in a low voice. Lu Changsheng, who was standing next to him, frowned when he heard this, and said in surprise, "Xiaojun, you don't have any follow-up exercises." Meng Xiaojun had never told him about this in the past few years. In addition, after the latter broke through the Qingyun stage, she was pregnant and took care of her daughter Lu Mengchen, so her cultivation did not improve much, and Lu Changsheng did not pay too much attention. Now, after hearing Nanguang Mili's words, he knew that Meng Xiaojun did not have any follow-up exercises. If the exercises can only be cultivated to the Qingyun stage, without follow-up exercises, one can only simply accumulate mana, the cultivation speed will be twice as fast and half as effective, and it will be difficult to break through the middle stage of Qingyun. Even if you get the supreme opportunity, the treasures of heaven and earth, and the realm of mana is forcibly piled up, it is impossible to break through the nascent soul. Husband. Nanguang Mili looked at Lu Changsheng coldly again, thinking that he didn't care about his apprentice at all. My husband has been busy all these years, so Xiaojun thought about telling her husband later. Meng Xiaojun whispered. You should have told me about this kind of thing earlier. Lu Changsheng sighed lightly, knowing that he was in charge of the Xiansheng, which made it difficult for Meng Xiaojun to bring up the matter of returning to Jin. However, although there are many top-level skills in the family, including Zuanmen skills and magic skills, there is really no top-level poison skills. Moreover, Meng Xiaojun is quite compatible with the inheritance of the 5 poison sect. If she switches to other skills, it may not be suitable. Why don't you go back to the 5 poison sect first to obtain the subsequent skills? Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment, still thinking that cultivation is important. Menger is still young now, wait a few more years. Meng Xiaojun glanced at her daughter and said softly. She went back to the 5 poison sect to report the matters of forming the elixir and was promoted to elder. Although there would be many affairs, she was still free overall. It's just that her daughter is still young and she is reluctant to separate. The leader has also heard about your identity as Yang Ming's Henren and wants to win you over. If you go back with Xiaojun, maybe the leader is willing to make an exception and pass down the skills. At this time, Nanguang Mili looked at Lu Changsheng and said aloud. She did not approve of her apprentice switching to other skills. Meng Xiaojun has a body of thousands of poisons, which is consistent with the inheritance of the 5 poison sect skills. Now that she has broken through the Qingyun stage, her poison body has reached its peak. If she switches to other techniques, it will certainly be affected. And Menger has an evil poison body. If you make friends with the 5 poison sect, you may be able to obtain Menger's techniques. Nanguang Mili continued. In fact, she really wanted this disciple to join the 5 poison sect. But she knew that Lu Changsheng would not agree. What's more, the end of the evil poison body is a tragedy. As the daughter of Lu Changsheng and Meng Xiaojun, she couldn't decide whether to start practicing the poison body. 5 poison sect master. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Even though his current combat power is not inferior to the peak of the Qingyun stage, and he has a 4th level descending spirit talisman, a 4th level life replacing talisman, and a golden winged sky rock, he still doesn't want to contact the Yuanying's engine. After all, who can break through the Yuanying stage is simple? Who knows if he can see through his own details? His disguise and concealment methods can deceive the Qingyun cultivators, but it is difficult to deceive the Yuanying's engine. Just like when he met the Qingyun's engine. Lu Changsheng readily gave the heavenly phoenix feather to the other party, and was also worried that the other party would see through him, as well as the details of Lu Maiaohan, Lu Maiaohan, and Chu's Henzhen. Therefore, before he had the means to confront Yuanying's engine head-on, Lu Changsheng really didn't want to have too much contact with Yuanying's engine. Although I am now using the identity of Yang Ming's Henren, I may be seen through by the 5 poison sect leader when I meet him. Lu Changsheng shook his head and said. If he was a casual cultivator with no ties, it would be fine if his vest was seen through. But he has a family and hundreds of weaknesses, so he can't put himself in danger. Humph. Nanguang Mili naturally understood Lu Changsheng's concerns, but he was still a little dissatisfied. I have to take care of Menger now, and I don't have much time to practice. It's not urgent. Meng Xiaojun whispered, not wanting to embarrass Lu Changsheng. If Xiaojun, you don't want to return to the sect, there is another way to obtain the subsequent exercises. Nanguang Mili saw that his apprentice was always thinking about Lu Changsheng, and he felt a little disappointed. What way? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. 10,000 poison sect. Nanguang Mili opened her red lips and uttered 3 words. 10,000 poison sect. Lu Changsheng didn't understand what it meant. Master, I heard before that the 10,000 Poison Heart Sutra in our sect is the 10,000 Poison True Sutra of the 10,000 Poison Sect. Meng Xiaochen heard this and immediately thought of a secret in her early years. That's right, the 10,000 Poison Heart Sutra you practiced was once the sect-defining technique of the 10,000 Poison Sect, but after the previous leader broke through the nascent soul stage, the 10,000 Poison Sect chose to surrender and offered this technique to them. So you can also go to the 10,000 Poison Sect to obtain this technique. And it is rumored that the 10,000 Poison Sect's inheritance treasure, the 10,000 Poison Scripture, is condensed from all kinds of poisons. If you can obtain the 10,000 Poison Scripture, your future practice will also be greatly improved. Nangguang Mili said slowly in a soft and charming voice. 10,000 Poison Sect, I remember it's just a Qingyun Sect, right? Lu Changsheng had been to Jin State before and had a brief understanding of the situation here. He remembered that there seemed to be a force like the 10,000 Poison Sect. Well, when the Wandu Sect was at its peak, it had two great monks in the late Qingyun stage. But 400 years ago, the Grand Elder failed to break through the nascent soul stage, and the sect gradually declined. 20 years ago, the Grand Elder was killed by the Supreme Sword Master of the Qingyun Sect, and the situation was even more miserable and fell from grace. Now there are only 3 Qingyun monks left in the entire sect, and the highest sect master has only the 6th level of Qingyun cultivation. Nangguang Mili briefly introduced the situation of the Wandu sect, and believed that it was not a problem for Lu Changsheng to go to the Wandu sect to ask for the skills for his apprentice. He could even ask for the inheritance treasure of the Wandu sect and give it to his apprentice. 3 Qingyun monks, the highest of which is the 6th level of Qingyun. After hearing about the strength of the Wandu sect, Lu Changsheng felt that he could go. After all, his family did not have poison skills, and now not only Meng Xiaochen needed the skills, but his daughter would also need them in the future. Although you can draw a lottery to get the skills. But the system lottery has too many variables, and it is not known when you can draw a top-level poison skill. By the way, wouldn't the 10,000 Poisons true body also be the practice of the 10,000 Poison Sect? At this time, Lu Changsheng suddenly thought of the body refining practice that his son Lu Quanzhen practiced, which seemed to be called the 10,000 Poisons true body. Well, this is one of the inheritances of the 10,000 Poison Sect. Nangguang Mili was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lu Changsheng to know the practice of the 10,000 Poison Sect. Good guy, the world is really small. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. However, his son had experience in Jin State in his early years, so it was normal for him to obtain the inheritance of the practice of these forces. Okay, I'll go to the 10,000 Poison Sect later. Although it is a bit unethical to rob others of their sect-defining practice. But the practice is replicable. At most, after asking for the practice, I will return another practice to them, or give them corresponding compensation in exchange. The 10,000 Poison Sect is willing to offer the sect-defining practice to the 5 Poison Sect, which means it is not a secret that is not passed on. Dad, I'm hungry. Looking at Dad, Mom and Aunt chatting, Lu Mengchen suddenly said. Okay. Lu Changsheng immediately put out the lunchbox and brought out a spiritual meal that had been prepared long ago. Nangguang Mili was also eating together. However, she never had a good face when facing Lu Changsheng, and even when she talked to him, she subconsciously mocked and said a few words. In response, Lu Changsheng just smiled gently and didn't care, which made Nangguang Mili very flustered. After all, they had been together in the early years, and she didn't think that this dog man had changed his nature. Although Meng Xiaochen wanted to persuade him, she was her own master after all, and she didn't know how to persuade him for a while, so she could only pretend that she didn't see it. Well, mother, I'm full. After Lu Mengchen had almost finished eating, she felt that eating alone recently was less fun, and she was a little homesick. Wait until Daddy and Mom are done with their work and go back. Meng Xiaochen rubbed her daughter's belly and said softly. Yes, although this daughter is timid and crybaby, she is still very well behaved and sensible under Meng Xiaochen's teaching for so many years, and she won't cry for no reason. Nangguang Mili, who was standing next to her, looked at the mother and daughter in front of her. In her beautiful eyes, the maternal charm was flowing, and she missed her daughter Nangguang Yao more and more. Under her care, her daughter had never traveled far, but now she went to the Qingyun Sect, which was 1,000,000 miles away. Husband, master, I will take Mender to rest first. Seeing that her daughter was sleepy, Meng Xiaojun held her daughter and left, preparing to give master and husband a space to be alone. Xiaojun, I'll go with you. Nang Guangmili immediately stood up, wearing a purple palace dress, outlining her devilishly charming figure, and her curves were charming. In the hem of the skirt, the long and beautiful legs as white as jade were looming, full of temptation. Millie, your husband has something to say to you. Lu Changsheng smiled and pulled the beautiful woman's soft and boneless jade hand. Get out, who wants to talk to you, dog man? No one is a good thing. Although she knew what was going to happen next, and even had some inexplicable expectations in her heart, Nang Guangmili acted very disdainful, cold and proud. Millie, stop making trouble. Lu Changsheng's yin-yang domain had already opened silently, and would not disturb his daughter Lu Mengjin's rest. Who is making trouble with you, Lu Changsheng? You. Nang Guangmili hated Lu Changsheng's coaxing tone the most. Did she really think she was the same as those stupid women without brains outside? However, Lu Changsheng's patience with her had reached its limit. Before she finished speaking, he directly hugged Nang Guangmili's enchanting and soft beautiful jade body tightly into his arms. China and Baohong Lotus appeared. There were vortex ripples in the center of the lotus platform. Xiaojun, take Menger to rest, I have something to say to your master. Lu Changsheng said to Meng Xiaojun. Immediately, he hugged Nang Guangmili and entered the Xianun Baohong Lotus. Although Nang Guangmili was a giant and cultivator, she had no power to fight back against Lu Changsheng's third-stage late-stage physique. Moreover, in this situation, she could not really fight with Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng, what are you going to do? After entering the Xianun Baohong Lotus and seeing the familiar cave scene in front of her, Nang Guangmili was a little panicked. After all, she was humiliated by Lu Changsheng in her early years. Pa! As Nang Guangmili exclaimed, Lu Changsheng raised his hand and hid her round and perky buttocks under her slender waist. The plumpness and fertility wrapped in the purple dress immediately set off waves of seductive buttocks. Lu Changsheng! You bastard, dog man! Let me go! The pain from the buttocks made Nang Guangmili stunned for a moment, and then she was ashamed and angry, with her phoenix eyes full of evil, and the mana of the peak of the 6th level of Jinden surged, and she struggled fiercely. However, facing Lu Changsheng's 3rd level physique and yin and yang mana, she couldn't struggle at all. Instead, the enchanting and fiery graceful posture was full of temptation under the violent swinging and twisting, which made Lu Changsheng feel an indescribable touch and his blood flowed faster. This woman, even though Lu Changsheng had been through hundreds of battles and had already tasted this enchanting and beautiful jade body, he couldn't help but sigh secretly that she was a fairy after revisiting it after many years. Pa! Another slap fell immediately, feeling the beauty of the millstone wrapped in the purple skirt, and said seriously, will Millie dare to provoke your husband in the future? Lu Changsheng, you dog man Pa! Just wait for me, sooner or later. Pa! Lu Changsheng! Pa! Lu Changsheng beat Nang Guangmili more than 10 times in a row, making her feel ashamed and annoyed. Her body was soft, and the snow-white buttocks wrapped in the purple skirt were burning. Does Millie know that he is wrong? He continued to ask. Nang Guangmili still wanted to be stubborn. But the burning pain in her buttocks and her soft and weak body made her choose to surrender, trembling and saying, I know I am wrong. But she still cursed the dog man in her heart. She secretly said that one day, when Lu Changsheng fell into her hands, she would definitely return today's shame 100-fold. No, there are all the shames from before. I want to be like Lu Changsheng, constantly humiliating and trampling on him, asking him to admit his mistakes and serve me. Does this woman really have a hidden tendency to be masochistic? Lu Changsheng didn't know what Nang Guangmili was thinking. But seeing her blushing face, rapid breathing, and trembling soft body, he couldn't help but guess. However, after seeing Nang Guangmili give in and no longer being stubborn, Lu Changsheng also looked at her gently and said in a gentle voice, Millie, I miss you. Nang Guangmili. Are you training a pet? Just after beating me, you turned around and said you miss me with a gentle face? Nang Guangmili snorted coldly and tilted her head to one side. But at this time, her cheeks were flushed, she bit her lips lightly, and her cold and proud noble look was indescribably tempting. Okay, my husband was wrong and shouldn't have hit Millie. Lu Changsheng also knew that Nang Guangmili was a woman who was honest, so he continued to speak gently, using both soft and hard tactics. Seeing Lu Changsheng, who used the alias Yangming Zhenren and suppressed the Yinming ghost sect alone, apologized to her, Nangguang Milli's heart softened slightly. After all, in her concept, it was rare and precious that a cultivator of Lu Changsheng's level was willing to lower himself to coax her, even if it was false. But she, Nangguang Milli, always wanted to save face. Just now, this dogman directly dragged her into the cave in front of Xiaojin, and beat her so hard that she didn't know where to put her face. Good Milli, what do you want to forgive your husband? Lu Changsheng hugged Nangguang Milli's enchanting and hot body, kissed her cheeks and neck, and whispered. It's not impossible for me to forgive you. As long as you serve me well. Nangguang Milli's cheeks were flushed, and her beautiful eyes were like mist flowing in the smoke, flowing with a magic that makes people lose their souls and seduce people's souls. A real man is born between heaven and earth, how can he be inferior to others? Lu Changsheng was not opposed to this kind of husband-wife interest, and he had played this way in his daily life. But how could he easily satisfy Nangguang Milli, this woman? He whispered beside the latter's white earlobe. Nangguang Milli glared at Lu Changsheng with her narrow and long Danfeng eyes, then bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and responded softly. Immediately, a rustling sound was heard, and the luxurious purple dress fell. Nangguang Milli closed her Danfeng eyes, raised her neck slightly, and felt a little expectant and proud in her heart. No matter how talented you are, and how invincible you are below the nascent soul stage, it's still home. After a moment, Nangguang Milli snorted with the wing of her nose. The phoenix eyes slightly opened and closed, stealing a glance at Lu Changsheng, who was willing to serve as a servant to his children. The beautiful face with seductiveness was as red as blood, which was beyond words. The moon rose and startled the mountain birds, which sometimes sang in the spring stream. It was unknown how long it had been. The beauty nestled in Lu Changsheng's arms as soft as a silkworm. Her black hair was messy, her narrow phoenix eyes were half open, full of satisfaction, and her cheeks were extremely charming. Lu Changsheng hugged Nangguang Milli for a long time, and his fingers touched her cold and plump red lips, with obvious signs. HMPH. Nangguang Milli snorted. Although she was unhappy, she still abided by the agreement and supported her soft and weak body. Chapter 585, Misty, if you feel lonely, we can have a few more. It is said that a long separation is better than a new marriage. In the Xianyun Bao on Lotus, affection gradually deepened, and love surged. A series of touching ink paintings that can only be understood but not expressed in words began to be outlined. Afterwards. Nangguang Milli's red lips opened and closed, and she couldn't remember how many times she had welcomed him. At this moment, she didn't want to move a finger. The enchanting jade body that seemed to be carefully carved by God, leaned weakly on Lu Changsheng's strong chest, enjoying the tranquility afterwards. Lu Changsheng looked at the beauty in his arms who looked like a kitten, and felt a great sense of accomplishment. He thought that he still had to practice his body. Otherwise, it would not be easy to completely conquer such a demon woman. In the previous process, in order to suppress herself, the latter also put aside her usual cold and noble appearance, and actively seduced and catered to her through the secret method of dual cultivation and charm. If Lu Changsheng had not been through hundreds of battles, had an extraordinary physique, and was proficient in the secret art of yin and yang, he would really be a little bit unable to stand this woman. After all, as the old saying goes, there are only bad oxen, not bad fields. In this regard, female cultivators still have some advantages when competing with the same realm. Is Milli no longer able to do it? Lu Changsheng waited for her to rest for a while, pinched the cream that could not be covered by his 5 fingers, and whispered. It must be said that Nangguang Milli is a natural beauty, with breathtaking and graceful curves, and delicate skin as white as jade, which makes people love it and never get tired of playing with it. Especially the full and proud chest, the beautiful waistline that seems to be outlined by the blue and white flower scroll, and the round and plump millstone. Of course, the beauty's straight and slender legs are clearly boned and full of flesh, and they feel particularly smooth to the touch. The 2 beautiful jade feet are evenly boned and beautifully shaped, like a peerless treasure washed by jade dew, with a pleasant fragrance. Well, although Nangguang Milli still wanted to be tough, she was soft all over at this time and no longer had the courage to be stubborn. Moreover, after a series of fierce battles, the resentment and boredom in the beauty's heart had long disappeared. What was left was only joy, sweetness, shame and satisfaction. But what else does your husband want to do? Lu Changsheng didn't want to let her go like this. He felt that she and Meng Xiaochen had been separated for so long, and it was necessary to promote the relationship between master and apprentice. Nangguang Millie wanted to say something, but Lu Changsheng didn't give her a chance to speak, and blocked her beautiful red lips. Seeing Nangguang Millie begging for mercy, Lu Changsheng didn't continue to torment the latter. After all, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. For a temperament like Nangguang Millie, there is still a gradual process. Just like this, the two lay on the grass, hugging each other quietly, interlocking their fingers, and experiencing a rare tranquility. HMPH. After recovering some of her strength, Nangguang Millie pushed Lu Changsheng away and prepared to get up. But the previous tossing was too intense, causing her to gasp and glare at Lu Changsheng unhappily. How did this dog man practice? Not only did his cultivation and magic power improve rapidly, her physical body was beyond imagination. Although she had not practiced physical training, as a 6th-level giant and cultivator, her physical body would not be worse than that of a 2nd-level physical cultivator. But in front of Lu Changsheng, she was like a kitten. Lu Changsheng smiled, and gently warmed her sore spot and applied ointment. After a while, the two walked out of the Qingyun Mountain lotus. Master. Although Nangguang Millie still had a cold and elegant face, noble and moving, Meng Xiaojun could see that her master's eyes and eyebrows seemed to have silent charm flowing. The beautiful face seemed to be watered, and the moisturized flowers were charming and bright, incomparable, much more graceful and beautiful than before, and her movements and gestures revealed a seductive charm. Xiaojun. Even though Nangguang Millie was a demon. But thinking of the passionate battle between herself and Lu Changsheng in the Qingyun Mountain lotus, she was still a little shy when facing her apprentice Meng Xiaojun, and her jade face was flushed. Daddy, Auntie. Lu Mengjin also called out to the two of them. However, she was completely unaware of the atmosphere, and looked at her father with hope, wanting to know when she would go to see Qingyun. I'll go in a few days. He had been coaxing his daughter for a long time these days, and Lu Changsheng didn't want to keep dragging it out, which led to lack of trust between father and daughter. He asked Nangguang Millie, Millie, do you know where there is a 3rd-level divine bird with Kunpeng bloodline in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Kunpeng bloodline. Nangguang Millie frowned, then shook her head. Even their forces only knew a little about the situation in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Why are you asking about this divine bird? She looked at Lu Changsheng in surprise. The 3rd-level demon king is already difficult to tame. Moreover, this kind of demon king with rare bloodline is one of the best in the same level, and not many giant and cultivators dare to hunt it. Quanzhen was seriously injured before, and I want to find a demon king with this kind of bloodline to heal him and make up for his foundation. Lu Changsheng said simply, and then asked for information about the 3rd-level Yaoyu wolf. When he brought Meng Xiaojun and Chu Qingyi across the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, they killed a Yaoyu wolf king, whose demon pill had properties similar to those of the 9 Nether Mastiff at home. With this demon pill, the 9 Nether Mastiff was promoted to the quasi 3rd level. After settling for about 10 years, it can consider impacting the 3rd level. However, the impact of a demon beast on the 3rd level is similar to that of a cultivator, forming a pill, and it will also fail, and it needs the spiritual objects of heaven and earth to increase the probability. Although a heavenly blood demon beast like the 9 Nether Mastiff can rely on blood accumulation to reach the critical point and then break through. But to reach the near point, it takes at least several decades or even 100 years to accumulate. So Lu Changsheng thought about getting another demon pill of the Yaoyu Wolf King for the 9 Nether Mastiff to help it break through the 3rd level as soon as possible. After all, as his first pet, the 9 Nether Mastiff has helped him look after the house and take care of the children for so many years. Even if there is no credit, there is still hard work. Now that the family has the conditions, it can also reward it more. Moreover, the 9 Nether Mastiff has been promoted to the 3rd level, and there is another 3rd level combat power in the family. The Phantom Moon Wolf King. Nangguang Millie frowned slightly, thinking that this bastard was treating the 10,000 Beasts mountain range as his own backyard. The moment before, he wanted the Divine Bird Demon King with Kunpeng blood, and now he wants the Phantom Moon Wolf King. You know, this is the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. How many giant and cultivators entered the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for some reason and finally died there? I seem to have heard that there was a Phantom Moon Wolf King in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in the early years, but I don't know the details. I need to investigate. Nangguang Millie thought for a while and said aloud. Okay, thank you, Millie. Lu Changsheng smiled, It's convenient to do anything with someone. Nangguangmili is now stationed at the front line, and it's not convenient to go back to the 5 poison sect directly. She can only send someone to send a copy of the intelligence information of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range. As for the evil poison body, it's a big deal. Ordinary disciples are not qualified to view higher secrets. She needs to wait for her to apply for a shift before she can go back. After Lu Changsheng accompanied Nangguangmili for a few days at the base, he prepared to take his wife and daughter to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range to see if he could get some gains and solve his daughter's pet problem. Nangguangmili was very worried when she saw that Lu Changsheng not only entered the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range to hunt the Demon King, but also brought Meng Xiaojun and Lu Mengzhen with him. "You have nothing to do now, why don't you come together?" Lu Changsheng invited. Although the latter had to stay in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range, they were now in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range, and they could rush back as soon as possible if there was any situation. Nangguangmili was very moved when he heard this. Immediately, after the 3 of them disguised themselves, Lu Changsheng released the golden-winged skypeng and flew towards the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range. Even though he had ridden a golden-winged skypeng once before, Nangguangmili was still a little nervous, cramped, and excited. After all, this golden bird not only suppressed the Zhenshin old demon in one encounter, but also seriously injured the great elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect. You know, the great elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect, Ghost Bat Immortal, is a terrifying existence with a great reputation and condensed top-grade golden elixir. Be careful, there are still many dangers in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range. Nangguangmili said aloud when she saw Lu Changsheng's reckless attitude. Is there a 4th-level transformed demon king here? Lu Changsheng held his daughter through the mysterious light of yin and yang, and raised his eyebrows. Of course not. If there is a 4th-level transformed demon king, we come here to garrison, but we are sending ourselves to die. Nangguangmili shook his head gently. Then there is nothing to worry about. Lu Changsheng said lightly. Without a 4th-level transformed demon king, there is nothing to worry about. Nangguangmili heard this, and her heart trembled suddenly. Even though she had known Lu Changsheng's combat power for a long time. But when she heard his domineering words that were so light and full of absolute confidence, she still had an indescribable tremor and throbbing in her heart, and her mind was difficult to control. This is her Nangguangmili's man. Nangguangmili tilted her head slightly, and her beautiful eyes looked at Lu Changsheng, who was wearing a black brocade robe and had changed his appearance. After the disguise, he looked both heroic and elegant. The scene of Xianyun Bao on Lotus appeared in her mind. After all, it is better to be careful. Nangguangmili whispered, and the whole person was no longer as cold and proud as before, but more gentle and submissive. Lu Changsheng was sharp-minded and noticed the slight changes in Nangguangmili's mood. He thought to himself, what's wrong with this woman? Could it be that his words just now made her soften a little? Haha, my Millie is right. He held Nangguangmili's soft and boneless white jade hand and smiled. Meng Xiaojun next to him also noticed the situation of his master. He thought that the attitude of the master had changed too much in just a few days. After entering the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range, in order to avoid causing too much noise and trouble, Lu Changsheng did not slaughter the Demon King at will. He would only take action when he met a suitable one. The whole process was a bit like going into the mountains to search for treasures. However, as a 2nd-level top dragon hunter, he has a keen sense of perception and a natural magical power, the fiery eyes and golden pupils. He is indeed a first-class treasure hunter. As long as there is a good 3rd-level spiritual object, it will not escape his eyes and perception. Tisk, good luck. Lu Changsheng saw that he had harvested a 3rd-level spiritual plant, and a smile appeared on his face. This one is also so ugly. Lu Mengzhen commented on the monsters one by one as if she was visiting a zoo. However, her eyesight was limited, and many monsters could not be seen clearly. She relied on her mother Meng Xiaojun to help her enlarge the picture. Nangguangmili, who was standing by, couldn't help but marvel at Lu Changsheng's treasure hunting methods. He secretly wondered how many unknown methods this dog man had. Time flew quickly, and in a blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. During these days, apart from killing a 3rd-level wolf king, Lu Changsheng spent the rest of his time searching for treasures. It must be said that treasure hunting is still convenient in such mountains and rivers. Like the Great Dream Lake, the endless waters, many spiritual medicines, and rare treasures of heaven and earth are buried in the deep sea. Whether it is treasure hunting or treasure acquisition, The difficulty is several levels higher. Lu Changsheng did not find the Yao Wolf King and Kunpeng bloodline divine bird he needed, but he helped his daughter find a favorite demon beast cub. The upper grade bloodline of the earth level, Flying Bear. When the flying bear grows up, it is huge and moves like the wind. On its broad back, there is a pair of colorful huge wings. But now the cub is only the size of a calf, with a round body covered with white fur like silver satin, and too many wings on its back. This flying bear cub looks naive and somewhat similar to the black and white panda at home. It's no wonder that my daughter likes it. Daddy will keep it for you and give it to you when we get home, Lu Changsheng said to his daughter. Although the upper grade bloodline of the earth level is a bit worse, my daughter likes it, and it is enough as a spiritual pet. With a spiritual pet, my daughter should not think about anything else. Otherwise, her little rabbit and little beast might be killed, and Lu Changsheng would have to find her an identical one, which was a headache. Yet, although Lu Mengchen wanted to ride this flying bear like her sister Lu Ling rode on the rolling bear, she finally nodded reluctantly after Lu Changsheng patiently explained that the flying bear was still a baby and needed to sleep. She would not be able to talk to her until it grew up. She hoped to share her little bear with her sister after returning home. After coaxing his daughter, Lu Changsheng saw that the harvest of this trip was almost enough, so he took the three of them back to the base of the Five Poison Sect. Although the Five Poison Sect sent a piece of intelligence information about the Demon King of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, there was no divine bird with Kunpeng bloodline. As for the Yao Wolf King in Nangguang Milli's memory, it was probably the Yao Wolf he killed in his early years. Alice, it's not easy to pick a few favorite demon kings. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. In the following days, he practiced with Nangguang Milli and helped her warm up the golden elixir. As for the emotional exchange between the master and the apprentice, it was almost too late, and Nangguang Milli couldn't let go of his face. Otherwise, Meng Xiaojun would satisfy Lu Changsheng's request, no matter how shy she was. A month later, Nangguang Milli's application for rotation was approved. Several people left the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and came to the Five Poison Sect. Lu Changsheng naturally would not go to the Five Poison Sect, and waited with Meng Xiaojun and her daughter in the Sky Spider Market. A few days later, Nangguang Milli brought a piece of information about the evil poison body and a bear taming goo. This bear taming goo can allow Meng Xiaojun to refine and enslave the flying bear. In this way, even if his daughter Lu Mengchen cannot contract the flying bear, she can cultivate feelings with it. You have a heart. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to cultivate feelings with monsters from a young age before practicing, and it is easy to be hurt by monsters. But with this bear taming goo, this problem is perfectly solved. Then, he looked at the relevant records of the Five Poison Sect about the evil poison body. The information inside is somewhat similar to what he got from Honglian and other information channels. The difference is the solution. The Five Poison Sect has a solution to the evil poison body. That is, through the method of external pills, the toxins in the body are condensed into external pills, so as to alleviate the pain and outbreak of the evil poison body. The method is somewhat similar to the poison pill method mentioned by Honglian, but it can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. However, this method is much simpler, and the third-level poison pill can alleviate it. Although the Five Poison Sect has the Yuan Ying's engine sitting in, its foundation is still a little worse than Honglian. The only problem is that Honglian herself is not sure whether her poison pill method is feasible. Lu Changsheng pondered in his heart. If possible, he naturally hopes that his daughter will open the evil poison body. But Honglian's poison pill method is just a rumor, and no one has ever verified whether it is feasible. If his daughter finds that the poison pill method does not work after practicing the Jinden stage, then he will regret it for the rest of his life. Although this external pill method can only alleviate it, with a top-level poison pill, you can live for 200 or 300 years. In Nangguang Milli's view, even if the end of the evil poison body is a tragedy. But it is worth it to see the scenery of Danji and even Yuanying, and leave a deep mark in the world of cultivation. And according to this external elixir theory, similar methods can also be used to alleviate the outbreak of toxins. The 5 poisonous sacred beasts and holy goo of my 5 poison sect all have this ability. If Menger joins the 5 poison sect, I think the leader will be willing to accept her as a disciple and train her carefully. Even though Lu Changsheng is amazingly powerful and almost invincible under the Yuanying, Nangguang Mili still believes that his disciple Lu Mengchen will have a better future development in the 5 poison sect. Going to Bihu Mountain is a waste of peerless talent. Apart from anything else, the character of this disciple, if it continues like this, will definitely delay the future. In the Five Poison Sect, with her own earnest teachings, she will definitely become an excellent demon girl. Don't pay attention to Manger. If you really like Manger, you can come to Jiangguo. Lu Changsheng didn't understand what this woman meant, and said directly. At the beginning, he always wanted to take his daughter Nanguanyao home, so how could he send his daughter to the demon sect? Even if his daughter had a good future in the Five Poison Sect, he couldn't do that. HMPH. Nanguang saw that his kindness was taken for granted, his face was as cold as frost, and he was a little unhappy. After all, his Five Poison Sect was a Yuanying level force, and no matter what, it was better than your Qingzhu Mountain family, right? Lu Changsheng knew that this woman's concept and cognition were very different from his own, so he was too lazy to say too much to her. He put his arm around her willow-like waist and whispered in her ear, "Millie, if you feel lonely and like children, we can have a few more." Although this woman's worldview was a bit problematic, she was still good at treating her sons and daughters. So Lu Changsheng thought he could have a few more. On the one hand, it would save this woman from going on dangerous missions like she did in her early years. On the other hand, it was also through her children that he tried to change her cognition. Go to hell, who wants to have a child with you? Although Nanguang saw that his daughter Nanguanyao was a top-level spirit body and his disciple Lu Mengchen was also a top-level spirit body, he was amazed and had this idea. She thought if she had another child, would it still be a top-level spirit body? But when she thought of her departed daughter, she felt that she had given her motherly love to her daughter Nanguanyao, so she didn't want to have any more children. And it would be fine to have a daughter as well-behaved and sensible as Nanguanyao, but if she got pregnant with a son, she would feel a little repulsive. Xiaojun, go help Menger control this flying bear. Lu Changsheng also understood the temperament of Nanguang, a woman who said one thing but acted honestly, with a bit of arrogance. After saying something to Meng Xiaojun, he carried her into the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus. As for giving birth to a baby, no matter whether she is willing or not, just do it. If the latter is willing, she will naturally get pregnant. If the latter is not willing, it will be useless for him, Lu, to work hard for 100 years. Chapter 586, Yangming Old Demon. Heading to the 10,000 Poison Sect. A few days later, Lu Changsheng and Nanguang embraced each other quietly, experiencing the tranquility after the event. Millie, you must keep your word and not use your magic power to force her out. Lu Changsheng reached out to play with the smooth, soft jade-like flesh of the beauty in his arms, and laughed softly. Nanguang jade face was flushed, and her narrow and long Danfeng beautiful eyes were misty and sparkling, which was very fascinating. The black and beautiful long black hair was messy, and the kiss marks and tooth marks all over her white jade-like skin showed how intense the process was. Hearing Lu Changsheng's words, she snorted in annoyance, and then subconsciously stroked her lower abdomen with her palm. I saw that the originally flat and tight lower abdomen was slightly bulging at this moment, as if she was full and pregnant. Since you like it, wouldn't it be good to have more children? Lu Changsheng said with a smile while pushing the palace to promote blood circulation for the beauty. After so long together, he also figured out Nanguang character, as long as he used both soft and hard methods. Go to hell, who wants to give birth to a child for you, a dog man? Even though she agreed in a daze during the previous struggle, she was willing in her heart and thought that she could get pregnant. But when she heard the other party's words, she still felt ashamed and angry, and raised her slender legs to kick Lu Changsheng. But this soft appearance was completely like flirting in front of Lu Changsheng. He raised his palm lightly and held this crystal jade foot, as if holding a rare treasure, and played with it gently. Every part of my Li, my husband likes it. Lu Changsheng looked at the beauty's shy angry look and found it very fun, and even kissed her. Pervert. Nanguang cursed in a trembling voice, her jade toes curled up, but she was a little happy in her heart. After finishing the business, Lu Changsheng and Nanguang talked about other trivial matters during this trip, and wanted to use the Five Poison Sect to collect some materials. These are naturally not a problem for Nanguang. As the Sky Spider envoy of the Five Poison Sect, her daughter Nanguanyao was accepted as a disciple by the White Lotus Master, and she also had a Taoist partner named Yangming Zhenrun. She had a distinguished status in the sect. Even several elders in the late Jinden stage would give her face. This was because Lu Changsheng, The Yangming's Henren had not made her relationship public and completely confirmed it. Otherwise, she would be the first person under the 5 poison sect master. After the two of them rested, Lu Changsheng made a list of materials for Nanguang Li. The latter looked at the list of heaven and earth spiritual materials and was shocked. He thought that Lu Changsheng's demand was too great. I need to refine a top-level magic weapon myself, and Xiaojun will also need to prepare a few magic weapons at that time. Lu Changsheng said so. In addition to helping Ling Zixiao refine the same magic weapon, he naturally would not forget Meng Xiaojun who had just broken through. Of course, there are many materials in it that he uses to upgrade the yin-yang diagram and refine other magic weapons in the future. Even if I still have a lot of contribution points, I can't exchange so much, and the sect will not allow anyone to exchange so many heaven and earth spiritual materials. Nanguang Mili didn't ask more, shaking his head and said, there are so many spiritual materials, not to mention whether there are any in the 5 poison sect's treasury. Even if there are, it is impossible to exchange them for one person like this. It's okay, you exchange this part first, and help me collect and purchase the rest when you have time. As for the spiritual stones and heavenly materials and treasures, I have them here. Lu Changsheng naturally wouldn't let Nanguang Mili pay for it. Besides, the other party's assets can't afford so many heaven and earth spiritual materials. He gave Nanguang Mili the spiritual stones on his body, the sponsorship of the 3 people from the Shadow Sect and the Sky Corp Sect, and some of the gains from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range some time ago. Of course, he didn't give Nanguang Mili the magic weapons of the 3 people from the Shadow Sect and the Sky Corp Sect, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. If you need it urgently, you can go to the Immortal City again. I will also ask if there is a trade fair recently. Nanguang Mili saw Lu Changsheng directly giving her the heavenly materials and treasures worth millions of dollars, and felt a strong trust, and her voice was soft and charming. No hurry, I'm going to go to the 10,000 poison sect first, you can take care of these. Lu Changsheng knew that this level of heaven and earth spiritual materials could not be collected in a hurry, and there was no point in being anxious, so he could only collect them slowly. Well, you should be careful when you go to the 10,000 poison sect. Nanguang Mili instructed Lu Changsheng. Although the latter's combat power is amazing. But the 10,000 poison sect, as a giant and level force, was once glorious and had a lot of foundation. And if he did too much, the matter would get out of hand. The 10,000 poison sect asked the 5 poison sect for help, and Lu Changsheng had offended the Yinming ghost sect, which might alarm the 5 poison sect master and the Xianxi sect master. Don't worry. Lu Changsheng smiled, and then asked her if she knew the situation of the supreme elder of the Yinming ghost sect. The Yinming ghost sect has been very low-key in recent years, and the cave of the supreme elder has been shrouded by a large formation all year round, and no one knows the situation. But if you break through the nascent soul, there will be a heavenly thunder tribulation, and even the forbidden formation can hardly cover it up, so there is a high probability that you have not broken through the nascent soul. Nanguang Mili said softly. At present, the 5 poison sect and the Heaven Corp sect are both paying attention to the situation of the Yinming ghost sect. If the supreme elder of the Yinming ghost sect breaks through the nascent soul, then the Jin state is likely to go to war with the Jing state. It's good that he didn't break through the nascent soul. With the previous experience of King Lun Tenjin and Meng Wuhan, Lu Changsheng now feels that everyone in the world of immortal cultivation is very cunning. He is very afraid that the supreme elder of the Yinming ghost sect has already broken through the nascent soul, but just kept it a secret. If the other party sees that he is making trouble in the 10,000 poison sect, and then sets an ambush and kills him by surprise, he will be numb. Unknowingly, another half a month has passed. During these days, in addition to accompanying his daughter, Lu Changsheng has been cultivating and practicing with Nanguang Mili. On the one hand, he wants to make this woman pregnant so that he doesn't have to run around. On the other hand, he is also helping her warm up the golden elixir. If your 4th grade true elixir can be completely promoted to the 3rd grade golden elixir, then it will be much easier to break through the late stage of the elixir. However, after cultivating for so long, Nanguang Mili's stomach is still motionless. If he hadn't checked, he would have suspected that Nanguang Mili had forced it out with her magic power. However, considering his own physical condition and the fact that the latter was a giant's Henren, it was normal that it was difficult for her to get pregnant. Let's go. That day, Lu Changsheng took Meng Xiaojun and his daughter out, ready to go to the Wandu sect to ask for the skills, the Wandu Sutra. The Qingzhu Sect is located in the south of Qingyun State, not far from the Five Poison Sect. It took Lu Changsheng 6 days to reach the Qingzhu Sect. The entire mountain gate was covered with colorful and poisonous miasma, like a strange cloud, swirling and shrouding the entire mountain gate. Surrounded by swamps, gurgling green bubbles emerged from the mud from time to time, and the air was filled with a creepy smell. Ordinary cultivators would be eroded by the poisonous miasma if they were not careful. However, for cultivators who practice poison skills, this is an excellent place for cultivation. This Qingzhu Sect is somewhat similar to the Wudu Sect. I heard from Li that the Wudu Sect even built several goo-breeding caves in the Qingzhu Sect. Lu Changsheng looked at the Qingzhu Sect in front of him with a calm and indifferent expression. Meng Xiaochen and her daughter were naturally placed in the Dianyuan Bao Wong Lotus by him. If there was an accident, he could just run away without having to go back to Tianzhu Fang Market. Cry. The golden-winged sky rock under his feet came to the colorful poisonous miasma, spread its wings and cried loudly, raising violent gusts of gale. The terrifying majesty of the third stage late demon king swept across the air. Lu Changsheng also clasped his fists and bowed, and said loudly, "I am Yang Ming, I came to visit, I wonder where the master of the Qingzhu Sect is." The mighty voice and the spiritual pressure of the golden-winged sky rock swept through the layers of poisonous miasma and slapped on the mountain gate formation of the Qingzhu Sect, like thunder roaring. Many disciples of the Qingzhu Sect felt an inexplicable fear when they heard this sound. Yang Ming? Which Jiandan's Henren is this? What a terrifying aura! The disciples of the Qingzhu Sect looked out of the mountain gate in panic, and saw a golden pen bird that was as bright as if cast in gold and more than 10 feet long. A pair of golden wings flapped the wind, like a cloud hanging from the sky, filled with an unparalleled aura, wanting to divide the world and strike the sky. I am the leader of the Qingzhu Sect, Wei Long, and I am honored to meet Zhenren Yang Ming. I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't come to greet you. Please forgive me. An old man with a plain appearance and wearing a green robe walked out of the Qingzhu Sect and bowed to Lu Changsheng, very politely. The disciples of the Qingzhu Sect had never heard of Zhenren Yang Ming's reputation. But as the leader of a sect and a Jiandan's Henren, he had naturally heard of it. It was known that Zhenren Yang Ming had caused a big disturbance in the Yinming Ghost Sect 15 years ago, suppressing several Jiandan's Henren, and even the chief elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect, Zhenren Gifu, was seriously injured. He was extremely confused, wondering why such an evil star came to his own Five Poison Sect. I heard that your 10,000 Poison sect-defining technique, the 10,000 Poison Sutra, is the supreme poison technique. I, a junior, need to switch to poison techniques to resolve my injuries, so I came here to ask for the method. Lu Changsheng went straight to the point. This method is the inherited technique of our 10,000 Poison Sect and cannot be passed on to others. Please forgive me. The leader of the 10,000 Poison Sect was shocked. He did not expect the latter to come to ask for his sect-defining technique. You know, this behavior is a naked provocation to any force. Even if the 10,000 Poison Sect believes that it cannot defeat the Yang Ming's Henren in front of them, it is not willing to hand over the sect-defining technique easily. Oh. Lu Changsheng looked calm and said slowly, if you are willing to teach me, I can give you a copy of the same level of skills as compensation. If you have other requests, you can also make them. If you are unwilling, I can only snatch it by soul searching. Trading is still an enemy of me. I think you have your own considerations. Although the 10,000 Poison Sect belongs to the Demon Sect, after all, when asking for skills from others, Lu Changsheng still uses courtesy first and then force, and trades normally. If the other party is really tactless, then he doesn't mind a little coercion. This matter is of great importance. Can you wait for me to discuss it with the elders of the sect? The leader of the 10,000 Poison Sect could not tell whether Lu Changsheng was real or not. But the majestic demonic aura of the golden-winged Sky Peng was real. Even though he was at the 6th level of the Jiandan stage, he couldn't help but feel a palpitation in his heart when facing such a majestic demonic aura and seeing the latter's cold and sharp golden vertical pupils. Yes. Lu Changsheng, wearing a black brocade robe, stood with his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. After a while, the leader of the Qingzhu Sect agreed to pass on the skills. After all, the old demon Yang Ming in front of him was amazingly powerful, and he had a 3rd-level late-stage demon king mount. If they offended him, they would not be able to rest in peace. Although they could ask for help from the Five Poison Sect. But to ask the leader of the 5 poison sect to take action, they would have to pay a huge price. It would be better to hand over the Wandu Sutra in exchange for some benefits. We in the Wandu sect have long heard of your name, so we are willing to pass on the Wandu Sutra, but we hope you don't pass it on casually. The leader of the Wandu sect said respectfully. No force is willing to pass on their own skills. The more people know, the more dangerous it is for them. Of course. Lu Changsheng nodded and read the Wandu Sutra in the jade slip. He has a wealth of experience and skills in his mind, and he can see that there is generally no problem with this Wandu Sutra. As for the details, he can let Meng Xiaochen and Nangguang Mili compare them later. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Lu Changsheng handed the other party a jade slip with a list of items, indicating that he could choose a few. Although most of the items on the list were items that Lu Changsheng could not use or look down on. But his vision was higher than that of ordinary giant and cultivators, and it was still quite attractive to the master of the Wandu sect. The master of the Wandu sect looked at the natural treasures, secret techniques, elixirs, talismans, etc., and secretly thought that this Yangming old demon was indeed a top-level demon cultivator. However, he did not dare to be too greedy, so he simply picked 2 items. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng continued to ask, I heard that your sect has a treasure called the Wandu Sutra. Wandu Sutra? The master of the Wandu sect suddenly felt depressed. He did not expect that the Yangming old demon in front of him not only wanted the technique, but also wanted to covet his own Wandu Sutra. You know, this Wandu Sutra can not only improve cultivation, but also help with foundation building and giant and breakthrough. It is the inheritance treasure of his own sect. If this treasure is gone, the cultivation of giant and cultivators in his own sect will be affected to a certain extent. Please forgive me, the 10,000 poison scripture is related to the inheritance of our sect and must not be lent out. The master of the 10,000 poison sect immediately looked heavy-hearted and showed his attitude. He felt that this old demon Yangming was really bullying and even wanted to take away the treasure of his family's inheritance. However, considering the extraordinary strength of the old demon Yangming in front of him, he suppressed his anger and slowed down his voice a little bit and said, if you really need it, I can make an exception and lend you the 10,000 poison scripture, but it must be in my sect. Lu Changsheng saw the other party's resolute expression and knew that if he wanted to get this 10,000 poison scripture, he had to rob it and fight. Although he could fight back and forth against the forbidden formation of the 10,000 poison sect and snatch this treasure with the help of the forbidden talisman, the spirit-suppressing talisman, the dust-filled banner, and the golden-winged skyrock, he was too ostentatious to do so. He was also planning to stay in Jin State for a while. I just asked casually. In addition, a certain family also wants to buy a batch of highly toxic substances. The higher the grade, the better. This is the reward that can be paid. Lu Changsheng said lightly. His chaos body has the effect of the evil poison body, and can condense a fierce and extremely top-level poison by taking poison. So he prepared to accumulate some top-level poisons as a killer. Of course you can. The master of the 10,000 poison sect breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly. Half an hour later, the golden-winged skypeng carried Lu Changsheng away from the 10,000 poison sect. With the identity of Yangming Zhenren, whether asking for the skills or the transaction process, it was very smooth. Especially for the transaction of poisons, the master of the 10,000 poison sect not only took the initiative to reduce the price, but also sold many rare poisons that were rarely seen in the market to Lu Changsheng. This trip was also quite fruitful. Lu Changsheng did not go directly back to the Sky Spider Market to find Nangguang Mili, but flew towards the direction of the ancient Yuxin city. He came to the ancient Yuxin city to purchase, and then took a detour to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to hunt 2 demon kings before returning to the Sky Spider Market. In the following time, Lu Changsheng stayed in the Sky Spider Market and practiced with Nangguang Mili on a daily basis. Meng Xiaochen and Nangguang Mili carefully read the 10,000 Poison Sutra obtained from the 10,000 Poison Sect and said there was no problem. However, Nangguang Mili was a little dissatisfied with Lu Changsheng for not snatching the 10,000 Poison Sutra. He believed that with his strength, as long as he wanted, he could find an opportunity to suppress the leader of the 10,000 Poison Sect, or ambush the giant and cultivators of the 10,000 Poison Sect, and thus obtain the 10,000 Poison Sutra. The 10,000 Poison Sect is also a subsidiary force of your 5 Poison Sect. You actually encouraged me to snatch the treasure. Lu Changsheng was a little speechless, and he couldn't figure out the woman's brain circuit. When he went to the 10,000 Poison Sect before, this woman also reminded him to be careful and not to make a big deal. What's wrong with the subsidiary force? How can it be real to have the treasure in your hands? Nangguang Mili said with a noble and cold face. Lu Changsheng was too lazy to say more to this woman, and directly hugged her to practice. After practicing, the latter's attitude when chatting and talking was much more correct. The appearance of Yang Ming's Henren in the 10,000 Poison Sect still caused quite a stir in Jin State. It's just that family disgrace should not be made public. If someone asks for the skills, it would be extremely embarrassing. So the leader of the 10,000 Poison Sect announced that Yang Ming's Henren came to buy his own poison. Although some people suspected that it was not that simple, Yang Ming's Henren did not take action in the 10,000 Poison Sect. It was just that the spirit pet released pressure, so there was not much attention. Yang Ming's Henren. When the Yinming Ghost Sect heard that Yang Ming's Henren appeared in the 10,000 Poison Sect, they immediately sent people to understand the situation. Although the grudges were settled in the early years. But Yang Ming's Henren made the Yinming Ghost Sect lose face. How could it be so simple? Of course, the main reason is that their Supreme Elder has been preparing for so long. With the help of the treasure 10,000 Ghosts blood pool, he has a high confidence in breaking through the nascent soul, so this grudge must be remembered. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587, The Black Tortoise Guard in the Sea indicates good or bad luck, and Lu Qingxun manages the family. Great Dream Fairy City. In the City Lord's mansion, a wave of spiritual energy swept through the world. However, for the City Lord's mansion, which is a third-level spiritual vein, this level of spiritual energy fluctuation is really insignificant. After a long time, next to pool. You stupid turtle, you finally promoted to the second level. If you don't break through, I will really stew you into turtle soup. Lu Wangshu looked at the ice blue turtle in front of her, which was filled with surging blue water waves and cold air, and scolded in a delicate voice. When she was 4 years old, her father Lu Changsheng gave her this cold green-black turtle as a pet. She loved this spiritual pet very much, actively fed it every day, and often rode it to the green water lake to fish. But as time went by, the spiritual pets in the family were promoted to the second level. Even her sister Luling's giant panda was promoted to the second level, but her cold green-black turtle was still not moving. After coming to the Great Dream Fairy City, relying on the many water-attributed spiritual materials of heaven and earth that she acquired, she finally reached the second level. However, at this growth rate, she no longer had hope for the cold green-black turtle to be promoted to the third level. After all, the saying one turtle raises 3 generations, and the turtle remains even after the person leaves is not a joke. Even if a lot of resources are spent on feeding, the growth rate of this long-lived monster is difficult to increase significantly. If it continues to be thrown at, I'm afraid it will go bankrupt. It's better to go to my dad and act cute and ask for another spiritual pet. Woo woo woo. The Hanbijuan turtle, which was promoted to the second level and whose shell is more than 10 feet wide, was very aggrieved. You know, the lifespan of spiritual turtles is far longer than that of ordinary monsters. It was promoted to the second level in less than 60 years, which is already very fast. Of course, this speed is also inseparable from the feeding of Lu Wangshu and Lu Changsheng, otherwise it would take at least 200 years to reach the second level. Now that you have been promoted to the second level, you have also mastered new magic skills, such as the flying technique. Show me. Lu Wangshu looked at the Hanbijuan turtle in front of him and said. Although riding a big turtle affects her image. But maybe it's the filter effect, she still likes this Hanbijuan turtle that grew up with her, and thinks riding a turtle is also interesting. Upon hearing this, the cold green-black tortoise immediately responded cheerfully, and then the cold air permeated under its feet, and the tortoise shell glowed with ice crystals, and it flew up with the escape light. However, it had just been promoted to the second level, and was not familiar with the bloodline magic it had obtained. It directly crashed into the formation restriction not far away with a bang, and fell on its back. You stupid tortoise, stupid tortoise. As expected, I can't have any expectations of you. Even if you are promoted to the second level, you are still a stupid tortoise. Lu Wangshu said expressionlessly, and the idea of changing the spirit pet instantly reached its peak. This cold green-black tortoise has no meaning to keep except to make me angry. Woo woo woo. Although the cold green-black tortoise is stupid, as a second-level spirit beast with heavenly bloodline, it is still full of spirituality. It looked at Lu Wangshu with aggrieved eyes, saying that it was just not familiar with it yet. Then it turned over and climbed up, asking for credit for other abilities after being promoted to the second level. The black tortoise calms the sea and predicts good and bad luck. Lu Wangshu heard one of the abilities of the cold green-black tortoise, and his beautiful eyes were a little surprised. Woo woo woo. The cold green-black turtle nodded immediately, indicating that it was very sensitive to danger and good and bad luck, and could predict the omen, be alert, and give early warnings. So, you, a silly turtle, are not useless. As a cultivator who has received excellent education, Lu Wangshu knows how practical this ability is. It can be regarded as a half-divination master or fortune teller. The latter can predict good and bad luck, so can't I try to hit the opportunity in the Great Dream Lake? But thinking that her number one thug Lu Lingxiao was not there, Lu Wangshu suddenly felt that it was less fun. After all, treasure hunting and exploration are just like playing games, and it is really boring to be alone. Moreover, Lu Lingxiao's pupil technique and key seeing technique can see where the spiritual energy is rich and there are treasures. Although she practiced pupil techniques, she could only improve her eyesight and see through illusions, which was far from comparable to Lu Lingxiao. In that case, I will give you another chance to perform well, Lu Wangshu said to the cold green-black turtle. Then, she tested the cold green-black turtle's combat power. In terms of attack and escape, it can only be regarded as the normal level of the heavenly bloodline. But in terms of defense, it is very high. Conventional magic in the early stage of foundation building can't hurt it at all. Conventional magic in the middle stage of foundation building, as long as it retracts into the tortoise shell, it is basically immune. Magic in the late stage of foundation building can cause certain damage to it. It can be said that this cold green-black tortoise is a top-level meat shield. After the cold green-black tortoise's realm is stable and its magic ability is proficient, Lu Wangshu can't wait to go to the Big Dream Lake to explore and try his luck. Because it is too boring to explore alone, and her sister Lu Ling often clamors to go out for experience, so she also brought the latter with her this time. Although Lu Ling is only in the early stage of foundation building, but he can practice both magic and body, has a set of exquisite spiritual tools, talisman puppets, and second-level spiritual beasts, which can be said to be better than countless foundation-building cultivators. Xiao, you must listen to your sister, understand? Ling Xiao did not stop her daughter and Lu Wangshu from going out. She is the general manager of the city lord's mansion. She is busy with affairs every day and doesn't have much time to take care of her daughter, so she is willing to let her daughter and Lu Wangshu go out to play. As for Lu Wangshu's usual love of teasing her daughter, it was just a joke between sisters, and she didn't take it to heart. Mom, don't worry. Lu Ling wore a red dress, and her usual bun became a high ponytail, which made her look lively and heroic. Wangshu, if you encounter any situation, crush the induction talisman as soon as possible. Ling Xiao instructed Lu Wangshu again. She was quite relieved about her husband's precious daughter. As a talisman cultivator, she had many third-level talismans and treasures given by her husband. It can be said that as long as she didn't meet a third-level demon king or giant Zhenren, basically no one could be her opponent. Even if a fake Dan Zhenren met Lu Wangshu and faced the enemy head-on, he would probably be defeated. Auntie, don't worry. Lu Wangshu replied with a smile, and then took Xiao in his arms and left the fairy city through the passage of the city lord's mansion. Sister, where are we going? Lu Ling looked at the endless sea, and the windfire wheel appeared under her feet. She held the black dragon spear and her little face was full of excitement. Don't rush for things like exploration. Pay attention to fate. Lu Wangshu said leisurely, releasing her cold green-black turtle. Stupid turtle, if you can't sense the great opportunity, I will stew you and feed you to Xiao, she said viciously to the cold green-black turtle. Then she handed a fishing rod to Lu Ling, and the sisters sat cross-legged on the cold green-black turtle and fished quietly, drifting aimlessly. Qingzhu Mountain. Now that the ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Changsheng, has broken through the giant stage and has become a Taoist partner with the real person Xiaoyu of the Qingyun Sect, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain is in its heyday and thriving. Basically, every once in a while, there will be casual cultivators coming to Qingzhu Mountain to pay homage, wanting to join the Lu family, serve as guest officials, or even sell themselves as slaves and become apprentices. In the reception hall, Lu Qingzhu received a visiting foundation building cultivator and gently rubbed his eyebrows. Although his family is a Qingyun family, but if a foundation building cultivator comes to visit, he will still meet him in person. On the one hand, it shows his importance. On the other hand, it is also because his family is so big that it attracts the wind, and other forces have planted hidden agents in his family. And he awakened the Tai soul, his consciousness reached the level of Qingyun, and he also cultivated the art of physiognomy, which can distinguish the other party's situation and the truth of his words. So in the past year, he has seen through many people with ulterior motives and obtained a lot of information from them. Master. After walking out of the hall, the maid Xiaoyu shouted, reminding him what other matters he had today. This maid was picked up by him from Qingyun Market, or it should be said that his sister Lu Qingqi picked up the maid for him. Originally, the latter wanted to join the Qingyun Sect, but after bringing her back, Lu Qingzhu taught her the method of cultivation and gave her a normal salary. After 4 years of getting along like this, Xiaoyu finally chose to continue to serve as Lu Qingzhu's maid, and now she has become his confidant. Okay. Lu Qingzhu nodded, then took a storage bag and went to each courtyard to deliver this month's reward resources. Although such matters can be left to other people. But in his opinion, delivering such reward resources personally is somewhat encouraging. He can also take this opportunity to get to know his brothers and sisters and younger generations at home, and improve the family's recognition. After finishing his work, he took the maid Xiaoyu to the dining hall. Brother. At this moment, a woman in a black dress with delicate looks hurried over and shouted to Lu Qingzhu. It was Lu Maihun's daughter, Lu Qingqi. Sister, what's the matter? Lu Qingzhu looked at this sister who was half a year older than herself and smiled. I have something to tell you. Lu Qingqi was a bit careless. She pulled Lu Qingzhu aside and whispered, I was in Qingzhu Valley this time and accidentally heard that some of my children were in contact with a group of unknown casual cultivators and were bullying them. Then I arrested a few people and asked them. They said that over the past year, someone has been inviting them to parties, ruins exploration, wine and gambling. Although she didn't care about family affairs, she was arranged by her brother Lu Qingzhu to take charge of Qingzhu Valley after breaking through the foundation building stage half a year ago. When she arrived at Qingzhu Valley, she couldn't hold back her temper and secretly went out to play. After coming to the Qingyun Market, she accidentally heard some news in the Qingyun Market. Lu Qingzhu's originally gentle face suddenly turned cold. As the head of the family, he had long been aware of this situation. Since his father broke through the Qingyun stage and became a Taoist partner with Aunt Xiaoyu, his family has become a well-deserved overlord in this area. Under such circumstances, other family forces dare not offend their own family. Even if an ordinary Lu family member walks outside, there are people who flatter him. In addition to the forces trying to plant spies in Qingzhu Mountain, they will naturally send people to contact Lu family members and insert spies through Lu family members. Such things, even if he's alert, are difficult to prevent, and he can only try to prevent them. Now hearing his sister's words, he suddenly realized that the situation he was worried about still happened. Do you know who they are? Lu Qingzhu took a deep breath and asked his sister. I don't know the details. After I heard about this, I arrested a few people and asked them, and then came back to tell you. Didn't you tell me before that you were most worried about this situation? Although Lu Qingqi was careless, she had a very good relationship with this younger brother and supported her younger brother's career as the head of the family. Sister, if you have nothing to do, let's go to Qingzhu Valley. Lu Qingzhu thought for a moment and said. I haven't eaten yet since I came back. Lu Qingqi said immediately. Since Qingzhu Mountain has the 5-key pot, the food has been greatly improved. She went to Qingzhu Valley and sneaked out because she felt that the big pill was too bland. Thank you for your hard work, sister. Lu Qingzhu shook his head helplessly and went to the dining hall with his sister to eat. After the siblings had eaten, Lu Qingzhu thought about it and went to Zhuayan courtyard to meet his aunt Lu Maihun. He briefly explained the matter and borrowed a 1,000-faced fox puppet. This third-level puppet has been kept in Qingzhu Mountain for emergency use. Just let it go. Lu Maihun has always treated Lu Qingzhu as her own son. She handed the 1,000-faced fox puppet to him and said softly. As a family grows, such things are inevitable. In the early years, Qingzhu Mountain also had bullying of men and women, and even Lu Pingyan had dealt with several cases. Now this kind of atmosphere has appeared in the family again, and it must be curbed. A few days later, Qingzhu Mountain, in front of Bihan Peak, was surrounded by Lu family members. 7 Lu family members and 5 non-Lu family members were kneeling in the center of the square. For Lu Qingzhu, as long as there are general clues and he is willing to spend time, it is easy to investigate the misbehavior of the family members. With just a little questioning, he will know whether the other party is lying. Then he will use the 6 desires heart demon technique, and with a thought, he can understand the ins and outs of the matter clearly. We have family rules in the Lu family. We must not bully men and women, rape and plunder, and oppress others, which will damage the reputation of the family. Especially when dealing with other family forces, we must follow etiquette and rules, and we must not go deep into privately and have interest exchanges. If you encounter such a situation, you must report it to the family. Lu Qingzhu, wearing a cyan robe, looked indifferent, looked at the 12 people in front of him, and said coldly, "The matter is not very serious. It's just that some forces deliberately sent people to contact the children of the Lu family, spend money on wine and women, and through the so-called relic exploration, gambling, and sending female concubines to the children of the Lu family, etc., to form a relationship of interest. But this trend cannot be allowed to rise, it must be curbed." As soon as he finished speaking, a green flying sword shot out from his hand, like a streak of light. Puff puff puff, the heads of the 5 non-family children were torn apart, and blood splattered. "Master, spare my life." Qingzhu. All the Lu family children were shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that this brother and brother, who is usually gentle and modest, like a gentle gentleman, would be so cruel. He killed 5 people for a disagreement. The remaining 7 Lu family children saw Lu Qingzhu, and they couldn't help but look panicked at this time, fearing that Lu Qingzhu would kill them all. Although 2 of them were the sons of Lu Changsheng, they were of average talent, and their mother was an ordinary maid, and they were not favored in Qingzhu Mountain. It was precisely because of this that they were corrupted and indulged in enjoyment. If you disobey, you will be caned and expelled from the family. Considering that you all have the blood of my Lu family flowing in your veins, the matter is not serious yet, so only 30 canings will be imposed, and the basic welfare benefits will be deducted for 3 years. Lu Qingzhu said in a cold voice, as gentle and elegant as usual. Execution. Immediately, several Lu family members came forward to whip the 7 Lu family members. The whip used for this punishment is not an ordinary whip, it is called the wolf poison whip. When it is whipped on the body, the force is fierce, like a wolf's teeth biting, and the wound is difficult to heal. There is a piercing pain, and it is used by most family forces for punishment. When this whip was whipped down, the 7 people's faces were suddenly distorted, their backs were bloody, and they cried for their parents in pain. But no one dared to plead for mercy at this time. After all, the 7 people were at fault first. And Lu Qingzhu was obviously taking this opportunity to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, in order to curb the bad atmosphere in the family. Moreover, the scene was so big, but Lu Pingyan, Lu Yun, Lu Wangshu and others, as well as several mistresses in the family, did not come forward, indicating that they acquiesced to this matter. Under such circumstances, who dared to plead for mercy? Moreover, Lu Qingzhu's action just now, killing 5 children of other surnames with 1 sword, also shocked everyone in the scene. They realized that their brother, younger brother, uncle, and uncle were not as gentle as they seemed. A Lu family child fainted from the pain after being whipped 10 times. Someone come and heal his wounds, and continue the execution after he wakes up. However, Lu Qingzhu just said coldly. In this way, the 7 people completed the whipping while crying and screaming in pain, and their backs were all bloody. Okay, send them back to heal their wounds. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu did not say anything more, and asked someone to send the 7 people back to their residence, and the matter came to an end for the time being. When Lu Qingqi saw her brother leaving, she immediately rushed over and asked, "Brother, isn't it bad for you to do this?" Even though she felt that her brother was a little scary and had gone too far. Our family has just been promoted to noble family, and we are in the limelight. Every move is watched closely. Wherever the children of the family go, they are flattered. It is easy for them to get carried away, become arrogant, and be corrupted, thus ruining the family's reputation and atmosphere. Think of the 5 elements Wang family, and many other big families, which are vivid examples. Lu Qingzhu has read a lot of family history and knows the importance of family atmosphere. Making a fuss today also has some intention of rectifying the family atmosphere. After today, These outsiders will only be afraid of me, and as for the other few people. After all, for my father, the blood of the brothers in the family. It is not good to do too much, just serve as a warning. Even if they are unwilling and resentful, they will still recognize it in the face of major issues. Of course, he didn't say a word. Although the children of the Lu family have the same basic welfare benefits, they are actually receiving elite education. Even if these ordinary children have complaints, they can't make any waves. It would be much better if Dad and Big Brother did this kind of thing. I feel that if you do this, some people will still be dissatisfied. Lu Qingyi said in a low voice, feeling that her brother was a little strange today. The good reputation of her brother in the family before was probably affected by what happened today. Father has broken through to the Qingyun stage, and there are many things to do, and he has to practice, so he doesn't have to worry about these things, and it's the same for Big Brother. Now that I am the head of the family, I will do it. Lu Qingzhu smiled and said, but this matter is also thanks to my sister. I didn't do anything, but brother, what kind of magic did you use before that made people say it directly? Seeing that her brother was still the same, Lu Qingyi didn't care too much and returned to his usual carefree appearance. Although the two are siblings, they are like siblings on weekdays. I hope that after what happened today, my family can restrain their temper and curb this bad atmosphere. After parting with his sister, Lu Qingzhu ordered several healing pills, tonics, and spiritual fruits, and went to visit the 7 people. After he was done with his work, he returned to his residence and crushed several jade talismans. Other family forces have planted hidden men in their own family to win over the hearts of the people. Naturally, he also has this arrangement to insert nails into other forces. Just like the Jin family in Jin Longling. There was even a legitimate daughter who was aroused by his 6 desires heart magic Ju, and then made a big mistake. The handle fell into his hands, and she could only surrender in the end and be used by him. That's why he used thundering means to curb such things. His parents have been in Daman Fairy City for a long time, and his eldest brother is away. He must ensure that there are no problems at home and support the name of the family. Chapter 588 Nanguang Millie is pregnant, a 3rd-level alchemist. Time flies like water. Unknowingly, Lu Changsheng has been in Jin State for more than half a year. In addition to hunting monsters and the affairs of the 10,000 Poison Sect, he has been practicing with Nanguang Millie and Meng Xiaojun. After such a long period of dual cultivation, Nanguang Millie's true elixir is already 2/3 full of the Daorime of the golden elixir, which can be called a half-step golden elixir. It is estimated that after another half-year of warming, it will be promoted to the 3rd-grade golden elixir. This effect is also due to Lu Changsheng's yin-yang and 5 elements Dao foundation. In his early years, he refined Nanguang Millie's Zuanan jade liquid, so the effect of the two people's dual cultivation is better than that of ordinary people. And after so much hard work, Nanguang Millie finally succeeded in getting pregnant. It is true that the emperor will not let down those who work hard. Lu Changsheng felt the new breath in Nanguang Millie's belly, and his expression was happy. It was just that his daughter Lu Mengchen had to be wronged. After all, Nanguang Millie was pregnant, and he couldn't just leave directly. If he walked away, he could only continue to seal his daughter. That's right. Because his daughter Lu Mengchen was too bored here and missed her sister, Lu Changsheng discussed with Meng Xiaojun and directly sealed his daughter in the spirit eye spring to let her sleep. He planned to let his daughter out after returning. In this way, it was equivalent to his daughter sleeping. It's a boy. Nanguang Millie said with a cold and charming face and some disgust. Although she said that she would get pregnant, she still hoped to have a well-behaved and cute daughter. But who knew that she was pregnant with a son? Although she was a little disgusted, considering Lu Changsheng, she only disliked it verbally and it was impossible for her to really abort the child. Boys are good, just happen to have both sons and daughters. Lu Changsheng hugged Nanguang Millie's waist with one hand and stroked her flat and tight belly with the other hand, and said with a smile. As the father of hundreds of children, he always felt that having a son or a daughter was the same. HMPH. Nanguang Millie snorted and said coldly, I just hope that when you grow up, you won't be like someone. Lu Changsheng. Damn, you are making a veiled accusation, right? Just be happy that you are the same as your husband. Lu Changsheng felt that if his son was as good as himself, he would be able to suppress the world's genius. However, Nanguang Millie just looked at him with disgust. Lu Changsheng immediately knew that this woman was deliberately provoking him again, and immediately hugged her charming and troublesome devilish body. As time passed, Nangguang Milli's pregnant belly gradually bulged. In order to make up for the regret that he was not by her side when she was pregnant with Nangguang Yao in her early years, Lu Changsheng had been accompanying her gently. Meng Xiaochen looked at her master and her husband sweetly, and her heart was bitter. She went directly to retreat to practice the magical secrets in the 10,000 Poison Sutra. Although she broke through the Qingyun stage, she had never practiced magical skills. Because 3 months ago, the number of descendants of the Lu family reached 3,000, they were given a chance to draw a lottery and won a second-level spiritual plant, which was used by Lu Changsheng to upgrade his alchemy skills. So these days, when he has nothing to do, he refines pills for the child in Nangguang Milli's belly to nourish the fetus, so that the child can win in the womb, at the starting line. Nangguang Milli was surprised and amazed when she saw Lu Changsheng's alchemy skills. I didn't expect that this dog man not only has a divine talent, but also has an extraordinary speed of cultivation, and is so amazing in the hundreds of arts of cultivating immortals. Not only is he a third-level talisman master who knows how to find dragons and veins, but he is also proficient in alchemy. Even in the 5 Poison Sect, or even the entire Jin state, there are not many alchemists with Lu Changsheng's level of alchemy. This is the nourishing spirit pill refined by my husband. It is not only helpful for the fetus, but also has a warming effect on your body. In addition to the basic inheritance that comes with this system, Lu Changsheng himself has also studied many pill recipes for nourishing the fetus. Nangguang Milli's temper softened a lot after getting along with Lu Changsheng and facing his gentleness. She gradually indulged in enjoying this world of 2 people and felt that life had added some beautiful colors. Qingyun Sect. Why haven't Murin Zhufang and Shi Po come back yet? The leader of Qingyun Sect asked. Even though Qingyun Sect is a Yuanying level force, the number of Jinden in the sect is limited, and each one is very important. Murin Zhufang and Shi Po's mission is not a difficult or important task, but there has been no news for so long, which is indeed a bit wrong. Reporting to the sect master, according to previous news, Elder Murin and Shi Po seem to have obtained the situation of Qingyun Sect. A charming woman immediately stepped forward and said respectfully. If so, it shouldn't have been delayed for so long. The eyes of the Qingyun Sect master were dark and deep. He realized that something was wrong and signaled her to contact Murin Zhufang and Shi Po. But after waiting for half a month, there was no news from the 2. The leader of Qingyun Sect immediately came to the Patriarch Hall and looked at the soul lamps of the 2. Although the soul lamp was still bright, it was a little dim. He looked at the soul lamp in front of him quietly for several days and found something wrong. The soul fire in front of him did not fluctuate at all, which obviously had a problem. It seems that the 2 of them are in danger. The dark eyes of the Qingyun Sect master were like 2 whirlpools, with a little scarlet luster, which was breathtaking. After a while, a heavy and slow footsteps sounded. I saw a hunchbacked old man with a scepter coming into the hall, and saluted in a hoarse voice. Gu Ming greets the sect master. Ming, Murin Zhufang and Shi Po are missing. I suspect that the 2 of them are in danger. Please do some divination. The hunchbacked old man in front of him was not only a giant and cultivator, but also a 3rd-level fortune teller. Even the Qingyun Sect master was very polite to him. While speaking, he gave the soul lamps of Murin Zhufang and Shi Po to the hunchbacked old man as a divination medium. Yes, sect master. The hunchbacked old man knew the importance of the matter. He stretched out his dry hands, took over the 2 soul lamps, and then took out an ancient-looking tortoise shell from his arms. Buzz buzz buzz, as he pinched his fingers and muttered something, the mysterious and obscure patterns on the shell surface began to interweave and emerge, filled with a mysterious and heavy aura. However, at the beginning of the calculation, the hunchbacked old man felt an invisible fog of heavenly secrets blocking him, making it difficult to calculate the location of the owner of the soul lamp. But he knew that the sect master of the heavenly corpse asked him to calculate, so he must have some clues and information. Humph! The hunchbacked old man snorted, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. His already old face seemed to have a more withered look, and wisps of white hair fell from his head. After a long time, he kept coughing up blood, and then he stopped calculating. He bowed to the Qingyun Sect master in front of him and said, Sect master, Elder Murin and Shi Po are most likely suppressed and imprisoned in a place where the secrets of heaven are isolated. I have wasted my life, but I can only see a blank, and I can't know the specific situation and location. The hunchbacked old man coughed up blood and said, his voice full of bitterness. Just now, He calculated that he had lost more than 10 years of his life before he got the information of the dark. If he continued to calculate, he might die directly if he wanted to get more information. Don't look at his old and haggard appearance now. But in fact, he is only 300 years old. According to the lifespan of a Qingyun Henren, he is still in his prime. It's just that he has been fortune-telling for many years, and has taken many longevity and health-preserving elixirs, so it is difficult for him to live beyond 350 years old. A place where the secrets of heaven are isolated. Upon hearing this, the Qingzhu Sect master immediately looked in the direction of the Qingyun Sect of Jiang Kingdom. After all, the hunchbacked old man in front of him is a third-level fortune-teller. In order to completely deceive his calculation of the heavenly secrets, at least a treasure of the 4th level or above, which can interfere with and disrupt the heavenly secrets, must be possessed. But such treasures are so rare. Except for a few top forces, no one has them. And the previous mission of Murin Zhufang and Shipo was also to ambush the people of Qingyun Sect to receive them. Damn it! Thinking of his 2 Qingyun elders falling into the hands of Qingyun Sect, his face turned ugly. Then he looked at the hunchbacked old man next to him, gave him a bottle of elixir, and said, "Ming, you have worked hard on this matter, go back and have a good rest. Come here." After a while, he ordered someone to contact Qingyun Sect to see what conditions would be willing to release Murin Zhufang and Shipo. Although good and evil cannot coexist, Jin State and Jiang State often fight against each other secretly. But for captives, they are generally not killed. Most of them are used for interest exchange. After all, every Qingyun cultivator is extremely precious and can obtain a lot of useful information. If they can be instigated to rebel, it can play a significant role. If it really doesn't work, when the 2 countries are at war, they can directly sacrifice the other side's Qingyun's Henren flag and hang it on the battle city, which will have an extraordinary deterrent effect. Lu Changsheng didn't practice divination and didn't know about the divination of the Qingyun Sect. He has been accompanying Nanguang Mili all these days. The other party is already 4 months pregnant. According to early experience, this child will definitely not be born in 10 months. And if you count the time, he has been in Jin State for a year. If you count from the departure, it has been 1 year and 3 months. Although the emergency induction talisman given to Lingzik Seo, Lu Miaoji and others has not been activated, Lu Changsheng is ready to go back after being away from home for so long. The main thing is to wait for the child to be born, which will take at least half a year, or even more than a year. Besides, you can't just take the child and leave after the child is born, right? Would that be even more scumbag? Millie. That day, Lu Changsheng put his arm around Nanguang Mili's waist, indicating that he was ready to go back and hoped that the other party would go back to Jiang State with him. No. Nanguang Mili, whose eyebrows and eyes were full of maternal charm and a little more gentle, suddenly turned cold when she heard this. Although her feelings with Lu Changsheng have continued to heat up and become stronger over the past few days, she is still unwilling to go to Jiang State with Lu Changsheng. After all, after going to Jiang State, not only will she have to hide her identity, but she will also have to be cautious and careful in everything she does, and she will also have to compete with other women of this dog man. How can it be comfortable and free as a sky spider envoy in the 5 Poison Sect? Besides, no man is a good thing. I am far away in Jin State, and this dog man will at least feel a little guilty, thinking about me and the son. If I go to Jiang State, who knows if this dog man will get tired of the old and love the new. Alice. Lu Changsheng had guessed Nanguang Mili's answer long ago, and knew that the latter would not go to Jiang State with him, so he asked just like that. Then you can rest assured to take care of the baby here, and when your husband has time, I will come to visit you and Meng Herwang. Although the child has not been born yet, the name has been thought of. Ming, taken from his Taoist name Yangming, also represents brightness and integrity, and hopes that this child will walk on the right path in the future. Wang represents success, glory and excellence. In addition to having high hopes for this child, he also hopes that he will grow up to be upright and glorious. The reason why he is so concerned about being upright and bright is that this child will most likely not be taken back to Qingzhu Mountain in the future, but will be placed in the 5 Poison Sect of Jin State. Humph, men are not good. If it were usual, Nanguang Mili would enjoy Lu Changsheng's gentleness and sweet talk. But now that the latter is about to leave, she can't help feeling sour in her heart and has lost her good temper. Lu Changsheng knew that he was in the wrong, so he coaxed her in a good voice. He said that he would prepare the elixirs for future pregnancy and nourishment, as well as the elixirs for strengthening the body and nourishing the essence after the child is born. I will raise the child, so he won't need your elixirs. Nangguang Mili said so. But she didn't go too far, knowing that Lu Changsheng was a soft-hearted person. If she relied on her favor and became arrogant, it might make this man feel disgusted. Although she said that it didn't matter, she was already very concerned about Lu Changsheng. 3 months later, Lu Changsheng said goodbye to Nangguang Mili and left with Meng Xiaochen. Because Nangguang Mili was pregnant, the true elixir was still a little short of the golden elixir. This was also Lu Changsheng's deliberate act. He was going to come and visit the mother and son next time to warm up the golden elixir for her and improve the relationship between husband and wife. Li. In the Nine Heavens Gangfang lair, Lu Changsheng, wearing a black robe, stood tall and slender with Meng Xiaochen on the golden-winged sky pang. The Mi Dust banner appeared in his hand and asked the spirit of the weapon how many spirit stones would be consumed if he wanted to teleport back from here. The spirit of the Mi Dust banner sensed for a moment, indicating that ordinary spirit stones were no longer enough, and it was necessary to burn the best spirit stones or the third-level spirit veins. Moreover, he might consume the origin of the spirit treasure and needed to recuperate for a while. Okay. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng instantly gave up the idea of transnational teleportation. After such a transfer, the gains from the 2 giant cultivators of Qingyun Sect would probably be enough to cover the cost of the train ticket. It was totally not worth spending so much for a journey of several months. And we have to go to Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly, thinking of his deal with Lan Ruoxu. As a giant and true person, since the latter agreed, she would most likely be able to apply for the Jade Marrow Golden Ganoderma. Now that he has been promoted to 3rd-level alchemist, as long as he has the Jade Marrow Golden Ganoderma, he can refine the condensed crystal pill. Moreover, it would be a pity to leave Jin State now and kill the 2 people in the Wuxiang realm directly. It would be better to ask Qingyun Sect later if they want it, and sell it to Qingyun Sect at a low price in exchange for some natural materials and treasures. When Lu Changsheng arrived at the border of Jin State, he felt that this place was much stricter than when he came here, and even encountered a giant and cultivator patrolling. Fortunately, he and Jinshi Xianpeng both had sharp spiritual perceptions, and used their magical powers to reverse the yin and yang glazed wall in advance, so they were not noticed. Although he was not afraid of such a giant and cultivator, he could suppress him with a raised hand. But when crossing the border, he didn't want to cause trouble. If you encounter an attack and are chased in a deserted place like the border where spiritual energy is scarce, it will be very troublesome. After a month and a half of boring travel, Lu Changsheng returned to the territory of Jing State. After resting for a few days with a golden-winged sky pang, he flew towards the direction of the Qingyun Sect. At the same time, Qingyun Sect, the Sect Master's Hall. The Qingyun Sect Master looked at the letter from the Qingyun Sect in his hand. It asked how willing to release Murin Zhufang and Shipo. It seems that the Qingyun Sect thought that Murin Zhufang and Shipo fell into the hands of our sect. He learned from Lan Ruoxu that Yang Mingzhenren suppressed the 2 people from the Qingyun Sect. But through this letter, he instantly realized that Yang Mingzhenren had a top treasure that concealed the secrets of heaven, which led to the Qingyun Sect not knowing about this. Otherwise, with the means of the Qingyun Sect, asking someone to divine and calculate, they can know the general situation. What is the origin of this Yang Mingzhenren? Not only is his combat power amazing, he also has a 3rd-level late-stage spiritual pet, and a treasure that conceals the secrets of heaven. They also calculated the situation of Yang Mingzhenren in their early years. But without a medium token, it is difficult to predict a Jiandan's Henren, so there is no forced prediction. But the Qingyun Sect has the soul lamps of Murin Zhufang and Shipo, and other tokens cannot be predicted to this Yang Mingzhenren, which means he is not simple. Could he be proficient in divination like Meng Wuhan and his wife? The Qingyun Sect Master thought of another possibility and looked solemn. If so, this Yang Mingzhenren is simply too terrifying. Top combat power, top spirit pet, and proficient in divination, can sense good and bad luck. Even if Yuan Yingzhenjin wants to attack him, it is not easy, and he must conceal the chaos in advance and set up an ambush. This person has some goodwill towards my Qingyun Sect. I wonder if he is willing to trade Murin Zhufang and Shipo. At that time, maybe we can use these 2 people to exchange for Brother Jiwang. Although the Qingyun Sect often sets up traps to kill demon cultivators, But they have also suffered a lot at the hands of the three major demon sects in Jin State. Just as the Yinming Ghost Sect released the news that the Grand Elder was attacking the nascent soul, they immediately sent people to investigate, hoping to prevent and interfere with the breakthrough. But who knew that the Yinming Ghost Sect deliberately created a false breakthrough and set a trap, causing a top sword cultivator from the Qingyun Sect to fall into the hands of the Yinming Ghost Sect? Thinking of the Grand Elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect, his expression became a little solemn. This person controls the 10,000 Ghosts blood pool and the 10,000 Ghosts Dao soldiers. When he reaches the peak of the Jinden stage, he can barely compete with the nascent soul cultivators. Once he breaks through the nascent soul, he will directly squeeze into the ranks of the veteran nascent soul cultivators. Chapter 589, Buddha's Bone Relics, a Quick Transaction. Chila. 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 In the sky, a brilliant golden rainbow flew across, cutting through the void and raising layers of strong winds and air currents. The Qingzhu Sect is ahead. Lu Changsheng stood on the golden-winged sky pang, his pupils shooting out two golden beams of light, overlooking the mountains scattered thousands of feet below. Seeing that they were almost at the Qingzhu Sect, he immediately signaled the golden-winged sky pang to slow down. After all, flying over a force like the Qingzhu Sect might be seen as a provocation. After a while, Lu Changsheng's body was covered with a layer of yin-yang colored glass luster, and he saw a stretch of mountains that were as straight as swords and full of sky-piercing peaks. Is this the Qingzhu Sect? Although he had been to Juxiao Fairy City several times, he had never been to the Qingzhu Sect. It must be said that as the overlord of Jing State, the gate of the Qingzhu Sect is very majestic. Among the mountains, the clouds and mist were misty, and countless flying swords appeared, revealing a sense of peerless sharpness. Deep in the center, a mountain that looked like a supreme divine sword towered into the clouds, as if a sword cut through the sky. It made people feel terrified when they looked at it, and their souls trembled, feeling that they were small and insignificant. Jinpeng, go. Lu Changsheng threw a token and a jade talisman to the golden-winged sky pang. He motioned it to go over and send a message, saying that he came to ask for a reward and wanted to make a deal with the Qingzhu Sect. As for why he didn't go there himself, it was simply to avoid being spied on by the Yuanyingzhenjin of the Qingzhu Sect. If he was recognized by the Yuanyingzhenjin, it would be very troublesome. Cry. The golden-winged sky pang nodded, then cried, turned into a divine rainbow, and came to the gate of the Qingzhu Sect. Where did the demon king come from? Even though the Qingzhu Sect was the overlord of the Jiang Kingdom in a Yuanying level force, the mountain-guarding disciples were also shocked when they saw the golden-winged sky pang, a third-level late-stage demon king. I'm here to pass on a message. My master has an appointment with Master Fixu. I must hand over this jade talisman to Master Fixu. The golden-winged sky pang spoke with a high and loud voice, like the sound of metal clashing, and passed it to the Heavenly Sword Sect, and then threw out a token and a jade talisman. What? This demon king is someone else's pet? The mountain-guarding disciple was horrified. Swish! A sword light rushed out from the Heavenly Sword Sect, revealing a middle-aged man with a majestic and cold face. He looked at the golden-winged sky pang with a serious expression, then held the token and the jade talisman, and said solemnly, "Okay, I have received the message and will pass it on to junior sister Fixu." Swish! Upon hearing this, the golden-winged sky pang did not stop, but spread his wings directly into the air, set off a fierce gale, and broke through the air. In a flash, it disappeared into the sky. What a divine bird! Its speed is simply amazing. This bird is at least of heavenly bloodline, no worse than the blue loon of true Lord Qingluan. Who on earth is this true Lord Yangming? With a stern and solemn face, true Lord Wangjian looked at the golden-winged sky pang that disappeared into the sky, and was very surprised. Although it was not difficult for him to acquire a demon beast cub with heavenly bloodline, it was not easy to raise a heavenly bloodline cub to this level. The time, energy, and resources spent on it were inestimable. Without thinking too much, he quickly came to the main hall of the sect master with a token and jade talisman. After a while, another mature and beautiful woman with a simple face and graceful figure came to the hall. Meet Senior Brother Wangjian. Lan Ruoxu was wearing a gray and white dress, her skin was as white as snow, and her 3,000 black hair was tied into a lingsu bun. The whole person exuded a mature and sharp-moving charm. Junior Sister Lan. The head of Qingzhu Sect and Huangjian's Henren nodded, and then handed the token and jade talisman to Lan Ruoxu. Yes, this is the token I gave to Zhenren Yangming before. Lan Ruoxu took the token, nodded, and then looked at the jade talisman. There was only a simple message inside, asking for a reward for saving his life before. In addition, I want to make a deal with Qingyun Sect. If you are interested in the two people of Qingzhu Sect, you can come to Qingling Market, thousands of miles away, to discuss the deal in half a month. During the transaction, Lan Ruoxu needs to be present, and Yuan Yingzhenjin is not expected. On the matter of the transaction, you can make the decision, senior brother, the head of the sect. She looked at the head of Qingyun Sect and said, "This Zhenren Yangming did not come in person, but asked his spirit pet to come to deliver the message, which means that he does not want to have in-depth contact with our Qingyun Sect. Or, he is very afraid of our Qingyun Sect and dares not come to trade, worried about meeting Zhenjin." The head of Qingyun Sect sent the letter through the golden-winged sky ping, and he saw what Lu Changsheng meant. But this is normal. No matter how strong the latter is, he is only a giant cultivator. If he enters the Qingyun Sect, he will be turned into a chopping board. Even appearing outside the gate of the Qingyun Sect is extremely dangerous. This Yangming Zhenren is currently kind to us. He is a friend, not an enemy. Junior sister Lan, I will go with you when the time comes. The Qingyun Sect master said, and decided to go to trade with Lan Ruoxu. Before receiving a letter from the Qingyun Sect, he wanted to trade Murin Zhufang and the other two from Yangming Zhenren, so as to exchange for one of his senior brothers. Now that Lu Changsheng took the initiative to propose a trade, he was naturally willing. As for Lu Changsheng's background, although he wanted to explore it, but at this juncture, he was unwilling to fence such a top powerhouse. As long as the other party is friendly with his family. As for whether there will be an ambush in this transaction, he is still somewhat confident. However, after agreeing on the general situation, he still came to hall and reported the matter to Zuanjin's Henjin. Zhen Hengzhen is evil. After a long time, a calm and gentle voice sounded from the hall, indicating that this trip should not be overexplored. If you take the initiative to make friends, you will be auspicious and smooth, and there will be no obstacles. Thank you, true lord. The leader of the Qingyun Sect bowed his hands in thanks, and called a guest official who is proficient in divination to go with him. This way, you can not only sense good and bad luck. When trading, you can also take the opportunity to peek at the situation of this Yangming Zhenren. After seeing the golden-winged sky peng finish the message, Lu Changsheng flew quietly towards his trading destination, Qingling Market. There is no deep meaning in choosing this place. It simply means that he does not want to trade near the Qingyun Sect and meet with the Yuan Yingzhenjin of the Qingyun Sect. Then when trading, he can observe the other party's situation in the dark first to avoid being ambushed. Even if there is an ambush, there are many casual cultivators living in this market. As the leader of the Zhang Kingdom, the Qingyun Sect will be cautious and unwilling to break out a Jiandan war. If it weren't for the Jade Marrow Golden Ganoderma, there would be no need to take such a risk. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart, feeling that having a baby is a pleasure, but raising a baby is a funeral. In the past life, it was popular to prepare a garage, a gift, and a dowry for children. Now, I have to prepare foundation building pills and crystal condensation pills for my children. Maybe I will have to prepare a few more infant transformation pills in the future. Fortunately, there is a contribution from the system, otherwise ordinary people can't afford to give birth to or raise a child. Lu Changsheng sighed. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host for 50 offspring breaking through the 9th level of key refining and getting a chance to draw a lottery. 50. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. The second generation of the Lu family, as long as they are willing to work hard, can basically break through the 9th level of key refining. It's just that many of the spiritual root children born in the early years have poor talents, and their minds gradually focus on other aspects, choosing to start a family or get married, and their careers are half abandoned. Otherwise, there would be far more than 50 children in the Lu family who are at the 9th level of key refining. System, draw the lottery. Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly, and he went straight to the draw. Now it was an ordinary draw, and he was no longer nervous. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the 3rd level golden elixir relic. The reward has been distributed in the system space. The host can check it at any time. A golden relic the size of a longan emerged from the big turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. 3rd level golden elixir relic. The careless Lu Changsheng saw this reward, and his heart suddenly paused. Then he immediately looked at the 3rd level relic in the system space. Golden elixir relic, grade, 3rd level, description, the relic left behind by the high monk who had achieved the state of Qingdun after his death. If you hold it to calm your mind and concentrate your spirit, the Buddha's light will illuminate your spiritual platform and suppress your inner demons. If you have a deep Buddha nature, you can comprehend the inheritance of the high monk. Is this the Buddha bone relic that condenses the source of the Buddha's power? Lu Changsheng looked at the description and was surprised. In addition to the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, he also had a true immortal level skill, Brahma Demon True Saint skill. This technique is extraordinary. It is the supreme method of fighting. In terms of combat power, it is far superior to the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra he is practicing now. It's just that the training conditions are too harsh, which has led to it being eaten up. At present, he can complete the first step of Buddha and demon dual cultivation with the help of the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, the Vajra Qingzhu and the 12 capitals of heavenly demons obtained by the system lottery. But he still needs the blood of the heavenly demon, the origin of the magic, and the Buddha bone relic to wash his marrow and refine his body before he can get started. Like the blood of the heavenly demon, he had obtained it a long time ago. Even if it is used up now, he just needs to go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range again. Although the origin of the magic is troublesome, there is a way to spend more time and energy. Only this Buddha bone relic has not had any clues for so many years, so he half gave up this technique. Unexpectedly, when he randomly drew a lottery today, the system actually gave him a Buddha bone relic. In this case, as long as I find another magic elixir and gather the magic origin, I can start this technique. But I have already reached the 6th level of Qingdun and the 11th level of Baili and Baodiju. If I continue to practice this technique, the improvement in combat power will be limited. It is impossible to spend too much time practicing it at the same time. This Brahma Demon True Saint technique is indeed powerful. It is even one level higher than the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra in the same realm. But if this technique is only practiced at the beginning, it will not improve his combat power. And at this critical moment, the magic origin is not easy to deal with. After spending so much time with Nangguang Li, Lu Changsheng also has a general understanding of Qingdun cultivators and Jin. It is known that there are not many cultivators in Jin who have condensed the upper-grade golden elixir. These people are all extraordinary, and it is very difficult to hunt them. Especially now that the situation in the cultivation world is tense, fighting may break out at any time. These golden elixir cultivators are either sitting in the sect or sitting outside. It is not easy to eliminate demons and defend the way. But it's a pity to give up on this condition. Lu Changsheng felt it was a pity to leave a true immortal level technique unpracticed, and he would always think about it. He planned to punish evil and promote good when he went to Jin state again, and see if he could get a magic elixir to get started with this technique. If it weren't for the high requirements and harshness of this technique, Lu Changsheng wouldn't mind teaching his children to practice it. Not to mention the difficulty of comprehending such a true immortal level technique. Just the two conditions of the 3rd level body refining and the dual cultivation of Buddha and Devil have stumped countless people, and all the children in the family have been selected. It's this golden elixir relic. Lu Changsheng's thoughts moved slightly, and a relic the size of a longan, filled with a pure, peaceful, and tranquil atmosphere, appeared in front of him. Upon closer observation, it seemed that there were countless golden Sanskrit characters as fine as floating dust flowing in this relic, forming a symbol, which rotated brightly, revealing a clear and wise Buddha nature. This Buddha bone relic is really extraordinary. Lu Changsheng obtained the Vajra relic from the Yinming ghost sect in his early years. But that relic was just an ordinary relic of a Buddhist monk, not a relic formed by a Buddhist monk who took the initiative to pass away and sit in meditation. After observing it for a while, Lu Changsheng felt that the rotating symbol of this relic seemed to contain some kind of Buddhist heritage. But he was not good enough at Buddha nature and could not understand it. There is really something about the Buddhist practice. The golden relic formed after taking the initiative to pass away and sit in meditation can actually have such an effect. Whether it is carried with you or refined into a magic weapon, it is a rare treasure. After Lu Changsheng looked at it for a while, he took out a brocade box from the storage bag and put away the Buddha bone relic. He planned to go home and see if there were any children with profound Buddhist nature at home. Maybe he could get a Buddhist heritage for free. After Lu Changsheng arrived at the Qangling market he had chosen, He disguised himself as a foundation-building cultivator and stayed in an inn. Then, he observed through Taiyi's soul and waited for the Qingyun Sect to come. His consciousness had already surpassed the peak of the Jinden stage, and he only needed to break through to the Yuanying level. Therefore, unless the Yuanying True Lord came in person and used magical powers and magic weapons to cover up the aura, he could not hide it. And now in the War of Reclamation, one of the True Lords of the Qingyun Sect is stationed at the front line, and one needs to be stationed at the sect to respond to emergencies at the border at any time. It is highly likely that they will not make a big fuss for him. 10 days later, Lu Changsheng sensed 3 auras coming to the Qingling market from afar. 3 Jinden cultivators, they really take it seriously. Lu Changsheng chuckled. After watching the 3 people enter the market, he observed again and confirmed that there was no Yuanying's engine. Then he sent a telepathic message. I am honored that the 3 Taoist friends have come as promised. This Yangming's Henren is indeed a top-level Jinden cultivator. The Qingyun Sect master judged that the other party's consciousness had at least reached the peak of Jinden, which was a bit stronger than his own consciousness. Following the telepathic message, he, Lan Ruoxu, and Zhao Xian came to a private room in an inn. There was a man in a black robe sitting inside, who looked both elegant and heroic. There was a layer of yin-yang colored glass luster flowing hazily on his body, making it difficult to tell the depth of reality. Hello, Senior Yangming, thank you for your help that day. Lan Ruoxu saw Lu Changsheng and immediately bowed, very politely, without any Jinden's Henren airs. I am Tijian, hello, fellow Taoist Yangming. The Qingyun Sect master also bowed to Lu Changsheng. It turns out that it is the leader of the Iron Sword Sect. It is a pleasure to meet you. Lu Changsheng was slightly surprised when he heard this name. He did not expect that this person was the leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect. I am Xiaoming Chao. I have heard of the name of Yangming's Henren for a long time. The other person was a pale and frail Confucian scholar wearing a turban. Hello, fellow Taoist Zhao. Lu Changsheng had never heard of this Xiaoming Chao. But this person must have something extraordinary to be able to come with the leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Lan Ruoxu. This is the Chalcedony gold Ganoderma that I promised to the senior that day. It has been 1,000 years old. At this time, Lan Ruoxu took out a green jade box full of vitality from the storage ring and threw it to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng took the jade box and opened it. There was a root lying quietly inside, like warm white jade, crystal clear, with leaves like emerald green jade, covered with the golden veins, and the cap was like a Ganoderma lucidum cast in gold. It was the main ingredient of the crystal condensation pill, Chalcedony gold Ganoderma. The 800-year medicinal power of the jade marrow Ganoderma can be used to refine the crystal condensation pill. And this jade marrow Ganoderma, as a 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine, can be used to refine the crystal condensation pill, and the effect will be even better. Dao is straightforward. Lu Changsheng covered the jade box to prevent the medicinal power from fading, and then said directly, the 3 Daoists came here. I think they are also interested in the 2 people from the Qingyun Sect. This is a list of some resources that a certain family currently needs. As long as your sect can give me what I need, these 2 people will belong to your sect. The Qingyun Sect was so open and generous, and Lu Changsheng was also very happy. He directly released Murin Zhufang and Shipo, who were sealed and sleeping, and then threw a jade slip to the Qingyun Sect master. The Qingyun Sect master took the jade slip and checked it with his spiritual sense. After a while, he returned the jade slip to Lu Changsheng, marking which natural materials and treasures he had on it, waiting for Lu Changsheng to choose. It is worthy of being the Qingyun Sect, a Yuanying level force. It is indeed extraordinary. Lu Changsheng looked at the mark on the Qingyun Sect master and exclaimed in his heart. Colorful flowing lightstone, Taiyi refined iron, quasi 4th level spiritual wood. Lu Changsheng's transaction this time was mainly for magic weapon materials. The Qingyun Sect master was surprised. He didn't expect Lu Changsheng to only pick 4 items. To be honest, he had already prepared for Lu Changsheng to ask for a lot of money this time. Okay, Taoist Yangming, please stay for a moment. I will go back to the sect and deliver the things Taoist needs. The Qingyun Sect master realized that the other party was showing goodwill and friendly attitude to his family. Lu Changsheng was also a little surprised. He didn't expect the Qingyun Sect master to be so straightforward. Although he didn't ask for a lot of money, the jade marrow golden Ganoderma, the quasi 4th level spiritual wood, and 3 other rare spiritual materials were enough in his opinion. Okay. Lu Changsheng didn't think he was missing out, and nodded. After all, both parties were satisfied with this kind of transaction, and they could continue to cooperate in the future. Immediately, he threw the imprisoned and sleeping Murin Zhufang to the Qingyun Sect master as a deposit and waited for the other party to come back. Junior sister Lan, you stay here to accompany fellow Taoist Yang Ming. The leader of the Qingyun Sect used a magic cloth bag to imprison Murin Zhufang. He said something to Lan Ruoxu, then left with a sickly Confucian scholar beside him. Chapter 590. It turns out that Master Yang Ming is preparing for his funeral. Dao Yao Zhao, can you tell what's going on with this person? After leaving Kangling Market, the leader of Qingyun Sect sent a voice message to the sickly scholar next to him. Sect Master, this person not only possesses a treasure that conceals the secrets of heaven, but also uses some kind of magical power to turn the world upside down, causing the secrets of heaven to be deep and chaotic. The sickly scholar shook his head slightly and sighed. He had just observed Lu Changsheng the whole time, trying to get some useful information. But when he saw Lu Changsheng for the first time, he felt that the secrets of heaven were deep and chaotic, and difficult to pry into. If he forced himself to calculate and pry into the secrets of heaven, he would inevitably lose his life. But based on his facial features, it is likely that he is not his true appearance. The sickly scholar added, feeling that he could not go in vain without getting any information. Yet, the leader of Qingyun Sect nodded slightly, not surprised by this. Such a top cultivator who suddenly appeared without knowing the details is most likely to be an exile from other realms, or a lone cultivator who is wanted. When they go out, they will definitely disguise themselves to conceal their true identity. Moreover, as the leader of a sect and a top sword cultivator, he also cultivated the divine power of the sky eye, which can see some of the key situation. Since he has no ill intentions and even took the initiative to show goodwill and be friendly, there is no need to investigate further. The leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect said, still remembering the hexagram that the True Lord gave him when he came here. Zhenhengzhen is ominous. This trip cannot be explored too much, otherwise it is difficult to predict whether it will be good or bad. Yes, Sect Master. The sickly Confucian scholar responded happily. As a hexagram master, if it is not related to their own safety and opportunities, they are not willing to divination and calculate the secrets of heaven. But many times, they are often unable to help themselves. Kangling Market. In the Antiquan box. Lu Changsheng looked at Lan Ruoxu in front of him. I didn't expect that the leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect left a beautiful woman full of mature charm to accompany him. What does this mean? Use this to test the cadres? Which cadre can't stand such a test? Although Lu Changsheng was willing to make sacrifices for the sake of his family, he established a relationship with the Heavenly Sword Sect. However, under the pseudonym of Yang Ming's Henren, he could not have too much contact with Qingyun Sect, lest his true strength be discovered. Besides, Lan Ruoxu in front of him was a Jindan's Henren, and she was not a naive person. I heard that the senior had a conflict with the Yinming ghost sect. Lan Ruoxu asked with a smile. She stayed to keep him company, of course, for a mission. She wanted to learn more about this Yang Ming's Henren, whether he could be used by her Qingyun Sect, or cooperate with him. Now Jiang State was engaged in a war of reclamation, and had to be wary of Jin State, and to deal with the breakthrough of the Supreme Elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect, it was in urgent need of top-level combat power. If they could win over this Yang Ming's Henren, it would be a great thing for their Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng took a sip of tea with an indifferent look, then looked straight at the beautiful woman in front of him and said, Why, do you want me to deal with the Yinming Ghost Sect? Senior, you are joking. Although the Yinming Ghost Sect does not have a Yuaning's engine sitting in the sect, it has a deep foundation. It is very difficult to destroy it. Besides, the 3 major demon sects in Jin are watching each other. If one of them moves, the other 2 will not sit idly by. Lan Ruoxu said in a calm and gentle tone, without any sword cultivation edge. It's just that the Supreme Elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect is attacking the Yuanying. According to our sect, this person has made full confidence and has a high probability of breaking through. Once the breakthrough is successful, it is very likely to cause trouble to you, senior. Lan Ruoxu said so. As a casual cultivator, I have no worries. Even if this person breaks through the Yuanying, what can it do? It's their Yinming Ghost Sect. The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. Lu Changsheng heard the meaning of the other party's words and said lightly, with a bit of disdain in his voice. As long as his vest is not exposed, he has nothing to worry about. At most, he can abandon this vest and go to Jin less often. Moreover, the other party has such a large sect. Before taking action against him, he must consider whether he can bear the consequences. Lan Ruoxu was stunned. She thought that this Yang Ming's Henren was really domineering and confident. He was not afraid of a quasi-nascent soul cultivator. However, the latter did have the strength and confidence. Unless Yuan Ying's Henren personally took action and spent time and energy to hunt and kill, it would not be easy to kill such a top cultivator. That's what the senior said. Lan Ruoxu knew that it would be difficult to get Lu Changsheng and his family to work together to snipe the breakthrough of the supreme elder of the Yinming ghost sect through this point, so she immediately changed the subject. The senior should know that our Jiang kingdom is engaged in a land reclamation war. I wonder if the senior is interested. Lan Ruoxu said softly. Land reclamation war. Lu Changsheng didn't expect that the other party would actually invite him to participate in the land reclamation war. However, once he used his vest to go all out, it would be likely that someone would see that something was wrong. Moreover, going to the front line of land reclamation will inevitably involve contact with top giant and cultivators and Yuan Ying's Henjin. I have other things to do next and don't have time, but after I'm done, your Qingyun Sect still needs it, so we can cooperate. Lu Changsheng didn't say it for sure. If he could obtain a rare treasure that could conceal Yuan Ying's Henjin, he wouldn't mind making a fortune in the land reclamation war. Okay, if you are interested, you can come to my Qingyun Sect at any time, or contact me. Lan Ruoxu's voice was soft, and her plain and elegant face was not made up, giving people a sense of gracefulness and elegance. How long will your land reclamation war last? Lu Changsheng also took this opportunity to get some information from Lan Ruoxu. This is not certain, at least 3 to 5 years, and at most, it may take more than 10 years. Lan Ruoxu said. This kind of land reclamation war not only requires occupying spiritual land. It also requires these spiritual lands to be reclaimed, or sorted out and planned, and strongholds, or markets, and cities are established. 3 to 5 years, more than 10 years. Lu Changsheng nodded, which was about the same as his guess. For Jiandan's Henren and Yuan Ying's Henjin, this time is just a retreat. You just said that the supreme elder of Yinming ghost sect has a high chance of breaking through Yuan Ying. Lu Changsheng asked back to the previous topic. Although Yinming ghost sect had produced Yuan Ying's Henjin in the early years, and now there is only a gap, but I still don't believe in the words of a high probability of breaking through Yuan Ying. Seeing Lu Changsheng's interest in this aspect, Lan Ruoxu immediately said happily, yes, the supreme elder of Yinming ghost sect has cultivated to the peak of Jiandan 50 years ago. The reason why he waited until now to break through is to wait for the 10,000 ghosts blood pool to accumulate enough blood of all spirits. Senior Yangming may not know that the 10,000 ghosts blood pool of Yinming ghost sect is their inheritance treasure. The condensed blood of all spirits is not only beneficial to Jiandan, but also very helpful for breaking through Yuan Ying. All forces that can be passed down for thousands of years and tens of thousands of years have their own foundation. They can ensure that top cultivators continue to be passed down as much as possible. Even if there is a gap, the situation can still be stabilized. I see. Lu Changsheng had heard about the Yinming ghost sect's inheritance treasure, the 10,000 ghosts blood pool. He knew that the Yinming ghost sect could continue to be called the 3 major demon sects together with the 5 poison sect and the heavenly corpse sect because of this treasure. But he didn't know that this treasure could also help break through the nascent soul. However, he still had no intention of rushing to the tower with the heavenly sword sect. Anyway, if the sky falls, there will be a tall person to support it. The 2 nascent soul true lords of the heavenly sword sect are not vegetarians. Moreover, Jiang Kingdom has another neutral nascent soul, the true lord Qingyun. Although this person has just broken through the nascent soul, Lu Changsheng feels that his strength is definitely extraordinary and belongs to the best among the nascent souls. If he breaks through the nascent soul, has the 10,000 ghosts blood pool, and the 10,000 ghosts Dao soldiers, his strength will directly rank among the veteran nascent souls, and he will be very difficult to deal with. Lan Ruoxu continued, trying to persuade Lu Changsheng. But Lu Changsheng was completely indifferent. However, looking at the latter's appearance, he thought of a rare treasure he had obtained in his early years, the demonic curse book of life. As long as you visualize others in front of the manuscript, You can curse them remotely. After 49 days, their flesh and blood will decay and their souls will be extinguished and die. Although I have never seen this supreme elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect, someone in the Qingyun Sect must have seen him. As long as I sell this treasure to the Qingyun Sect, I can curse this person to death directly. But this treasure is too overbearing. Who knows if the Qingyun Sect will use it to curse the supreme elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect after obtaining it. Once the latter obtains this treasure, I may be in danger. Moreover, if I sell this magic treasure to the Qingyun Sect, who knows if they will label me as a magic and be afraid of me. After all, I am a top-level giant and great monk with the potential of yuanying. In the eyes of the Qingyun Sect, I am afraid that I am also a threat. In this way, the two of them chatted with each other. Changsheng always maintained this vast identity, acting calm and indifferent, and stopped at any topic. He was interested, but not too interested, so as not to let Lan Ruoxia see that something was wrong. 3 days later, the leader of Qingyun Sect brought the 4 kinds of heaven and earth spiritual materials that Lu Changsheng needed back to Qingling Market to trade. After the transaction between the two parties was completed, Lu Changsheng directly clasped his fists and said, "To Taoist friends, goodbye. I wish you good luck to Taoist Yangming." The leader of Qingyun Sect was very happy to get 2 people from Qingyun Sect. With these 2 people, he can take the opportunity to negotiate with Qingyun Sect in exchange for one of his own brothers. After seeing Lu Changsheng turn into a divine rainbow and leave, the leader of Qingyun Sect asked Lan Ruoxia if he had any information from the other party during these days of contact. "Master brother, this Yangming Zhenren should not be a cultivator from our Jiang kingdom. Although he has some understanding of our Qingyun Sect and the forces of the surrounding countries, he doesn't know much. However, this person claims to be a casual cultivator and has no worries, but in my opinion, it is not the case. Through the chats these days, it can be seen that he is still a little afraid of Yinming Ghost Sect, and he is not as free and natural as he said." As a giant and cultivator, Lan Ruoxia not only has extraordinary cultivation, but also has a very delicate mind. I have been chatting with Lu Changsheng these days. It seems simple, but I have analyzed his movements and expressions, and the meaning of every word. Well, according to intelligence, he became enemies with the Yinming Ghost Sect because his wife and children were injured by the Yinming Ghost Sect. He is not alone and has no worries. And he obtained the condensing crystal pill from the Yinming Ghost Sect and asked us for the jade marrow golden ganoderma, which means that he may have descendants to take care of and use the condensing crystal pill. The Qingyun Sect master analyzed. He has something to do. He is not afraid of yuanying cultivators. He prepares multiple condensing crystal pills, purchases heaven and earth spiritual materials, and refines magic weapons. Is he going to the Hansha fantasy realm? At this time, the Qingyun Sect master's heart seemed to be struck by an electric current, and he thought thoughtfully. To the north of Yu State, there is a large desert wasteland. 3,000 years ago, a secret realm appeared, which was named Hansha Fantasy Realm. This secret realm appears once every few hundred years, and someone once got the opportunity of yuanying from it. So once this secret realm appears in the world, many Jiangdan and yuanying cultivators will flock to it. According to the information he received, this secret realm may appear in the world in about 10 years. This person's strength has obviously reached the peak of Jiangdan, and he can impact yuanying. Hansha Fantasy Realm is an opportunity for him to break through yuanying. Most of the spiritual materials he collected before are suitable for refining rare treasures. Maybe he is preparing for going to Hansha Fantasy Realm. He asked for Ningjing Dam from Yinming Ghost Sect in his early years, and now he is asking for Yuzu Jinsui. It is very likely that he is preparing for his death and paving the way for his children and future generations. The more the Qingyun Sect master thought about it, the more possible it was. After all, for a giant and cultivator to enter this kind of yuanying secret realm, it can be said that he is in danger of death. Even if this Yangming Zhenren is very powerful and has a 3rd-level demon king, it is difficult to compete for the opportunity of yuanying from the secret realm. If so, we can contact each other again in the future. Qingyun Sect master thought to himself, then looked at Lan Ruoxia and said, "Junior sister Lan, you have worked hard on this trip." After that, he and Lan Ruoxia left Qingling Market and returned to Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng didn't know the Qingyun Sect master's guess. If he knew the other party's guess, he would definitely scold him. You arranged the funeral, and the whole family arranged the funeral. His ancestor Lu has a system, So why does he need to go to the secret realm to take risks? After leaving Qingling Market for thousands of miles, Changsheng carefully checked his whole body and the breath of mana. After confirming that there was no problem, he continued to fly towards the direction of Qingzhu Mountain on the golden-winged sky pang. When there were still thousands of miles to go, Changsheng directly activated the mission banner and returned to Qingzhu Mountain. Husband. Now that Ling's Xio was gone, the main array of Qingzhu Mountain was in Lu Maoyan's hands. She sensed this inexplicable fluctuation through the array disk and immediately realized that Changsheng was back. Yuner. Changsheng saw his little wife and hugged her in his arms. After the two of them rubbed their ears for a while, Changsheng signaled Meng Xiaochen to come out of the Xianyun Baohuang lotus. As for his daughter Lu Mengchen, she continued to sleep. Because he was going to upgrade his life magic weapon yin-yang diagram with the help of the forging table at Qingzhu Mountain, and then return to the Great Dream Fairy City to make elixirs. In the next half-month, Changsheng would accompany his wife, concubines, and children at Qingzhu Mountain, care about family matters, and then upgrade his magic weapon. In the refining hall, as the Thunder Gang Dragon Flame was injected into it, the Earth Fire formation was activated, and a blazing black gold fire burned on the forging table. Buzz! Changsheng's mind moved, and his life magic weapon yin-yang diagram appeared and flew directly onto the forging table. As the black gold true fire burned, the yin-yang diagram bloomed with a brilliant and gorgeous luster, and the black and white key intertwined and flowed, as if interpreting the reincarnation of life and death in heaven and earth. Changsheng put the spiritual materials of heaven and earth obtained from this trip to Jin State, as well as the 3 spiritual materials traded by Qingyun Sect, into the forging table. Divine Machine Refining Technique. It is very troublesome to upgrade traditional magic weapons. The magic weapon needs to be recast, the low-level materials originally mixed in are slowly removed, and the magic weapon restrictions are re-entered. If you are not careful during the process, the magic weapon may be damaged. Therefore, most cultivators who refine magic weapons either start with a good foundation or spend all kinds of natural materials and treasures to slowly warm and improve them through mana. But if you want to warm up a low-grade magic weapon to a medium-grade magic weapon, it will take at least dozens or hundreds of years. The Shenji Bailanju technique that Changsheng obtained before is a top-level weapon cultivation technique with many weapon refining secrets. One of the famous weapon refining techniques is exquisite. As long as you understand the principles of magic weapons, you can directly replace or condense and upgrade the low-level materials of magic weapons, thereby improving the grade of magic weapons. Buzz buzz buzz. Under the Shenji refining technique, these spiritual materials of heaven and earth circled around the yin-yang diagram, and then a colorful streamer stone turned into colorful streamers and gradually merged into the scroll. Since it was the first time to perform the Shenji refining technique, Changsheng did not dare to be too hasty and was very slow. As time passed little by little, only wisps of gray luster were seen seeping out from the yin-yang diagram. The 7-color streamer formed by the melting of the 7-color streamer stone perfectly blends into the yin-yang diagram. In this way, Changsheng followed the order and gradually refined the 5 spiritual materials that could be upgraded and replaced by his natal magic weapon, one by one. After refining, Changsheng spent similar materials to condense and upgrade the relatively low-quality materials before. 10 days later. Refining hall. Changsheng exhaled with a tired and happy look. On the forging platform, the yin-yang diagram with wisps of black and white air was filled with mysterious energy and fell into his hands again. Before, this natal magic weapon barely reached the level of a top-grade magic weapon. But after his recasting and upgrading, it was only half a step away from being upgraded to a top-grade magic weapon. The reason why it was not upgraded to a top-grade magic weapon was not because of insufficient materials, but because of his current cultivation level. This level was more convenient to use. If it was upgraded to a top-grade magic weapon, it would not be beautiful. This divine machine refining technique is indeed extraordinary. It can not only quickly improve the grade, but also nourish spirituality. The most difficult thing for a magic weapon to be promoted to a spiritual treasure is to nourish spirituality and cultivate the spirit of the weapon. Under normal circumstances, it would take 100 years to cultivate enough spirituality. But with this divine machine refining technique, as long as enough spiritual materials are spent, spirituality and weapon spirit can be cultivated at the fastest speed. After experiencing the effect of the divine machine 100 refining technique, Lu Changsheng deeply realized the role of this kind of talisman making and weapon refining inheritance. At his cultivation speed, the cultivation of magic weapons can't keep up at all. Maybe after breaking through the middle stage of the nascent soul, the magic weapon will be promoted to a spiritual treasure. But with a divine machine refining technique, these problems are all solved. After putting away his yin-yang diagram, Lu Changsheng walked out of the refining hall and returned to Zumi Cave Heaven to rest. Although this kind of refining technique is extraordinary, it is also very consuming for him. After resting for a few days and being full of energy, Lu Changsheng came to Qingyun Sect to visit Xiao Xiao. The latter has been practicing in seclusion these days. After such a long period of practice, Xiao Xiao's giant and supernatural power is only at the entry level. This is also the norm for most giant and cultivators. After the breakthrough, it takes a lot of time to practice supernatural powers and warm up the life magic weapon. For someone like Xiao Xiao, it is already very fast. She can practice quietly without worrying about the magic weapon. After a long separation, the two of them were lingering and affectionate, under the flowers and the moon. Afterwards. It is said that there is no time in practice. On this day, the sun and moon cards appeared in Lu Changsheng's hand, and his wife Lu Maiyuan sent a message. Husband, Hong Yi passed away. 3 years ago, when he was at the Jinden ceremony, Hong Yi looked haggard and dragged his body like a dead tree to congratulate him. Lu Changsheng knew that this good friend would not live long. Now that he has passed away, it is also normal. Hong Yi passed away, I will go to see him off. Lu Changsheng said with some emotion in his heart. Although the two have rarely interacted in recent years. But Hong Yi is one of his few good friends after all. The Lu family of Ruai County also benefited from the care of the other party in the early years. Now that the other party has passed away, it is reasonable to go to pay tribute. I'll go too. Xiao Xiao's cheeks were flushed, and she leaned on Lu Changsheng's arms and said softly. Lu Changsheng had always been in contact with Hong Yi. After she broke through the foundation and cultivated the supreme forget-love art, she gradually cut off contact with Hong Yi. If I hadn't heard the news of the other party's death, it wouldn't matter. Now that I heard it, and with Lu Changsheng, I am willing to go to pay tribute. Okay. Although two Jindens Henrin attending the funeral of a key refining cultivator will certainly cause a huge sensation. But at the stage of forming a pill, how could one care about other people's opinions? After a moment of tenderness, the two walked out of the cave. When they arrived at the gate of Qingyun Sect, Lu Changsheng paused. He could no longer remember how many times he had been to Qingyun Sect. But he still remembered the first time he came to Qingyun Sect. At that time, he, Xiao Xiao, Zhao Qingqing, Li Fiyu, Han Lin, and Hong Yi were led to Qingyun Sect to take the entrance examination. Xiao Xiao, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin joined Qingyun Sect, while he, Li Fiyu, and Hong Yi failed. 81 years have passed. Of the former 6 people, Hong Yi passed away, Li Fiyu disappeared, and Han Lin went to a certain market to retire and served as the manager of refining equipment. Although Zhao Qingqing broke through the foundation, her qualifications were limited. If he did not switch to the method of longevity in heaven and earth, he would at most stop at the false pill. What's wrong? Xiao Xiao, wearing a moon-white dress, had a beautiful face, cold and holy, and stood side by side with Lu Changsheng, like a pair of immortal lovers. Nothing. Lu Changsheng shook his head, and came to Qingzhu Mountain with Xiao Xiao, and then went to Ruai County. Chapter 591, Zuanmu Vine, Opportunity on Dragonfish Island. Ruai County City. Because the old lord of Ruai Marcus Mansion, Old Master Hong, passed away, the whole county city was in a plain dress these days, with long white cloth strips and lanterns hanging. In addition to the major dignitaries of Ruai County, many immortal cultivation families sent people to pay tribute. After all, the old lord of Ruai Marcus Mansion and Lu Liaozu of Qingzhu Mountain were old friends. And Hong Yi himself also relied on his savings and his relationship with Lu Changsheng to buy a lot of foundations in the Red Leaf Valley market, and was considered a small force in key refining. When Lu Changsheng and Xiao Xiao came to Ruai Marcus Mansion, they heard bursts of crying and shouting from the continuous courtyard. They entered the Marcus Mansion. Greetings to the immortal Changsheng. Greetings to father. Meeting grandfather. Although Lu Changsheng's appearance was not spread to the secular world, but Hong Yi had placed Lu Changsheng's portrait in the Hong family early on, indicating that the younger generations of the family should know him. The Lu family and the Hong family have a very close secular relationship, so for such things, many Lu family children came to help and pay tribute. Yet, Lu Changsheng didn't want to be too high profile, so he waved his hand gently and walked towards the lobby with Xiao Xiao. This place has been decorated like a mourning hall, and a group of filial sons and grandsons are crying in mourning clothes. Meet father-in-law, Master Xiao, Dad, Aunt Xiao. Hong Xuanji and Lu Keishun heard that their father-in-law and father were coming, and hurried out to greet them. There were guests from the world of immortal cultivation in the field. Seeing this scene, they were horrified and couldn't help but gasp. Although it is rumored that the old man of the Hong family and Master Changsheng are old friends. But most people think that after so many years, the friendship has faded. After all, what kind of friendship can there be between a little key refining cultivator and a giant master? But now, seeing that Master Changsheng actually came in person to attend the funeral of the Hong family ancestor, and came with Master Xiao, everyone was shocked. Changsheng's Henren is really loyal and righteous. Even if he has achieved the giant ancestor, he still remembers his old friends. As expected of a giant's Henren, such a character is admirable. If I can meet Patriarch Lu, it would be a great honor. The cultivators in the field immediately sighed and praised Patriarch Lu for remembering his roots, cherishing the jade and holding the jade, and being upright. Brother Hong passed away. I came here to pay my respects. Lu Changsheng said softly. Thank you, father-in-law. Even though Lu Changsheng was usually gentle, Hong Xuanji was in awe of this father-in-law. Especially when he went to Daming Xiancheng with Lu Quansun, he saw the real cruel corner of the cultivation world. The foundation building ancestor, who was usually high and mighty and in charge of one side, was killed by his brother-in-law. And his father-in-law was able to rise from humble beginnings to become a giant's Henren, the deputy city lord of Xiancheng, and a guest elder of Xianmen. How could it be so simple on the surface? Immediately, with everyone in awe, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Xiao lit 3 incense sticks, bowed slightly towards the mourning hall, but did not bend down. There has always been a saying about luck in the world of cultivating immortals. Now that he and Xiao Xiao are both giant's Henren, if they bow and pay tribute to a small key refining clan of the Hong family, it might damage their luck. And the Hong family can't afford such a great gift of giant. Brother Hong, do you have any last words or unfinished business? Lu Changsheng asked after paying tribute. My father-in-law, I have no regrets in my life, but I couldn't thank you and Brother Quansun. Hong Xuanji said respectfully. With the help of Lu Quansun, he barely broke through the foundation. Afterwards, Lu Quansun was called away by Lu Changsheng, and there was no time to send him back, so he asked Ling Zixiao to find him a caravan to come back together. But after seeing the cruelty of the world of cultivating immortals, he dared not publicize it when he was 70 years old and built his foundation. He only told his wife and father. He clearly remembered his father's excited and trembling look at that time. Then he took him to worship the ancestors tremblingly, held his wrist, and earnestly told him not to have second thoughts and set up his own family. When the Hong family has a second foundation building cultivator in the future, he will let him set up his own family, and he will repay this favor in the Lu family. This matter is not worth mentioning. If you are interested, you can buy a spiritual land after the War of Reclamation is over. Lu Changsheng knew that Huang Yi's lifelong wish was to own a spiritual land and establish a family of immortals. However, with his rise, the latter directly gave up the idea of spiritual land and put the family foundation in Hongai Valley Market to bless future generations. Thank you, father-in-law, but I don't have this intention. My father also said that we will consider this matter when there is a person of accomplishment in the family. Hong Xuanji said hurriedly. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded, and didn't say much. When he was young, Hong Xuanji was still a more ambitious and sharp person. After so many years, the latter has been smoothed out. Even after breaking through the foundation, he still couldn't find his ambition. However, this is also the difference between building a foundation on one's own and relying on others to break through. After the worship, Lu Changsheng went to the Lu mansion again. But looking at the people and things that were both familiar and unfamiliar, he only stayed for a while and left Ruai County. After parting with Xiao Xiao, he came to Qingzhu Mountain. Qingzhu Mountain has changed a lot from the early years. It has completely become the puppet and refining workshop of the Lu family. Many patrol puppets with fine production can be seen. Now the person in charge of the puppet workshop has also been passed from his son Lu Xianzi to his grandson Lu Zuanliu. Father, Grandpa, meet the real person. The monks and Lu family children here bowed and saluted with respect after seeing Lu Changsheng. Well, Lu Changsheng had just experienced the death of Hong Yi and saw the old-looking Lu Xianzi, and he felt a little sentimental. The latter was his first son with spiritual roots, although it was only a 9th grade spiritual root. But when he was born, he was also excited and happy. It's a pity that there is no perfection in the world. After all, there is a limit to what he can do for this son. Although he was given the method of longevity from heaven and earth, the latter frankly refused, believing that he had no regrets in this life and was unwilling to practice this method for the so-called longevity. After briefly caring about the situation here, Lu Changsheng came to the back mountain and looked at his first spiritual pet, the 9-nether mastiff. The monster cub that could once be held in his arms is now a full 1.5 meters tall and 3 meters long. The whole body is covered with thick black hair, which is shiny and glossy. Under the sunlight, it has a deep and bright luster. In the center of the eyebrows of the hideous and terrifying wolf head, it seems to be inlaid with a scarlet vertical pupil, which is breathtaking, and the staggered fangs are like white blades, which makes people shudder. Ao, seeing Lu Changsheng, the master, the 9-nether mastiff immediately lowered its head obediently, and gently shook its tail to express its happiness. Take this demon pill and digest it slowly. Don't eat it too quickly. When you are ready to break through, notify the Immortal. Lu Changsheng took out a dark purple 3rd-level demon pill from the storage ring and gave it to Jiu Yao Mastiff. Although he did not hunt down the Yao Wolf King with similar attributes during this trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he did not make a wasted trip. He found another Wolf King as a substitute. Jiu Yao Mastiff looked at the dark purple oval sphere in front of him and roared, expressing his joy and desire. The easiest way for demon beasts to grow quickly is to devour demon pills, demon cores, and natural treasures with similar attributes. Although this demon pill is not as good as the previous Yao Wolf King demon pill, it also comes from a 3rd-level Wolf King with Earth-level blood, and its quality and purity are very pure. Do your best. Lu Changsheng patted Jiu Yao Mastiff and said. As a 2nd-level demon beast, taking 2 3rd-level demon pills is extremely luxurious. If people knew that Lu Changsheng cultivated his spirit pets in this way, he would probably be scolded for squandering natural resources. After all, a 3rd-level demon pill is enough to replace many natural materials and treasures for cultivating spirit pets, and even quasi-3rd-level demon beasts. After leaving Beihu Mountain, Lu Changsheng returned to Beihu Mountain and told Lu Maoyan about the 9-nether mastiff. He indicated that he would notify himself when he received a message from Beihu Mountain and bring the 9-nether mastiff back to Zumi Cave Heaven for a breakthrough. Although the requirements for the spiritual veins, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, for the breakthrough of demon beasts, are not as high as those of cultivators. A quasi-3rd-level spiritual vein is enough for demon beasts to break through to the 3rd level. But there is a good environment at home, so why not use it? Moreover, when a demon beast breaks through, the demon core is promoted to a demon pill. This breakthrough process is a bit like the formation of a cultivator's pill, which will be affected by external factors. So Lu Changsheng also planned to set up a demon evil formation for the 9-nether mastiff, and put in some natural materials and treasures with similar properties to make it smoother and become an immortal golden pill among demon kings. In this way, when Changsheng's Henren goes out, he is not good at fighting, but the spirit beast under his seat can do it for him. Is Xiaohai going to be promoted to the 3rd level? Jiu Yao Mastiff spends most of his time in Beihu Mountain, and Lu Maoyan is not very clear about its growth rate. I still remember that when I married Lu Changsheng in the early years, Jiu Yao Mastiff was still like a puppy, and was treated as a playmate by Lu Pinkin and others. Unexpectedly, this puppy will become a demon king without knowing it. It should be a few years. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. After spending a few more days with his wife, Lu Changsheng took Meng Xiaochen back to Damen Fairy City. 10 days later. Damen Fairy City, City Lord's Mansion. Brother. Sister Xiaochen. Dad, you are done. Ling Xiao was busy, Lu Maoji and Honglian were in seclusion, so the huge City Lord's Mansion was only by Ling and her daughter Lu Beixi. Linger, Xiaoxi. Lu Changsheng hugged Bai Ling, then looked at his daughter who had not grown up for more than a year, and rubbed her head. Where are Wangshu and Xiao? Seeing that the other 2 daughters were not there, Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. Wang Shu took Xiao out to play. Bai Ling talked about the situation in the past 2 years after Lu Changsheng left. Hearing that Lu Wangshu took his daughter Lu Ling out, he didn't care too much, but felt sorry for his daughter Lu Beixi, who was alone at home. Fortunately, this daughter has a quiet and studious personality. Even if she reads books and studies exercises at home every day, she doesn't feel bored. After not seeing each other for 2 years, this daughter has made rapid progress. It seems that she has reached the critical point of breakthrough and can break through at any time. What is Xiaoxi's breakthrough? A demon cultivator. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter, who was already 15 years old, but still only 8 or 9 years old, and thought to himself, the latter is not refining ki or body, but spiritual power and physical strength go hand in hand. Daddy, are you done? Lu Beixi looked at Lu Changsheng with anticipation, and his pupils with a platinum holy luster revealed his desire to learn. Daddy is done. Come, what do you not understand about practicing during this time? Although it is very troublesome to teach children to practice, Lu Changsheng also made up for his daughter after being away for so long. At this time, he also released his daughter Lu Mengchen from the spirit eye spring of Qiangyun Baohuang Lotus and unsealed it. Lu Mengchen, who had slept for a year, was full of spiritual energy, as delicate as jade, and her body meridians were glittering. Well, Daddy, Mommy, Aunt Lingling, Sister Zixi. She opened her eyes in a daze, a little confused in her sleep. After a while, she recovered and said, Daddy, are we home? Yes, we are home. Lu Changsheng smiled. Mom, where's my ball? She immediately looked at her mother Meng Xiaoqin, wanting to share her pet flying bear with her sister Lu Ling. But when she heard that Lu Ling was not at home, she was a little disappointed. As for Lu Beixi, Lu Mengchen was not very close to her. Or rather, Lu Beixi disliked this sister for being too noisy, and too annoying. Daddy will take you to see your sister in a few days. Lu Changsheng said helplessly when he saw his daughter's grievance. Then Meng Xiaoqin coaxed her daughter, and he taught Lu Beixi to practice. Night fell. Hearing that Lu Changsheng was back, Lu Miaoj, Honglian, and Lu Quanzian all came out of retreat. Husband. My dear. Greetings, father. Several people gathered at a table, enjoying the food, and Ling Zixiao told Lu Changsheng about the things that happened in the past few days. And Lu Changsheng also told his wife and daughter about some of his gains on this trip. Children will take their leave first. Lu Quanzhong went to practice after eating almost everything. In addition to refining his foundation, he also comprehended the techniques and skills of his skills. In the past 2 years, the problems with his foundation have been almost made up. The only problem is the balance of his skills. So during this time, he has also been practicing the secret method of forming a pill to increase his chances of forming a pill as much as possible. Well, Lu Changsheng knew that his son was out of place here, and planned to try his earlier guest later to see if he could solve the problem of his skills integration. My dear, have you obtained the Jade Marrow Golden Ganoderma? Ling Zixiao was very surprised to hear that Lu Changsheng had obtained the main ingredient of the crystal condensation pill. This elixir is extremely rare. Even though she has been in charge of the Immortal City for so many years, she has only obtained some relevant clues, and no one is selling it. Well, counting the materials collected in the early years, it is enough to refine a furnace of crystal condensation pill. By then, you and Sister Miaoj will not lack crystal condensation pills. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Although Ling Zixiao is only at the 7th level of foundation building. But as long as the magic weapon of the same ginseng is made, it will take at most 10 years to prepare for the formation of the pill. Sister Miaoj, you don't need to rush to form the pill. Use the Qiangyun Baohuang Lotus to practice the Yin Yang Yuan Dan method first, and then try to break through. Maybe you can achieve a high-grade golden pill in one fell swoop. Although Lu Miaoj's cultivation has reached the peak of foundation building. But compared with Xiao Ziyu and Meng Xiaoqin, the two true disciples of the Immortal Gate, it is still a lot worse. The only advantage is the Tai Yi Sheng Shui Ju. Relying on Lu Changsheng's Tai Dao seed, the talent, foundation, and skills have all been raised to a higher level. But relying on these alone, it is very difficult to break through the upper-grade golden elixir. So Lu Changsheng hopes that the latter can rely on his own efforts to accumulate more foundation before forming the elixir. This will also be good for Lu Miaoj's future. Linger, you have to practice more when you have time, otherwise you will be caught up by Xiaoxi in the future. Lu Changsheng looked at Bai Ling again and said. The latter's cultivation speed in his early years was comparable to that of a first-grade spiritual root. After awakening his bloodline, his cultivation speed was even faster, not inferior to that of an earthly spiritual root. It was only because of pregnancy and delay in taking care of his daughter that he reached the peak of the 8th level of foundation building. Brother, Linger will practice well. Bai Ling nodded in response, but she felt a little ashamed in her heart that she had not done anything for Lu Changsheng, but had been wasting cultivation resources. If she broke through the elixir, she would waste more precious resources. After eating and drinking, Lu Changsheng began to comfort his wife at home. In order to avoid too much jealousy and discord in the backyard, Lu Changsheng would also use this process to help his wives and concubines increase their emotional friendship. For example, Lu Miaoj and Ling Zixio. The two women are the people Lu Changsheng trusts the most. One is responsible for the outside world, and the other is responsible for the inside world. Naturally, they need to communicate more. So Lu Changsheng also called the two of them together to instruct them in their cultivation. On the jasper bed, Lu Changsheng told Lu Miaoj about the wonderful yin and yang of Taiyi water. Even though Lu Miaoj has heard Lu Changsheng's story countless times, she has a different experience every time. Whenever she hears the profound and mysterious part, she will cry and hum in response, making the meaning of yin and yang blend at this moment. Qingyun is hard and soft, and they cooperate and embrace each other. Yang is held by yin, and male and female need each other. It takes creation, and the essence and energy are relaxed. Qinli is the first, and it is reflected first. Lu Changsheng spoke seriously, and Lu Miaoj listened attentively. And teaching and preaching, in many cases, also pay attention to teaching by words and deeds. So the words and teachings of the two people are always transformed into body and mind teaching. Although Ling Zixio did not practice yin and yang skills, this kind of skills is profound, and he also listened attentively. It was unknown how long it had been before Lu Changsheng taught Lu Miaoj all his yin and yang theories and told Ling Zixio about the book of the same origin. Lu Miaoj also took this opportunity to listen and comprehend the mysterious secret of the book of the same origin. A few days later, Lu Changsheng accompanied Bai Ling. Although Binger slept in the crystallized coffin most of the time, she would come out every now and then. Usually at this time, Lu Changsheng would call her. Moreover, among so many wives and concubines in the family, Binger and Bai Ling got along best. Since his daughter loved to study too much and he could not teach her, Bai Ling was now constantly enriching herself and asking Lu Changsheng for advice. Lu Changsheng taught Bai Ling the way of music. The way of music is profound and can bring people to feel the vastness of the world and the beauty of nature. Unfortunately, Bai Ling's talent for music is too poor, and the music uttered by her pink and attractive lips is like a babbling. Even so, it can be regarded as a return to nature, with a unique and moving style. Brother, Binger also wants to study. Binger was infected by the atmosphere of the two and clamored to study. Lu Changsheng took out several books and let Binger choose which one to study. Binger did not hesitate, and her slender jade-like fingers pointed at elementary school. Although this is a children's enlightenment book, Binger is not familiar with the world, so it is normal for her to study this. Immediately, Lu Changsheng taught Binger. Binger's voice was pleasant, and she read aloud with her head shaking. The whole person was like a small boat, immersed in the endless ocean of knowledge, reading the book to the fullest. The wind was noisy, knocking open the window, pouring into the room, and flipping the pages of the book. There is a golden house in the book, and there is a beautiful woman in the book. I saw that when the book was flipping, it seemed to reflect a peerless beauty, with lips like cherries, a face like peach blossoms, black hair spread, willow waist swaying lightly, and graceful. For a while, there was a sound of rain hiding banana leaves outside the house, crackling. A few days later, Lu Changsheng and Honglian sat and talked. In the classical and elegant boudoir, the night pearls glowed softly. On the white jade bed of the 8 treasures lotus, there was a cloud gauze curtain of the vermilion bird burning the sky. In the dim light, you can see a beautiful jade sculpture with fairy skin and jade bones, with a crystal jade color, rising and falling in the curtain. The ups and downs of the graceful curves, under the reflection of the gauze curtain, are like a sacred, elegant and enchanting statue of the world. People are taken aback at first glance, but they also feel respect and feel ashamed. After a long time, the cloud gauze fluttered, and a fragrant snow-white jade foot with a tight arch of the foot came out. The curvature of the instep is extremely soft and beautiful, and the 10 slender toes are like white jade pearls, tightly clasped and curled, with a faint pink luster. 3 days and 3 nights later, Lu Changsheng and Honglian performed the cleaning technique, bathed and changed clothes, and chatted with a relaxed look. At this time, Lu Changsheng also showed Honglian the vine rhizome he had obtained from the corpse lady, and asked what it was. This looks a bit like the rhizome of the blackwood vine. After Honglian looked at it for a long time, she opened her red lips and said softly, "Blackwood vine." Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. "Well, this is a very rare spiritual wood of heaven and earth, with extremely high growth potential, suitable as a wood-type spiritual treasure embryo. Did my husband ask me about the treasure of Xuanshan in his early years? It is said that this Xuanmu vine is the companion vine of some Xuanshan spiritual plant." Honglian said so. Lu Changsheng was stunned. When he saw this vine, he felt that it was somewhat similar to his own Xuanshan spiritual vine. He guessed whether it was a weakened version of Xuanshan spiritual vine. Unexpectedly, it was true. Xuanshan fairy vine is accompanied by Xuanshan spiritual vine, and Xuanshan spiritual vine is accompanied by Xuanmu vine? Good guy, it's a nesting doll. Lu Changsheng was a little speechless. It's a pity that the vitality of this vine is almost annihilated, and there is only a section of rhizome, which makes it difficult to refine a top-grade magic weapon. Honglian said with some regret. Although the Xuanmu vine is precious, it depends on the situation. There is only a small section of Xuanmu vine in front of him, and it is almost withered. But my husband has the Wanling bottle, so we can try to save it. Honglian continued, and said with some expectation, if it can be saved, it can be used as a spiritual material of heaven and earth for the embryo of a spiritual treasure. And there are rumors that when the Xuanmu vine is cultivated to a certain extent, it will bloom and bear fruit, and possess incredible magical powers. She only knew about the Xuanmu vine and had heard about it. She was very curious about the rumor that the Xuanmu vine would bloom and bear fruit after being cultivated to a certain extent. Under normal circumstances, even a 4th-level spiritual plant master would find it difficult to cultivate the Xuanmu vine to this extent. But she had seen the Lu family's Wanling bottle. This bottle simply has the power of towering creation, which is extraordinary. Bloom and bear fruit. Lu Changsheng didn't expect that this thing could bloom and bear fruit like the Xuanshan Lingtang. The Xuanshan Lingtang needs 10,000 years to bloom and bear fruit, and what about the Xuanmu vine? 1,000 years. If it's 1,000 years, it should be enough to water it with a Wanling bottle for 10 or 20 years. For a moment, Lu Changsheng had some expectations for the Xuanmu vine in front of him. But in this case, the magical fruit tree can only be put aside for the time being. Although the Wanling bottle has amazing effects, it only produces 1 drop of Wanling Shenshindu a year. At present, the Lu family needs to use Wanling Shenshindu to cultivate Xianling fruit, Yangshan lotus, Xianun Baolian, 5 elements linguo tree, Shentong fruit tree, and the spiritual plants of heaven and earth for his wife and children, etc. Now there is another Xuanmu vine, which is really not enough. Let's see if it can be saved when the time comes. Lu Changsheng put away the Xuanmu vine in front of him and planned to send it back to Qingzhu Mountain later to see if it can be saved. Originally, Lu Changsheng was going to open the furnace to refine the Ningjing pill. But his daughter Lu Mengjin always missed her sister, and there was really no way, so he could only take her to find Lu Ling. A day later, Lu Changsheng found the 2 sisters on Chili Island. These days, the 2 sisters go out to sea for a while, and then come to Longayu Island, Chili Island, and Billy Island to rest and clean up some of the harvest. Although Lu Wangshu felt boring and had no chance to gain anything, Lu Ling was very happy and full of energy. She was finally able to make money. Daddy. Mengmen. Lu Ling was very happy to see Lu Changsheng, and shared with him what she had gained in the past year. Not bad, my Xiao has grown up. Lu Changsheng rubbed his daughter's ponytail and praised. Huh? Lu Wangshu pouted her pink lips, not looking good to her old father. The puppet and the borrowed spirit pet that were promised to her before, but in the blink of an eye, they disappeared again. Wangshu, what's wrong? Lu Changsheng knew that his daughter was deliberately throwing a little temper for him to see. He could still tolerate his daughter's little temper. Daddy, Gun and Xiaobing said that there are treasures on Longayu Island, but my sister came to find you and you were not at home. Seeing that her sister didn't say anything, Lu Ling immediately raised her head and said crisply. What treasures are there on Longai Island? Lu Changsheng was surprised. When the battle broke out on this island and the robbery repairs were rampant, Ling Zixiao settled Lu Qingsong, Lu Lingxiao and others here. How come treasures suddenly appeared? We don't know either. Gun Gun found it, but Xiaobing said it was dangerous. As a rare heavenly monster, the iron-eating beast is not only extremely powerful, but also has a very sharp sense of perception. She and Lu Wangshu went to Longai Island to rest before, and Gun Gun suddenly felt that there was something under Longai Island. Several people wanted to dig down to find this energy, but Gun Gun felt a little scared, while the cold blue-black tortoise felt that good and bad were interdependent. Okay, Daddy will go with you to take a look, Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Daddy. At this time, Lu Mengjin next to him signaled Lu Changsheng to show his ball to his sister. Xiao, Meng has been missing you. Lu Changsheng threw the little bean to Lu Ling, and then released her flying bear from the pet bag. Sister, this is the ball. Lu Mengjin has always wanted to share her pet with her sister, and now she can finally share it happily. Seeing this, Lu Ling released her iron-eating beast from the pet bag. Woo woo woo. The flying bear was so scared when it saw the iron-eating beast that it trembled and wanted to run away. Seeing this, Lu Mengjin felt a little aggrieved. She wanted her flying bear to be friends with the iron-eating beast. Go away. Lu Ling quickly signaled the iron-eating beast not to scare people, but the flying bear was still afraid. The two monsters are of similar species, and their bloodline grades and levels are one level apart. It can be said that the iron-eating beast can scare the flying bear just by smell. It's okay, wait until your ball grows up. Lu Changsheng comforted his daughter. He thought that this was really the right pet, as timid as this daughter. However, there is not much way to suppress the bloodline between monsters. After coaxing his daughter, Lu Changsheng and the others came to Dragonfish Island. Father. Dad. Dragonfish Island is now under the charge of Lu Qingsong. Lu Qingyan mainly raises Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers as a fighting force. However, training Taoist soldiers is a long process. 8 years have passed. Although a lot of Taoist soldiers have been refined, most of them are still first grade low grade, and only a few are first grade middle grade. Qingsong, Qingyan. Lu Changsheng looked at his children with a smile, concerned about their situation. Hearing that Lu Changsheng was here to dig for treasure, Lu Qingsong immediately took him to the location. At first, this island was owned by a family named Zhang. The ancestor was a late-stage foundation building cultivator, and was also famous. He had a second-grade black-horned dragonfish. It was only with the decline of the Zhang family that the island was acquired by the Wang family. Then the ancestor of the Wang family went out and encountered danger and encountered the riots of the robbers. This place was previously the ancestral hall of the Zhang family. After the Wang family acquired it, it was converted into a residential compound. Lu Qingsong introduced Lu Changsheng. Is this the place? After Lu Changsheng arrived at the location, his eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that something was wrong. Immediately, his spiritual sense probed down. 100 feet. 200 feet. 300 feet. 400 feet. 500 feet. 600 feet. Although the spiritual sense of a giant and cultivator is 1,000 feet. But if there are obstacles, it is difficult to go deep into the 1,000 feet. However, Lu Changsheng's consciousness has surpassed the peak of the giant stage and broken through 10,000 feet. This kind of investigation is easy for him. In a few breaths, Lu Changsheng's consciousness came to the 800 feet, and saw the formation and traces of artificial excavation. His consciousness can even see the situation inside through the formation. A black and red crystal and 2 jade slips. This crystal is very extraordinary, with a trace of hot and fierce aura, even through the formation, slowly overflowing. The aura he felt was emanating from this crystal. Lu Changsheng used his consciousness to try to contact this crystal. Roar, roar, roar. He seemed to see a black dragon with a head held high, 2 horns, covered with the black and gold dragon scales, and fangs and claws. Even if it was just a phantom, the spiritual thoughts revealed a faint breath of danger. Woo woo woo. Lu Wangshu's cold green-black tortoise instantly felt a dangerous aura, and cried in a low voice, very scared. Interesting, this crystal actually has dragon power, and this dragon power looks like it has reached the peak of the 3rd level. Lu Changsheng chuckled. Then he looked at Lu Qingsong, Lu Wangshu and others and said, there is indeed something underneath, and it is not simple. But if you want to take it out, It may cause some noise. King Song, give me the array plate of Dragonfish Island. Yes, father. Lu Qingsong hurriedly handed the island array plate in the storage bag to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng took the array plate, his pupils glowing with golden light, looking at the Dragonfish Island array. After a few breaths, Lu Changsheng understood the Dragonfish Island array in front of him, injected mana into the array plate, activated part of the array, and then gently wiped his Qingyan binding shadow belt with his palm. I saw a series of array flags appearing and flying around the mansion, connecting with the array of Dragonfish Island, covering this piece of aura. Dad, you also understand the array. Lu Wangshu said in surprise when he saw his father setting up the array. She knew her father knew how to make pills, weapons, talismans, puppets, and music. But she never knew that her father also knew how to make formations. Not only her, but also Lu Qingsong and Lu Qingyan were surprised. How difficult is this? You will learn it after spending a little time to study. Lu Changsheng, wearing a green robe, said calmly. As a Jinan's Henren with extraordinary talent, what's wrong with knowing a little formation? Chapter 592, The Origin of the Black Dragon, the Beaten Sea Splitting Black Whale, and Refining the Crystal Condensing Pill. Lu Qingsong, Lu Qingyan, and Lu Wangshu were speechless. Just spend a little time to learn it? If the way of formation is so simple, formation masters would not be so rare and superior. Damn, I was fooled by him. Lu Wangshu glanced at his old father and felt that he was spurring himself on. After all, he was known as the first genius of the Lu family. Not only did he have extraordinary skills in the way of talismans, but he also had a good understanding of alchemy, refining, puppets, formations, etc. However, his achievements were not enough in front of his father and he was crushed in all aspects. Lu Ling didn't feel anything and took it for granted. He praised, "Daddy is really amazing." Seeing this, Lu Mengchen next to him immediately responded and nodded vigorously, "Daddy is really amazing." Daughters always admire their fathers. The little light on their fathers will continue to magnify in their daughters' hearts. Haha. Lu Changsheng looked at his little daughter's cute appearance and felt a little funny. He rubbed her head, then operated his magic power and raised his palm lightly. Yin and Yang key capture. Buzz! A mysterious yin and yang key rushed out from Lu Changsheng's palm and drilled into the ground. Boom boom boom, even though Lu Changsheng used his magic power to control the movement, the ground continued to tremble and shake. Daddy! Lu Mengjin immediately hugged her old father, her little face was afraid. Lu Changsheng held his daughter in one hand, indicating that he was not afraid, and his consciousness focused on the ground, trying not to destroy the ground veins of Longai Island. After a while, Yin and Yang Qi came to the outside of the crystal stone and jade slips, and was blocked by the formation. You guys be careful. Lu Changsheng looked at his children, flicked his fingers, and moved the Longai Island formation plate to stabilize the island's spiritual veins. Then he thought, and Yin and Yang Qi directly blasted open the isolation formation underground. Boom. At this moment, Longai Island shook violently, and the water surface around the island was stirred up. The formation was broken, and Yin and Yang Qi instantly wrapped the black and red crystal stone and two jade slips and rushed out of the ground. Woo woo woo. As the Yin and Yang Qi emerged from the ground, several people in the field all felt a vast aura like an abyss or a prison. As a demon beast, the Hanbi black turtle was even more sensitive to this aura. It trembled and shrank directly into its shell. Dad, what is this? Lu Qingsong looked at the purple-red crystal and jade slip wrapped in the Yin and Yang Qi and asked in surprise. This crystal should contain the essence of a black dragon. Lu Changsheng saw that this purple-red crystal was actually a solid seal, which contained a vast and powerful essence. This essence was somewhat similar to the heavenly phoenix true feather he obtained in his early years. But it was far from being comparable to the heavenly phoenix true feather. The essence of the black dragon. Several people looked at each other with joy. In the world of cultivating immortals, as long as the natural treasures with the word dragon in it are basically not too bad. And to be called a black dragon, it must be at least a third-level demon king, right? Lu Qingyan, who was standing next to him, was thinking about the black dragon code that she was practicing. This should be the essence of a fourth-level transformed demon king. The essence of a mere third-level demon king is not so overbearing. But this essence is estimated to be only 1/10 or 1/12 times, or even less. Lu Changsheng used the Yin Yang Qi to tightly wrap the crystal stone to prevent the essence inside from leaking out. The key of the essence leaking out like this is simply unbearable for cultivators below the Qingyun stage. If Lu Wangshu and his men forcefully dig, they will probably be injured by the essence in the crystal stone as soon as they break through the underground formation. Even if they don't die, they will be disabled. Immediately, 2 jade slips placed together with a purple-red crystal stone appeared in front of Lu Changsheng. He carefully checked the contents inside. The first jade slip recorded the origin of this purple-red crystal stone and the history of the rise of the Zhang family ancestor. It turned out that the original Zhang family ancestor of this dragonfish island was just a casual key refining cultivator in his early years. But by chance, he met a giant cultivator who was seriously injured and dying. Normally, he should have saved this giant real person and obtained the opportunity reward. But the ancestor of the Zhang family saw that the other party was seriously injured and his giant was broken, so he captured him and tortured him constantly. He was tortured to the point of being unable to live or die, and finally learned about this person's origins. This person is called Yin Guangji, an elder of the Black Dragon Sect in Qingzhu. Because he was framed, he had no choice but to leave his hometown and rebel against the sect. He came to the Damings with the help of a teleportation formation. However, the formation was unstable, encountered the turbulence of the void, and encountered the 3rd-level Demon King, resulting in serious injuries and the shattering of the real elixir. Relying on the stored ring of this giant cultivator, the inheritance of the skills, and the treasures of heaven and earth, the ancestor of the Zhang family went from a small casual cultivator to establish the Longayu Zhang family, becoming an ancestor and a great cultivator at the peak of foundation building. And this purple-red crystal is the dragon essence stolen by Yin Guangji from the Black Dragon Sect. This person said that the Dragon Yuan is the source condensation obtained by the Black Dragon Sect from hunting the 4th-level Black Dragon. After taking it, it can help people break through the dam formation and even increase the probability of yuaning. When I cultivated to the peak of foundation building, I wanted to use the Dragon Yuan to impact the dam formation, but as soon as I unlocked the Dragon Yuan ban, I was eroded by the Black Dragon's energy and my meridians were broken. Hateful. 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 This thief deliberately used such rhetoric to deceive this ancestor. Fortunately, I have cultivated the secret method of the Black Dragon Sect and barely stabilized the Dragon Yuan. Otherwise, the energy will leak and attract countless sea beasts, even the 3rd-level Demon King, and destroy my Zhang family. Once this thing is spread, it will definitely cause the Zhang family to be exterminated. Therefore, this ancestor will inherit the Dragon Yuan and the Black Dragon Sect's skills and hide them under the ancestral hall. If the younger generation of the family has achieved something, they can sense it and take it. After the ancestor of the Zhang family finished writing, he also recorded some information he knew from Yin Guangji. For example, about the Qingzhu, the Black Dragon Sect, and the experience of Dan formation. However, he added a note at the end. Although this person was tortured by him to the point of being worse than death and spoke the truth, he might have been lying, so he needed to distinguish. So, until the demise of the Zhang family, there was no one who had reached the peak of foundation building and fake pill cultivator. Lu Changsheng looked at the record in the jade slip, shook his head, and sighed. The life of this Zhang family ancestor was legendary. From a casual key refining cultivator, he became a local ancestor and even had the hope of forming a pill. However, he was born as a casual cultivator with limited knowledge. He believed Yin Guangji's words and was eroded by the Dragon Yuan key, causing his meridians to be broken and he died early. Or, the large amount of benefits he obtained in the early days also made him completely believe Yin Guangji's words, otherwise, how could he dare to take Dragon Yuan, a spiritual object of heaven and earth, so easily? Lu Changsheng sighed slightly, and then looked at another jade slip. It recorded the inheritance of several exercises. But there was only one exercise, Black Water Dragon Transformation Art, which caught Lu Changsheng's attention. This is a top-level body refining exercise. When cultivated to the peak, it can almost be compared with a dragon monster's. However, this technique can only be cultivated to the nascent soul stage. The technique after the nascent soul stage must be obtained from the Black Dragon Sect. This technique is quite interesting, and it is 50% similar to the Black Dragon Code. But the Black Dragon Code is a key training technique that cultivates both the law and the body, while this one is a pure body training technique. Lu Changsheng briefly looked at the Black Water Dragon art and said with a sigh. When the Black Dragon Code of his family is cultivated to perfection, the body can be transformed into a black dragon. And this black water dragon art also strengthens and evolves the physical body step by step towards the black dragon, which is similar in nature. In the vast world of immortal cultivation, it is normal for the techniques to be similar. Lu Changsheng didn't care too much. He handed 2 jade slips to Lu Wangshu and the other 4, and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you have found a great opportunity. Whether it is Dragon Yuan or this black water dragon art, they can all be called great opportunities. This Zhang family ancestor is really..." After reading the jade slip, Lu Qingsong, Lu Qingyan, and Lu Wangshu were amazed at the story of this Zhang family ancestor. As a key refining cultivator, when he encountered a giant in real person, he actually captured and tortured him, interrogated him about the inheritance of his skills, and robbed his property. If they were in this situation, they would not be able to do it, but they would not have such ruthless courage. It is rumored that the Zhang family ancestor is only in the late stage of foundation building, but I didn't expect him to try to break through the giant. Lu Qingsong let out a long breath, feeling that none of these people who could become ancestors were simple. Thinking of this, he subconsciously glanced at his father, who was handsome and looked like a banished immortal. I'll check this technique later to see if there are any mistakes. If there are no mistakes, Qingyan, you can try to practice it. As for this dragon essence, the energy contained in it is too strong. Not to mention the foundation building, even the giant and cultivators cannot take it. It is estimated that it can only complement the secret method of the Black Dragon Sect, or be used to cultivate monsters. I will give these to you as a contribution to the family. If you have anything you want, you can tell your father. Lu Changsheng spoke, without the idea of taking advantage of his children. If it is a complete 4th level Black Dragon's dragon essence, it may allow the sea-splitting mysterious whale to be promoted to the sea-splitting mysterious dragon whale, but this is only a small dragon essence. But you can try it, maybe it will help. Lu Changsheng planned to go and see his sea-splitting mysterious whale later. After the spirit pet was released, there was no information for a long time. Originally, he planned to contact through the Sun and Moon card. But the fog in the Great Dream Lake was filled with mist, isolating the divine consciousness, resulting in the signal not being connected. He could only sense that the other party was in the depths of the Great Dream Lake. "Thank you, Father. Dad, we didn't do anything with this dragon essence and the technique. It was mainly because Sister Wangshu and Xiao sensed it, so I dare not take credit for it," Lu Qingsong and Lu Qingyan said. Lu Wangshu asked his father, "Dad, if Xiaobing eats a little bit of dragon essence, can he be promoted to dragon turtle?" Although she felt that her pet was not doing well, she had raised it for so many years and still hoped that it would be better. The Hanbi black turtle has the thin blood of the true spirit Cambrian black turtle, and it is difficult to develop in the direction of a dragon turtle. If you take it carelessly, it will only pollute its blood effect. Lu Changsheng shook his head and said, "But this dragon essence should be good for cultivating black water dragon Taoist soldiers. Later, you can choose a dragon Taoist soldier with a superior bloodline, take some dragon essence, and use it as a spiritual pet mount in the future." Lu Changsheng could see that the energy of this dragon essence was very similar to the Black Dragon Code. If it is used to cultivate black water dragon Taoist soldiers, it will have a great benefit. "Thank you, Father." Several people immediately responded happily. After finishing his work, Lu Changsheng took Lu Wangshu, Lu Ling, and Lu Mengchen back to the city lord's mansion. Lu Miaoj, Ling Zixio, and others were all amazed when they heard about this opportunity. They didn't expect that their children would encounter such an opportunity while they were away. Lu Changsheng called Honglian to deduce and test the secret techniques and the jade slips of the Zhang family's ancestor through the Dongxun treasure mirror. The black water dragon art was obtained by him from Yin Guangji storage ring, and there was no problem. But many of the secret techniques had problems, and using them would cause irreversible sequelae to oneself. Sure enough, how could a giant and cultivator surrender so easily? And according to the records of the Mengwuhan jade slip, there is no distinction between good and evil in the Xingxiu Sea, and there are many robber cultivators, which is very chaotic. This person was able to rebel against the Black Dragon Sect and steal the Dragon Yuan. How could he be a simple person? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. After finishing the jade slips, Lu Changsheng held the Dragon Yuan in his hand and absorbed the essence of the origin through his great magic power. Roar, roar, roar. Immediately, the dragon essence was violent, and a black dragon phantom appeared, bearing its fangs and claws, terrifying and intimidating. "You dare to cause trouble with just a mere key. Lu Changsheng snorted coldly, knowing that this dragon essence still contained some black dragon will, and he directly used his magic power to suppress it. A moment later, a strand of crystal clear hair that looked like black and red fell into Lu Changsheng's hand. This essence of the origin should also be helpful to the practitioners of the Black Dragon Code and the Black Water Dragon Transformation Art, but the dragon essence is too violent, and the foundation building cultivators can't bear it at all. But if this dragon essence is diluted into tens of thousands of parts, there will be no problem. Lu Changsheng looked at the black dragon essence in front of him that looked like a hair, thinking to himself. Immediately, he brought his daughter Lu Ling over, put the strand of black dragon essence into her mouth, and signaled her to start practicing. Boom, boom, boom. Sure enough, his daughter's black dragon code was running wildly, as if she had taken a panacea. Even in this process, the black dragon essence was still baptizing his daughter's body, meridians, and even the foundation of Taoism was condensed a little. It is worthy of being the dragon essence of the 4th level black dragon. Even if it is only 1,000th of the essence, it has such an amazing effect. Lu Changsheng exclaimed. After a long time, Lu Ling opened her bright big eyes, piercing with spirit, as if there were wisps of black dragon phantoms. Xiao, are you feeling uncomfortable? Lu Changsheng asked with concern. He himself observed through his spiritual sense that his daughter was fine. Daddy, I feel full of strength. Lu Ling tilted her head, then clenched her fist and said so. Okay, go play. Lu Changsheng motioned his daughter to play by herself. Oh. Lu Ling didn't ask what happened just now, knowing that her father would not hurt her. Wait. Lu Changsheng thought of her previous practice of the Vajra Qingzhu body refining chapter, which was very compatible, and immediately called her. What's wrong, Daddy? The girl turned back lively and cutely. Take this Buddha bead. You can observe it and see if you can gain anything. Lu Changsheng handed his daughter the golden elixir relic he won in the lottery, wanting to see if she had the so-called Buddha nature. Buddha beads, so beautiful. Lu Ling exclaimed immediately when she saw this peaceful and serene relic filled with golden Sanskrit, her eyes sparkling. Don't lose it. I'm just borrowing it for you to keep for a few days, okay? Lu Changsheng instructed his daughter. However, he also attached a mark to the relic, so that even if it was accidentally dropped, it could be found at the first time. Dad, don't worry, I will keep it well. Lu Ling nodded vigorously, and then took the relic to play. Yes. Lu Changsheng smiled and continued to peel and dilute the dragon essence in front of him. 5 days later, Lu Changsheng came to Longgao Island and gave Lu Qingyun a storage bag. There is dragon essence processed by your father in it. You can refine a strand every month. It will be good for you. As for these bottles, they are spiritual liquid diluted with dragon essence, which is used to cultivate black water dragon soldiers. You can pour half a bottle to the fish farm every month. Lu Changsheng said to his daughter. Thank you, Dad. Lu Qingyun replied happily. There is no problem with this black water dragon art. You can practice it. You can comprehend it more when you have time. I also put a portion of concentration incense and a bottle of quiet spirit pill in the storage bag. It will help you comprehend the skills. Lu Changsheng continued, feeling that the other party practiced a black dragon code and should be able to get started with a black water dragon art. Moreover, the two skills are similar. Practicing together may complement each other and achieve twice the result with half the effort. Don't worry, Dad, your daughter will definitely not let you down. Lu Qingyun's eyebrows were full of heroic spirit, and she responded seriously. Then Lu Changsheng met his son Lu Qingsong again and gave him a reward as encouragement. After finishing his work, Lu Changsheng went into the depths of the Great Dream Lake to look for his sea-splitting mysterious whale. However, half a month later, he saw his sea-splitting mysterious whale. The latter was seen hiding in the deep sea, with many broken and damaged scars on its dark skin. You said you went to the CI and drove away the top-level 3rd Order Demon King that occupied the CI. But 2 years ago, it found a Taoist partner with the strength of quasi-4th Order, and then you were beaten away by them. Lu Changsheng was speechless. I didn't expect that the sea-splitting mysterious whale had come to find me a long time ago. It's just that there was no response to the call, and then it hid here to recuperate. You take good care of yourself, and I will go to get you back later. It was not easy for him and his wife Meng Wuhan to hunt down the deep-sea demon whale king and get such a good place as the CI. Now that it was given to his spiritual pet as a nest, It was snatched by the demon. It's simply unreasonable. So when Lu Liaozu was ready to finish his work, he took Honglian to help the sea-splitting mysterious whale get back. Honglian, Jin Chi Tianpeng, and sea-splitting black whale challenged a top-level 3rd-level demon king and a quasi-4th-level demon king. Well, it is still quite difficult to hunt them. Unless you are willing to use the spirit summoning talisman or pay some price. Roar. The sea-splitting black whale roared, expressing his gratitude. Is this dragon essence helpful to you? At this time, Lu Changsheng handed 1/3 of the dragon essence to the sea-splitting black whale. The latter immediately revealed a desire when he saw the dragon essence in front of him. Lu Changsheng was not stingy and threw the dragon essence directly into its abyss mouth. The sea-splitting black whale swallowed it, indicating that he needed to digest it slowly. Then he opened his mouth and spit out the rare crystal ore, some heavenly spiritual materials, and spiritual medicine stored in the stomach chamber, and gave them to Lu Changsheng. This was also what Lu Changsheng had explained before. If you see any rare heavenly materials and treasures in the deep sea, keep them, and if you need them, eat them yourself. Not bad, not bad. Lu Changsheng saw this pile of crystal ore and heavenly spiritual materials with a total value of an estimated 1,000,000 spirit stones, and he was more satisfied with a spiritual pet. After all, a pet that can be self-reliant and make money for its owner is a good pet. If it weren't for the fact that the golden-winged Skypeng needed a way to get around, he would have thought of releasing the golden-winged Skypeng to make money. Just take a good rest here, and contact me if there is any situation. In order to prevent the Sun and Moon card from having no signal, Lu Changsheng gave the sea-splitting black whale another yin-yang sensing talisman. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Lu Changsheng saw his daughter Lu Ling and asked her if she had seen anything from the Buddhist beads these days. Dad, I seem to see a golden old man chanting sutras. Lu Ling said immediately. Lu Changsheng was stunned. Is this daughter really a Buddhist? What sutras are you chanting? Lu Changsheng asked immediately. Lu Ling thought about it seriously, then shook his head and said, I don't know, I don't understand. Lu Changsheng was silent, and said, then what do you feel? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? No, I seem to sleep better with this Buddhist bead. Lu Ling said with a happy face and innocence. After she finished speaking, she seemed to think of something and said, oh, by the way, Daddy, the Vajra Sutra you taught me has made me practice faster. The Vajra Sutra is divided into the Vajra Sutra and the Mingwang Sutra. Practice it for me to see. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. The daughter immediately sat cross-legged, holding the Vajra relic, and began to practice seriously. A faint golden light appeared on her fair and delicate skin. At the same time, a faint Buddha light appeared on the Vajra relic in her palm, and there seemed to be a faint Buddhist chant, which set off Lu Ling's delicate and lovely face. This Vajra relic has a positive effect on the practice of Buddhist and Taoist techniques. No, it is also related to Xiao. She can instantly concentrate her mind with this relic, and the Buddha's light shines on her spirit platform, so the practice is twice as effective with half the effort. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter in front of him and roughly knew what was going on. So, Xiao is actually a rare Buddhist genius. Lu Changsheng was speechless. Although he had no prejudice against Buddhist cultivation. But his well-behaved and lovely daughter turned out to be a genius in practicing Buddhist and Taoist techniques, which still made Lu Changsheng feel weird. In this case, should Xiao's black dragon code also be transformed into the Vajra King art, and then major in the Vajra King art? Lu Changsheng thought to himself, thinking about his daughter's future. Although the black dragon code also has a certain degree of compatibility with Lu Ling, it is far inferior to the Vajra King art at present. After all, his daughter's practice of this Vajra art has made rapid progress. Lu Changsheng did not make a decision immediately, and planned to observe after he was done. Honglian, you watch the stream. That day, Lu Changsheng called Honglian and asked her to watch his daughter Lu Beixi break through while he went to refine the condensing crystal pill. Ah, my husband, you come to refine the pill. Honglian's jade face was slightly startled, and she looked surprised. She had seen Lu Changsheng refine the pill. His skills were perfect, like an alchemist who had been immersed in the way of alchemy for decades. But she had never seen Lu Changsheng refine the third-level pill. She thought the latter would ask her to refine the condensing crystal pill. Unexpectedly, it was Lu Changsheng who refined the pill himself, and she came to watch Lu Beixi break through. Well, I have studied the refining of crystal pills these days, and there should be no problem. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Okay, although she was half believing and half doubting, she felt that refining crystal pills was not that simple. But when Lu Changsheng said this, Honglian naturally responded softly. Immediately, Lu Changsheng came to the alchemy hall of the city lord's mansion, released his alchemy furnace, and began to refine crystal pills. It's a pity that there is no third-level spiritual plant master in the family, otherwise this jade marrow gold mushroom can release spores through the one-ling bottle and then germinate seeds. Lu Changsheng opened the green jade box in his hand, looked at the jade marrow gold mushroom inside, and sighed in his heart. In addition to cultivating spiritual plants and spiritual medicines and accelerating their growth, spiritual plant masters can also germinate seeds of some rare spiritual plants and spiritual medicines to nourish the seeds. Jade marrow gold mushrooms also belong to this category. But the Lu family does not have a third-level spiritual plant master. Even Zhao Qingqing, who has the highest attainments in spiritual plants, is only a second-level upper grade, far from reaching the third level. Moreover, for a rare spiritual medicine like the jadeite golden ganoderma, ordinary third-level spiritual plant masters dare not germinate the seeds. If they are not careful, they will damage the spiritual medicine. However, the jadeite golden ganoderma can only be used as medicine after 800 years. If we use the one-ling bottle to ripen it, it is not worth it. It is better to cultivate a few more rounds of 5-element spiritual fruit trees. Lu Changsheng shook his head, took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and then put the spiritual medicine into the alchemy furnace. Half a month later. Alchemy Hall. Lu Changsheng looked at the purple gold alchemy furnace in front of him with full concentration, pinching his hands to control the temperature. Time passed little by little. During this process, Lu Changsheng did not dare to be distracted at all. I don't know how long it took. Buzz buzz buzz, the 36 golden crows on the alchemy furnace trembled, and the fragrance of medicine filled the air. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng immediately cast a spell. Then he saw the alchemy furnace was filled with spiritual energy and the glow of the clouds was surging. He immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Open!" Boom! The lid of the furnace opened with a bang, and billowing hot air rose up, like a group of golden crows singing together, moving in pleasant. Hu! Lu Changsheng shouted softly, cast a few spells, and then raised his palm lightly, taking the crystal pills in the alchemy furnace into his palm. The spiritual light of the pill gradually dissipated, revealing 3 crystal pills with crystal color, fullness and warmth, and overflowing with medicinal fragrance. Sure enough, this third-level pill is much more difficult. Although 3 pills were made, there are only 2 fine ones, 1 genuine one, and not even 1 top-quality one. Lu Changsheng sighed slightly. Knowing that it is very difficult to refine this level of pills, and wanting to make each pill of top quality like in previous years, it is very difficult. However, in addition to the alchemy skills, this is also related to the quality of the spiritual medicine in the furnace fire. His Legang Longyan is not suitable for alchemy, and the earth lung fire is a little short of the fire. The spiritual medicine for the crystal condensing pill is not easy to collect, and there is not much to be picky about. The quality and age are sufficient, so it also has a certain impact. But 3 pills are enough. With these 3 crystal condensing pills, I don't have to worry about the crystal condensing pills in the short term. Lu Changsheng let out more breath and comforted himself. The first time he refined the pill, he made 3 pills, 2 of which were fine and 1 was genuine. If this were to be spread out, it would be shocking and cause a sensation in the Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. But for Lu Changsheng, it was just barely enough. Chapter 593 Lu Beixi breaks through, the 3 treasures transformation pearl. Walking out of the alchemy hall, Lu Changsheng saw his wife Meng Xiaochen teaching his daughter Lu Mengchen to read books and identify elixirs and poisons. Next to them lay a silver-white, naive flying bear cub. The scene was very warm. Lu Lang. Daddy. The mother and daughter saw Lu Changsheng and immediately shouted happily. Xiaochen, Menger. Lu Changsheng went forward and hugged his wife and daughter. Is Lu Lang's alchemy going well? Meng Xiaochen asked softly, knowing that Lu Changsheng had been refining crystal pills these days. It's okay, barely made 3 pills. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Meng Xiaochen was stunned. Although she was not an alchemist, she also knew that a furnace of crystal pills could only make 3 pills at most. And Lu Changsheng made 3 pills for the first time he refined crystal pills. This. If it were someone else, Meng Xiaojun would definitely think that the other person was talking nonsense and joking. But for Lu Changsheng's words, she believed it without a doubt. As expected of Lu Lang, he succeeded in refining the crystal condensing pill for the first time. Even the chief alchemist in the sect had to try many times in his early years before he could get the hang of it. Meng Xiaojun said with admiration, love, and worship in her beautiful eyes. Daddy is the best. Lu Mengjin, who had 2 buns on her head, also said with her head tilted up, looking cute. Influenced by her mother Meng Xiaojun, Bai Ling, and Lu Ling, she worshipped her father Lu Changsheng very much and thought that her father was the best in the world and could do anything. Haha. Lu Changsheng smiled and pinched her smooth face, asking his wife how his daughter Lu Beixi was breaking through. Xiaoxi is still breaking through. Meng Xiaojun said so. Let's go and take a look. Lu Changsheng took the mother and daughter together. When the 3 were about to come to a side hall, the flying bear next to them began to tremble and dared not move forward. This was the aura of Lu Beixi's breakthrough, which made it feel a suppression from the blood instinct. It seems that the bloodline of the children in the family cannot be lower than the heavenly level, otherwise they will be suppressed by the bloodline every now and then. Lu Changsheng saw this scene and thought to himself. Before his daughter fell in love with a flying bear, he thought that the earth-level bloodline was enough. But now he thinks that it is still a little short. When Lu Mengjin saw the appearance of her pet, she immediately said with concern, Qiu. Your sister's Ioxi is breaking through, so Qiu is a little scared. Lu Changsheng explained the reason to her, and then raised his palm lightly to help the flying bear cover up the aura. However, the latter, as a demon beast, is still full of fear of the front due to its instincts and spiritual perception. Even if this flying bear is not a timid character, if it is raised like this, it will probably become a timid character if it is scared. Lu Changsheng shook his head slightly. Husband. Brother. Honglian and Bailing were watching Lu Beixi's breakthrough outside the palace. When they saw Lu Changsheng coming, they immediately shouted. Well, how is Ioxi's breakthrough? Lu Changsheng looked through the room and saw his daughter sitting cross-legged, with a layer of holy white light all over her body. The light was like smoke and fog, as if a white snake was coiled around her body. The whole person was sacred and peaceful, and the snake pattern between her eyebrows flickered, like breathing. If you look closely, the daughter seems to have grown a few centimeters taller than before. It shouldn't be a problem. Xiaoxi has accumulated for so long, and her foundation is strong. The breakthrough process will be a natural process, but the process may take a little longer. Honglian said so. Lu Changsheng nodded and felt that his daughter would be fine. Although the latter's path is different from his own. But the foundation is here. Apart from other things, just this breakthrough momentum, how many foundation building cultivators have such a movement? Is my husband refining the crystal condensing pill smoothly? At this time, Honglian asked Lu Changsheng about refining the pill. There are not many sources to obtain the crystal condensing pill, and each one is very precious. And in addition to Lu Quanzhong, Lu Miaoj, Ling Zixio, and Bai Ling, the Lu family will need the crystal condensing pill in the future. Not bad, I managed to make 3 pills. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Even Honglian, who is always calm and elegant, was surprised and moved when she heard this. After all, as a 3rd-level alchemist, she knew the difficulty of refining the crystal condensing pill better than Meng Xiaojun. Even if she came to open the furnace to refine, she could only guarantee 1 pill at most, 2 pills under normal conditions, and 3 pills only if she performed exceptionally well. And Lu Changsheng made 3 pills when he refined the crystal condensing pill for the first time? What kind of talent is this? No, this is no longer a talent. It must be other means. Could it be that my husband, with his awakening consciousness, can not only take out a backhand that was sealed in his previous life, but also find the skills and techniques of his previous life? Honglian was shocked. After so many years of getting along, she had already determined that Lu Changsheng was the reincarnation of a great man, who had become immortal. And the Zumi Tree King, the 5-element spirit fruit tree, the peach wood spirit embryo, the 10,000 spirit bottle, the golden winged sky pang, etc., were all backhands prepared by the other party in his previous life. As consciousness awakens, it is taken out from the secret realm of the realm. Now seeing Lu Changsheng's unprecedented talent in alchemy, she guessed that the latter's talisman making, weapon refining, alchemy, music, etc., are also related to the methods of the previous life. Otherwise, This cannot be explained by talent at all. Even a Yuan Yingzhenjin can hardly achieve this level. My husband is a natural talent. Honglian is ashamed of himself. Honglian was a Yuan Yingzhenjin in her previous life, so she was still somewhat indifferent to fame and fortune. She immediately said with a smile, and her graceful and beautiful face revealed a transcendent entity that looked down on the world, and she was unparalleled. Lu Changsheng just smiled. After all, this kind of thing can be a little pretentious in front of his wife, concubines and children. If it is too much, Lu Laozu himself will blush. Half a month later, in a side hall of the city lord's mansion, Lu Changsheng is melting the essence of the spirit whale and the essence of the golden-winged skyrock, trying to balance the skills for Lu Quanzhen. It still doesn't work. Lu Changsheng shook his head when he saw the mutually repelling blood essences in front of him. He has tried many times these days. The first time, due to the huge difference in the blood levels of the spirit whale and the golden-winged sky peng, the initial smelting failed. Then Lu Changsheng adjusted the blood essence ratio of the two, and fused a large amount of the spirit whale's blood essence with the diluted blood essence of the golden-winged sky peng. But the blood of the two monsters was too repulsive, and even if he barely fused it under his yin and yang magic power, he dared not use it on Lu Quanzhen. In this process, Lu Changsheng made some unexpected discoveries. The blood essence of the golden-winged sky peng has a positive effect on Lu Quanzhen's yin-yang 5 elements Kunpengju and Kunpeng, swallowing heaven demon art. On the one hand, it is the benefit brought by the true spirit blood essence. On the other hand, it may be that the golden-winged sky peng clan has some relationship with the Kunpeng clan. In other words, his practice can be improved through the life source of Kun and Peng respectively. Golden Peng's Shine Peng true blood has a benefit for Quanzhen, which means it can be used as the Peng of Kunpeng. Although the blood of the spirit whale is useful for Quanzhen, the effect is not as good as the blood of the Cheyenne Peng. The problem now is that the blood levels of the two are too different, and it is difficult to balance and fuse. What if we change to Kunfish with Cheyenne blood? Lu Changsheng thought of his own sea-splitting black whale. Although the sea-splitting black whale does not have a Kunpeng blood, but is a whale with Cheyenne top-grade blood, it may barely be used as the Kun of Kunpeng. You practice first, and I will find another big fish's true blood for your father later. Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment and said to Lu Quanzhen, now the sea-splitting black whale is injured, so it is inconvenient to draw blood. Moreover, the golden-winged sky peng was put into 2 cans of blood by him, and now it is a little weak. After all, blood is not ordinary blood, but blood containing the origin of life. If too much is lost, it may even hurt the foundation. So I plan to try again later. Sorry to bother you, father. Lu Quanzhen bowed and said, I have a secret technique for cultivation now. As long as I prepare well, I can also break through the Qingzhu stage. His foundation has been almost made up now. With the crystal condensing pills, 5 element spirit fruits, spirit objects for forming the Qingzhu, and the spirit whale given by Lu Changsheng, he is still very confident of breaking through the Qingzhu stage. It's just that it's quite difficult to condense the top-grade Qingzhu. Well, you should concentrate on practicing the secret technique for forming the Qingzhu during this time. Lu Changsheng also thought that it would be best if he could solve it, and if it didn't work, he would break through first. With his own guardian and the natural treasures prepared, it shouldn't be a problem for Lu Quanzhen to break through the Qingzhu stage. At most, the technique will have sequelae. Since the 2 demon kings of the sea can injure the sea-splitting black whale, it means that their strength is extraordinary, at least of the heavenly rank bloodline. Lu Changsheng was going to go to the sea after finishing his chores at home. This is really a big noise. 9 days later, Lu Changsheng listened to the sound of the great Dao coming from his daughter Lu Baixi's cave, and he felt a sense of emotion. Although my daughter's breakthrough to the foundation building stage does not require much spiritual energy, these days, the cave is filled with rosy clouds and the sound of the great Dao, which is simply outrageous. As the sound grows louder and louder, it seems to be playing a beautiful movement, and a warm current flows into my limbs and bones. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Congratulations to the host's first offspring for becoming a second-level demon and getting a chance to win a high-level lottery. Lu Changsheng was slightly stunned when he heard the system prompt sound. Huh? What's going on? Xiaoxi's breakthrough actually also has her share of money. Because Xiaoxi is not considered a human cultivator in the eyes of the system, so she is not classified as one. But in her case, it is normal for her to belong to the demon race. She just broke through and not only got a bonus in mana, but also a bonus in physical strength. Although his daughter Lu Beixi was born to him and by Ling, in terms of bloodline, the Beiyan bloodline in her body must be more concentrated. Even if Lu Changsheng believes that his Lu family bloodline will be unparalleled in the world in the future, it will definitely surpass the true spirit bloodline. But he had to admit that his bloodline was far from being comparable to the bloodline of the true spirit. Not to mention, Bai Ling had a rare true spirit bloodline, and her cultivation speed was comparable to that of a top-grade spiritual root. How could an ordinary person compare? Hiss, isn't the system encouraging me to have more children and develop more towards the demon race? Wait, since the human race and the demon race are separated, are the legendary demon races and some other races also calculated separately for rewards? After a moment of confusion, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt as if a new world had opened up. Although he had thought about having more descendants of the true spirit and trying to transform into a great demon before, he had never thought about it in this way. It's a pity that the demon race is too broad. It would be much simpler if each race was divided into one column. Lu Changsheng was a little dissatisfied, thinking that the demon race included all demon beasts and demon plants. Without thinking too much, he quietly waited for his daughter to break through. The sound of Lu Beixi's breakthrough was very shocking, and the music movement of Zai music almost spread throughout the city lord's mansion, causing Lu Miaoj and Lu Wangshu to feel something and come to check. After a long time, his daughter Lu Beixi walked out of the cave. Mother, father, and sister, you are all here. Lu Beixi looked at Lu Changsheng and others and shouted. Xiaoxi, congratulations on your breakthrough to the foundation. Hey, Xiaoxi, you have grown taller. Lu Changsheng and others were all a little surprised to see Lu Beixi in front of them. The growth trajectory of this daughter is very different from that of other human cubs. When she was 2 or 3 years old, she was as big as a 5 or 6-year-old child. When she was 5 or 6 years old, she was almost the same as an 8 or 9-year-old child. However, since then, she has not grown and has always maintained this appearance. At this time, breaking through the second stage, the daughter suddenly grew up a lot, looking like 11 or 12 years old, with delicate facial features like a perfect masterpiece of heaven, giving people beauty and holiness. Xiaoxi, you have broken through. Come, let me see how much your strength has increased. Lu Ling immediately stepped forward and said to Lu Beixi. Every time she broke through, her father would test her strength in this way. So as an elder sister, she also helped her sister test her strength in this way. Sister, be careful. The two sisters have a good relationship. Lu Beixi pursed her lips, nodded, and then swung her pink fist. Hoo, the seemingly simple pink fist made the air ring with a sharp whistle. Lu Ling was not afraid at all and swung her white fist. Bang! The two sisters' fists hit each other, raising a fierce gust of wind. If it weren't for the restrictions in the city lord's mansion, all the floors and buildings were not made of ordinary materials. The power of this aftermath alone would have caused the house to collapse and the floor to break. Wow, Xiaoxi, how come you are so strong? Lu Ling staggered back a few steps and exclaimed. You know, she had already broken through the second level of physical training. But just now when facing Lu Beixi's fist, she was actually a little unable to resist. I don't know, I became stronger when I grew up. Compared with the noisy Lu Ling, Lu Beixi was very quiet and usually didn't make any noise. Such a physique is worthy of the bloodline of the true spirit. Honglian saw that Lu Beixi did not punch with all her strength, and did not use any magic power. If they really fought, Lu Ling, who might have broken through the foundation for many years, would not be Lu Beixi's opponent. What's wrong with Xiaoxi? Lu Wangshu on the side was also shocked by this sister. Even though she knew that this sister was extraordinary and had the bloodline of the demon race. But seeing that she broke through the foundation at the age of 15. Just after the breakthrough, her physique was not weaker than Lu Ling. She was still shocked. Could Mentor be such a genius? At this time, she thought of the genius brothers and sisters who would be brought by their father to teach, and looked at Lu Mengchen who was lying on the flying bear not far away. However, thinking of this sister who was timid on weekdays, and was prone to crying, she rejected this idea. She thought that Lu Mengchen was simply Meng Xiaochen's daughter, so she was always with her. It was impossible for every one of them to be as evil as Lu Beixi. If all the brothers and sisters in the future were as evil as Lu Beixi, how could people live? Xiaoxi, how do you feel after your breakthrough? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Lu Changsheng stopped the two sisters from continuing the competition and asked his daughter. Even he didn't expect that his daughter's breakthrough to the second level would have such an improvement. It seems that there are few more spells, and there are many more symbols and graphics that I can't understand. Lu Beixi tilted her head and said with a cute face, and then her beautiful eyes with a pair of platinum-colored eyes stared straight at Lu Changsheng in front of her, full of hope and desire. In the whole family, only her father can teach her to practice and answer her questions. Lu Changsheng saw the desire for learning in his daughter's eyes, rubbed her head, and said, "You must be hungry after the breakthrough these days, let's go eat first." After dinner, Lu Changsheng couldn't escape teaching his daughter to learn and analyzing her blood inheritance. It can be seen that this is her subsequent practice. However, in addition to this subsequent practice, there are many techniques and secrets, which are simply all-encompassing and complete. It can be said that this kind of blood inheritance is a portable practice library, and there is no need to worry about the practice. After teaching for a long time, Lu Changsheng rubbed his swollen eyebrows and motioned her to go find Lu Ling to play, relax, and combine work and rest, and then he would go back to the cave to rest. Tutoring his daughter Lu Beixi's homework was simply torture. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of the lucky draw brought by his daughter's breakthrough, and his heart was a little more comforted. He silently said, "System, lucky draw." The system's big turntable appeared in front of him. Looking at the lucky draw, Lu Changsheng felt less dizzy. He began to look forward to his daughter's breakthrough to the third level. As the turntable began to turn, a snow-white and transparent gem pattern emerged from the big turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare treasure, the 3 treasures transformation pearl. The reward has been distributed to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594 Incarnation, the Picture of the Gods of Heaven. 3 Treasures Transformation Pearl Grade, 4th Grade Description. After the monks have finished the ritual, they only need to gather their blood in essence, and through the nurturing of their spirit, energy and spirit, they can transform the pearl into an incarnation with the same form, spirit and breath as themselves. This incarnation can not only confuse the enemy and make it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, but also use magical powers and magic weapons, and possess the combat power of the original body. Incarnation. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. Regarding the magical power of the incarnation outside the body, he not only read about it in ancient books, but also asked Huanglian to learn about it. He knew that this kind of magical power was difficult to practice, and the conditions were very harsh. It was necessary to split the soul and consciousness, and consume the potential of life. Unless someone obtained the top opportunity in this regard, such as the heaven and earth spirit fetus, would someone be willing to pay this price? Otherwise, the gain would not outweigh the loss. And this strange treasure, through the ritual, nurturing and nurturing, can form an incarnation that is the same as oneself, which is very extraordinary. This incarnation should have great defects. Lu Changsheng knew that this incarnation could not be the same as the rumored incarnation outside the body. Extract. The thought came to him. Instantly, a crystal clear, dreamlike, snow-white pill appeared in front of him. At the same time, a detailed description of this Sanbao Huaxiangzhu entered his mind. Sure enough. It's better to say it's a top-level puppet than an incarnation. Lu Changsheng looked at the Sanbao Huaxiangzhu in his hand and murmured softly. As long as this treasure is filled with blood and nourished with spirit, it can evolve into its true form. When fighting, you can also use your own magical skills. It can be said that it is a puppet incarnation tailored for you. The mana limit of this incarnation is at the peak of the 3rd level. If you fight fiercely, the energy will be exhausted quickly and you need to nourish it again. Moreover, the incarnation formed can only be controlled within the range of your own consciousness. If you leave the range of your own consciousness, the energy of the incarnation will gradually be consumed. Once it is exhausted, it is very likely that the incarnation will not be able to come back. This incarnation is not bad. Not only does it have a top-level combat power, but it can also be used as a surprise weapon when fighting against the enemy, killing them by surprise. For example, my Wuxian Baolin can form an illusion. If it is mixed with this incarnation, it is both real and fake, and it is simply impossible to defend against it. And the Sanbao Huaxiangzhu is a 4th level exotic treasure. Unlike ordinary puppets, it may be damaged in a slightly intense battle. Even if it is injured, it will only accelerate the consumption of energy. As long as the exotic treasure is not broken and can be renourished, it can be used as a meat shield in the front row. Most importantly, the true form incarnation evolved by the Sanbao Huaxiangzhu cannot be distinguished by the giant and cultivators at all. Even if it is Yuanying's Henshin, it is difficult to distinguish without using magical powers. If there is anything in the future, I can let this vest come forward, and I will hide in the dark, and even Changsheng's Henren and Yangming's Henren will appear in the public eye at the same time. Lu Changsheng instantly realized the purpose of this exotic treasure. He took a lot of risks in the previous transaction with the Qingyun Sect. With his 3 treasures transformation pearl, he can completely hide in the dark, remotely control, and trade, purchase resources, gather intelligence, and even assassinate enemies through the true form of the 3 treasures transformation pearl. However, let's sacrifice it first, and try the effect later when we go to find a place for the sea-splitting black whale. Before, Lu Changsheng felt that it would be difficult for him, Honglian, Jinshi Xian Peng, and sea-splitting black whale to hunt a 3rd level top demon king and a quasi 4th level demon king. Now with his 3 treasures transformation pearl, he has a 3rd level late stage top combat power. 1 month later, Lu Changsheng refined the 3 treasures transformation pearl, and then poured his blood. But I saw that a wisp of crimson blood gradually appeared in the crystal white pill. But this little blood was far from enough, so Lu Changsheng continued to pour it. After a long time, the bloodline in the pill formed a blood-colored little man who looked a bit like Lu Changsheng. If I hadn't been in the 3rd stage late stage body refining, with abundant blood and ki, and was extremely powerful, an ordinary giant and cultivator would have to lose blood and ki, and would have to recuperate for a year or 2, right? Lu Changsheng looked at the 3 treasures transformation pearl in front of him, his face a little pale. Even if he had injected so much blood and ki, he would still have some blood and ki loss, and it would probably take a month to recover. However, after injecting so much blood and ki, he also felt that he had a closer connection with this pill. A thought came to him. Buzz! The 3 treasures transformation pearl was surging with spiritual light, and it turned into a handsome, tall and slender figure. This incarnation had not been nourished by the spirit, ki and spirit, so it did not have the magical power of magic, and the magic power was also attributeless. Tisk tisk tisk. Looking at the incarnation in front of him, Lu Changsheng felt very interesting, as if he had a clone of his flesh and blood, and he felt like he was waving his arm. As long as he thought, the incarnation in front of him would respond and make a move. And in this process, the consumption of his spiritual consciousness was also negligible and could be ignored. Hello, Master Yangming. Lu Changsheng looked at the 3 treasures of the transformation beads in front of him, and his thoughts moved. In an instant, the incarnation in front of him, who looked exactly like him, was full of spiritual light and turned directly into the appearance of Master Yangming. Then, this incarnation even turned into the appearance of Honglian, Lu Miaoj, Ling Zixio and others. However, after careful observation, it can be seen that these can only evolve into similar appearances, and the temperament and charm are difficult to imitate. Only by evolving the true appearance, the temperament and charm are exactly the same, and it is difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. My Yin-Yang Creation Sutra can control our laws and transform the skills at will. In other words, I can cultivate the mana, magic and supernatural powers of this incarnation into different directions. I can disguise as Master Yangming, or I can disguise as a sword cultivator, a magic cultivator, or a Buddhist cultivator. Lu Changsheng touched his chin, thinking in his heart, and found it quite interesting. Then his mind moved slightly, and the Xianetun Baohurong lotus in the Danshan of the Qi Sea appeared. Lu Changsheng entered the Xianetun treasure lotus, and his incarnation extended his palm to hold the lotus seed in front of him. When I entered the Xianetun treasure lotus, my spiritual consciousness consumption only increased slightly. In this case, doesn't it mean that I can stay in the Xianetun treasure lotus and let the incarnation walk outside, and then I will come out when encountering danger? The incarnation held a treasure lotus and muttered to himself. I can even say something in a middle school way. Congratulations, you have passed the test of this seat. You are qualified to see my true strength. Are you ready to die? The Xianetun treasure lotus glowed, and a ripple in the void fluctuated. Lu Changsheng walked out of it again, chuckling and saying that he found this scene very interesting. After experiencing the effect of the three treasures transformation beads, he thought about it, and the incarnation in front of him surged with spiritual light, and turned into a snow-white pill wrapped in a bloody villain, entering his Ki-Hai Danshan, and warming it through the Yin and Yang Creation Sutra. After recuperating for half a month, Lu Changsheng began to cast a Tonkin magic weapon for Lingzixio. Although the natural materials and treasures needed for this magic weapon have not been fully gathered. But with a divine machine refining technique, you can use some substitutes to refine a low-grade magic weapon first, and then slowly upgrade it later. 2 months later. Refining Hall. Boom boom boom, the black gold forging platform was burning with raging fire, and a picture scroll with yin and yang flowing, and the shadows of demon gods standing up and down. Lu Changsheng's body was hazy with a layer of yin and yang mysterious light, and he kept injecting a series of magic formulas. With the 12 capitals of heavenly demons and the dragon roar body, Lu Changsheng refined this magic weapon very smoothly. Seeing that the magic weapon in front of him was gradually taking shape, Lu Changsheng sent a voice message to Lingzixio, signaling her to come over to offer the last step of refining. In the last step of refining the magic weapon, through the sacrifice of blood and magic power, the connection between life and death can improve the compatibility of the magic weapon to a certain extent. A moment later, Lingzixio, wearing a blue palace dress, came to the refining hall. Zixio, activate the 12 capitals of demonic arts. Lu Changsheng immediately signaled Lingzixio to activate his skills, linking his ki and life. Lingzixio made hand gestures, raised her hands lightly, and a figure with a beast head and a human body appeared behind her, covered with red scales, with fire snakes in her ears and a fire dragon under her feet. It was one of the demon gods she condensed with the 12 capitals of demonic arts, the fire gods Huron. In addition to this demon god, the other 11 demon gods also emerged one after another. However, it can be seen that except for the fire gods Huron, the other demon gods are very weak and have not been sacrificed. This is normal. Everyone has limited time and energy. It takes time, effort and resources to sacrifice a demon god. If you sacrifice 12 demon gods at the same time, you can indeed be invincible in the same realm and challenge across levels. But at the same time, your cultivation is almost at the end, and you don't have time to practice other things. Buzz buzz buzz, the 12 phantoms of the demon gods walked to the treasure forging platform, and the 12 phantoms of the demon gods on the Dushan Shensha map also appeared together, forming a resonant symphony, roaring and snarling. Puff. Lingzixio spit another mouthful of blood on the Dushan Shensha map, making the phantoms of the demon gods boil and roar, and the array patterns on it intertwine to form a light curtain of yin and yang. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng threw the remaining spiritual materials of heaven and earth into it. After a long time, the Dushan Shensha map flew from the treasure forging platform to Lu Changsheng's hands. The lifelike images of the 12 demon gods were dawning. But the background of the Shensha map, with mountains, rivers, and the sun and moon hanging high, gave people a sense of tranquility and freedom. Zixio, after you refine this magic weapon through the Santonki, if you have any problems, tell me as soon as possible. Lu Changsheng said to Lingzixio. Although he had been thinking about this magic weapon for a long time, there was no problem in theory, and he could also use the magic weapon's origin to release Lingzixio's dragon roar body effect. But theoretical ideas are theoretical ideas after all, and specific attempts are needed to know the effect. Thank you for your hard work, my husband. Lingzixio stepped forward and hugged Lu Changsheng, knowing that the other party had spent a lot of time and effort to help him refine this magic weapon. Why is it so hard? It's just that family affairs have been delaying your practice over the years, and I feel bad about it. Lu Changsheng hugged his wife, resting his chin on her long black hair, and said in a gentle voice. Although Lingzixio's progress in cultivation was affected by the dragon roar body in his early years and was delayed for too long. But family affairs also delayed a lot of time and energy. If there is no problem, I can also refine a magic weapon for Xiao to release her dragon roar body effect. Lu Changsheng continued. After Lingzixio's dragon roar body was solved by him, the effect was greatly reduced, equivalent to an ordinary medium-sized spirit body. After the dragon's voice body of his daughter Lu Ling was solved, there was almost no gain effect. So Lingzixio verified that there was no problem, and Lu Changsheng also prepared to cast a magic weapon for his daughter to release her dragon's voice body. although this daughter's comprehension is definitely not enough to practice the same secret. But with the help of the Dongson treasure mirror, I believe she can always practice it after a few years. Although this daughter is not smart and is silly and happy every day, she is his daughter after 13 months of pregnancy. Ling Zixiao still loves this daughter very much and hopes that she can practice successfully in the future. Dad, didn't you say that Dajin would lend it to me for half a month? That day, Lu Wangshu was bored and wanted to go out for a walk and take a breath, so he asked his old father for a spiritual pet. Where are you going? Lu Changsheng asked. Now that the golden-winged skypeng is bound to the identity of Yang Ming's Henren, it is really inconvenient to lend it to his children. He usually travels in the Nine Heavens Gangfeng, and if a giant cultivator appears, he can see it at the first time. But it was obviously not okay for his daughter. If someone saw it, it might cause trouble. Just go to Jiangguo for a stroll. Lu Wangshu said. Dajin is still recuperating recently. How about Daddy change you another spiritual pet? Since he promised his daughter and dragged it for so long, Lu Changsheng would naturally not regret it. But it was really inconvenient for the golden-winged skypeng, so he thought of letting the sea-splitting black whale take her to play in the deep sea. With a water spirit pearl, you can experience the beauty of the deep sea and explore the secret treasures, which is also interesting. However, when Lu Wangshu heard this, her clear and bright beautiful eyes immediately looked straight at her old father, and her pink lips pursed slightly, expressing dissatisfaction. Don't worry, this spiritual pet is definitely better than Dajin. If you don't like it, I will give Dajin to you then. Lu Changsheng pinched her somewhat angry face and said with a smile. After hearing this, Lu Wangshu asked what spiritual pet it was. She knew that there was also a third-level dragon at home. However, this dragon was not cultivated by the family, but was taken from the hands of one whose Henren. It will not yield to cultivators who are weaker than it. If it is pushed to the limit, it may even devour its master. You will know when the time comes. Lu Changsheng kept it a secret and prepared to go and see how the sea-splitting black whale was injured and what the effect of taking the dragon essence was. Lu Changsheng did not go directly to the sea-splitting black whale, but came to Longgao Island to visit his daughter Lu Qingyan. Relying on the black dragon origin, Lu Qingyan not only condensed her mana foundation a lot, but also directly broke through the bottleneck of the early and middle stages of foundation building. Dad, I feel that if this continues, my Dao Foundation will soon be promoted to a flawless Dao Foundation. Lu Qingyan said happily. The quality of the Dao Foundation is related to the foundation, potential and background of a cultivator, and it has an impact on the speed of cultivation, breaking through bottlenecks, and realm. Although she has refined the Black Dragon Code, she is a little short of breaking through the foundation building, so she only lacks the Dao Foundation. Now, relying on the Black Dragon origin, the flaws and cracks on the Dao Foundation are gradually made up and washed away. Not bad. Lu Changsheng smiled, not surprised. This dragon essence comes from the essence of a 4th-level transformed demon king, and it is in line with her practice. In this case, if she is given more dragon essence, not to mention a flawless foundation, there is hope for a perfect foundation. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng and her went to see the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers. With a diluted dragon essence, these Taoist soldiers made rapid progress, and even a few of them activated the dragon bloodline and mutated. Should we catch a 3rd-level dragon and use its blood to water these dragons to speed up the cultivation? Lu Changsheng looked at the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers in the fish farm and thought to himself. It is not as simple and direct as cultivating a demon king to cultivate it by constantly spending natural materials and treasures. After all, the demon king is full of treasures. After caring about the situation here, Lu Changsheng took his daughter Lu Wangshu to the depths of Damangs. Dad, will this fog continue to grow stronger? Although Lu Wangshu had gone out to sea many times, he had never gone so deep. He felt that his consciousness could not be detected under the hazy mist. Well, if we continue to go deeper, the fog of Damangs will hinder the consciousness and magic power of even the giant and cultivators. Lu Changsheng nodded. Dad, what is the deepest part of Damangs? I read that it is a forbidden area, and some say it is a world of immortal cultivation. Lu Wangshu asked. At the end of Damangs is a wider sea called Qingzhu Sea. Lu Changsheng didn't mind telling his daughter about this. After all, Jiangguo is too small, just a corner of the southern wilderness. In the future, he must go out of Jiangguo and face the entire southern wilderness world of immortal cultivation. And his children also need to broaden their horizons. Qingzhu. Lu Wangshu's beautiful eyes were puzzled. Well, this is what I learned from the previous mayor of the Great Dream Fairy City. The couple may have come from the Qingzhu Sea, or the more distant East China Sea. Lu Changsheng told his daughter about the Qingzhu Sea, the South Desert, the East China Sea, the West Desert, the North Plains, Zhongzhou, or some interesting stories. After so many years of cultivation and having been with Honglian for so long, Patriarch Lu is still knowledgeable. East China Sea, West Desert, South Desert, North Plains, Zhongzhou. Lu Wangshu was surprised, as if a new world had opened up. In her early years, she had never heard of other worlds of cultivation outside of the South Desert. Now she knows that in the South Desert where she is, the Yuanying Great True Lord is the peak. And the East China Sea, the North Plains, and Zhongzhou have the rumored Huishan True Lord. Wangshu, the southern wasteland stretches for hundreds of millions of miles, and Jiangguo is just a corner. Your future should not be limited to the Jiangguo cultivation world, so you have to look further and look at the entire southern wasteland cultivation world. In this way, you can truly see the vastness of this world in the future. On the golden-winged sky peng, Lu Changsheng stood side by side with his daughter, patted her head, and said softly, Jiangguo is just a corner. Although Lu Wangshu had heard such words a long time ago, and knew that his father was urging him to work hard again. But when he heard about the Qingzhu Sea and the southern wasteland, he still felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. It was like a frog at the bottom of a well, knowing the vastness of the world. Even the father, who was usually gentle and elegant, and had no dignity in front of him, seemed to be tall and majestic at this moment. He was standing beside him, but he seemed to be far away in the sky, above the 9 heavens. Don't be too stressed, there is still your father. Lu Changsheng was very pleased to see that his daughter listened. After a long time, the father and daughter came to the place where the sea-splitting black whale was. Roar. A deep and powerful roar came from the deep sea, like rolling thunder, causing the calm water surface to boil. Then, a huge dark whale, 100 feet long, with a body like an island, slowly emerged from the deep sea. Chapter 595, Lu Minghuang is born, and the nascent soul is struck by thunder. Dad. Lu Wangshu looked at the huge figure gradually appearing in front of her, and felt a heavy and oppressive atmosphere in the air. She subconsciously took her old father's wrist. Don't be afraid, this is the spiritual pet that your father is borrowing from you. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter like this and felt a little funny. However, the sea-splitting black whale, whether in appearance or momentum, really gave people an unparalleled shock. What? This is your spiritual pet, Dad? Lu Wangshu looked at the waves in front of her, and the sea-splitting black whale, whose body was gradually emerging from the water, was in shock, surprise, and disbelief. Although she had extraordinary experience. But except for the golden-winged sky peng, the Zumi tree king, and the sea spirit Jiao, she had never really seen a third-level demon king. And the golden-winged sky peng and the Zumi tree king, whose demonic aura was restrained all year round, she didn't feel anything when she looked at them, and had never seen the real fierceness of the demon king. But the sea-splitting black whale at this time was completely different. Although the power had been restrained as much as possible. But the whole body was dark, and the huge body covered with cold scales. Cutting through the sea, the dark fin blades on the back are neatly arranged, like sharp swords. On the round forehead, there is a black and gold horn that is curved like a hook. The huge pupil is like a black hole vortex, and it is like a huge mouth of a chaotic abyss. All of them brought unprecedented shock to Lu Wangshu. Too scary. How about it? What do you think of this spiritual pet? Lu Changsheng smiled and brought his daughter to the huge head of the sea-splitting black whale. Lu Wangshu was still stunned, looking at the sea-splitting black whale in front of her. She had seen many monsters in the seabed exploration with Luling Xiao and Luling in the Great Dream Lake. She had even seen many quasi-third-level monsters. But compared with the sea-splitting black whale in front of her, the quasi-third-level monster was just like a baby cub. However, as Lu Changsheng's precious daughter, she trusted her father. She was stunned for a moment, and then said happily, Dad, you really have to lend me this spiritual pet. With such a demon king, wouldn't she be able to gallop freely in the Great Dream Lake? In the past, she didn't dare to go to many places when exploring the deep sea. When she saw a quasi-third-level monster, she would run away quickly. But now, thinking of this, Lu Wangshu couldn't help but be happy. It's natural that you like it. Lu Changsheng stroked his daughter's hair and said in a gentle voice, and then asked about the injury of the sea-splitting black whale. Master, my injuries have recovered a lot, and with the dragon essence you gave, my bloodline has been improved. The sea-splitting black whale said, revealing his desire for the black dragon origin in his words. It feels that if there is enough dragon essence, it is expected to be promoted to the sea-splitting black dragon whale and quickly break through the 4th level. Bloodline improvement. Lu Changsheng naturally knew that the sea-splitting black whale was only one step away from being promoted to the true spirit level bloodline. If it can obtain the natural materials and treasures related to the true dragon, the sea-splitting black whale will be expected to be promoted to the sea-splitting black dragon whale. The black dragon origin is gone. I'll see if there are any natural materials and treasures in this area in the future. If possible, Lu Changsheng naturally wants the sea-splitting black whale to be promoted to the 4th level as soon as possible. Once the latter is promoted to the 4th level, he will be the real overlord of the Great Dream Lake. Even if the Heaven Sword sect came, he was not afraid at all. The previous dragon essence came from the Black Dragon sect. Judging from the situation of this dragon essence, the Black Dragon sect should have more than one dragon essence. I wonder if I can trade it. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, thinking that if he went to Qingzhu in the future, he could go to the Black Dragon sect to have a look. If he could trade a few dragon essences, it would be of great help, not to mention directly allowing the sea-splitting black whale to evolve. Dad, what is the name of this spiritual pet? Lu Wangshu looked at the sea-splitting black whale in front of him happily. The ferocious and terrifying appearance before, now in her eyes, was extremely domineering. Lu Changsheng looked at the dark sea-splitting black whale in front of him, touched his chin, and then said, you can call it Daohui, or shout, come out, sea-splitting black dragon. Lu Wangshu looked at his old father speechlessly. If Xiao had chosen such a name, she could understand. But for her own father, forget it. Lu Wangshu curled his delicate lips, too lazy to complain. Isn't this name good? It's simple and easy to understand. Lu Changsheng felt that his daughter didn't know how to appreciate, and didn't know what simplicity meant. Dad, my name was given by Mom, right? Lu Wangshu suddenly asked. How could that be? Your name took me a long time to think about. Lu Changsheng tapped his daughter's white forehead, and didn't joke with her, and said, just take the sea-splitting black whale to play in this area, and don't go any deeper. Keep going deeper, there are many 3rd stage late-stage demon kings. And at the intersection of Damangs and Qingzhu, there is now a 3rd level top-level demon king and a quasi-4th level demon king. Daohui suffered losses at the hands of these 2 demon kings before. Lu Changsheng instructed his daughter, and also signaled the sea-splitting black whale not to look for trouble for the time being, and wait for his news. Then, if there is any situation, activate the sensing talisman he gave. 3rd level top-level demon king, quasi-4th level demon king. Lu Wangshu's beautiful eyes were surprised. Not only was she surprised that there was such a terrible demon beast in Damangs, she was also surprised that the sea-splitting black whale under her feet could face such a top-level demon king. Doesn't it mean that the sea-splitting black whale is at least a 3rd level late-stage demon king? Humph, Dad has indeed broken through the nascent soul. Lu Wangshu said secretly in her heart. Before, when she saw her father raising his hand to suppress a Jindan's Henren, she had doubts in this regard. Now seeing the sea-splitting black whale, she thinks so even more. Well, you just play here, and when you're almost there, let Daohui send you back, but try not to show up in the Immortal City. By the way, this is a water-repellent bead. As long as you don't enter the deep sea, it will hardly consume any mana. While Lu Changsheng was speaking, he handed another 4th level water-repellent bead to his daughter, and then motioned her to play here by herself. With the sea-splitting black whale, he was still relieved about his daughter's safety. If she really encountered danger, the sea-splitting black whale could swallow her into its stomach chamber to ensure her safety. Thank you, Daddy. Lu Wangshu immediately expressed his gratitude with a sweet smile. Since he had gone out, Lu Changsheng did not make a wasted trip. Take this time to find a 3rd level dragon with similar attributes to the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldier. However, at this moment, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt a strong and mysterious throbbing. He was naturally very familiar with this throbbing. Subconsciously, he looked in the direction of Jin's state. It seemed that he heard a baby crying. Is Minghuang born? Calculating the time, the child in Nanguang Mili's belly is also 1 year and 8 months old. It is normal to be born now. But it's just a first-grade spiritual root. Based on the throbbing of his spiritual roots, Lu Changsheng judged that his son should have first-grade spiritual roots. System. He was somewhat unwilling, and silently muttered in his heart, and found Nangguang Millie from the system interface. Sure enough, there was another baby under her name. Name, Lu Minghuang. Lifespan, 1/103. Talent, first-grade spiritual roots. Cultivation, none. Talent, compatibility with refining equipment, 40%. Sure enough, it's just a first-grade spiritual root. Seeing his son's talent, Lu Changsheng was a little disappointed. After all, this son was born for him and Nangguang Millie, two giant cultivators. During the process, he took many fetal spiritual medicines and was finally pregnant for 1 year and 8 months. But he had no spiritual body, just a first-grade spiritual root. Although the throbbing of this spiritual root is relatively strong, almost close to the Earth's spiritual root, it is only a first-grade spiritual root. Alice, a first-grade spiritual root is also pretty good. Things like having a baby are inherently very random. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath, exhaled for a long time, adjusted his mentality, and comforted himself. It is not that easy to have spiritual offspring. Let alone two giants Henrun. Even if there are two Yuanyings Henjin, they dare not guarantee that their children have a high probability of having spiritual bodies. Minghuang has a good talent for refining equipment. If he grows up and is well trained in this aspect, he may be able to practice the Shenji Bailianju. But Nangguang Millie, this woman, I'm afraid she won't let her son go the path of equipment cultivation. Lu Changsheng shook his head and prepared to go to Jin State when he has time. At the same time, in the Five Poison Sect, Shiansu Peak, in a secret room, Nangguang Millie was wearing a purple luxurious gauze dress, looking at the baby in her arms with a pale and weak face. This baby is a bit stronger than an ordinary baby, and looks crystal white, like a porcelain doll. The chubby little hand holds a holy jade cicada with a platinum luster. What's going on? Why are Minghuang's eyes golden? Does Minghuang also have some rare spiritual body? Nangguang Millie saw that the pupils of her son's eyes were not black and white like ordinary people's eyes, but golden, like golden amber. And this crystal cicada goo, I used it to improve Minghuang's talent and connect his life. When he grows up, he can be refined into golden cicada goo to save his life and ward off evil. Why did it become like this? She looked at the white jade cicada in her son's hand, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. Even though she was a giant and cultivator, she couldn't understand her son's situation at this time. But she guessed that her son might be some kind of rare spirit. And this crystal cicada goo mutated because it was assimilated by the origin of her son's spirit. You are worthy of being my son, Nangguang Millie. Even though she didn't like boys before. But now the mother and son are connected by blood, the overflowing maternal love in her heart, and the extraordinary talent of this son make her full of joy. I don't know why Minghuang has a spirit. In her early years, in order to understand the spirit of her daughter Nangguang Yao, she consulted many books on spirits. But in her memory, there was no spirit like her son. Jian Kingdom, Damangs. Lu Changsheng searched in the vast ocean for almost a month, and finally found a black-scaled dragon with similar attributes to the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldier. The strength of the third stage middle stage, with the blood of the middle great earth stage. For this monster king, Lu Changsheng did not kill the goose that lays the eggs. He extracted half of its blood essence and then released it. After all, no matter how many third-level demon kings there are in Damangs, they cannot withstand endless hunting. Now Damangs belongs to his own back garden, and he cannot exhaust all the fish and destroy the ecology. But before leaving, Lu Changsheng set a forbidden mark on it to make it convenient to find it to donate blood in the future. After returning to Longayu Island, Lu Changsheng handed a gourd full of dragon blood essence to his daughter. Qingyun, this is diluted dragon blood essence. You can use it to feed the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers. You can also use it to temper your body when you need it. This daughter refined the essence of the Black Dragon. If she raised a group of Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers, it would be enough to rule one side. Yes, Daddy. Lu Qingyun took the gourd and took a look at it. Although it was diluted, it could be seen from the aura that this was the essence and blood of a third-level demon king. She was amazed in her heart. Could it be that her father had entered the deep sea of Damangs to hunt the demon king? In the following time, Lu Changsheng stayed at home to accompany his wife, and nurtured the three treasures transformation pearl with peace of mind. In the process, Lu Changsheng realized several drawbacks of this exotic treasure. He could only integrate such magical powers as the yin-yang key capture, the yin-yang mysterious divine light, and the reversed yin-yang glazed wall into this incarnation. Other secret methods of burning blood and life-threatening magical powers could not be integrated into them. Also, the 9 magical powers of his 9 treasures Ruai Bone could not be integrated into this incarnation. Sure enough, an incarnation is an incarnation. No matter what, its combat power cannot be exactly the same as that of the original body. Lu Changsheng pondered in his heart. After such a long period of observation, he finally decided to transform his daughter Luling's Black Dragon Code into the Vajra King art. Although the latter used the Black Dragon Code to condense the foundation of Taoism, if it is transformed into the Vajra King art with completely different properties, the power of the spell and the increase in the foundation of Taoism will be affected. But this daughter is indeed suitable for Buddhist and Taoist exercises. Apart from anything else, when practicing exercises before, Lu Ling needed him to use the Dongsong treasure mirror to help. But practicing the Vajra King art, he can get started quickly. More than half a month later, Lu Wangshu, who had been playing in the deep sea of Damangs for 3 months, came back, and he was in a good mood. This underwater expedition with the sea-splitting black whale not only broadened her horizons, but also brought her rich rewards. "Daddy, what kind of spirit beast's egg is this?" Lu Wangshu released a spirit beast egg covered with blue cloud and water patterns from the spirit pet bag and asked Lu Changsheng. However, Lu Changsheng did not know much about taming beasts, so he could only ask Honglian. Honglian immediately identified the spirit beast egg as a possible sea-winged dragon with a mid-grade heavenly bloodline. "Dad, how about this? This spirit beast egg belongs to me, and these belong to you. In the future, we'll split the harvest between Dahae and me in 50-50. How about that?" Lu Wangshu's beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately took her old father's arm, smiling sweetly. She had given up hope of training the handy black turtle and decided to let nature take its course. Now that she heard that this spirit beast egg was from a heavenly grade bloodline demon beast, and from the dragon clan, she was immediately very excited. And she wanted to borrow the sea-splitting black whale to continue her treasure hunt adventure in the Great Dream Lake. After all, this process is simply too cool, the vast deep sea, where one can gallop freely. Lu Changsheng found it a little funny to see his daughter's fawning look. But this daughter is really lucky. In just 3 months, she actually harvested a heavenly grade spirit beast egg. Looking at the storage bag handed over by his daughter, he pondered for a moment and said, "It's too little. I'll give you 9 and you 1. Dad, you're too dark." Lu Wangshu said angrily. "Even father and daughter have to settle accounts clearly. 9 of me and you 1 is already a lot. If you have a treasure you particularly like, I can let you pick it first." Lu Changsheng said lightly, thinking that a 10% gain was already a lot for a foundation-building cultivator. "Dad, 7-3, you 7 and I 3. Lu Wangshu acted like a spoiled child and kept bargaining, but Lu Changsheng just wouldn't give in. After all, he didn't lack that. He simply wanted to give his daughter a chance to gain experience and knowledge, but he didn't want her to indulge in it and lose her ambition. After a long time, the father and daughter bargained, and finally said that if Lu Wangshu's cultivation broke through the late stage of foundation building, the gain would be 7-3, and now it is 9-1. And it can be used for no more than 3 months a year. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng glanced at the storage bag his daughter had harvested, and thought that the gain was not bad. But considering that there is a top-level 3rd-level demon king as a bodyguard, this kind of gain is only average. After so long of sacrifice and refining, Ling Xiao completely refined the Tonkin magic weapon Dushan Shensha 2, and felt that her cultivation speed had directly increased by 1 level. She activated the Santonki, absorbing the essence of Tonkin. Instantly she felt a breath of origin from the magic weapon pouring into her whole body, limbs and bones, and blending into her spirit. In this process, Ling Xiao not only made rapid progress in her cultivation, the 12 demon gods were all promoted, and she also felt that her spiritual body was subtly influenced and changed. This is the disadvantage of the Tonkin key. If you are affected by the Tonkin origin and gradually assimilated, you can only go through this method to the end in the future, and you must promote the Tonkin magic weapon to break through. Otherwise, if you want to change and switch to other methods, you can only abandon the foundation and start over. Ling Xiao has made a choice about the method and has not wavered. But she found it difficult to judge the subtle influence of the spiritual body, and immediately fed back to Lu Changsheng. Immediately, in the following time, Lu Changsheng paid full attention to her cultivation, and gradually solved for her the effects of the spiritual body that reversed yin and yang in her early years. Some adjustments are still needed. As the effect of the dragon roar body was gradually released, Lu Changsheng realized the problem with this fellow magic weapon. That is, the grade must be much higher than Ling's Xiao. For example, she is now in the late stage of foundation building, and the magic weapon must be at least lower grade. When she breaks through the Qingyun stage, the magic weapon must be at least upper grade, or even top level. Only in this way can she use the assimilation effect of the fellow magic weapon to form a balance with the dragon roar body and make use of it. Moreover, her fellow magic weapon must be used frequently to absorb the essence of the fellow magic weapon, and cannot be just put aside as an auxiliary. In this case, Xiao's magic weapon still needs to be upgraded as soon as possible, otherwise I will be away for too long, and the origin of the magic weapon will be consumed too much, and it will be difficult to suppress the dragon roar body. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart, realizing the difficulty of the problem. However, there are not enough materials now, and the magic weapon cannot be upgraded. Lu Changsheng dare not fully release the effect of Ling Xiao's dragon roar body. Otherwise, when the other party breaks through to the Qingyun stage, he will no longer be able to reverse and suppress the origin of her dragon roar body. On this day, Lu Changsheng saw that the three treasures of the transformation beads in his Qi Hai Danshan were fully nurtured. Prepare to take Honglian and Jinchi Shai and Pen to help the Black Whale of the Split Sea to get back the place. By the way, see if these two demon kings can help his son Lu Quanzhen. Lu Quanzhen's situation is no longer convenient to delay. If the essence and blood obtained from this hunting trip is not good, Lu Changsheng also plans to directly impact the Qingyun stage after Lu Quanzhen has practiced the secret technique of Qingyun. Honglian. Lu Changsheng told Honglian the general situation. Then he told Ling Xiao and Lu Miaoj that he and Honglian were going to the depths of Damings to hunt the Demon King, and they were optimistic about the fairy city. If there was any situation, send a message to him as soon as possible, and he would rush back through the Michin banner. My dear, you have to be careful. Changsheng, Sister Honglian, you should be more careful. The two women knew that they could not help much, but just asked them to be more careful. Don't worry. Lu Changsheng smiled and left the city lord's mansion with Honglian. At the same time, Jin State, Yinming Ghost Sect. At this time, the Yinming Ghost Sect's Mountain Gate formation was being opened and operated, and the spiritual energy of the world within a radius of thousands of miles was constantly agitated and gathered. Above the fourth-level spiritual vein, dark clouds rolled, calamity clouds gathered, and thunder and lightning arcs cut through the sky. What's going on? Question mark. Some cultivators felt uneasy when they saw the sudden black clouds. Although the Yinming Ghost Sect is often covered with dark clouds and full of ghostly aura, this gloom has never been like these dark clouds. It seems to exude awe-inspiring power and shock people's minds. This is a thunder tribulation, a heavenly thunder tribulation. The Supreme Elder has shattered the pill and transformed into baby. Question mark. An elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect realized what was going on and looked surprised. The first of the three levels of the nascent soul is to shatter the pill and transform into baby. Then comes the heavenly thunder tribulation and the inner demon tribulation. And completing the first step, shattering the pill and transforming into baby, is the most difficult step. The next two levels, with the Yinming Ghost Sect's thousands of years of foundation and nearly 100 years of preparation, they are very confident. Boom. A purple-green lightning bolt as thick as a water tank stirred the 9 heavens, pierced through the black sky, and fell from the sky with a bang. The lightning was terrifying. At this moment, a huge pool of blood rose into the sky. Countless yin energy, ghost energy, resentment, and sin filled the air, forming ghost soldiers and ghost generals, howling like ghosts and wolves, which attracted people's hearts. The blood pool was like a volcanic eruption. Countless blood-colored magma gushed out, actively wrapped around the purple-blue thunder. In an instant, the lightning exploded, and the blood color swept across the sky, making the entire sky intertwined with blood and lightning, flickering. Boom. As if provoked, another 10,000-foot thunder and lightning fell from the sky, dazzling, filled with a terrifying breath of destruction. However, the blood pool still stretched across the sky, as if dividing the world and blocking the thunder tribulation from falling. Damn it, this old ghost has the 10,000 ghosts blood pool, and would rather consume the origin of this treasure than ensure that he is foolproof and survives the heavenly thunder tribulation. Someone secretly watched this scene with an unwilling look. It is not only more difficult for demon cultivators to break through the realm. They are also easily restrained when facing the Yuanying thunder tribulation. Especially the inheritance of the Yinming ghost sect skills is completely restrained by the heavenly tribulation, and the difficulty of surviving the tribulation is 30% to 40% more difficult than that of the righteous cultivators. But the cultivators lurking in the Yinming ghost sect saw that the Supreme Elder would rather consume the 10,000 ghosts blood pool to ensure that he could survive the tribulation. However, seeing that the Yinming ghost sect's mountain gate formation was fully operational, and the 4th level spiritual vein underground palace where the Supreme Elder was located was isolated by a forbidden formation, no one dared to take action at this time. At this time, unless the Yuanying Zhenjin came in person, it would be difficult for the Jinden cultivator to cause any impact. Chapter 596, Honglian, how many backup plans did my husband have in his previous life? Damangs. The mist was hazy, lingering like a dream over this vast expanse of water. Lu Changsheng and Honglian came to the deep sea where the sea-splitting black whale was, snapped their fingers, and shouted with a sense of ceremony. Come out, sea-splitting black dragon. Hua. The calm sea surface trembled, rippling layers of waves. Gradually, the seawater boiled, violently surging in all directions, setting off rolling waves. A huge black shadow loomed in the water, seemingly tearing the entire sea apart. Then, a huge body covered with dark scales and standing with dark fin blades emerged from the water, shining with a cold and sharp luster under the sunlight and hazy mist. With the appearance of the sea-splitting black whale, this area of water seemed to be shrouded in a majestic and terrifying mysterious atmosphere. Husband, is this your new spiritual pet? Honglian looked at the sea-splitting black whale in front of her, her beautiful eyes were suspicious, and she asked with a vigilant look. When he came over, Lu Changsheng just said that his spirit pet was in danger in the sea, and he was going to see the situation to see if he could hunt down and drive away the 2 demon kings. Unexpectedly, Lu Changsheng's new spirit pet turned out to be such a terrifying top demon king. Even though she was used to seeing all kinds of incredible and unreasonable methods of Lu Changsheng, she couldn't help but be surprised and moved. Although this demon beast has no true spirit breath, its bloodline is definitely of the upper grade of the heavenly rank, or even the top grade. In his previous life, Yuanying Zhenjin, a 4th level beast master, Honglian had extraordinary eyesight. Through the appearance and breath of the sea-splitting black whale, he judged the latter's approximate bloodline. Yes, this is my new spirit pet, the sea-splitting black whale. I let it temporarily live in the spiritual vein of the sea to guard the sea to prevent Xingxiusi from communicating with Damangs. But 2 demon kings appeared in the sea and injured it, so I was going to go over and take a look. Lu Changsheng, wearing a black brocade robe, with a tall and slender figure, said with a smile. As he spoke, he pulled Honglian's jade hand and moved from the golden-winged skypang to the sea-splitting black whale. Although the golden-winged skypang has the fastest speed in the world. But in the Great Dream Lake, the sea-splitting black whale is more convenient. Sea-splitting black whale. Honglian looked at the sea-splitting black whale in front of her and had never heard of this name. This is normal. There are many kinds of monsters. Even if Honglian is a 4th level beast master, it is impossible to know all of them. Especially the Bihun where she is, which is far away from the southern wilderness. My husband definitely didn't have such a spiritual pet in his early years. He should have obtained it after coming to the Great Dream Lake. But a monster king of this level is impossible to tame. Could it be that this is another backup prepared by my husband in his previous life? Honglian looked at Lu Changsheng, who was standing side by side with her and had a heroic appearance. For this kind of thing, except for speculating Lu Changsheng's backup in his previous life, she couldn't think of any other reason. How many backups did my husband arrange in his previous life? At this moment, Honglian was shocked beyond words. In the Qingzhu Mountain, the Zumi Tree King suppressed the family spiritual land. Now that he has come to the vast waters of Damangs, he has obtained a sea overlord silently. He also has the materials for the condensation pill that he obtained before, so he can directly refine the condensation pill. Could it be that all these means are under the control of my husband, and he can take out the backup prepared in his previous life according to his own needs after awakening his true spirit? The reason why he didn't revive his memory and took it all out is to transform into the mortal world and comprehend the way of heaven and earth. Honglian further speculated in her heart. As soon as this thought came out, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. Yes, that must be the case. From my husband's daily situation, we can see that he doesn't care about his cultivation and realm. He has no obsession and never spends too much time on cultivation. He spends most of his time on daily life. I think this is also my husband's instinct, in order to avoid falling into the pursuit of cultivation and forgetting his original intention. Marrying a wife and concubines, having children, may not be like the Saint King of Zhongzhou, but with a family, wives, concubines and children as the anchor, emphasizing emotions and neglecting cultivation, so as to better experience the various aspects of life and the appearance of all living beings, and thus comprehend the way of heaven and earth. Honglian was shocked. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that such means were amazing. Although she was a Yuanying cultivator in her previous life, Lu Changsheng's means were beyond her cognition and even beyond her imagination. She believed that even the true Lord of Transformation of Gods did not have such means. With so many backups, it can no longer be called the mortal world, but the real world of play, the real world of play. If someone dares to break this tranquility, the consequences will be disastrous. At this moment, Honglian kept thinking about it and deified Lu Changsheng beside her. What's wrong? Lu Changsheng had long known that Honglian liked to imagine and speculate about his situation. Seeing her in a daze, she looked at him with more and more awe, and was a little confused. I don't know what she was imagining. Nothing. Honglian came back to her senses in an instant, smiled softly with a graceful manner, and stopped thinking about it. No matter what Lu Changsheng was like, her methods were not something she could speculate about at the moment. She was just trying her best to be a good wife and mother, and a good helper. But when she thought that she and Lu Changsheng didn't have children, Honglian felt a little anxious. She thought that although this body formed by the spirit of heaven and earth was gifted, it was not easy to give birth to children. But normally, cultivators who can use the spirit of heaven and earth to shape their bodies basically practice with all their heart, and rarely care about whether they can give birth. Hua. Lu Changsheng and Honglian stood side by side on the sea-splitting black whale, blowing the sea breeze, chatting casually, as if they were going on an outing. It must be said that the riding experience of this sea-splitting black whale was not bad. It's a bit like being on the deck of a warship. Lu Changsheng also experienced the latter's stomach chamber. It's like a closed-door chamber. Putting a mouthful of the spirit eye spring in it can allow people to live for a long time. But staying in the stomach chamber is not as free and easy as walking on a whale. Buzz! At this moment, a breath of magic power poured into Lu Changsheng's body out of thin air. 9th level of foundation building, Qingzhu. Through this breath of magic power, Lu Changsheng immediately knew that one of his children had broken through the 9th level of foundation building. Before, his daughter Nanguanyao broke through too quickly, causing him to guess wrong. This time, he thought it was most likely his son Lu Qingzhu. Name, Lu Qingzhu, lifespan 71/208, talent, 4th grade spiritual root, Zhengjin body, middle grade spiritual body, cultivation, 9th level of foundation building, talent, sword compatibility, 102%, it's Qingzhu. Lu Changsheng saw the system interface bar in front of him. But when he saw Lu Qingzhu's talent bar, his eyebrows raised slightly. What's going on? How did Qingzhu's spiritual roots improve to the 4th grade? Lu Changsheng seldom paid attention to his children. Even if he felt the throbbing of his spiritual roots, he seldom cared. So he didn't know what was going on with his son Lu Qingzhu's spiritual roots. Buyuandan. There are not many spiritual medicines in the world that can improve spiritual roots. Among them, Buyuandan is more famous. In recent years, Lu Changsheng has been purchasing auxiliary medicines for Buyuandan. However, the medicinal materials needed for Buyuandan are rarer than Ningjingdan. Even if Lu Changsheng has the main medicine Buyuanzhi, he couldn't get them together. Did Qingzhu get the opportunity himself, or was it rewarded by the sect? If the sect rewarded him, it means that Qingyun Sect completely treats him as a top seed. Generally speaking, few forces will collect materials to refine Buyuandan. After all, cultivators with poor spiritual roots but extraordinary talents are ultimately a minority. Although Buyuandan can improve the grade of spiritual roots, it is only effective for middle and lower spiritual roots. If a high-grade spiritual root takes Buyuandan, the effect is very limited. As for the heavenly spiritual roots and earthly spiritual roots, there is no need to take the Butyeondan at all, which is a pure waste. This also leads to the extremely low-cost performance of the Butyeondan, which is rarely seen on the market. Qingzhu has broken through the 9th level of foundation building, and it is time to pick a time to go to Yu Kingdom. Yu Kingdom and Liang Kingdom went to war, and the children probably didn't have time to come back. Lu Changsheng planned to take his wife Lu Miaoji and Lu Miaohun to Yu Kingdom to see his children. Although his wife didn't say it, since the war between the two countries, his wife often cared about this news and worried about the situation of her children far away in Yu Kingdom. Now that Lu Miaoji is preparing to form a pill, she can go to see her children without any worries and form a pill at ease. Moreover, Lu Qingzhu broke through the 9th level of foundation building and also had to prepare for the formation of the pill. It was just right to send a 5-element spirit fruit to his son. He believed that he didn't have to worry about the crystal condensing pill. Qingyun Sect would definitely have it prepared. But the 5-element spirit fruit was something that Qingyun Sect probably couldn't produce. When he chatted with Xiao Xiaoyu before, he knew that this kind of spirit fruit was very precious and rarely seen on the market. As long as it appeared, it would be snatched up by people. After cultivating a round of 5-element spiritual fruits, Lu Changsheng asked his wife Chu Hansun to cultivate a second round of 5-element spiritual fruits. So in addition to giving his wife a taste and splitting one equally, he still had 5-element spiritual fruits in his hand, enough to give one equally to his son Lu Qingzhu. Husband, what's wrong? Honglian saw that Lu Changsheng was slightly absent-minded and asked with concern about what happened unexpectedly. Nothing, let's go in and rest. Lu Changsheng looked at Honglian's exquisite and beautiful perfect face, chuckled, and the Changsheng Bao lotus appeared in his hand. The two of them riding on the sea-splitting black whale like this also affected its efficiency on the road. It's better to go to the Changsheng Bao lotus to rest and practice. He, Lu, can get to where he is today by his unremitting efforts. 1 month later. In the Changsheng Bao lotus, the crisp sound of breaking bamboo joints kept crackling. Honglian is as beautiful as a waterfall, and her dignified and gorgeous hair with a little messy hair sways gently, and wisps of black hair fall down. The dreamlike goddess jade body is graceful and charming, and every inch of her curves tells of an indescribable temptation. Under the fine beads of sweat, her skin is like bright moonlight, emitting a layer of glossy and hazy luster, which is even smoother and more delicate than the white jade in the world. Calm and elegant, indifferent and out of the world, the beautiful face without any flaws is now bright and rosy. Drops of crystal sweat slide down the flushed face to the beautiful lines, delicate like jade clavicle, on the uneven curves, or fall on the grass, releasing fragrance. After a long time, the two hugged each other quietly, experiencing the aftertaste of the event. Let's go, we're almost at the eye of the sea. Lu Changsheng played with the exquisite jade feet with perfect shape of Honglian. The arch of the foot is moist like the moon, and the 10 delicate jade toes are like cardamoms, and like petals, neat and tidy, with pink in the porcelain white, sexy and beautiful. Honglian responded lightly, and then the two dressed neatly, full of energy, and walked out of Changsheng Bao Honglian in a carefree mood. After the two looked at the general situation here, Lu Changsheng used his magical power to reverse the yin and yang glazed wall, concealing his and Honglian's body aura, and signaled the sea-splitting black whale to lure out the two demon kings. Although his current strength is invincible below the nascent soul stage. But in such a deep sea, there is also the interference of the mist of the Great Dream Lake, and it is impossible to rush directly into the deep sea to fight. Lure out the two demon kings and rely on sneak attacks to have some confidence. Roar. The sea-splitting black whale roared, releasing its terrifying aura and shooting towards the sea eye. Lu Changsheng brought Honglian to the surface of the sea, waiting for the two demon kings to appear. Regarding this battle, he and Honglian had already discussed it. He and the sea-splitting black whale and the golden-winged skypeng attacked head-on. Honglian used the ancient beast-controlling talisman to interfere and suppress from the side. After all, Honglian was only at the peak of the 4th level of Jiangdan, so there was no need to take risks. If he got hurt, it would be more trouble than it was worth. Time passed by little. Suddenly, the calm sea surface began to tremble, boiling and roaring, as if a huge force was stirring at the bottom of the sea. Here it comes. Lu Changsheng signaled to Honglian and got ready. Boom boom boom, the sea roared, and the waves surged like a tsunami, rumbling and colliding with each other, forming a huge black hole vortex, which seemed to swallow up everything within a radius of 100 miles. For a moment, the entire sea fell into chaos and violence. Roar! At this moment, the sea-splitting black whale rushed out of the sea first, and then the huge shadows of two behemoths could be seen emerging, forming a terrifying space fluctuation. What kind of monster is this? Lu Changsheng looked at the two monster kings with bright eyes. This seems to be the Void Kun, a top-level sea beast that controls the power of the void, and it is very difficult to deal with. Honglian looked at it carefully for a moment, and said with a serious face, Void Kun? Good, good. Lu Changsheng was overjoyed when he heard this. In addition to helping the black whale of the split sea to avenge himself, he also came here based on the latter's description that these two demon kings belong to the whale-like demon beasts. He wanted to see if these two demon kings could help his son Lu Quanzhen. He didn't expect that after searching everywhere, these two demon kings were actually kun-like demon kings. Such demon beasts are likely to have Kunpeng blood. Roar, roar, roar. As Honglian said, the combat power of these two Void Kuns is very amazing. The black whale of the split sea can only flee in the face of them, and can't compete head-on at all, so he immediately asked for help from his master Lu Changsheng. Honglian, be careful. Lu Changsheng took a step forward, the yin-yang glazed wall shattered, the 9 treasures Rui bone on his chest surged, his blood and mana boiled and roared, his cultivation level rose steadily, and he immediately rose to the 9th level of the Jinden. Then, boom! A black and white interweaving, yin-yang 2-key flow of the Dao map appeared, blooming with brilliant rays of light. The sun godfish and the Taiyin godfish flowed, covering the sky and the sun, trying to seal off this world and suppress the Void Kun in front of him. However, bang! The two Void Kuns, with their huge bodies filled with spatial ripples, directly hit the invisible imprisonment of the yin-yang diagram, then penetrated through it and continued to kill the sea-splitting black whale. They had been chasing the sea-splitting black whale for a long time before, and were extremely angry when the latter escaped. The latter actually dared to come and provoke them, simply looking for death, wanting to devour the sea-splitting black whale. This. Lu Changsheng's face condensed slightly. You know, his yin-yang diagram has been upgraded to almost the level of a top-grade magic weapon, and its power and effect have been improved. But facing the two Void Kuns, it has no effect. If a 3rd-level top demon king can be barely suppressed, but a quasi-4th-level demon king cannot be imprisoned at all, and these two demon kings have special magical powers. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng made a prompt decision and said to Honglian, Honglian, kill the weak one first. As he spoke, a golden light flew out from the Qingyan shadow belt, spreading a terrifying power that covered the sky. Cry. The golden-winged sky peng was shining all over, as if it was cast from gold, emitting a 1,000-foot brilliance, and rushed towards the top-level 3rd-level Void Kun. My husband, the space magic is hard to defend against, you have to be careful. Honglian reminded, and then cast the ancient beast-controlling talisman in her hand, which burst into 5 colored rays of light and suppressed the top-level 3rd-level Void Kun. This ancient talisman has a suppressive effect on monsters, and can at least weaken its combat power by 20% or 30%. Lu Changsheng's magic power roared and operated, and the formless treasure wheel appeared in his mind. The sea of Qi and Danshan roared, and the yin and yang Qi rose from the fontanelle, forming a yin and yang hand of dozens of feet in a moment. This big hand is still condensing, and the veins on it are gradually clear and distinct, reaching hundreds of feet. Just when his late 3rd-level physique revived and used the wind and thunder wings to kill behind the Void Kun, another snow-white bullet flew out of the fontanelle and turned into a figure with the same shape, appearance and breath as him. Yin-Yang Qi Great Capture. As Lu Changsheng's capture rolled down, the Sanbao incarnation also displayed Lu Changsheng's unique skills and magical powers, and continued to detain and suppress the 3rd-level Void Kun. Huh? Honglian, who was suppressing the Void Kun with the ancient beast talisman, saw this scene and was stunned, not knowing what was going on. How could an identical Lu Changsheng appear? Although there are many magical powers that can form a phantom, or a fake body with 30% to 40% of the original body's strength. But Lu Changsheng's clone not only looks exactly like him, but also has the same magic power and aura, which makes her unable to recognize it at a glance. The only one who can see the situation is that this incarnation has only the 6th level of Jinden and is only wearing an ordinary robe. But at this time, she did not dare to be distracted and suppress the Void Kun with all her strength. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, The two voidkuns also realized what was going on, and roared at the sea-splitting black whale. Black whale, you actually colluded with humans. As demon beasts, especially demon kings with a certain degree of intelligence, they have always disdained to associate with humans. Like the sea-splitting black whale, they are demons and traitors in their eyes. During the roar, layers of ripples appeared in the void, and waves of spatial fluctuations enveloped Lu Changsheng and Honglian, causing them to sink suddenly, as if trapped in a quagmire, squeezed and imprisoned. This is the special magical power that only Yuan Ying's engine can master. Lu Changsheng had experienced similar methods in the Xianyuan's secret realm and the hands of the demon corpse of Xianyuan's engine. He knew that this was the power of space that only Yuan Ying's engine, or some cultivators with special spirit bodies and empty spiritual roots could master. Fortunately, it's only a quasi-4th level. If it were a 4th level, it would be even more terrifying than the previous deep-sea demon whale king. The 9 treasures of the Rui bone on Lu Changsheng's chest intertwined and surged, as if a volcano erupted, and the river and sea burst their banks, and a thunderous sound came out. He struggled with the special confinement, and then used all his strength to activate the yin-yang diagram, and went to suppress the 3rd level of voidkun alone. Roar. At this time, the sea-splitting black whale also set off boundless waves, risking his injuries to kill the 3rd level of voidkun. Although the voidkun is very strong. But in a one-on-one, this 3rd level top level of voidkun is not its opponent. What's more, it's 5 against 1 at this time. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing this, the quasi-4th level of voidkun roared, forming layers of spatial fluctuations, disrupting the world, causing the yin-yang diagram, the golden-winged sky pang, and the yin-yang key great capture to tremble and become unstable. However, even if it was unstable, the siege in front of him directly made the other voidkun lose its combat effectiveness. Boom. The quasi-4th level of voidkun saw that Lu Changsheng was the main force, and roared. The space around him fluctuated and gradually twisted. It seemed that a void abyss appeared above his head, trying to knock Lu Changsheng and Honglian into the void. Not good. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng immediately opened the yin-yang domain and spread wildly, as if the sun and the moon moved together, gradually forming a yin-yang Dao diagram, which resonated with a yin-yang diagram above his head, and merged into one, competing with the void abyss in front of him. Yin-yang mixed whole grinding wheel. He glanced at Honglian, motioning her to retreat, and then directly faced this quasi-4th level of voidkun. Boom boom boom, a yin-yang fish appeared, intertwined with each other, like a huge millstone, sweeping up the spiritual energy, mist, and seawater from all directions, forming a black hole-like funnel, rolling and turning, as if to crush everything in the world. Boom boom boom, the yin-yang mixed whole millstone and the void abyss kept colliding, as if there were layers of space overlapping, and the void turbulence surged out, annihilating everything. At the same time, the 3rd level voidkun was besieged by the golden-winged sky pang, the sea-splitting black whale, and the incarnation of the 3 treasures, and began to cry out in grief. Boom. The quasi-4th level of voidkun continued to roar, slapping the seawater, shaking the space, setting off endless waves, and rolling towards the sea-splitting black whale. The void abyss above his head spread and expanded, and endless void turbulence surged, as if to drown Lu Changsheng and Honglian. Boom boom boom, the yin-yang mixed whole millstone kept turning, causing the yin-yang universe to be reversed, and all things to be distorted. The endless black and white light intertwined, crushing all the attacks of the voidkun, and then rolled towards it. Honglian was shocked when she saw this kind of magical power. She knew that it was difficult for her to intervene, so she played 36 Kanghe pearls and evolved the Kanghe Jingbo formation to protect herself. For a time, the battlefield was deadlocked, and it became Lu Changsheng and Honglian to compete with the quasi-4th level of voidkun. The golden-winged sky pang, the sea-splitting black whale, and the incarnation of the 3 treasures surrounded and killed the top-level 3rd level of voidkun. However, after a moment, this 3rd level voidkun could no longer hold on, and wailed in grief, and was suppressed by the yin-yang yiki great capture and detention. Roar roar roar, the quasi-4th level of voidkun saw this scene and knew that he was no match for the 3 people and 2 beasts in front of him. With a loud crash, the huge body's space ripples flowed, as if it was a little illusory, looming, and rushed directly into the sea, trying to escape. Where are you going? Seeing this, Lu Changsheng immediately used all his strength to activate the yin-yang diagram to seal off the heaven and earth in front of him. Boom. However, The combat power of this Void Kun was extraordinary. The space fluctuations around it emerged, and its body crashed, breaking the interception and ban of the yin-yang diagram. The golden-winged Skypeng and the sea-splitting black whale all wanted to chase it. Forget it. However, when Lu Changsheng saw this scene, he shook his head and chose to give up. This Void Kun mastered the power of space. Now it has escaped into the deep sea. Even if he used the soul summoning talisman, he was not absolutely sure to kill it. Even if he killed it, he and others would have to pay a heavy price. Moreover, the state of the three treasures incarnation could not detain this third-level Void Kun for a long time. Husband, this kind of demon king is very vengeful. Now that it has escaped, it may come to cause trouble again in the future. Honglian looked at the fleeing Void Kun and said softly, "The demon king is more vengeful than humans, and he will take revenge if he has a grudge. It's okay. As long as it dares to come, it will never come back." Lu Changsheng said calmly. "Unless this Void Kun breaks through the fourth level, it will not be a match for me and others. But is the fourth level so easy to break through? By the time it breaks through the fourth level, I might have reached the nascent soul stage. But this kind of space magic is indeed extraordinary. If it weren't for the opponent's space magic, my yin-yang diagram couldn't block it, and Lu Changsheng was sure to keep it here. After all, he still has a trump card. It is the third-level top-level poison condensed in his body from the poison obtained from the 10,000 Poison Sect and the 5 Poison Sect during the trip to Jin State. However, this quasi-fourth-level Demon King has a higher resistance to poison. It takes a long time for the poison to gradually take effect. This kind of tasting is still a bit awkward." Lu Changsheng looked at the three treasures incarnation again and said with emotion. Just now, he controlled the three treasures incarnation himself throughout the whole process. Although at this point, let alone 2 tasting, even 3 tasting and 4 tasting are not a problem. But it is still a bit uncomfortable and uncomfortable to fight 2 of myself at the same time. As soon as he thought of it, the imprisoned yin-yang sphere fell into his hands, and the incarnation of the 3 treasures turned into a snow-white pill again, entering his Qi Danshan for warming. Although it has not been long, the incarnation of the 3 treasures has used up half of his mana. If it continues, it will be difficult to continue. Let's go and see if these 2 Void Kuns have any gains. Lu Changsheng's mana poured out like a river, and he shot a forbidden divine light at the Void Kun in his hand, strengthening the confinement, and then suppressed it into the Wuxiang realm, and went into the CI with Honglian and the sea-splitting black whale to take a look. Although the deep-sea demon whale king was taken away by Meng Wuhan and his wife, the CI has been plundered. But these 2 Void Kuns regard this place as their nest, and they may bring their belongings here. Chapter 597 Void Crystal, Kunpeng Demonic Body. Lu Changsheng, Honglian, and the sea-splitting black whale came to the depths of the CI. 10 years had passed since the hunt for the deep-sea demon whale king. Compared to 10 years ago, the CI had not changed much. Although it was used as a nest by the Void Kun, there were no rare things except some crystal ores. It seems that these 2 Void Kuns did not bring their belongings here, or hid their wealth somewhere else. Lu Changsheng said with some regret. Hunting the Demon King, in addition to the Demon King itself, the general nest also has a considerable income. But considering that the 2 Void Kuns have only been here for a few years, it is normal. At this moment, Lu Changsheng suddenly saw a silver-white crystal ore, and looked at it carefully and said, "Is this Voidstone?" Voidstone, also known as Voidstone. It is a must-have for refining storage rings and arranging teleportation arrays, and it is very rare. Husband, this is Void Crystal, which is more rare than Voidstone. Honglian looked at these silver-white crystal ores and shook her head gently. Void Crystal. Void Crystal condensed from Voidstone. As a third-level top-level weapon refiner, Lu Changsheng still has a certain understanding of the spiritual materials of heaven and earth. He knows that Void Crystal belongs to high-level Voidstone, which is formed by tempering Voidstone with the power of space. Under normal circumstances, only Yuan Ying's engine can master the power of space, so it is very rare. For example, high-level teleportation arrays and cave magic weapons, Void Crystals used. My Wuxian Baolin uses Void Crystal. If these crystals are Void Crystal, wouldn't it be possible to upgrade this magic weapon to a top-level magic weapon? Lu Changsheng looked delighted. The boundary ability of Wuxian Baolin is formed by Void Crystal. Lu Changsheng likes this ability very much. Even his current opponents are all top-level demon kings with huge bodies like Void Kun, and the boundary is very laborious and consumes mana. If the boundary can be upgraded through Void Crystal, the practicality of this magic weapon will be higher. Well, these two Voidkuns should have obtained a large number of Void Stones, and then through their innate magical powers or long-term spatial ripples, the Void Stones were upgraded to Void Crystals. Honglian explained. The crystal ores collected by the monsters are mostly natural treasures that they like. The two Voidkuns are space-attributed monster kings, so they naturally like this kind of crystal ores containing the power of the void. After saying this, her beautiful eyes were full, and she said softly to Lu Changsheng, to break through the Yuanying, shatter the vacuum, and condense the law domain into a realm, you must consume void crystals to increase the strength and size of the realm. My husband's physique, magic power, consciousness, and law domain are all far superior to those of the same level of giant and cultivators. Maybe he can use the void crystals to comprehend the power of the void, shatter the vacuum in advance, and upgrade the law domain to a realm. In this way, my husband will have more means when he encounters a monster king like Voidkun who is proficient in space magical powers. Honglian said so. Upgrade the law domain to a realm. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. He talked with Honglian about the information related to Yuanying's engine. Knowing Yuanying's engine and mastering the power of the void, the domain of law will also be upgraded to a boundary domain. Not only can it form a small portable space, but it can also be used for fighting and isolation. Well, normal giant and cultivators certainly can't do it, but my husband has a strong foundation in divine talent, so maybe you can do it. If it were someone else, Honglian would naturally not mention it. But for Lu Changsheng, Honglian felt that everything was possible. How to do this? Lu Changsheng put away all these crystal ores and void crystals, and continued to ask, with some interest. First, you have to feel the power of space. My husband has void crystals, and you can use void crystals to sense this void power, and then use magic power to shatter the vacuum, absorb the power of the void, and condense space fragments in the domain of law. Honglian briefly introduced the principle and said that he also had related cultivation methods. It's interesting. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng nodded thoughtfully and understood the principle. However, he didn't chat too much. After cleaning up the harvest, he rode a sea-splitting black whale back. He originally planned to place the sea-splitting black whale here for cultivation and guard the CI. But the quasi-4th level Voidkun escaped, and he didn't know if it would come back for revenge or find other demon kings. If he left the sea-splitting black whale here, he might be seriously injured again when the other party came back to kill him. The sea-splitting black whale was able to recover quickly before, thanks to the black dragon origin. If he was injured again, he would not have the black dragon origin to heal the latter. 1 month later, Lu Changsheng and Honglian returned to the Great Dream Fairy City. He immediately found his son Lu Quanzhen and tried to fuse the blood essence of the Voidkun and the golden-winged Sky Pang to balance his skills. This Voidkun has an extraordinary bloodline and is a top-level 3rd-level demon king. As long as he consumes more blood essence, it can be integrated with the blood essence of the golden-winged Sky Pang under the coordination of yin and yang magic. Immediately, Lu Changsheng gave this ball of Kunpang blood essence to his son Lu Quanzhen for cultivation. Boom boom boom, Lu Quanzhen sat cross-legged and practiced the yin-yang 5 elements Kunpang Ju and Kunpen, swallowing heaven demon art. During this process, his unimprobable power foundation was baptized, and he went one step further and became extremely solid. It still doesn't work. However, after a long time, Lu Quanzhen opened his eyes and said that the two exercises could only maintain balance and could not be integrated into the Kunpang swallowing heavenly demon divine art. What's going on? Lu Changsheng couldn't help but frown, put his palm on his son's shoulder, and checked his condition, but he didn't know where the problem was. It felt that the Kunpang essence blood he melted only promoted the improvement and balance between the two exercises, but could not promote integration. Honglian. Lu Changsheng called Honglian and wanted to further analyze the situation through the Dongson treasure mirror. For this situation, even Honglian could not give an answer. Although my husband melted the golden Pang essence blood and the Voidkun essence blood into Kunpang essence blood, it is not the real Kunpang blood after all, and it does not fit the introduction of this exercise. Honglian thought for a moment and said so. Soon, Lu Changsheng used Voidkun and golden-winged Sky Pang to fuse a ball of Kunpang essence blood and gave it to Lu Quanzhen for cultivation. The two observed Lu Quanzhen's refining process with their spiritual consciousness and saw that both exercises were very useful for this ball of essence blood, tempering Lu Quanzhen's body, magic power, and foundation of Taoism. However, the two exercises were like well water and river water, and they were clearly separated and cultivated separately. This should be the problem. After all, the two essence bloods were melted by acquired factors, not naturally formed. Honglian said. Lu Changsheng seemed to be thinking about something. Although I used the yin-yang magic to fuse the two essences into one to form the Kunpeng essence, it was a forced fusion. This essence also lacks a primer, so it cannot be truly perfect and natural. In fact, the same is true for his yin-yang 5 elements Kunpeng and Kunpeng, swallowing heaven magic art. Lu Changsheng pondered for a long time, and suddenly a light bulb flashed in his mind. He took out a gourd of void kun essence in blood and fused it with a golden winged sky peng essence in blood. Then he slapped his chest again, spit out a mouthful of essence in blood, and merged it into the two essences in blood. Husband. Father. Seeing this, Honglian and Lu Quanxian next to him were shocked, not knowing what Lu Changsheng was doing. Although my chaotic body cannot yet compete with the blood of the true spirit, it has integrated the origin of all spirit blood, and is constantly nurtured by my yin and yang magic power, so it has the effect of balancing yin and yang and controlling all those. If I use my blood essence as a guide, and then use the yin and yang magic power to smelt this Kunpeng blood essence, can I go one step further? And Quanxian is my son, and he has the same blood as me. Borrowing my blood essence can help him to smelt and absorb better. Lu Changsheng thought in his heart and smelted the 3 blood essences in front of him. With the addition of his own blood essence, the blood essence of the Void Kun and the blood essence of the Golden Winged Sky Peng seemed to be much more natural during the smelting process of yin and yang magic power. After a long time, Lu Changsheng injected this ball of smelted Kunpeng blood essence into Lu Quanxian's body and signaled him to operate the skills. Lu Quanxian was stunned, feeling that this ball of blood essence was completely upgraded to a higher level compared to the previous 2 balls. It seemed that there was a certain substance that was mutually reinforcing, yin and yang intersected, and water and fire worked together. This is my father's blood. Why does my father's blood have such an effect? Lu Quanxian was horrified and looked at his father in disbelief. While practicing Kunpeng swallowing heaven magic, he had refined many natural treasures and spiritual blood sources. In recent years, he has used the life source of Lingayao, a 3rd-level demon king, to improve himself and condense his foundation. So he deeply realized that his father's bloodline was extraordinary and not ordinary blood like himself and others. Practice the skills seriously. Lu Changsheng reminded. Yes. Lu Quanxian immediately held his breath and concentrated his mind, and a phantom of Kunpeng that looked like a fish but not a fish, and a bird but not a bird appeared behind him. During this process, he felt that his 2 skills were unprecedentedly coordinated and operated according to his will. And the acquired spiritual body that he wanted to practice before but had always lacked the opportunity seemed to be throbbing at this moment. Boom boom boom, as he continued to refine his blood essence, Lu Quanxian's whole body was crystal clear, and the sound of Taoism continued. The phantom of Kunpeng behind him gradually overlapped, forming a giant egg interwoven with black and gold, as if it was bred with a Kunpeng. It's done. Lu Changsheng saw this scene, and a bit of joy appeared in his eyes. Even he himself was just trying it out. Unexpectedly, it really worked. Husband. Honglian also paid attention to Lu Quanxian's situation throughout the whole process. Seeing this scene, she looked at Lu Changsheng in surprise, not knowing what was going on. Why did Lu Quanxian's skills gradually merge with Lu Changsheng's blood essence? Could it be related to my husband's blood constitution? Yes. My husband's spirit body is like the Dragon Emperor's body, and it is like the 10,000 spirits' body. It is unparalleled in the world, even compared to the true spirit bloodline. It is not weak at all. It just hasn't grown up yet, but it has unlimited potential, so it's easy to use it as a guide to replace Kunpeng's blood. After a little shock, Honglian felt it was natural. When she first met Lu Changsheng, she guessed that he was a Dragon Emperor. But later, she saw that Lu Changsheng had many spiritual characteristics, so she guessed that he was a universal spirit. Now that they have been together for so long, she feels that Lu Changsheng is some kind of immortal body that transcends the Taoist body and is omnipotent. Golden Pen. Lu Changsheng immediately called the Golden Winged Sky Peng to bleed. Wu is a true spirit-level beast. The Golden Winged Sky Peng let out a low cry. He never thought that there would be such a day. But facing Lu Changsheng's order, he still bleeds honestly. Lu Changsheng used his dam-forming magic power to extract blood essence from the body of the Void Kun in the Wuxiang realm. Then he spit out another mouthful of blood essence, and through the yin-yang magic power, it was melted into Kunpeng blood essence. After a while, this ball of Kunpeng blood essence was injected into Lu Quanxian's body. Lu Quanxian's two skills gradually merged, and the Kunpeng vision behind him continued to merge with his body. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be burning with a holy and devilish intention. Mysterious golden runes and strange black magic patterns appeared on his body, forming vortexes, swallowing the essence of the four directions and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Is he going to break through the Jinden stage? Lu Changsheng frowned when he saw his son's situation, but after a closer look, it didn't seem like he was going to break through the Jinden stage. He observed for a moment and saw some of the situation. As the two exercises gradually merged, Lu Quanxian's body, magic power, and Tao Foundation were all integrated, as if undergoing some kind of transformation. Is he improving his foundation? Condensing his acquired spiritual body? Lu Changsheng thought for a moment, then chuckled and said, "In that case, your father will help you again." In an instant, a pile of rare natural treasures and spiritual medicines appeared in the Qiankan shadow belt, which were directly refined into essence and rushed towards Lu Quanxian. At the same time, the life essence of Zhu Quankan and Lingaya Whale also rushed towards Lu Quanxian at this moment. His whole body was filled with luster, and his body was full of vortices, as if he was sitting on a kunpeng, plundering these essences. What a domineering technique! Honglian exclaimed. No matter how great Lu Quanxian was, he was just a foundation-building cultivator. But this refining speed was almost comparable to that of a Jinden's Henrun. Moreover, during the process, he revealed a domineering aura that devoured and plundered everything for his own use. Time passed little by little. If it weren't for the city lord's mansion being full of restrictions and having a third-level forbidden formation, Lu Quanxian's cultivation movement would far exceed the momentum of a key refining cultivator breaking through the foundation. Meng Xianjun, Ling Zixio, Bai Ling, Lu Beixi and others all sensed this movement and came to check it out. Lu Beixi felt a strong sense of rejection, resistance, disgust, and danger from this looming aura. She knew that this was one of her brothers practicing. Although this brother was quite gentle when they met before. But the other party's aura made her disgusted, and she dared not contact him, nor did she want to contact him. Brother Quanxian is practicing magic. Lu Wangshu was a little surprised after asking Lu Beixi about the situation. She had a very ordinary relationship with her brother Lu Quanxian. She only knew that although this brother had low-grade spiritual roots, he had good talents and broke through the foundation early. But she didn't expect that the latter actually practiced magic skills. It seems that Dad knew it a long time ago. Lu Wangshu glanced at this side hall, and then took Lu Beixi away. At this moment, in the hall, Lu Changsheng, Honglian, and Jinqi Xianpeng were quietly watching Lu Quanxian's situation. His whole body was enveloped by the flames formed by golden runes and black magic patterns. His flesh and blood were cut through, and his internal organs and bones were visible. Blood continued to flow out of the pores, and a new crystal blood with brilliance was born in the body. The sound of clanging and intertwining continued, and the flesh and blood, meridians and bones were constantly broken, and then constantly reborn, undergoing a rebirth. The strange image of Kunpeng that merged with him was looming, switching between Kun and Peng, hazy, and filled with a terrible aura. Lu Quanxian was determined as iron, enduring the purgatory-like training, practicing the skills, trying to get a new life from the pain. It was unknown how long it had been, but a powerful aura burst out from Lu Quanxian's body, and the divine egg formed by the Kunpeng vision on his head broke open. A big fish roared out, turned into a rock, soared up to 90,000 miles, dominated the universe, and seemed to be able to refine everything and devour the world. This vision was amazing, as if a real world had evolved. The sea was boundless. Kunpeng spread its wings, sank into the underworld, and struck the sky. Congratulations to the host for giving birth to 10 spiritual offspring, and get a chance to draw a high-level lottery. Detect the conflicting effects of the host's spiritual body. Do you choose to merge? Lu Changsheng, who was pale and lacked blood, was stunned. Giving birth to spiritual offspring. Where did he get his baby now? Wait. He looked at Lu Quanxian in front of him, as if he realized something. His mind moved slightly, and the system interface opened. After the constitution, there was an additional Kunpeng demon body, superior spirit body. So, The acquired spiritual body is also considered a spiritual body. Lu Changsheng was surprised, and only then did he know that he could play like this. He immediately looked at his son in front of him with some relief. His efforts were not in vain. Although fatherly love is like a mountain, unknown and unrewarding. But if there is a return, it would naturally be better. You know, in order to help his son integrate the skills and condense the acquired spiritual body, he not only invested a lot of natural materials and treasures, but also lost his blood. The golden-winged sky rock next to him also looked listless. At this time, Lu Quanzhen opened his eyes. The pupils were like a black hole vortex, with two kunpangs looming and captivating. At this moment, he felt more comfortable than ever before, and his body was filled with infinite power. If he was only certain to break through the Jinden before, then now, Jinden is easy for him. The upper-grade golden elixir, or even the immortal golden elixir, is the destination he should strive for. Seeing his father in front of him with a pale face and lack of blood, Lu Quanzhen's expression suddenly froze, and his heart trembled. Gratitude, like a surging tide, hit his heart. Father. Lu Quanzhen knew that he could merge the two techniques and condense the Kunpang demon body, relying entirely on his father's help. Otherwise, he would never have such an opportunity. Thinking of falling into the hands of ghost demon True Man's Henshin Old Demon, his father came to rescue him and took him to the Qingyun Sect to seek justice. In recent years, he has been busy with his own problems, even hunting top demon kings. Now he is consuming his own essence and blood to help him solve the problem of the technique. Plop. He stood up directly, knelt down to his father, and said respectfully, Quanzhen thanks father. He is not a person who is good at expressing emotions. And in the face of his father's selfless deep dedication, any gorgeous words are pale and powerless. He can only express his gratitude in this way. There is no need for this between you and me, father and son. I only hope that you will remember your heart in the future. Lu Changsheng looked at his son in front of him and said softly, once this son breaks through the Jinden, it is impossible for him to stay at home and nest in the pond of Jiangguo. A pond cannot raise a dragon, and he never thought of locking his son at home. He hoped that they could go out and make a name for themselves. But in Lu Quanzhen's case, he possessed the supreme magic skill Kunpang Swallowing Heaven magic skill. If he did anything to become stronger, he would probably fall into the path of evil. Please rest assured, father, I will remember my original intention. Lu Quanzhen kowtowed to thank him, and then said with a firm look. He naturally understood what his father meant. Okay, now that your skills have been solved, you should also prepare to return to Qingzhu Mountain to form a pill. Lu Changsheng helped his son up and said aloud. Although the Great Dream Fairy City can impact the formation of a pill. But if Lu Quanzhen breaks through, not only may the magic energy leak, but it will also cause a lot of noise. It is better to break through in Zumi Cave Heaven. Chapter 598 Zhuanghuang Mother Key, Urgent Call. Yes, father. Lu Quanzhen also knew his situation, and it was not suitable for him to form a pill in public. If he tried to form a pill in Xiancheng, he would be in the spotlight and might cause trouble to Xiancheng. You should consolidate your situation these days. If you have any doubts about forming a pill, you can ask me for advice later. Since Lu Quanzhen's situation was resolved, Lu Changsheng also got up to rest. He was exhausted from protecting his son these days and needed to rest for several months. Dajin, you have worked hard too. Lu Changsheng looked at the golden-winged sky pang again and patted its slightly dimmed golden feathers. Then he handed the seriously injured void kun to it. Although the two have different attributes and huge differences. But as a top-level third-level demon king, the flesh and blood of this void kun can be regarded as a great tonic for the golden-winged sky pang. Thank you, master. The golden-winged sky pang immediately cried excitedly. It was a dignified true spirit-level blood demon king, who followed Lu Changsheng to travel all over the country and fought everywhere, but never had a good meal. Now I can finally have a full meal. Lu Changsheng came to the lobby, chatted with Meng Xiaojun and Bailing for a while, and then went to the cave to rest. However, when he thought of his son Lu Quanzhen's Kunpang demon body, his mind moved slightly. System, fusion. In an instant, Lu Changsheng felt that the Kunpang demon body began to merge into his chaotic body. In this process, Lu Changsheng understood the effect of the Kunpang demon body. Use the flesh as a furnace to refine all things in the world and the origin of all spirits for your own use. Like the demonic energy, evil spirits, poisons, plagues, etc. that ordinary people avoid, As long as they do not exceed the tolerance range of the Kunpeng demon body, they can all be swallowed and refined for their own use. Medicines are 3-point poisons, and demon pills are violent, but for the Kunpeng demon body, they are not a problem, and they can be directly swallowed and refined. And the origin of living beings, demon pills, Dao Foundation, golden pills, and nascent souls. During the refining process, the Kunpeng demon body can also plunder some of the essence of the origin, turn it into nourishment, and use it to improve the demon body. This is also the evolutionary path of the Kunpeng demon body. In addition to its resistance, vitality, and refining ability far exceeding that of ordinary people, the Kunpeng demon body can also swallow other people's attacking magic, digest it, and turn it into nutrients when it is fully operational. It can be said that this is a very domineering physique. As long as he can't be killed, it will only make him stronger. Fighting with him, if you can't kill him quickly, then in the same realm, it is difficult to outlast a Kunpeng demon body. What a domineering Kunpeng demon body! Even Lu Changsheng couldn't help but marvel at the domineering and demonic nature of this spirit body. It is exactly the same as Lu Quanzhong's Kunpeng swallowing heaven magic art, a perfect match. No wonder Quanzhong comprehended a book withering and flourishing life and death secrets from the Zhuanshan Ling 10. It seems that this secret method also draws a lot of inspiration and experience from the Kunpeng swallowing heaven magic art. Lu Changsheng thought of a secret technique that his son had comprehended in his early years. Using the principles of yin and yang, life and death, and withering and flourishing, the mana is quickly converted into life and death, so that it can be used to fight against force, and it is inexhaustible. Moreover, through the withering and flourishing life and death tactic, one can plunder the vitality of heaven and earth and transform it into one's own vitality. When practicing at a high level, life and death are transformed, people's lifespans are cut off, injuries and dead air are transformed into vitality, and the physical body and magic power are nourished, which will never be exhausted. If Lu Quanzhong breaks through the Dan formation, and takes this tactic one step further, combined with his Kunpeng magic body and Kunpeng swallowing the magic power, in the same realm, unless he kills instantly, it is simply as difficult as ascending to heaven to kill him. After a long time, the fusion of the spirit body was completed, and Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Through fusion, the chaotic body obtained most of the characteristics of the Kunpeng spirit body. It's just that his chaotic body is more mysterious, unlike the Kunpeng magic body, which can plunder the origin of living beings at will to enhance the spirit body. If this is done, it will affect the overall situation of his chaotic body. However, this method, in Lu Changsheng's view, is inherently harmful to the heaven and earth. If you rely on this method to improve the magic body, it is easy to lose yourself and cause some sequelae. Then the combat ability of the Kunpeng magic body is perfectly inherited, and it can devour and remove the power of other people's magic skills. With the effect of Kunpeng's spirit body, my physique has also been improved a lot. Lu Changsheng clenched his fists, feeling that the effect of this spirit body was pretty good. However, he practiced both magic and physical cultivation, possessed the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus, and opened the Shenzeng of the kidney. Whether it was magic power or physical strength, it was basically inexhaustible, and no one could outlast him. So the effect of this Kunpeng demon body was a bit useless to him. However, in addition to the characteristic effects of the fusion of the spirit body, there was also an improvement in potential foundation. This was the most important gain. Although Lu Changsheng was an earth spirit root, his chaos body had fused so many spirit bodies, and in terms of potential foundation, it could already be called a supreme spirit body. In his opinion, it was not inferior to some of the Tao bodies recorded in ancient books. But for the Lu family's divine body that embraces everything, evolves everything, destroys everything, and is favored by heaven and earth, this is just the beginning. Lu Changsheng murmured. His own chaos body has only smelted 10 spirit bodies, a true spirit bloodline. After thousands of years, it won't be difficult for his family to produce dozens of spirit bodies, right? And there are other true spirit bloodlines. The Dao body above the spirit body. The future is promising. Lu Changsheng sighed, and then silently said in his heart, "System, draw." His son Lu Quanzhong's Kunpeng demon body and 10 offspring spirit bodies, the ordinary draw was upgraded to the advanced draw, which still made him quite happy. In other words, as long as the reward exceeded his expectations, he would feel that he had earned it. The system turntable appeared. After a moment, a group of essence patterns emerged from the turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Ding, Congratulations to the host for winning the Zhuangherong essence. The reward has been issued to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. Zhuangherong essence. Lu Changsheng saw this reward, his heart suddenly paused, and looked at the system space. Zhuangherong essence, grade, 5th grade, description, Zhuangherong essence, the mother energy of all things, a wisp can crush mountains and rivers, extremely heavy and indestructible, a rare treasure for refining tools, can temper all tangible and intangible qualities. It turned out to be a 5th level treasure, Zhuangherong essence. Lu Changsheng was surprised and delighted. You know, this kind of treasure of heaven and earth is extremely rare and has unimaginable mysterious power. It is not only a treasure for refining instruments, but also has great use in other aspects. In the Divine Machine 100 refining techniques, there is a treasure called Zhuangherong Mother Qiding, and its main material is Zhuangherong essence. But my refining level is not enough to refine this thing, and it is too wasteful. I broke through the Jinden, and my supernatural powers have never been sacrificed. Now I have obtained this Zhuangherong essence, maybe I can use it to sacrifice the Yin-Yang Yiki Great Capture and the Yin-Yang Mixed Whole Great Grinding Plate. Lu Changsheng looked delighted. Supernatural powers are infinitely powerful, and only Jinden cultivators can comprehend and practice. But if you want to practice a supernatural power to perfection, it will not be easy. If you want to truly practice a supernatural power to the true perfection and reach the pinnacle, you need not only internal practice, but also external practice. Like Lu Changsheng's Yin-Yang Yi Great Capture, it is completely dependent on the system initiation and his own powerful mana accumulation, and he has never spent time and energy to practice and improve. The method of external refining is simple, that is, to use the essence of heaven and earth to refine the supernatural power and enhance the power effect. The yin and yang origin nurtured by Lu Changsheng's Dao Fundan can be used to refine supernatural powers. It's just that there are too few yin and yang origins, and the power improvement is limited. And he usually needs to use the yin and yang origins in many places, so he is too lazy to sacrifice. But this ball of Zhuangherong essence is different. It is the origin of the mother key, born from the harmony of yin and yang in heaven and earth. It fits the way of yin and yang. It is simply a peerless divine object for refining his several supernatural powers. A single strand of Zhuangherong essence can crush mountains and rivers. If I use it to practice Yin-Yang Yi Great Capture, the power of my magical power will definitely be raised to a higher level. At that time, no matter how many magic weapons you have or how many magical powers you have, I can break them all by myself. Lu Changsheng still likes this magical power that he often uses very much. He uses it very smoothly and is willing to spend some time and energy to practice it. The main reason is that he doesn't have time. The effect of practicing ordinary natural treasures is so he is too lazy to waste time. But now that he has obtained the Zhuangherong essence, a rare treasure, he is naturally willing to practice it well. And after the Brahma Demon True Saint art is cultivated, the Brahma Demon True Body can be condensed. This true body is unparalleled in battle and can evolve into the Brahma Demon True Saint appearance. But if you want to cultivate this true body to perfection, you must use the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and the peerless treasures to cast the Dharma Golden Body. And the Zhuangherong essence is a 5th level treasure. If it is used as the cornerstone of the Brahma Demon True Saint appearance, it will be extremely powerful and have unlimited potential. Lu Changsheng thought of his Brahma Demon True Saint art that he had not yet cultivated. Not only the Yin-Yang Yiki Great Capture and the Yin-Yang Mixed Whole Great Grinding Disc can use the Zhuangherong essence. This harsh condition and crazy money-burning technique requires all kinds of heaven and earth treasures. Extract. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and extracted the Zhuangherong essence from the system, wanting to see this 5th level treasure. Boom. In an instant, a fist-sized, heavy, misty, and dark yellow cloud appeared in front of him. Even though Lu Changsheng was a giant and cultivator with a 3rd stage late stage physique, he felt a heavy aura and a bit of suffocation when he saw this group of Zhuangherong essence. It's so heavy. He used his magic power to hold the group of Zhuangherong essence tightly with both hands, feeling extremely strenuous. He deeply realized what it meant to have a wisp of Zhuangherong Qi that could crush mountains and rivers. As long as I use a few strands of Zhuangherong essence to sacrifice the Yin-Yang Yiki Great Capture or the Yin-Yang Mixed Whole Great Grinding Disc, it will be enough to practice these two magical powers to an astonishing level. The more amazing this group of Zhuangherong essence is, the happier Lu Changsheng is. He is very much looking forward to how powerful his magical powers will be after he uses Zhuanghuang essence to sacrifice and refine his magical powers. At that time, I can also use a few strands of Zhuanghuang essence to sacrifice and refine my yin-yang diagram. Lu Changsheng thought of his own life magic weapon, which could also be improved with the help of Zhuanghuang essence. If it weren't for the current deficiency of qi and blood, his body was a little weak, and his condition was not good, he would have wanted to act directly. In a blink of an eye, 10 days passed. During these days, Lu Changsheng was recuperating at home while holding the void crystal and feeling the power of the void in it. However, after so long, he did not sense any void power at all. In other words, his Tai soul could sense the spatial vibration of the void crystal, but he was at a loss as to this so-called spatial power. What's going on? I, Lu Changsheng, am gifted. I practiced at the age of 18, built my foundation at the age of 33, broke through the giant at the age of 76, and now I am 100 years old and have already reached the 6th level of Jinden. I can't even feel this spatial power. Lu Changsheng looked at the void crystal in his hand and felt something was wrong no matter how he looked at it. He suspected that there was something wrong with Honglian's secret method. At this moment, a jade talisman appeared in his hand. It was a communication talisman from his wife Lu Maoyan, indicating that something was wrong at home. Although it was not an urgent message, looking at the jade talisman in his hand, Lu Changsheng felt that it was time to go back. It was just in time to take Lu Quanzhen back to impact the Jinden. The art of space is just a minor skill. I will come to comprehend it again after some time. Lu Changsheng put away the void crystal, stood up and walked out of the cave. Because the golden-winged Skypeng had lost too much blood some time ago and was still a little depressed, Lu Changsheng did not use it to travel. After speaking with Ling Zixio, Lu Maoj, and Honglian, he called Lu Quanzhen to go back together. Seeing that Lu Changsheng was going back, Lu Wangshu thought that he was a little bored these days and wanted to go back to Qingzhu Mountain. Soon, Lu Changsheng took the two children back together. More than half a month later, the three returned to Qingzhu Mountain quietly. Go see your mother later, and then meditate in the cave to form the elixir, Lu Changsheng said to Lu Quanzhen. While talking, he came to Zumi Cave Heaven with him and threw him a copy of the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang mysterious light mirror that had long been condensed by the Sun essence and the Taiyin essence. Thank you, Father. Lu Quanzhen looked at the crystal condensing pill, the 5 elements fruit, and 2 essences in his hand, took a deep breath, and bowed to thank him. Immediately, Lu Changsheng found Lu Maoyan and asked what was going on. Husband, someone from Qingyun Sect came and said that Qingyun Sect urgently recruited all the Jinden families and fake dam families, and they must continue to support the front line. Lu Maoyan said with a serious look. Qingyun Sect urgently recruited. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. He had talked with the head of Qingyun Sect before, and said that he didn't need to contribute to this land reclamation war. At most, he would ask me to buy some third-level talismans. Now it seems that something unexpected has happened. Well, I asked about the situation. True Man Beishuang said that the Supreme Elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect of Jin State broke through the nascent soul, so Qingyun Sect is preparing to speed up the end of the land reclamation war. Lu Maoyan didn't know much about the situation in Jin State. But she also knew that there had always been friction between Jiang State and Jin State. Now that Jin State has an additional nascent soul true lord, it will definitely affect the situation between the two countries. The Supreme Elder of Yinming Ghost Sect has broken through to Yuanying. Lu Changsheng was surprised. 2 years ago, when he was in Jin State, he specially learned about the situation of the Supreme Elder of Yinming Ghost Sect, but there was no relevant information. Lan Ruoxu also said before that this person had a high probability of breaking through to Yuanying. But he never expected that the other party would succeed in breaking through. He also planned to find a time to challenge Yinming Ghost Sect after Lu Quanzhen broke through to Jinden. I don't know either. True Man Beishuang said so our family can't refuse this war of land reclamation, and you may need your help, my husband. True Man Beishuang just asked me to pass a message to you. If you have any doubts, you can go to Qingyun Sect after you come back. Lu Maoyan said so. She is just a foundation-building cultivator. For the sake of Qingzhu Mountain and Lu Changsheng, Qingyun Sect was so polite to her and said so much. Lu Changsheng thought for a moment, then held his wife's hand, smiled and said, okay, I'll go to Qingyun Sect later to take a look. He then chatted with his wife about family matters and asked about the situation at home these days. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of the Zhuanmu Teng he had obtained before, and called his wife Chu Hanxian to ask if there was any Wanling Shen Bianlu in the Wanling bottle. Husband, there are still 2 drops. Chu Hanxian did not use up all the Wanling Shen Bianlu, and there were 2 drops left as a backup for emergency use. Come, Zhenxian, see if you can save this rhizome. Lu Changsheng buried the withered and yellowed Zhuanmu Teng on the ground and motioned her to take a drop of Wanling Shen Bianlu. Husband, this rhizome is almost dead, with only a trace of life left. It should be difficult to save it, right? Lu Maiwen said. She practiced a method of longevity in heaven and earth, and was very sensitive to the vitality of this kind of spiritual plant in heaven and earth. This is called Zhuanmu Teng, ranked 4th, and is a relatively rare vine, so I thought I would give it a try. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Lu Maiwen and Chu Hanxian heard the words, injected rich vitality into the rhizome of Zhuanmu Teng in front of them, and then dropped a drop of Wanling Shen Bianlu on it. Suddenly, a strong vitality enveloped the Zhuanmu Teng. But after a long time, the vitality gradually dimmed, and there was no obvious change in the blackwood vine. It seems to have changed a little bit. The 3 people could feel that the blackwood vine had a little more vitality than before. But if it continues like this, I am afraid that it will be difficult to save it without dozens of drops of Wanling Shen Shendu. It's a bit difficult to deal with it. Although Lu Changsheng was somewhat curious about the blackwood vine in front of him, he wanted to save it and see if he could cultivate it to bloom and bear fruit. But a drop of Wanling Shen Shendu had almost no effect, which made him reluctant to give it up. After all, there are many places in the house where Wanling Shen Shendu is needed. Wait. At this time, Lu Changsheng seemed to think of something, and brought this withered and yellowed blackwood vine to the top of Baiyan Peak, where the underground palace where Zhuanshan Lingtang was planted. According to Honglian, this blackwood vine is the companion vine of Zhuanshan Lingtang. If the blackwood vine and the Zhuanshan Lingtang are planted together, can they get some vitality? After Lu Changsheng planted this section of Zhuanmu vine next to Zhuanshan Lingtang, he said to Lu Maiwen and Chu Zhenxian, Yuner, Zhenxian, if you have time, take care of this section of Lingtang. Don't worry, husband. Lu Maiwen and Chu Zhenxian saw that their husbands value this section of Lingtang, and nodded seriously. After resting at home for 2 days, Lu Changsheng came to Qingyun Sect. Meet the immortal Changsheng. Meet Elder Lu. Now most of the disciples of Qingyun Sect know Lu Changsheng, and they are very polite to him and bow. Well, Lu Changsheng went straight to the Qingyun Hall and paid homage to the head of Qingyun. Please wait a moment, immortal Changsheng, and rest for a while. I will notify the head of the sect. A boy invited Lu Changsheng to the side hall and served tea. About a quarter of an hour later, the thin and calm head of Qingyun came to the hall. Meet the immortal Changsheng. Meet the head of the sect. Lu Changsheng stood up and bowed, asking about the urgent call of Qingyun Sect. Sect leader Qingyun made a gesture of invitation, sat down at the side, picked up the tea, took a sip, and said, I think immortal Changsheng should have heard the news that the supreme elder of the Yinming Ghost sect broke through the nascent soul. Well, Lu heard about this from my wife, but I don't know the details. Lu Changsheng shook his head and said, although he is in charge of the Great Dream Fairy City. But the information channel of the Fairy City is much slower than that of the 4 major immortal gates. According to the news, 3 months ago, the Supreme Elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect successfully survived the Nascent Soul Thunder Tribulation and broke through the Nascent Soul. So true Lord Zhuangjian summoned several of us to discuss and indicated that we should go all out to open up the wasteland and end the war of opening up the wasteland within a year and a half. Sect leader Qingyun sighed and said, his words and expressions seemed to be a little apologetic. But Lu Changsheng could tell from his tone that he could not refuse, so he asked, what do I need my Lu family to do? The Zhenren family is a Jinden family, and we must set an example in this battle. So I hope that the Changsheng's Zhenren can go to the front line to help. If you can bring a few elites from the clan, it would be the best. Although the head of the Qingyun Sect spoke politely, he was also serious and majestic at this time. After all, in this battle, the Zhenjin has ordered that even his Qingyun Sect must go all out, and naturally the families under his rule must share the pressure. The Changsheng's Zhenren has only been able to break through the Jinden for several years, and his magical powers and magic weapons are not yet complete, so we will not force it too much. As long as we do our best, This matter is also an explanation to the Qingyun Sect. The head of Qingyun Sect continued, "Junior brother Zai will also go on this trip. In that case, I will go on this trip, but the elite of the family have been sent to the front line before, and the family needs to operate stably now, so there is really no manpower." Lu Changsheng heard this and knew that there was not much room for bargaining on this matter. He nodded and said that he was ready to go on a trip in person to see what the war of opening up wasteland was like. If possible, he would also take this opportunity to get a crystal condensing pill from Qingyun Sect. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for his wife Lu Mioj to break through to the Jinden stage and hide it. If he gets a crystal condensing pill this time, Lu Mioj can break through openly at that time, or even come directly to Qingyun Sect to break through. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Immortal Changsheng. In a month, our sect will have a spirit ship to go to the front line, and you can go with our sect. The head of Qingyun Sect nodded. After that, he smiled and asked, "Does Changsheng's Henrin have any extra third-level talismans? These days, I have been in seclusion in the Great Dream Fairy City to comprehend talismans, and I really don't have too many talismans in my hands. Besides, as a talisman cultivator, my magic skills are all above talismans. Now I need some talismans to go to the front line." Lu Changsheng shook his head and said. However, after saying that, he seemed a little embarrassed, and took out 10 third-level medium-grade talismans and 3 third-level high-grade talismans from the storage ring, saying that there were really not many left. Seeing this, the head of Qingyun still thanked him happily and said that it would be converted into a contribution to the sect for Lu Changsheng. Head, if Lu has made contributions on the front line, can it be exchanged for a crystal condensing pill? At this time, Lu Changsheng also asked. Of course. The head of Qingyun said with a smile. After leaving the Qingyun Hall, Lu Changsheng came to Qingyun Peak. Changsheng. After a moment, Xiao Xiao, who was wearing a moon-white dress and looked cold and holy, came over. Xiao. Lu Changsheng stepped forward and held his wife's hand. He went to the cave with her and told her about the war of land reclamation. Well, the Qingyun Sect has ordered this. In addition to the sect master, there are 2 elders guarding the sect. The rest of the Jinden's Henrin will go to the front line, and even the Taoist soldiers and third-level spirit beasts trained by the sect will be dispatched to prepare for a quick battle. Xiao Zhar nodded and said, indicating that the sect attaches great importance to this war of land reclamation. But when Lu Changsheng heard this, he frowned. The Qingyun Sect had long known that the supreme elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect was attacking the nascent soul, and there was a high probability that he could break through, but he still chose to open up the wasteland. Now that the opponent has broken through the nascent soul, all lines are accelerating, giving him an indescribable weirdness. Will the Qingyun Sect not suffer a loss? Lu Changsheng paused in his heart, and suddenly a guess came to his mind. For example, the Qingyun Sect deliberately used the War of Reclamation to lure the Jin Kingdom, and the Jin Kingdom also used the breakthrough of the Supreme Elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect to lure the Jiang Kingdom. Then when the Supreme Elder broke through, the Jiang Kingdom could not hold back and fell into an ambush. Apart from anything else, the previous incident with Lan Ruoxu showed that the 3 major demon sects in the Jin Kingdom were not weak and had been fighting back against the Qingyun Sect. The Supreme Elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect broke through the Yuanying. Did the Qingyun Sect do anything? Lu Changsheng immediately asked Xiao Xiao. I don't know either. Xiao Xiao shook her head and said. She spent most of her time in seclusion and practiced, and she also received an emergency notice. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, she would not have to go to the front line. In fact, she could choose to stay at the sect this time. It was just that she heard that all the families under Qingyun's rule were going to go out, and Lu Changsheng had to go, so she chose to go to the front line. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng did not ask any more questions, and confided his thoughts to Xiao Xiao, and had a deep exchange of feelings. Chapter 599, Plans Cannot Keep Up with Changes, the Su Family Ancestor. A few days later, Lu Changsheng left Qingyun Sect under the awe and envy of countless people. Alice, it turns out that plans cannot keep up with changes. Lu Changsheng sighed. He also planned that Lu Quanzhong would break through the Jinden, so he went to Yu Kingdom with his wife Lu Mioj and Lu Miahuan. Then after returning from Yu Kingdom, he would find time to go to Jin Kingdom to see Nanguang Mili and his son Lu Minghuang, and how to gather his own materials. But now that the Supreme Elder of Yinming Ghost Sect has broken through the Yuanying, the plan has been disrupted. Moreover, The land reclamation war is easy to say, but who knows if there will be complications. After returning to Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng briefly talked to Lu Miaoyan about the land reclamation war, and then signaled her to hold a family dinner to make it lively. Later, your father will go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and will not be able to come back in a short time. Do you have any doubts about the Jinden? Lu Changsheng found Lu Quanzhong again and said that he would go on a long journey later. Please rest assured, father, the child has already understood the matter of the Jinden, and I am sure of it. Lu Quanzhong said with a bow. He is not a flower in a greenhouse. After accumulating to this point, he is almost certain to form a pill. Well, you will need to use the life essence of the spirit whale. Just call me directly. The spirit whale is a monster king with huge vitality. After so many years, it has lost too much life essence and is in a sluggish state. These days, Lu Changsheng has fed the spirit whale a lot of natural treasures and prepared to keep it in Zumi Cave Heaven. In the future, the children in the family will take medicinal baths, and they will not have to hunt monster kings and purchase a large number of natural treasures. Yes. Lu Quanzhong bowed and responded. In the following time, Lu Changsheng stayed at home to accompany his wife, concubines, and children, and draw talismans. Although he has drawn talismans in these years, he only drew some when he was bored in his spare time. He did not have many third-grade, upper-grade and top-level talismans. Now that he is going to the land reclamation war, as a talisman cultivator, it is still necessary to prepare some talismans. 20 days later, seeing that the time is almost up, Lu Changsheng also prepared to take his daughter Lu Wangshu to Qingyun Sect to participate in the land reclamation war. Although this daughter is not going to go out into the world, she is bored at home, so it is good to go out and see the world. Besides, the mother and daughter have not seen each other for such a long time, and now is also an opportunity. Dad, I want to go too. Daughter Lu Qingqi said to Lu Changsheng. She was very bored at home and did not want to go back to Jingsha Valley to garrison. She wanted to go to the open land war to see. What are you going to do? You think the war is just playing house, and it will only cause trouble. Lu Miaoyan, who is wearing a black gauze palace skirt, tall and graceful, and beautiful and charming, immediately pinched her daughter's white ears and said unhappily, Mom, I am also a foundation building cultivator after all, why can't I go? Lu Qingqi said a little unconvinced. You know, looking at the surrounding area, she is also a big figure with a face, and everyone who sees her will not respectfully call her fairy key. Haha, Daddy doesn't know what the war of land reclamation is like. You might be in danger if you go there. Well, when Daddy is done with his work, I will take you to the Great Dream Fairy City, or take you to the Kingdom of You at that time. If it were a child with a more stable personality, such as his sons Lu Qingxun, Lu Qingsong, and Lu Qingyun, Lu Changsheng would really be willing to take them there. But this daughter is naughty and spoiled, and it is really inconvenient to take her to the front line. Seeing that her father, who has always been easy to talk to, refused her, Lu Qingqi immediately hung her head and said weakly, Okay. If Kier doesn't want to go to Jingsha Valley, don't go. Let's change someone else to go. Lu Changsheng could see his daughter's thoughts and said with a smile. Although Lu Qingxun deliberately found something for this sister to do, hoping that she would be more mature, it didn't matter to him. As long as his daughter was happy, it would be fine. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. With a daughter's personality, it would be difficult to work hard unless the family encounters a major change. Besides, it's not that you can achieve great success if you work hard to practice. He has worked so hard until now, isn't it to give his children the right to choose freely? Daddy still loves me. Hearing this, Lu Qingqi immediately took her old father's arm and laughed. HMPH, just spoil her. Seeing this, Lu Miaoyan snorted. This daughter's personality is a bit like her when she was young. I didn't feel it in my early years, but now that I am a mother, I know that this kind of child is not easy to worry about. If there is no family protection, it is easy to suffer outside. My Kier is so well behaved and sensible, what's wrong with spoiling her, and I will spoil Huanhun as well. Even if you want the stars in the sky, your husband will pick them for you. Lu Changsheng has long been accustomed to showing affection in front of his children. Besides, the second lady's temperament is not mature, and she still likes to be spoiled. What are you like in front of the children? Lu Miaoyan hit Lu Changsheng unhappily, but her beautiful eyes were full of joy. After pushing the atmosphere at home to a cheerful one and indicating that nothing would happen, Lu Changsheng took his daughter Lu Wangshu away from Qingzhu Mountain and went to Qingyun Sect. At this moment, Qingyun Sect was very lively. In front of the mountain gate, just like when Lu Changsheng sent Lu Qingxuan, Lu Chensha and others to participate in the War of Reclamation, there were many monks preparing to go to the front line. Although the number of people was far less than the last time, the overall quality was far better than before. At a glance, most of them were foundation-building monks. Lu Changsheng saw many familiar faces. Jin Zuan, the ancestor of the Jin family in Jinlongling, Sima Tong, the ancestor of the Sima family who was suppressed by Ling Zixiao and Lu Pingyan in the past, Lu Muping of Qingzhu Mountain, and Bai Yunang, the ancestor of the Bai family in Baniao Lake. It's really a full mobilization. If something unexpected happens, I'm afraid that many families will decline or even be destroyed. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. But this is also considered to raise troops for 1,000 days and use them for a moment. On weekdays, Qingyun Sect is relatively lenient with the families under its rule, but when needed, it will not be refused. Mu Ping greets his uncle. Greetings to Immortal Changsheng. Greetings to Immortal Changsheng, Fairy Fu. Seeing Lu Changsheng coming, many people immediately bowed respectfully and came forward to greet him. They could not refuse such an urgent call, so they could only obey orders and come. They were not clear about the situation on the front line and were not very sure. If they held on to Lu Changsheng, the Jindans Henren, at this time, they might be taken care of. Many people were relieved to see Lu Changsheng bring his precious daughter Lu Wangshu with him, thinking that the battlefield would not be too intense. Otherwise, Lu Changsheng would not have brought Lu Wangshu with him. Mu Ping, fellow Taoist Bai. Lu Changsheng nodded to some acquaintances. For example, the ancestor of the Sima family saw Lu Changsheng and just quietly retreated. Immortal Changsheng. After a moment, the Jindans Henren in charge of this side came forward to greet Lu Changsheng. Although family cultivators like Lu Changsheng were usually not taken seriously by them. But the latter was a Taoist partner with Xiao Ziao, and he was also a third-rank high-grade talisman master, so he was very worthy of making friends. Hello, uncle. With a previous Taoist partner ceremony, Lu Wangshu had a basic understanding of the Jindan cultivators of Qingyun Sect, and greeted them with a well-behaved face. Wangshu is here too. The Jindan cultivator smiled. Although this war of reclamation was not too fierce, it was still quite dangerous. He couldn't help but have a better impression of Lu Changsheng, thinking that the Lu family was using all its strength to support their Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng didn't stay here for long. After chatting for a few words, he took Lu Wangshu to Qingyun Peak to find Xiao Ziao. Wangshu. Xiao Ziao was a little surprised to see her daughter coming. But after a little thought, she felt that this was a good opportunity. On the one hand, it could help her daughter gain more experience. On the other hand, as long as her daughter performed well, she could find a way to see if she could transfer her contribution to her daughter and help her exchange some natural treasures, or even crystal pills. However, she still told her daughter to be more careful at the front. These days, she has learned the details of the War of Reclamation and the situation at the front through Qingyun Sect. Mom, don't worry. Lu Wangshu said with a smile. With her father by her side, she didn't think there would be any danger. Lu Changsheng looked at the mother and daughter, with a faint smile on his face. Xiao Ziao only showed such a soft side when facing herself and her daughter. However, if Xiao Ziao knew about her daughter's behavior in Damangs, and even dared to provoke the Demon King, I wonder what she would think. 2 days later, the Qingyun Sect warship was ready to set off to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziao also took Lu Wangshu on board the spirit ship. Jindans Henren like them have luxurious upper rooms and don't need to squeeze with others. Huh? At this moment, Lu Changsheng saw a tall middle-aged man with gray hair and wearing a dark yellow cloak. And this man happened to look at Lu Changsheng. The two people's eyes met in the air, forming an invisible pressure. Master Changsheng, I have heard of your great name for a long time. The man's face showed no joy or anger, and he said to Lu Changsheng lightly, but there was an air of majesty that was pressing. Hello Master Su. Lu Changsheng recognized this man. It was the Jindan ancestor of the beast-taming Su family. This was the first time he had seen this Su family ancestor. Although he looked to be in his 40s or 50s, upright and in his prime. But Lu Changsheng knew that this man was over 400 years old and did not have much life. I guess it can't be kept secret that the ancestor of the Wang family sat in meditation. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of the ancestor of the five elements Wang family. The other party's situation was much worse than that of the Su family ancestor. Previously, through some secret method, he came to Qingyun Sect to participate in Hui's and Zhao Ziyao's Taoist couple ceremony like a last ray of light. It is very likely that he sat in meditation directly after returning. It's just that now is the period of the War of Reclamation, and the Wang family is unlikely to announce such a thing to the public. As long as the death of the ancestor of the Wang family is not confirmed, the forces that secretly covet the Wang family will not dare to take action. But now that the Zheng kingdom has urgently summoned him, I am afraid that the news of the ancestor of the Wang family's death can no longer be hidden. It is true that every generation has talented people. The immortal Changsheng really makes me look at him with new eyes. His future is definitely limitless. The ancestor of the Su family had a deep and sharp look, like a pair of cold animal eyes, with an imposing majesty. Haha, immortal Su, you are too kind. I am just a beginner in the Qingyun stage, far from being comparable to the nobles. I still have a long way to go in the future. Lu Changsheng smiled calmly, not affected by the other party's eyes and momentum. However, this ancestor of the Su family does have something, like a demon king standing in front of him. If it were a cultivator who had just broken through the Qingyun stage, he might be intimidated by his eyes and momentum. The ancestor of the Su family said nothing more, and walked into his room with steady steps. Changsheng. Zhao Ziyaoyu saw that the ancestor of the Su family came with bad intentions. It's okay. Lu Changsheng smiled and didn't take it to heart. Although the ancestor of the Su family has some skills, if he really wants to fight, he can kill him with a slap. But if the other party doesn't take the initiative to die, he won't do it. On the one hand, it may cause trouble for himself. On the other hand, there are many beast-controlling Su families in Qingyun territory, which can share some pressure for his family. This ancestor of the Su family is so fierce. Lu Wangshu said in a low voice after the three people entered the room. Just now, she saw the eyes of the ancestor of the Su family, and she didn't dare to look directly at him. The Su family is famous for controlling beasts, and the cultivation method is naturally the method of controlling beasts. He has cultivated to this point, so he will naturally have some appearance of a demon king. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. This ability still has a certain effect. Just like the blood suppression between demons and beasts, the sword intent of his son Lu Qingshan, or the true appearance of his son Lu Lengxiao as the emperor. When fighting with others, this kind of eyes and momentum are enough to make the opponent weaker by 3 points. This Changsheng's Henren is not simple. This person was able to form a golden elixir at the age of 100, and even almost reached the half-step golden elixir stage. How could it be simple? Talisman cultivators have been comprehending the spiritual patterns of the talisman for a long time, and their souls will be more condensed than ordinary people. Moreover, Lu Changsheng has just broken through the golden elixir stage, and he can draw the third-level top-grade talismans, which shows that he has obtained natural materials and treasures in the early years in terms of soul. The meeting between Lu Changsheng and the ancestor of the Su family just now was also seen by several Qingyun and fake Danzhenren of Qingyun Sect. As cultivators of Qingyun Sect, they are naturally happy to see the Lu family and the Su family confront each other. However, Lu Changsheng's performance just now still surprised them. After all, the latter broke through the golden elixir stage only 5 years ago. Such a newly promoted Qingyun, facing the old-fashioned Qingyun ancestor of the Su family, is not inferior in momentum. With Lu Wangshu as a light bulb, Lu Changsheng has been teaching his daughter how to draw talismans during this time, and he also draws some third-level talismans by himself. Lu Wangshu saw her father writing on the talisman paper, sketching the talisman lines and spiritual patterns at will. She was surprised, as if she was hallucinating. Although she was a third-level talisman master, after so many years, she could only draw third-level low-grade talismans, and the success rate was limited. Basically, after drawing a talisman, he had to rest for a long time. But her father was like a ruthless talisman-making machine. It took him a quarter of an hour to complete a third-level medium-grade talisman. And he drew 7 or 8 talismans in a row without any sign of fatigue. You know, making talismans is very mentally exhausting. Many talisman masters even experienced premature aging and short life due to excessive drawing of talismans. Making talismans is very exhausting, and even if a Qingyun cultivator has extraordinary spiritual power, It is impossible for him to draw talismans so tirelessly. Humph, your stinky dad still said that he is not a Yuanying's engine. Lu Wangshu pouted her pink lips and said secretly in her heart, feeling that she had seen through the flaws in her father's words. Xiao Xiao, who was standing next to him, was also surprised by Lu Changsheng's efficiency in making talismans. As a giant cultivator, her husband and daughter are both talisman masters, so she also has a certain understanding of talisman making. She knows that talisman making is not only difficult to master, but the process is also very exhausting. What are you thinking about again? Lu Changsheng raised the talisman pen in his hand, exhaled lightly, and saw his daughter thinking about it, and flicked her white forehead. Dad, I told you not to tap my forehead anymore. It's all your fault that I failed to advance to the 3rd level middle grade talisman master. Lu Wangshu was immediately dissatisfied, and then took his mother Xiao Xiao beside him and acted coquettishly. Mom, Dad hits my head all day long, and I feel like I've been knocked stupid by him. Haha, you blame me, I just play all day long. Lu Changsheng smiled, and the spiritual pattern of the 99 mysterious talisman sutra appeared in his hand, signaling his daughter to listen carefully. Xiao Xiao, who is usually cold and aloof, listened with a gentle smile on her face. The three of them hadn't enjoyed such warmth for a long time. Chapter 600, Rules of Land Reclamation, Visiting the Children of the Lu Family. A month later, the Qingyun spirit ship arrived at the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range, the Qingyun Sect's preparation base. On the way here, Lu Changsheng had already had a detailed understanding of this land reclamation war. According to the Qingyun Sect, Zhuangjian's Henjin's intention, this land reclamation war will open up thousands of miles of mountains to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range and advance towards the location of the 4th-level Demon King, Two-Headed Dragon. At that time, this two-headed dragon will be dealt with by Zhuangjian's Henjin, Zhujian's Henjin, and Qinglun's Henjin. Is this the impact of the land reclamation war? Lu Changsheng and Xiao Xiao, his daughter Lu Wangshu, walked out of the spirit ship and overlooked the continuous mountains in front of them. The appearance and terrain are similar to when he came here in the early years, but they are completely different. Through Tai's soul and his eyes of fire, Lu Changsheng saw the rich blood, evil spirit, and evil power from this mountain range. War is a killing disaster. This land reclamation war, pushing across the mountains for thousands of miles, I don't know how much killing sin it has caused. This is why the 4 major Immortal Gates and Qinglun Immortal City want to recruit Jiang country cultivators and scattered cultivators to participate in the war. In addition to training soldiers, reducing pressure, and fighting against the beast tide, there is another big reason, which is to distribute this killing evil to all cultivators. Is this the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range? Lu Wangshu could not see the evil power and evil spirit of the mountains in front of him. He just felt that the situation in front of him was very different from the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range he had seen in the book. There was a lack of vitality, and there were not many monsters. There seemed to be a bit of dilapidated blood in the air. The monsters here have been almost cleared, and they belong to our Jiang kingdom. When the land reclamation war is over, Feng Shui masters, array vein masters, and array magic masters will be sent to sort out the mountain veins, clear the evil spirits, poisonous miasma, reclaim spiritual fields and land, establish arrays, defensive measures, turn the wilderness into fertile land, and migrate low-level cultivators and mortals here. Xiao Xiaoyu said to her daughter. Although the land reclamation war is only a few years. But this is a century-long plan. After plowing the courtyard and sweeping the caves, there is still a long rest period for construction and development. This is the top priority of the land reclamation war. Yet, Lu Wangshu nodded thoughtfully. After arriving at the battle preparation base, the person in charge of Qingyun Sect, including Lu Changsheng, Xiao Xiao, Jidan's Henren, and Jidan's Henren, met with a person in charge of the Wanshao mountain range. The person who is currently in charge of the battle situation of Qingyun Sect is the Grand Elder of Qingyun Sect. It can be seen from here that the situation on the front line is very urgent. Meet the Grand Elder. This is the second time Lu Changsheng has met this Grand Elder. At the Taoist couple ceremony with Xiao Xiao, the other party generously gave him 2 magic weapons and a double cultivation secret method. Well, since everyone is here, then I won't waste time and directly announce the next matters. Seeing that everyone was present, the Grand Elder went directly to the meeting hall without any hesitation and told the situation here. At present, there are roughly 5 third-level demon kings in the reclamation area that Qingyun Sect is responsible for, and these must be solved by Jidan's Henren. Then Xuanjian's Henjin asked to speed up the advancement, so now Jidan's Henren must fully participate in the battlefield. Unlike before, Jidan's Henren mostly stayed in the rear to support and solve some emergencies. During the land reclamation war, every time you kill a demon beast, you can get corresponding war merits as rewards. The higher the grade, the more you can get. You can see the details later. Medicine, magic tools, skills, and various natural treasures can all be exchanged for war merits. Even after the war, our 4 major sects can exchange their war merits together. Of course, some strategic resources that are too rare, such as fine magic tools, crystal condensing pills, and third-level breakthrough pills, are limited in number, so in the end, the exchange qualifications will be issued according to the war merits. After the Supreme Elder finished talking about the land reclamation situation, he also explained the reward rules. If there is no reward for this kind of war, not to mention Lu Changsheng, the family forces under the rule of the Su family ancestor will have opinions. Even the cultivators of Qingyun Sect will have opinions. Hearing about the crystal condensing pill and the third-level breakthrough pill, the cultivators present were all excited. The greatest hope of family forces like the Su family ancestor, the Jin family ancestor, and the Sima family ancestor is to be able to fight for a crystal condensing pill. There are also many cultivators in Qingyun Sect who are eager for the crystal condensing pill. After all, everyone has younger disciples. Even if they are elders of Qingyun Sect, they dare not guarantee that their younger generations will definitely obtain the condensation pill, or that one condensation pill will successfully break through. During this process, the Supreme Elder respected the monks present very much and asked for their views and opinions. At present, these people are also considered the high-end combat power of Qingyun Sect, so they will give some respect and mobilize their enthusiasm. The monks present were also very sensible. Except for some minor matters, they did not raise any major opinions. Lu Changsheng watched his nose and his heart throughout the whole process, and did not express his opinions. He is now considered half a member of Qingyun Sect, so how can he slap his own family in the face? Although the family forces present really hope that Lu Changsheng and the old ancestor of the Su family, the 2 Jidan's Henren, will represent their family forces and strive for more benefits, but the 2 of them did not say anything. Changsheng's Henren and Ziai nephew have just broken through the Jidan not long ago, and their magical powers and magic weapons are not yet complete, so I will not give you specific tasks for now. As free men on the battlefield, you can judge the battlefield situation by yourself and support the hard-fought team. Then, the Supreme Elder began to assign everyone's duties and responsibilities. It is roughly divided into 3 levels. 1. Besiege and kill the Demon King. 2. Investigate the battle situation on the front line and clean up the ruins and caves. 3. It is a task like Lu Changsheng. As a free man, solve the battle situation, or take on certain responsibilities, take care of the battle formation, etc. This is also a kind of care from the Supreme Elder to Xiao Ziyu and Lu Changsheng. Like the first one, besiege and kill the Demon King, although the battle situation is advantageous, if you are not careful, you will still have the probability of being injured when facing the Demon King's counterattack. The second one seems simple, but it is full of murderous intent. Even if a Jidan real person or a fake Dan cultivator uses his spiritual sense to clean up the situation for a long time, it will cause a great burden on the soul. Moreover, there are countless snakes, insects, monsters and beasts in the Qingzhu Mountains, and many poisonous insects and monsters can hide from the cultivator's spiritual sense. Going to investigate at this time may be dangerous if you are not careful. Yes, Supreme Elder. Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu nodded in response, but they did not show off. Both of them are newly promoted Jidan cultivators, so they should adapt to the situation first. After understanding the general situation, there is no rush to accept other tasks. After a while, everyone in the field was assigned tasks. For example, the ancestor of the Su family was a beast master and had a 3rd-level earth dragon. He was assigned to check the frontline battle situation and the situation of the ruins and caves. Although the Su family was quite suitable as a beast master, Lu Changsheng subconsciously suspected that the Qingyun Sect was targeting the Su family. However, facing such an order, the ancestor of the Su family could not refuse. Killing a 1st-level initial monster will reward 1 point of war merit, 3 points of war merit for a mid-level monster, 10 points of war merit for a late-stage monster, and 30 points of war merit for a top-level monster. Killing a second-level initial monster will earn 100 war merits. Killing a third-level initial monster king will earn 100,000 war merits. At this time, Lu Changsheng looked at the simple calculation of war merits on the jade slip, as well as the exchangeable skills, techniques, elixirs, and magic tools. There was also a note below that if someone could kill a third-level monster king alone, they would have priority in obtaining strategic-level resource exchange qualifications. In this case, it seems that the condensing crystal pill is not difficult. Just kill a monster king. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He thought that he might suddenly encounter a demon king, and then kill it by luck with a talisman formation. However, he still planned to go to the front battlefield to see the situation first. After the meeting, Lu Changsheng and Zhao Ziyu held the war order and took their daughter Lu Wangshu to the front line. The other key refining and foundation building monks who were sent here were also arranged by the Qingyun Sect monks to various frontline strongholds. When they arrived at the front line, they could see that the atmosphere here was solemn. The monks stationed in the strongholds were almost all full of evil spirits and murderous auras. There were also many who looked tired and listless, or had some injuries on their bodies. The war of opening up Wasteland has been going on for more than 3 years. The first batch of monks who came here have experienced 3 years of killing. Each of them has experienced hundreds of battles, and naturally they are full of murderous auras. Seeing this situation, Lu Wangshu also felt the cruelty of the war. Fellow Taoist Luo, many of my Lu family's children came here in the first batch. Lu wants to visit 1 or 2. Is it convenient? At this time, Lu Changsheng was ready to visit Lu Qingzhu, Lu Chenxia and other Lu family children. Before they knew it, they had been here for 3.5 years for the land reclamation war. Since they were here, they should definitely go and visit. Of course it's convenient. After I'm done, I'll check the formations of the nobles' children and take Changsheng's Henren over. The giant cultivator of the Qingyun Sect who was in charge of the front line said politely. If it were any other cultivator, he might not bother to pay attention. But since a giant's Henren like Lu Changsheng asked, he was naturally willing to help. Even for the sake of Lu Changsheng and Zhao Ziyu, he took the initiative to ask Lu Wangshu whether he should act with the 2 of them or be placed in a certain formation. Although favoritism is not allowed in the land reclamation war, there will be human relationships no matter where you are. Just like Lu Qingzhu, Lu Chenxia and others came early, they were also greeted by Baiyun's Henren when they were arranged into formations, and received some preferential treatment. Thank you for troubling Taoist Luo. Lu Changsheng and Zhao Ziyu were temporarily free men, so Lu Wangshu was also arranged as a free man. Then he handed over 2 third-level talismans very politely. Master Changsheng is really polite. Seeing this, the giant and cultivator thought that Master Changsheng was indeed a third-level top-grade talisman master, and he was generous. You know, for giant and cultivators, buying third-level talismans is not something they can do just because they want to. It takes some time and effort. Seeing Lu Changsheng so polite, he also took the initiative to show his goodwill. When arranging personnel and assigning tasks, he arranged the people from Qingzhu Mountain to a better formation. When they were almost done, Master Luo took Lu Changsheng to visit Lu Qingzhu, Lu Chenxia and others. Because of Master Baiyun's care before, these Lu family children were assigned to similar formations. In order to avoid any oolong accidents, he also asked about the situation of these Lu family children in advance. Knowing that these Lu family children were performing well, he was relieved. After a while, Lu Changsheng saw Lu Qingzhu, Lu Kings, Lu Xingxiu and other Lu family children, and 2 guest officials. Father, Wangshu, why are you here? Greetings to the mountain master. They were surprised and delighted when they saw Lu Changsheng and Lu Wangshu. Father came to see you. After more than 3 years of training, their facial features and temperaments have changed a lot, and there is a bit more determination and ferocity between their eyebrows. Where are Chenxia, Yunfei, Ziyan and others? Lu Changsheng asked, noticing that some people were missing. Chenxia took on a frontline inspection mission and has not returned yet. Yunfei and Ziyan were seriously injured before and are now recuperating in the rear. Lu Qingzhu explained immediately. War is cruel. Although they went out with elixirs, talismans, magic tools, and puppets, and even received some care from the Qingyun Sect and did not arrange the most dangerous tasks. But in the past 3 years, they still suffered many injuries, big and small. The elixirs and talismans brought by the family were almost consumed. You have worked hard all these years. Lu Changsheng saw that they all looked tired, and they should have just experienced a war. In other words, it is difficult to relax physically and mentally during such a period of land reclamation war. After completing the war, we must always guard against the counterattack of monsters, clean up the situation, and see if there are any monsters left, poisonous insects, etc., and the body and mind are always tense. Even if everyone has a period of rest, it is difficult to relieve. Lu Changsheng knows the situation of his children over the years. Although they said it simply, Lu Wangshu next to him could hear the cruelty. Knowing that they can survive, on the one hand, it is the care of Bian Zhenren in the early stage, and on the other hand, it is also relying on the means of the family to take care of each other. Like before, Lu Xingshuo's leg was smashed to pieces, and Lu Yanfei's 5 internal organs were almost broken. If it were an ordinary cultivator, even if he didn't die, he would be half useless. But there are brothers who can save people in the first time. And the children of the Lu family came here at the beginning and brought many high-quality elixirs. Lu Changsheng heard these words and looked at the situation of several people. Lu Xingshuo's leg still has hidden injuries and has not healed completely. If he impacts the dam formation or even the late stage of foundation building in the future, it may cause a certain impact. Not only him, but also Lu Qingxun and Lu Qing's all had some hidden injuries. If this continues for a long time, it will cause a chronic disease that is difficult to solve. It will either be difficult to break through or reduce lifespan. In this kind of land reclamation war, even if the 4 major immortal sects have the advantage, they are still using the cultivators' bodies and lives to fight for their lives. But this is how immortal cultivation works. So many cultivators participate in the war, but only a very few can finally stand out. Most of them end up dead, or have hidden injuries and become disabled. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart and took out a material storage bag that he had prepared long ago for them. Then he and Lu Qingxun went to visit Lu Yanfei, Lu Ziyan and other seriously injured Lu family members. Under normal circumstances, someone like Lu Qingxun cannot leave the formation at will. But with Lu Changsheng here, it is naturally not a problem. Lu Changsheng visited Lu Yanfei, Lu Ziyan and other Lu family members. The injuries were not light and needed to recuperate for a long time. Although Qingyun Sect has doctors, they can only treat injuries simply, and it is impossible to spend too much spiritual medicine to completely heal them. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng made some efforts to treat him. His Yin-Yang Creation Sutra can be transformed into the treasure tripod medicine King Sutra at any time, and he knows the healing technique. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Grandfather. These Lu family members were delighted and grateful. Seeing their father and ancestor coming, they also felt a little more secure. In 2 years, this war will be over, and then the family will reward you all. Lu Changsheng encouraged them. Participating in this kind of war is indeed a great opportunity to hone their skills. After experiencing the baptism of war, these Lu family members will become the backbone of the family in the future. Since the Qingyun Sect's war zone is not together with the Xianjian Sect's war zone, his sons Lu Lengxiao and Lu Mingfang both signed up through the recommendation of Damin Xiansheng, so it was not convenient for Lu Changsheng to visit them. So he only went to visit Zhao Qingqing and Lu Xingyu. They are logistics personnel, the real rear, and there are no injuries. 5 days later, the cultivators continued to advance forward according to the route set by the Qingyun Sect. The whole scene was very shocking. The main force of the battle was still a group of key refining and foundation building monks who formed battle formations and rushed to the front. However, in order to win the battle quickly, the Qingyun Sect's warships had been mobilized. They were like giant beasts crawling on the ground, gathering spiritual light. Roar, roar, roar. Although the demon king of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was not very intelligent, he would not sit and wait for death in the face of the human army. He knew to summon the demon beasts and launch a counterattack. Boom, 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 the spiritual light of talismans, flying swords, and battle formations and magic intertwined and danced in the air, rumbling. In such a battle, unless you are a fake Danzhenren, it is difficult for ordinary foundation building monks to do anything. Lu Changsheng and Zhao Ziyu flew in the air as free men, observing the situation in all directions and providing support at any time. This kind of battle is simply a naked waste of money. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Whether it was the talismans and magic weapons of the monks, the battle formations, or the spiritual ships above, they were all burning spiritual stones. However, with so many monsters, their bodies can be turned into various materials afterwards, which is also a huge harvest, enough to make up for the war expenses of the 4 major immortal sects, and even a big profit. Everyone, kill the monsters. Xiao Xiao, wearing a moon-white dress, with a dignified and holy appearance, sacrificed her wardrum spirit weapon and used magic power to bombard it. This is a spiritual weapon given by Qingyun Sect, suitable for large-scale wars. It can increase the magic power of cultivators, boost morale, and can suppress the interference caused by the roar of monsters and sonic attacks to a certain extent. Dong dong dong, the cultivators below heard the movement and looked up at the sky. They saw that it was a giant's henron sitting in the rear, and they were excited and encouraged. These days, they also knew that the immortal sects had sent in full reinforcements and wanted to fight quickly and end the war of reclamation. Puff puff puff. Lu Changsheng's divine sense was sharp. He saw a second-level top-level shadow wolf attacking a foundation-building cultivator. A magic weapon in the shape of a talisman pen appeared in his hand, and he immediately pointed it out. Puff. The talisman pen burst out with mysterious light, easily piercing through the body of this second-level top-level demon beast. As the battle became more and more intense, Lu Changsheng signaled Xiao Xiao to act separately from him, and to try to contribute as much as possible. It would be a waste of combat power resources if the two of them acted together. The same was true for his daughter Lu Wangshu. However, Lu Changsheng signaled her not to stay too far away from him. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.